Chapter 1. What happened to the promised retirement? System, please explain in this world. My system is called the Spirit Science Popularization System. Alright, Science Popularization System, please explain. The host's final task is to popularize Pokémon so that Pokémon and humans can coexist harmoniously and create a better world together. What happened to the promised retirement? The last one, damn your last one. You said the same thing last time. Ahaha. Hearing the electronic laughter in his mind, Jiang Li felt his veins popping. This story dates back a long time. He was just a college student back then due to the pandemic. Although the situation at school wasn't severe, all students were confined to their dormitories. For a while, one group had classes in the morning and another in the afternoon. Fortunately, Jiang Li and his group were assigned to the afternoon. This led to them staying up late at night and sleeping in the morning, going to class after lunch. But this was fatal for contemporary college students who didn't exercise, and as a result, he died suddenly. To be honest, he felt nothing, passing away peacefully in his sleep, and then he found himself in a dark place, where a voice called System was talking to him. It said that if he completed a few tasks, he could continue living in a new world as a contemporary college student who hasn't read some web novels. Jiang Li almost immediately agreed. He was an orphan, living on government subsidies since childhood, and after getting into college, he had no support in the original world, so he might as well live in a different world. But unexpectedly, the system was unreliable. It sent him to the world of Teyvat, saying he would complete the tasks after Ether and Lumen finished their journey. However, the system sent him to a time before the 7 gods were fully selected as compensation. The system gave him the ability to control wind elements and granted him infinite lifespan. Killing monsters or defeating demonic gods would earn him points that could be exchanged for items in the system. Then he went to seek out his wife, the Tree King, only to find that he was indeed pursued. During the war in Kenria, Boer still died, and there were no items in the system that could save him, or perhaps there were, but his level wasn't high enough. Jiang Li was only dejected for a day. Then he perked up and began taking care of Nahida, raising his daughter Nahida, while waiting for the two to finish their journey. The plot of Boer's death was something he couldn't change, but thanks to his efforts, Nahida remained the same Nahida and did not forget her memories. The world remembered that Sumeru had a great benevolent Tree King. Boer, the system's setting was that he would sacrifice himself in the final battle. He didn't know what happened to Nahida after he left, but he couldn't return to that world anymore. The second world was the world of Demon Slayer. The task was to help Tanjiro defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. The system was still as unreliable as ever, sending him to the year when Kaneo Tsuyuri was born. It still provided compensation, the Breath of Thunder and the Sunblade, but he wasn't quite used to them yet here. Killing an ordinary demon was worth 10 points, a slightly stronger 100, a lower moon demon 500, and an upper moon demon 10,000 points. Fortunately, because he was wearing the outfit, his abilities and weapons remained with him, and he immediately ran to the Tsuyuri family, being a longtime fan of this anime. Even though 1,000 years had passed, and he didn't remember the plot well, with the system in hand and the points he accumulated in Teyvat, he rewatched Demon Slayer after 1,000 years. Watching Demon Slayer again, he felt none of the previous excitement. He was getting old. This task went exceptionally smoothly after all. He had been in Teyvat for 1,000 years. How could he not defeat this timid kid who was only 100 years old? He saved the Butterfly sisters, Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and the Kamadu family's members before the tragedy struck. In the end, he helped Tanjiro defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. What was the setting this time? Right. After defeating him, he went on a journey. After all the hardships, he finally completed 2 tasks. And when he arrived in the third world, he thought he could finally retire. But the time point for the third task was wrong again. The fourth, the fifth. You promised the last one would be the last. As a result, what happened to the promised retirement? Isn't it because the system sees that the host doesn't want to find a companion after the Tree King's death? The world of spirits is so good, they can accompany you. So why do I still have to popularize science? Oh, there's an accident inside, don't worry. Host, there's compensation this time too. Right, what is it? This time there's a big gift pack. Do you want it? Do you want it? 0. Can't refuse a free gift. Let's open it together. Thanks, alright, congratulations to the host for obtaining Special EVX1. High-tech live streaming equipment. 3 divine powers, power of eternity, power of wave, power of overcoming. Hawk balls, energy cubes, XN, spatial backpack. You can tell that this time you really went all out after all. This is the nth time you made a mistake. I don't know what kind of mess the main system made to continuously assign the host incorrectly n times. There must be some bugs involved, sigh. Never mind, by the way, my points, don't worry. Under my argument, the main system has reserved them for you. The system mall has also been updated, and you can exchange items at any time. Alright, I hope. This time it will be useful. How will the points be calculated this time? Popularizing a common spirit is worth 5 points per person. A rare one is 20 points. A quasi-divine level is 50 points per person, and a divine beast is 1,000 points per person. Whoa, that's a direct doubling after all. Divine beasts aren't that easy to find true after saying that. He took out his phone and started looking at the news from this world. About 2 months ago, black holes of various sizes suddenly appeared all over the world. Investigations revealed that the edges of the black holes led to another world filled with various creatures. Experts referred to it as the gate and called those creatures monsters. Some military units entered the gate and came out covered in injuries, saying they were attacked by monsters. Upon reading this, Jiangli couldn't help but frown. To treat Pokémon as monsters is indeed a misunderstanding. Even if I've not played Pokémon for a long time, I still remember they are peaceful creatures. Except for a few aggressive ones. The rest won't attack randomly, but people always harbor hostility towards the unknown, and as a result, they were warned by the spirits. By the way, my spirit system. Release my EV, okay? Then an egg appeared on the table, along with a watch dial that could be turned, featuring 18 attributes. What is this for? The host special EV is different. It can evolve into various forms of EV through the adjustment of the watch dial, but there are only 8 evolutionary forms for EV. Don't worry. Host it can be done with the main system's adjustment patch chest for assurance. This is a magical modification, never mind. I'm looking forward to EV's other evolutionary forms. Anyway, he put the watch on his wrist, and then the egg shook and the shell cracked, emitting a white light. The little guy had mostly brown fur, with cream-colored fluffy fur around its neck and tail, short and thin legs with 3 toes and pink paw pads, brown eyes, long rabbit-like ears, and a small black nose, curiously surveying the surroundings. Wow, so cute. In an instant, he felt his heart take a hit. He reached out to touch its head, and the little guy looked at him, seemingly sensing something, and rubbed against his palm, grinning at him. Hi, are you my trainer? At that moment, he seemed to see Nahida. When she was little, when she was just born, no matter what she did, she loved to show it to him. Every time, he would reach out to stroke Nahida's head and say, "You're amazing, good girl," he said softly. Being praised was naturally happy, jumping on the table. Jiangli held it in his arms, and the little guy comfortably rubbed against him by eye. Holding Evie in his arms, he sat down on the sofa, checked his points and the food in the system store, changed into clothes that were convenient for movement, and set out. With an empty backpack, after all, everything was exchanged in the system. The backpack was just a tool for concealment. Every door was guarded by soldiers, partly afraid that someone might accidentally enter, and partly worried that monsters might come out. But that was okay. Jiangli had the cheat crossed out system he awakened in Lijiang City, and the system said it chose this name because it had a connection with his own name. The awakening place was in a 3-bedroom apartment, a residence gifted by the system, well decorated and located in a decent area with a high flow of people. He had no choice but to zip up his jacket. Evie was still small since it had just been born. Hiding inside felt more like hiding a little dog. The little guy was also obedient and silent, occasionally stretching out its little paws to gently scratch Jiangli, revealing a big smile when he looked down. Since he couldn't take the subway with Evie, Jiangli took a taxi, heading to the nearest mountain. "Hey, young man, you're going hiking, right? I often get orders to take people there." The driver uncle was very talkative, chatting with Jiangli all the way. "Yeah, just bored at home. Thought I'd get some exercise." "True, what's that in your clothes?" The uncle saw the movement in Jiangli's jacket from the rearview mirror, along with the little paws sticking out. Before Jiangli could respond, the uncle laughed and said, "Is it a puppy? My daughter loves little animals and keeps asking to raise a puppy." "Yeah, it's a puppy. My daughter also wants to have a pet." "Oh, you have a daughter?" "I'm 26, and I have a 4-year-old daughter." This was the setting given to him by the system. Marrying young, his wife disappeared after giving birth to their daughter, and then 2 months ago, their daughter also went missing. With such a setting, Jiangli didn't know what to say. "I see. Getting married quite early, huh? When you meet someone you want to marry, of course, you get married early." "I see. Why didn't you bring your wife along for the hike?" "Well, she's busy. Maybe next time." "Oh, had a fight?" Kind of. He thought about how he had indeed had a big argument with Biel before the separation due to the Kangerio War. Women, they just want you to pamper them and care for them. Isn't the biggest task for a man in this life to ensure his woman isn't wronged? "You're right." "Exactly. Don't be fooled by my daughter's antics. She's nothing compared to her mother." Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before leaving, the uncle kept emphasizing to Jiangli to go home and pamper his wife. Not to be stubborn, or else he might lose her. What a good person, right, Evie? "Bye." Looking around, there were not many people climbing the mountain because it was a weekday, which was just right. As he climbed, he turned on the live streaming equipment. It would automatically find a suitable angle for live streaming. What was being recorded was his climb up the mountain. Jiangli didn't explain much or speak. He just focused on climbing, occasionally teasing Lil Evie. It wasn't the main event yet, and he wasn't thinking about how to attract viewers. Chapter 2. The Merino Sheep Herd. The first evolution chain. Lu Man was a college student at Lijiang University. Some time ago, a door appeared at the school. The school temporarily gave him a break because it couldn't be determined whether monsters could come out from that door with nothing to do. She could only spend time watching live streams and just entered a live streaming room. The host was a man about 27 or 28 years old, around 189 centimeters tall, with a tall and upright figure, clean-cut black short hair, dressed in simple sportswear, and handsome features, especially when he occasionally bent down to play with the little dog in his clothes. His eyes were extraordinarily gentle. The bullet comments were all like, "Wow, the host is so handsome, look at me. Does the young man have a girlfriend? I can't. Climbing for so long with that little dog without getting out of breath. My husband is amazing. Upstairs, do you still need your underwear?" After climbing about halfway up the mountain and noticing that there were hardly any people around, John Lee looked back at the live stream room, which already had several hundred viewers. He fell into thought as he looked at the comments. "Host, your looks are already high, and after being refined by the system, they're even higher. Are you really not planning to look for someone else?" Gun, there's a door 300 meters ahead, all right, rolling away. Smoothly, John Lee looked at his brainless system ever since he learned to surf the internet. Various memes kept coming, often leaving him with the expression of an old man on the subway. Looking at his phone, "Hello, everyone. John Lee, hello, host. Hello. Can the little dog be taken out for a look? I can't help but feel moved seeing those little paws. Hello, John Lee, brother. That's clearly my brother upstairs. Does the host mind sharing?" He is sorry. Married, looking at this comment, he silently raised his left hand. The ring on his ring finger shone with a silver light under the sun. "It's okay. I can married? Isn't that better?" How could this be? Married at such a young age, young man. "No, she's my first love. This is the fastest relationship I've ever had in my life. You guys start relationships really easily," he said, looking at the increasingly bizarre comments, feeling speechless. Whoever is handsome is my husband. Not that fast. As long as I can, any man or woman in the world can be my husband. Enough tolerance. I want to find a strong T husband. All right, let's stop messing around. Let's have a quiz. Guess what my main purpose for coming here is. There are prizes for correct answers. What prize? Weren't you here to climb the mountain? To fight with me in the wild? Let's go live. Let's reach the summit. Looking at the various comments, he couldn't help but laugh. He had been away for so long that he had forgotten the level of silliness of netizens. Up ahead, that's our purpose for coming this time. The camera turned to the front as he spoke, and a door slowly appeared there. Oh my gosh. It looks like a newly appeared door. How did the host know it would show up here? "Host, be careful of monsters coming out. Quickly call the police. Which mountain is this? Does anyone recognize it? Get down the mountain quickly. Be safe." Although these silly netizens were silly, they would always tell you when danger approached. Perhaps they liked to watch the commotion, but the premise was that the host was safe. Seeing these comments, Jiang Li's lips curled slightly. Don't be surprised. My purpose this time is that he walked to the side of the door. Weren't there people wanting to see the little dog? Now I'll show it to you. Is it the right time to look at a dog? Host, run first. I recognize this place. It's a mountain I often climb. I've already called the police. Host, go to a safe place first. Why are you looking at the little dog at a time like this? Host, weigh your priorities. Think of your wife. Seeing that comment, Jiang Li's eyes darkened. The next second, he adjusted his mindset, pulled down the zipper, and took Evie out to face the camera. By tilting its head in confusion, looking at the live streaming equipment in front of it. What's wrong? What is this? Oh my gosh, a monster. What a load of crap. It's a little dog. This is a monster, host. My goodness, it's a monster. Why do I find it so cute? I'm also like that I must be crazy. Help, it's charming, it's so cute, and tilting its head. Help, it has enchanted my heart. Monsters, I don't understand why they have such names. Actually, I think they're spirits, and can also become Pokémon. My live stream room is open for this purpose, to avoid any misunderstandings about them. I will go inside the door to educate you on the names and attributes of the spirits. The name of the live stream room has also changed to popularize magical creatures, crossed out spirits. No way, are they crazy for views? I originally thought it was a handsome guy, but it turns out to be a fool. The army has been hurt like that. How could it not be a magical creature, but rather a wonderful treasure? Streamer, don't be foolish. Think about your wife. Exactly, being married means thinking about the family. Don't worry, I never do things I'm not confident about. Now, let's start with the first explanation. Gently placing EV on the grass, the camera focuses on it. The little guy seems very curious, as if it can sense someone watching it, and sweetly calls out, "Bye, hello everyone. So cute. I can't take it anymore. Damn those monsters. If they all look like this, it's not unacceptable. Did you forget the few monsters released by the official? They're not that cute at all. Medic, give me a health pack." This is EV, a normal type Pokémon with a gentle temperament, treating most Pokémon and people the same way. EV is an evolutionary Pokémon with unstable genes that allow for various evolution possibilities, making it the Pokémon with the most known evolutionary branches. Additionally, the male-to-female ratio of EV is 1:7, so don't be fooled by their cute appearance. Most of them are actually boys, and this one is too. Here's some trivia about the rare Pokémon EV. You gain 50 points x 329. So cute, of course. It's a boy. Evolution? Normal type? What does that mean? Gentle temperament, indeed. Are you guys crazy, or am I crazy? This is a monster. Don't be deceived by its cute appearance. I picked up Eevee and let it rest on my shoulder while answering the comments and walking towards the door. Pokémon are usually divided into 18 types. Normal, fire, water, electric, grass, ice, fighting, poison, ground, flying, psychic, bug, rock, ghost, dragon, dark, steel, and fairy. Each type has its own characteristics and abilities. For example, fire-type Pokémon can control flames, and water-type Pokémon can control water flow, etc. They can have one or multiple types, and not only can they have types, but they can also learn moves from different types. However, just like the 5 elements in our Huaxia culture, fire-type Pokémon cannot learn water-type moves, except in certain special cases like a Gyarados that can use Flamethrower. As for the rest of the evolution, I'll talk to you about it after I go in. Without hesitation, I stepped inside, and the audience in the live stream only saw the screen flicker. The next second, a big face of Eevee appeared on the screen. So cute, even up close. This must be a joke. I thought he was really going in. Isn't it better that he didn't go in? Just putting on a show for views, huh? By the way, I'm not doing this on purpose. Just a reminder to get ready. After a while, Zhongli's voice came through. The next second, the camera slowly turned to the front, revealing a boundless green grassland connected to the blue sky, with a group of sheep-like creatures grazing not far away. A gust of wind blew, and the grass moved with it, occasionally revealing little Pokémon popping their heads out. How is it? Beautiful, right? This is simply my dreamland. So beautiful, screenshot. It looks so peaceful. It would be better without those monsters. Are those sheep? Not really. Their skin is all blue. They're kind of cute. I have to say, this place is really beautiful. That's a Mareep. Let me take you closer to see. As Zhongli walked in, everyone in the live stream could finally see what Mareep looked like. It had deep blue skin, with light yellow fluffy wool covering most of its body. The hair on its head was curly, and its ears and tail were yellow and black striped, with an orange light bulb at the end of the tail. Mareep, an electric-type Pokémon, has fur that continuously grows longer. Even during the summer shedding period, when all the fur falls off, it will return to its original state in a week. The fluffy wool contains a lot of air, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. By rubbing its wool, it can store static electricity. The more electricity it accumulates, the brighter the light bulb at the end of its tail will glow. When the static electricity builds up, its wool can expand to twice its usual size. If you think it's cute and touch it directly, you'll get shocked and it will hurt. Here is some trivia about the common Pokémon Mareep. You gain 5 points x 1609. I also need hair growth that fast. Of course, in the right places. Leg hair, no. Don't let me think of that. What about the pink one? And there's also a tall one in yellow. I think the pink one is quite cute. Is this really a monster? So adorable. If monsters are this cute, it's not unacceptable. Although it's a monster, humans generally have no resistance to cute creatures. So in front of the lambs that haven't shown their ferocious side yet, the comments are all about peaceful times. The pink one and the tall yellow one you mentioned are what I want to talk about next in terms of evolution. As Zhongli approached, the lambs began to be on alert. The so-called tall yellow one stepped forward, and everyone could see its appearance clearly. Yellow skin, a red sphere on its tail and forehead, a white belly, and flat hands. Upon closer inspection, it has only one toe on its feet, and its neck, ears, and part of its tail have yellow and black patterns. Bayu, who are you? What do you want? The power of Tokawadai allowed Zhongli to instantly understand its words. He stopped and began to communicate with the electric dragon. My name is Zhongli. I'm a traveler, not a bad person. I just want to take a few photos. And of course, I will provide corresponding rewards. He took out the energy cubes that electric-type Pokémon love from his backpack. These are energy cubes rewarded by the system, and there are many of them. As soon as the energy cubes were taken out, the electric dragon smelled a delicious aroma, and the lambs and fluffy sheep behind it also stirred it. With the support of the transcendent power and the energy cubes, the electric dragon quickly nodded. Bayu, all right, but don't think about doing anything bad. I'll keep an eye on you. Please feel free to hand the energy cubes to the electric dragon. A box of energy cubes contains about 12 pieces, but there are at least 30 lambs in the group. After the electric dragon leader distributed them to the smaller young ones, it was empty. The young ones that didn't get anywhere unhappy. I have more here. Take these to share with your kin. Zhongli handed over 2 more boxes to the electric dragon, just enough to distribute. And the extra 2 pieces were eaten by the electric dragon itself. Bye. I want it too. Seeing the electric dragons eat so deliciously, the little Eevee, who hadn't eaten since birth, was starving and kept pawing at Zhongli's hair. Yes, of course, there's some for you too. He took out the flavor that Eevee liked, broke a piece, and fed it to Evie. Chapter 3. The eagerly evolving caterpie. Don't be so stingy, streamer. Just one piece isn't enough for my Evie. Exactly. Just one piece isn't enough for anyone. By the way, what is that? It smells so good. Why do I feel like these monsters are a bunch of foodies? They weren't this obedient before the food came out. Energy cubes are made from some special tree fruits, concentrated with a lot of energy. A piece is enough for little Evie, and it's enough for the lambs too. Eating too much isn't good. It's clear that this group of lambs hasn't experienced the hardships of a human world. One energy cube easily wins them over. The electric dragon leader even specifically chose the best colored lambs and fluffy sheep for Jiangli to take pictures of. Of course, the electric dragon appeared in the photos too. Alright, let me talk to everyone about evolution. Walking between the lambs and fluffy sheep. When a Pokémon reaches a certain level after undergoing certain experiences, the energy accumulated within will cause it to evolve. After evolution, both appearance and personality will change somewhat, although personality won't change significantly, except for certain Pokémon. This is Fluffy Sheep, an electric-type Pokémon, and it's the first evolution of the lamb. Because the nature of Fluffy Sheep's fur changes, it can generate a lot of electricity even with just a little fur. It can store electricity in its soft fur, and due to storing too much electricity, some areas of its body have become quite bald. Its soft fur is easy to charge, but fortunately, it has rubber-like skin, so it doesn't shock itself. When its fur is filled with electricity, its tail will glow and shoot out fur that can electrify anything it touches. Common Pokémon Fluffy Sheep gains. Shooting. Fur? Wow. It even changed color from blue to pink for legs to two. Is this self-electrifying serious? I'm very curious. Can this will be used to knit sweaters? Merino sheep and fluff sheeps can indeed be used to knit sweaters, but they are very prone to static electricity and require special treatment. Next, we move on to the second evolution. Just like merino sheep, fluff sheep undergo a period of training and can evolve after reaching a certain level. At this point, there was a slight pause. Tada! Electric Dragon. Hearing that it was about to introduce itself, the long-awaited electric dragon struck a pose with hands on its hips and chest held high. Wow! I have become stronger, but also bald. A lamp? This doesn't look like a lamp at all. Help, this proud look is so cute. It's yellow. Who would have thought that these two creatures are actually connected? Wait, a dragon. The electric dragon is an electric type, and while it has the word dragon in its name, it doesn't have the dragon attribute. The tip of the electric dragon's tail emits a very strong light that can reach into space, making its location obvious. Therefore, it usually doesn't let its tail light up. Whenever it gets dark, its tail shines brightly. The dazzling light can be seen from far away, even from the distant sea, becoming a beacon on the ocean. Since ancient times, it has been valued by sailors as a landmark. The light from its tail can be transmitted over long distances, serving as a guide for lost travelers, and it has been regarded as a campfire since long ago. People in the past used the electric dragon's light to signal their partners from afar. No wonder it's called a lamp sprite. It truly is a lamp, a moving lighthouse. It doesn't have a single hair left. It looks quite like a western dragon, and its name is very dragon-like, but it's not a dragon. How frustrating, it's not a dragon. Host, are there really dragons among the monsters? Yes. Didn't I mention before that there are dragon types among the 18 attributes? If monsters invade, how could we possibly fight back? Why fight? Most sprites are very friendly. As long as you have good intentions, they can tell. Look, I'm fine now, right? Sitting on the grass. The Mareep have surrounded Jiangli, and Evie is happily playing with its cubs. I know, I've only introduced the Mareep to you, and you're unclear about the other sprites. Take your time, I'll introduce them all to you one by one. In the end, whether to fight or not will be up to you. Evie is leaving now. It just got here. Jiangli can't stay with the Mareep for too long and quickly stands up to say goodbye. Merely although we've just met. It's hard apart now. The electric dragon, along with the Mareep and Flaffy, lit up the lights on their tails. With their tails glowing, they can find their way back. The sprites on the grass are very perceptive. As soon as Jiangli approaches, they run away. The Mareep flock is quite large, and they have such a powerful leader as the electric dragon. So, Jiangli takes Evie in a nearby forest. Soon, they encounter the next sprite. Mao Bai. Evie curiously examines the large caterpillar in front of them. This bug has a green back and a white belly, with V-shaped red antennae on its head and a yellow spindle-shaped tail. It has 2 pairs of prolegs with suction cups and yellow ring patterns on its sides. The 2 little ones are about the same height. What a big bug. Bug. Am I the only one who thinks it looks kind of cute? No, you're not alone. I hate bugs. This is a green caterpillar, a bug type, a baby bug sprite. The green caterpillar is covered in green skin and blends into plants of the same color to camouflage itself. Don't be fooled by its short legs. Because there are suction cups, it can easily move up slopes and walls. It grows continuously through the molting process, eventually wrapping itself in silk to transform into a pupa. That's right, the first evolution of the green caterpillar is a pupa, and the second evolution is a butterfly. Perhaps wanting to grow quickly, it has a huge appetite and climbs trees to eat leaves, consuming up to 100 leaves a day. Its body is soft and lacks strength. In nature, its fate is to be preyed upon continuously. When attacked by bird Pokémon, it releases a foul odor from its antennae to defend itself, driving off enemies. But often becomes bird food. If you touch the antennae on its head, it will secrete an unpleasant smell to protect itself. It is easy to catch and grows quickly, evolving to its final form in about a week. Taking out an energy cube that bug-type sprites love from the backpack, Zhongli makes a trade with the green caterpillar. Mau, it smells so good. Sensing the aroma of the energy cube, the green caterpillar looks up at Zhongli and quickly scurries up Zhongli's leg, climbing up their pants. Ha ha ha. Such a foodie, it changed so quickly. Starry-eyed. Is this for real? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, I feel like I can accept such a big bug. Oh my, it's climbing up to my waist. Ha ha. Zhongli leisurely pulls the green caterpillar down from their waist. Don't rush. Let me take a few photos. This will be yours. Zhongli shakes the energy cube in their hand. Mau, go ahead. Take as many pictures as you want. Saying this, the green caterpillar strikes a pose. Zhongli quickly snaps a few photos, checks them, and after being satisfied, squats down to bring the energy cube to the green caterpillar's mouth. Thank you, eat up. Mau. It eagerly starts to eat. Oh my, so impatient, I quickly retract my hand, almost getting bitten. Just as the green caterpillar finishes the energy cube, a white light flickers from its body. No way. Zhongli is sweating. No wonder it was in such a hurry. It was so close to evolving, right? It's glowing. The host is selling fake medicine. On-site counterfeit detection. Damn, you look closely. This is the evolution light. This green caterpillar is about to evolve. Soon, the light fades, and the original green caterpillar has transformed into a green crescent-shaped pupa. This is the iron armor pupa, a bug type. It is currently in the stage of preparing for evolution. Inside its shell is a sticky mucus and a fragile body, so it hides in its hard shell, waiting for a few days, and then it will evolve like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. During this time, it will not eat anything. In its current state, it will not move except to harden. According to its original behavior, it should hide in a corner. The world of Pokémon is somewhat similar to ours. Birds eat bugs, and in such places, it will eventually be found by bird-like Pokémon. Let's take another shot and give you an energy block. All right, you can't eat anything. Then the iron armor pupa shot him a glance. Ha, the host was glared at by a bug. It's hilarious. Ha ha, bug, I can be picky about you. Humph, you little rascal coming here saying I can't eat, and now you're tempting me again. Eevee went to find some leaves and scratched its head, having to find another way. Bye. Okay. Took out the phone and took a few pictures. Then checked the photos on the phone before picking up the iron armor pupa and hiding it on a branch. Since you can't move, I'll hide you as a trade then. Eevee bit off a large branch from the bushes and ran and jumped to put down at Zhongli's feet. Bye. Found some leaves? Thank you. Rubbing Eevee's head, he picked it up and placed it on his shoulder, then took the leaves to cover the iron armor pupa. Eevee also used its little paws to help spread the leaves. All right, let us go. Bye. I want to get down. I can walk in front. Okay. Let you down. Squatting down, Eevee jumped down from his shoulder and proudly walked ahead to lead the way. Oh, my youthful heart. So cute. How can it be this cute? Is this leading the way? So cute. My treasure. How can you be this cute? Host. Is this Eevee for sale? Zhongli looked at the screen. He understood that although there wasn't much traffic at the beginning, after all, he had entered another world, and the traffic would gradually increase. People are afraid of the unknown, but they're also curious. Otherwise, so many Woon Tea have come to the live broadcast room. As more people watch, naturally, there will be all kinds of people. Pokémon are partners, not goods. I hope I won't see this sentence again in the future. Really not for sale? Impossible to sell. Chapter 4, The Injured Card Dog. After walking for a while, Zhongli noticed that it was almost time and should prepare for lunch. Eevee, let us take a break for a bit. He waved to Eevee, then put down his backpack, took out a folding pot and 2 pieces of solid alcohol. Just as he was about to take out the ingredients from a bag, he remembered something and picked up Eevee. Bye? What wrong? Open your mouth. Let me see your little baby teeth. Hearing his words, Eevee obediently opened its mouth, letting Zhongli see its little teeth. Let us eat something soft. He put down Eevee and rubbed its little head, While cooking, the little guy sat quietly beside him. Jiangli thought for a moment and took out a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk to pour a little into Evie's bowl. He drinks some first. Then he introduced to the audience, "This is Moo Moo fresh milk, produced by a Pokémon called Milk Tank. Milk Tank is only female, and it is said that the milk it produces changes flavor with the seasons. Milk Tank's milk has great nutritional value, and drinking it regularly is very beneficial for both Pokémon cubs and humans. I want to drink it too. It looks very fragrant. It's making me hungry. I am hungry, and my takeout hasn't arrived yet. I was eating while watching a live stream when my mom gave me a big bag. I told her someone came in, and she said it was impossible, then gave me another big bag. I showed her the live stream, and she said this little one is so focused on eating. I'm really touched, and gave me another big bag. Ha ha ha. The upstairs is so unfortunate. My mom and I were eating while watching a live stream, and we ordered a cup of milk tea. It was delightful. Jiangli made tomato beef brisket and then cooked some noodles to add in. Seeing that Ibu's bowl of milk was almost finished, I rinsed the bowl with water and gave it a little. Then the two of us started eating. After Jiangli finished her noodles, I wanted to see if Ibu had finished eating, and I saw it chewing on a piece of meat. It seemed that with its little baby teeth, it still couldn't bite through that piece of beef tendon. All right, if you can't bite it, then forget it. I'll make it for you next time. But the little guy continued to stubbornly chew on that beef tendon. So persistent, keep it up. After saying that, I started to clean up. When I turned around after finishing, I saw that Ibu suddenly managed to bite through that beef tendon easily. Upon closer inspection, wow, it learned to chew through beef tendon by eating it. That's impressive. With Ibu looking like it wanted a reward, I rubbed its little head and asked, "What's this?" Suddenly acting cute and wanting compliments? If I could eat meat, my mom would praise me like this too. I love her to death. It shouldn't just be for this reason, right? Host, please answer quickly. Didn't I say before that elves can learn skills? This guy is biting the meat, and while biting, he learns the skills. How can I not praise him? Jiangli said with a mix of laughter and tears. Oh, baby, you're amazing. What luck. Goodness praise. Praise to the heavens. Our little EV is so great. How can we not praise it? Just now, we should have let the electrode show you their electric type skills. Looking so unambitious. Pack up your things and continue forward with EV. But EV is just a baby that was born half a day ago. It has already gotten tired from walking with me for so long. After not walking far, it squinted its eyes and swayed its head. Jiangli smiled and held it in her arms, chatting with the viewers in the live stream while on the way. Yeah, Evie is just a baby. To be honest, Evie has been born for less than a day. Where did the host learn these things? Well, that's a secret for now. Has the host never thought about it? If it really is a monster, what will happen to your wife if you die? The Lijiang City Police Department entered the live stream. Wow, someone from back home has arrived. Although it has only been half a day with Evie and the Mareep, they have gained quite a bit of attention. Moreover, the unknown world inside the door is attractive to most people. The more unknown things are, the more they attract people. It's not surprising that the officials have taken notice. Li Yuhang is a new police officer just starting out, usually doing some clerical work and occasionally slacking off. Today, while he was slacking off during the monthly morale-boosting meeting, he saw Jiang Li's live stream. It's not that he enjoys watching men climb mountains. It's mainly because he knows Jiang Li, who lives above him. He heard that his wife went missing, leaving behind a daughter. Li Yuhang has seen his daughter. She has naturally silver hair with green highlights and very unique eyes. He has encountered her many times since they live in the same building. To be honest, when her father is not around, that girl really doesn't look like a 4-year-old. She's mature to the point of making him feel ashamed. 2 months ago, he heard that his daughter also went missing. Sigh, the police are also looking, and he was dispatched that time, but they couldn't find anything. So seeing him in high spirits climbing the mountain, he was actually quite happy, but also worried that he might not be able to handle it. Originally thinking he was just going for a climb, he suddenly saw him carrying Evie into the door. Wow. Instantly, the entire conference room fell silent. Slowly looking up, the team leader, the director, and various colleagues were all staring at him. Li Yuhang, his own team leader Lu, looked at him with disappointment. Clearly, he has decent abilities but likes to slack off. It's one thing to slack off, but how could he cause such a big mess when the leaders come to inspect? That team leader said, I need to report. He immediately stood up, standing straight. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. A new door has appeared halfway up Lishan, and someone has gone inside. After he finished speaking, the scene fell silent again. Team leader Lu looked at him seriously. Can you be sure? This is not a small matter. The little rascal has learned to lie. He needs a good beating when he gets back. Really? He even started a live stream. Taking the phone, he projected it onto the big screen. Just in time, it showed Jiang Li approaching the Mareep. As everyone watched Jiang Li get closer to the Mareep herd, They couldn't help but feel tense. After all, if a monster harmed someone, that would be terrible. Sure enough, the tallest and biggest yellow monster stepped forward, and then they saw Jiang Li discussing something with the monster. Subsequently, he took out a board called an energy cube, and the once alert monsters instantly relaxed. Later, those monsters even rubbed against him friendly. Yi Junsheng was astonished. Clearly, his team said they were attacked by monsters when they entered. So why were they so well-behaved here? In any case, seeing him safe also made him breathe a sigh of relief. Quick, dispatch someone to guard there. I'll send someone to replace them later. Many people must have seen the live stream. If someone tries something later, it will be problematic. The senior officer from the military district spoke, and Director Yang immediately arranged for personnel to go to Lishan. This young man is so impulsive. Doesn't he think about his family? How worried would his parents be if they knew? He started to complain about Jiang Li. Well, he's an orphan, Li Hongyu quietly said. You know him? He lives above me. Isn't he married? Shouldn't he think about his wife? Looking at the ring on his hand and the questions in the comments, he pointed out his wife went missing 4 years ago. The department still has the case, and they haven't found her. There's only one daughter left. Then, shouldn't he think about his daughter? His daughter also went missing 2 months ago. The department still has the case open. Then he saw the senior officer from the military district propping his head in his hands, looking like he was regretting something. Is it the one from 2 months ago? No wonder he looks so familiar. I remember you said this child could not possibly have been abducted, but was kidnapped. Lu Jiang now thinks something is off about this incident. Of course, you've seen that 4-year-old child who can handle functions and understands pressure. When her father is not around, she keeps a distance of at least 2 meters from any stranger, regardless of age or condition. Are you also a neighbor? No. I've seen her a few times and know I'm a police officer, so I can proudly say I can stand a meter away. You're getting proud now? Team leader Lu was instantly speechless. Haven't the human traffickers been found yet? Yi Junsheng was silent for a moment before speaking. To be precise, she left on her own. Team leader Lu revealed the investigation results. Oh, what happened? That little girl took a taxi to Lishan. We searched the mountain for 3 days and nights, and in the end, it was Jiang Li who said we could stop searching. 2 months ago, the door also appeared at that time. He can't possibly think his daughter went inside the door, right? It's quite possible. But we didn't find the door when we searched the mountain. There was no door when he just walked past. But currently, there hasn't been an appearance and disappearance of doors. You stay in the live stream room, use the official account, give some warnings to the viewers, and also remind him that the authorities are already aware of this matter. After a long silence, he spoke. At least the information he just shared is not wrong. And that's so-called evolution. Once it's confirmed he's not talking nonsense, I'll have the soldiers come to the live stream to learn. After all, who likes to fight? Yi Junsheng waved his hand. Yi Junsheng doesn't like war. He thinks no one does. If Jiang Li's method can avoid war, then what's the problem with having soldiers learn it? The only question is, where did his information come from? On Jiang Li's side, quite some time has passed, and EV is still sleeping, curled up in Jiang Li's arms. It's time to find a place to stay for the night and make preparations. Woof woof. Don't come closer. Human. Why is there a dog barking? Could it be that there are little dogs in another world? Little dogs? We're the little dogs. The puppy I gave birth to is the cutest. Clearly, the one I gave birth to upstairs is the cutest. What kind of dog is this? This is one of the official released monsters, a hellhound. The camera zooms in, and not far away, a small dog is barking at Jiang Li. Its fur is orange-yellow, with the snout, belly, and tail being cream-colored, but it has blood stains on it, making it look particularly dirty. The back and limbs have black stripes, and there are bloodstains all over its head and neck. It bares its teeth and shows a fierce expression, seeing Jiang Li getting closer. It even spits fire from its mouth, shooting towards Jiang Li. Dodging to the side to avoid the attack from the hellhound, Jiang Li stops in place. At this moment, EV is already woken up and jumps down to stand in front of Jiang Li, looking at the fierce hellhound. Bye-bye. What do you want to do? Chapter 5. Rainy Night in the Forest. Hellhound. What a strange name. I frowned at the bullet comments. Streamer, don't doubt it. It can wrap itself in flames to attack you. I've seen the official video. I have also seen it. There's a soldier whose entire arm is burned. The host should run quickly. It seems to be that one, still so agile. Now encountering a monster, why not run fast? The whole body is wrapped in flames. Wow, this Houndour will use Flare Blitz. EV, come back. This little brat is only a few levels and is going to fight with it. Woof. It's too late. Houndour has already locked onto EV, flames covering its body, arching its back and preparing to attack. But because of its injuries, its movements have slowed down a lot. EV digs a hole to hide. As Jiang Li's words fell, EV quickly dug a hole in the ground and drilled in. so fast that the people in the live broadcast room didn't react in time. Hounder's flare blitz missed its target, and just as it was about to launch another attack, it suddenly stopped, its hind legs unable to support its body, and fell down. It wasn't until Houndour stood up that Jiangli noticed the injury on its leg, which was left by a firearm. EV used Swift, try to either hurt Houndour a bit and then heal it, or directly knock it out and heal it. Jiangli chose the latter. Although Houndour's injuries were indeed caused by humans, it wasn't him who did it, and all he could do was heal Houndour while ensuring the safety of himself and EV. As expected, the injured Houndour could no longer dodge EV's attack, and due to its severe injuries, it was relying on sheer willpower and had now fainted. Bye, am I great? Awesome. Rubbing EV's head. He squatted down to look for bandages and medicine in his backpack when he saw the barrage. Well done, host. Quickly take the knife to deal with it. If you leave it alone, it won't live long anyway. Just let it be. That's a hellhound that injured a soldier. Deal with it. Didn't you hear the host call a Houndour? Damn it. Houndour, but a soldier is injured. Jiangli stopped looking at the barrage and took out bandages and medicine to treat Houndour, having to shave off some fur in certain places. Evie occasionally used its mouth to hold the medicine or bandages for Jiangli. Houndour had many injuries, and it took Jiangli an hour to bandage it completely. When he checked Houndour's condition, he saw Houndour staring at him with its eyes wide open. Wolf, I thought humans hated me. Feeling wronged. I leaned my head on Jiangli's shoulder and rubbed against it. Jiangli was afraid to touch the wounds on Katie Dog, so he carefully held it and softly said, "Be good. They don't hate you. They're just a bit scared because they haven't seen a Katie Dog before. Yes, yes. They won't hate you." After calming down Katie Dog and letting it rest its head on his lap, he looked back at the bullet comments. At this moment, the comments were polarized. One side felt Jiangli was right and pitted Katie Dog for its grievances, while the other side was cursing Jiangli, going so far as to insult his lineage. Sigh. Katie Dog, a little dog with spirit attributes of fire, can bravely confront stronger and larger opponents without fear. It has a very reliable and brave personality, barking and growling at enemies, trying to scare them away. Katie Dog is very intelligent, even smarter than a border collie. The border collie is not suitable as a police dog because it knows some things are dangerous and is afraid to do them. But Katie Dog fully trusts and fearlessly obeys its owner's commands. However, it burned a soldier's hand. I can't comment on that. Even to protect yourself and fight back when faced with danger, let alone them. By the way, officials are here. I saw you all staring at the camera. What should we do about this, Yida? Li Hongyu silently turned to look at Yi Junsheng, who had been staring at the screen since Jiangli mentioned Katie Dog's situation, remaining silent. Respond to him and see what he wants to do. Well, after getting a nod, he turned around and typed in the chat box. Jiangli Municipal Police Department. Is there something going on? Oh, the official replied. Wow, the official is watching you, the streamer. Anyone would be watching. After all, this is such a dangerous situation. Since you're watching me, you should know my information. And you must have noticed that the injured soldier's wounds are healing very slowly. Yi Junsheng's eyes widened immediately upon hearing Jiangli's words. How did he know about this? The effective medication was not working on his subordinates at all. Their recovery was particularly slow. Jiangli Municipal Police Department. Do you know what to do? Since you know my information, you should also know where I live. The special medicine for burns, bruises, and poisoning caused by spirits is in the second drawer of my kitchen cabinet. Also, my bank card is right next to the medicine. I will privately message you the password later. You can take the medicine. I will donate it to the police department. I will pay for the medical expenses of the soldier injured by Katie Dog. Upon hearing Jiangli's words, Yi Junsheng directly pushed Li Hongyu aside from in front of the computer desk. This is special medicine. The people under his command could finally get better. He typed and deleted in the chat box repeatedly, ultimately concealing his excitement and sending a more formal official response. Jiangli Municipal Police Department. Okay, got it. But why are you doing this? Gently stroking Katie Dog's fur, he softly said, "This is just a misunderstanding caused by both sides trying to protect themselves. They are not cruel or fierce, and we are not acting intentionally. If we can ease the situation a little, that would be good." For a moment, no one sent any bullet comments. Everyone became quiet. What Jiangli said was indeed a fact. The spirit was just protecting itself, and people only wanted to protect themselves as well. Both sides were not wrong. It was just that communication was difficult and worlds were different. It was unclear how long had passed when he looked at the sky. The bright sunny weather had turned into thick clouds, and it wouldn't be long before it started to rain. Oh no, this isn't good. Not to mention that I don't want to get drenched. But Katie Dog wounds can't touch water either. Carefully moving the leg Katie Dog was resting on away, Woof. Are you leaving? No, it's going to rain. We have to find a way to stay dry. Just stay here, little one. He picked up Evie with one hand. Evie was a bit dazed being lifted. After placing Evie next to Katie Dog, it was immediately wrapped in Katie Dog's embrace. Then, he took out a folding tent from his backpack and started setting it up. Isn't your backpack like Doraemon's pocket? Don't be ridiculous. He even has a blanket. Wait, what should you bring to the wild if not a tent? The main point is, how much can his backpack hold? How did he fit so many things in it? A fourth-dimensional backpack. My dream bag. I need you. But you can shrink a little and turn into a shoulder bag so I can fit a lot of small things. I set up the tent before the rain, took a quick look around, and came to the side of the dog. Evie, move aside. I will carry you carefully. I gently picked up the dog and brought it inside the tent, covering it with a blanket. I hid inside the tent with Evie, and not long after, it started to rain heavily outside. The sound of raindrops falling on the leaves made me sleepy. Jiangli leaned against the pillow, with Evie and the dog sleeping beside him, a moment of peace. He hadn't been able to calm down like this for a long time. Under the sound of rain, in a daze, he seemed to see her, the girl who clearly had the power of dreams, but after her death, was unwilling to show herself in dreams. So heartless. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the camera floating in front of him. The streamer woke up. Is the sleep so bad? It's only been 10 minutes. How come you're still crying? Wow. Still wanting to lick the streamer's face? Why did you wake up? Is this camera so good at finding the lens? Or did someone go in with him? It feels like the streamer has a lot of stories and is mysterious, but it's a pity that they got married so young. By the way, streamer, are you going to keep watching the dog? No. The recovery ability of Pokémon is very fast, as long as the nutrition is sufficient. By tomorrow morning, the dog's wound should be mostly healed. He reached out and rubbed Evie's head. The little guy had been by Jiang Li's side without sleeping, and only relaxed when he saw Jiang Li wake up. The rain is still falling. Looking at the rain outside, although it's not heavy, we can't continue moving forward. Just then, something moved in the grass outside. There's something out there. There are purple mice and a blue one that I don't know what it is. Wow. Is the streamer going to be surrounded? What do these Pokémon intend to do? Are they coming in to avoid the rain? Jiang Li said to the little Rattata and Nidarina, Lada. The little Rattata peeked out, a bit scared, but Jiang Li gave it a very comfortable feeling. It was just a bit curious, not wanting to avoid the rain. But since Jiang Li said so, it cautiously approached the tent. As soon as it stepped inside, Jiang Li wrapped it in a towel to dry off the rain. Lada, thank you. You're welcome. He rubbed the little Rattata's head, then handed it an apple, and proceeded to dry off Nidarin and Nidarina. Then he introduced them to the viewers. Little Rattata is a general-type Pokémon. It has a strong sense of vigilance and will listen for sound around it, even while sleeping. Their vitality is strong, and they have a high reproductive capacity. There's a saying that if you see one little Rattata, at least 40 others are living nearby. It has 2 big front teeth that can bite through anything to attack, and its sharp teeth can even easily bite through hardwood, since it is always growing teeth throughout its life. It needs to gnaw on hard objects to grind them down. Vigilant? Look at how unassuming it is next to the streamer. Is it vigilant? Its reproductive ability rivals that of mice. But is a mouse. If it keeps grinding its teeth, will it wear away the forest? It shouldn't, right? These two are Nidarin and Nidarina, both poison-type Pokémon. They have a special characteristic. Nidarin is only male, while Nidarina is all female. They are very vigilant, hiding in the grass and only exposing their ears to sense the surroundings. Nidarin's horn contains poison, which it uses to protect itself and females. Though small in size, it is brave in character and will fight fiercely to protect its female counterpart, regardless of its own life. Chapter 6. The Ring of Empty Blue. Nidarina has a gentle and kind personality. Due to the slow growth of its horn, it has no interest in battles and prefers close combat using claws and bites. After leaving its partner, it seems to become uneasy, and when attacked by enemies, its spines stand on end. When feeding its young, the mother will chew and soften the food before regurgitating it for them to eat. Some people believe that the horn on its forehead has degenerated to prevent it from injuring its young while feeding them. Here comes the vigilance again. Where is the vigilance? I saw them with a look of worthlessness, following you behind to protect their female partners, even at the cost of their lives. What a truly remarkable man Nidarang is. This is much better than my ex-boyfriend, who only knows how to eat, drink, and take care of his basic needs, and sometimes even annoys me. Add one more. My ex-boyfriend is really disgusting. He does nothing all day, spends my salary, and says I'm not worthy of him. Then, more and more spirits came in to escape the rain. Jiangli took the opportunity to educate netizens about some spirits that weren't encountered at noon. Jiangli also gave those spirits some energy blocks and took pictures of them. Soon it was 8 in the evening, and the rain was still falling. Looking at the tent full of spirits, Jiangli left herself just a little space to lie down and helplessly greeted the people in the live stream. All right, I should end the stream now. Good night, everyone. Ha! The streamer really has no place to sleep. Good night, streamer. No, I can watch you sleep. Poor streamer. No place to step. Haha. They're all so cute. I also want to lie in a pile of soft little spirits. Seriously, I feel that the fur of the corgi feels great to the touch, even though it has been shaved for bandaging. I glanced at the fans desperately trying to keep me, then closed the live stream without any hesitation and opened the system's exchange page. Although the medicine for the corgi isn't that great, the good healing medicine is provided by the system. It's not that there aren't excellent healing medicines, but no matter how good the medicine is, there's a certain recovery time. The difference between the quality of the medicine is just how long it takes to restore to its original appearance. If he were to use the excellent healing medicine to heal the corgi's injuries all at once, there would be no need for an explanation if there were no cameras. However, under the cameras, it's not possible right now. In every world, the items in the system's mall can be exchanged. He has been to a few worlds before. He flipped through the items he had exchanged for in the past. Control of wind and fire elements, breathing of thunder, a little bit of Taoist arts from the true immortal realm, and the 3 divine powers just given by the system. He has a lot of props and weapons, but the weapons should no longer be useful. As for the Pokeballs, Eevee has its own Pokeball, and the system also gave him 20 Pokeballs and 10 Great Balls. While Jiangli was browsing them all, he suddenly saw the status section in the system, and by some strange coincidence, he clicked in. He saw the items there, and the only item he currently had was the Sky Green Ring. 1. Recovers 1/5 of health every 10 minutes when injured, can control the grass element, can summon the grass god Eskin. 2. Will not get lost in the forest. Can find anything in the forest, trees will guide you. 3. Long-term wearing improves spiritual roots. The wood spiritual root will turn into a wood celestial spiritual root. And wood attribute spiritual energy will automatically enter the wearer's body. 4. Grass attribute spirits will naturally be close to the wearer. You can completely trust the spirits of the trees. The Sky Green Ring indeed has new attributes. Buyir. The Sky Green Ring is the wedding ring of Jiangli and Buyir. He forged it together with Buyir, who added a small piece of the World Tree's branch and a hint of the Tree King's aura into it. Every time he enters a new world, this ring always gains an additional attribute, and it also has a fixed life attribute of 48. 5 and over 100 in mastery and sub-attributes. She has always been accompanying Jiangli in her own way. How could it be so easy to forget her? Sigh, time to sleep. Looking at the sleeping Eevee and Corgi by my side, as well as the spirits surrounding me, I felt a bit better inside. At 6 in the morning, although I didn't set an alarm, my biological clock woke me up. The rain had stopped, and many spirits had already left. Seeing the peacefully sleeping Eevee and Corgi, Jiangli got up to prepare breakfast. Yesterday it rained, so I bought a folding bucket from the system and left it outside to collect some rainwater. The rain here is different from the one back home. It's clean. Silently, I turned on the camera and started making breakfast. Wow, so early? Awesome. This round is a victory for the cultivation party. Wow, the streamer woke up really early, so it turns out they really went to sleep after the broadcast yesterday. Since the streamer ended the live stream, I started playing games, and then the system reminded me that the streamer I followed started streaming. It's not even my bedtime yet. The moon doesn't tease sleep, and you don't sleep. You're a little bald baby. Early to bed and early to rise makes a person healthy. I'm still out for a morning run. I also want to buy a stand to put around my neck, so I can use my phone while helping my grandma pick vegetables. Please send a link. Don't make me beg you on my knees. I want it too. I bought it, but the other end needs to be pressed down or held by hand. Otherwise, it won't be balanced. It's fine, I have 2 phones. Good morning. I made breakfast and greeted the viewers in the live stream. Eevee and the dog have also woken up. The dog's injury has healed quite a bit, and it walked out of the tent with its head against Eevee, then lay down beside Jiangli Woof. Good morning. Bye. Good morning. The dog gets to eat first, and I'll check your wound later. I brought the prepared breakfast to the dog and Eevee. Woof. I can't take it anymore, seeing the host and others eat so deliciously, and since I haven't slept yet, I'm planning to get up for breakfast and then go back to sleep. My mom said the sun came out from the west today, and I actually got up to have breakfast. My mom didn't prepare breakfast for me at all. She said there's no way I would get up this early. She must still be dreaming. Haha, how miserable upstairs. After having a good breakfast, Jiangli checked Katie Dog's wounds. The injury on its hind leg has improved a lot. It can at least walk now. Katie Dog is recovering well. Woof woof. Happy, it rubbed against Jiangli's neck, but the next second it wasn't so happy anymore. Jiangli was packing up the tent and stove, and after washing the dishes with the water from the folding bucket, he poured it out by a nearby tree. I changed your medicine. After a while, just use fire charge to burn off the bandages on your body, and you'll be fine. Before leaving, he patted Katie Dog's head and entrusted it. He really didn't want to suddenly encounter an unknown ghost-type Pokémon, only to find it was Katie Dog with bandages on. Woof, it bit Jiang Li's clothes, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Looking at the sad Katie Dog, Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle. Do you want to come with me? Katie Dog woofed. Instantly alert, its eyes sparkled as it looked at Jiang Li, happily twirling in place. It really made me cry. Big dog, oh my big dog. I also have a Samiet. It's very well behaved. When I tell it not to bite, it doesn't bite. But because of this, it was killed by the neighborhood kids, and it didn't even bite them. The kid's mother wants me to compensate her for her son's emotional distress. Oh, it's so sad upstairs patting them. The most annoying thing is the kids and their parents. Watching the comments from netizens, Jiang Li patted the head of the dog. Katie, while moving forward, and said, actually, I think that elves will eventually enter our lives. You see, there are more and more doors. It's only a matter of time before they come into our world. So I think when they enter our world and we are a loss, it's better to make plans early. Even if nothing happens, this journey will still be a great memory, right? Has the streamer discussed it with their family? Of course. They have a family, so they must have talked to their family about it. Otherwise, how could they prepare so many things? It must be the wife who prepared it. Smiley face, brother-in-law, is awesome. How did he manage to get Jianggu a tent and an air-conditioned blanket? Why not bring the sister-in-law along? Handsome guys and beautiful girls are definitely attractive. My dad is a ride-hailing driver. Today, when he saw me watching a live stream, he told me that the streamer took his car to Lishan. The streamer has a wife and a daughter, and it seems he even had a fight with his wife over this matter. But thanks to the streamer for persuading my dad, he agreed to let me raise a puppy. Did he argue with my sister-in-law? Just then, Jiangli finally replied, it's not about this matter. That girl likes to help others and never protects herself, always getting hurt and saying it's okay. It's because of this, always getting hurt to help others, saying that I take care of her from behind, so she dares to do this. Why doesn't she think that I don't want her to get hurt? Looking ahead, she softly said, all right, enough about my personal matters. Let me show you something interesting. The camera shifted to the front, and there was nothing in the forest but trees. Nothing else at all. The streamer seemed to want to change the topic, right? I don't think so. But indeed there is nothing but trees. Could there be a spirit like a tree? That's impossible, right? Oh wait, you're right. There really is a spirit like a tree. Wow, there really is. Which tree is it? Is it the one on the left? The leaves look a bit more tender. I think it's the tree in the middle. Look, it only has 2 branches and 5 yellow dots. Can you see which tree around has yellow dots? You're right. It really is the one you guessed. The tree is a strange spirit that likes to imitate. Can you guess what its attributes are? Isn't it obvious that it's a grass type? What's there to guess? Since we were asked to guess, it shouldn't be just a simple grass type. Do you remember the streamer said that spirits can have multiple attributes? Could it be multi-attribute? Grass. I'll randomly guess grass normal. I also think it should be, I'm different. I'm rebellious. I choose fire type. Then I'll choose water type. It seems you're all prepared, so let's reveal the answer. Trico is a peculiar creature that disguises itself as a tree to avoid being attacked by enemies. But even children can see through its disguise. Why is that? It's actually because its hands are green all year round, so it gets easily recognized as a fake in winter. I never expected it to be a rock type. Trico, it's really something. Even children can't be fooled. No wonder the streamer recognized it immediately. Those who didn't come out just now are worse than kids. Gritting my teeth. If you see a tree swaying on a windless day, that's Trico. Its body structure seems to be closer to stone or rock than to plants. The surface that disguises itself as a tree isn't bark. It feels like rock. Chapter 7. The Trico Tribe. The reason Trico has soft yet strong arms is that it has been trained through maintaining the same posture for a long time, and naturally, it developed that way. Because it is a rock type, Trico hates water and has no resistance to it at all. If it gets splashed with water, it will panic and run away. If it starts to rain, it will disappear without anyone noticing. Haha, it really disappears without a trace. I am very curious about how the poor tree monster dodged the rain last night. It disappeared with a whoosh, and then whoosh, here I am again. Tree monster, are you being polite? In order to better show the viewers in the live broadcast what the tree monster looks like, Zhongli plans to let it end its disguise. Tree monster, your disguise has been seen through. You don't need to pretend anymore. The tree in front continues to sway and ignores him. It's useless to keep pretending. It still ignores him and continues to sway. Watching its twisting movements, Zhongli's forehead silently bulges with veins, And then he takes a bottle of water out of his backpack, unscrews the cap, and says, "I'll give you one last chance." It still continues to sway. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. If I didn't know this was a spirit, it would feel like the host is going crazy talking to the air alone. I shake and sway, but I just won't listen. Taking me to the dance hall. I'm definitely the best dancer there. Look how angry the streamer is. The veins are popping out. This should be called a weird talent tree, not a talented weird tree. Wait, seems like there's nothing wrong. Haha. Seeing its stubbornness, Jiangli pretended to splash water on the talented weird tree, and then in the next second, the water didn't get splashed out, and the tree continued to sway in a different spot. Splashing water towards it again, dodging, splashing water, dodging, splashing water, dodging. Haha. I can't take it anymore. It's killing me with laughter. My mom asked me why I was laughing so hard at the computer. When she came over to see, my dad asked why we were both laughing at the computer. Help, I can't stop laughing. They dodged so fast. At first, it was just fake water splashing. But then the host got pressured and really started splashing water. Finally, the last bit of water in the bottle splashed onto the tree monster. So it wasn't a waste after all. Huh, why is that guy still standing there? Wait a minute. It seems like the host splashed another tree monster. Looking closely, there was a whole crowd around. Wow, I was just focused on the streamer and didn't notice anything else. However, when the water was splashed just now, all but the one targeted got splashed too. Facing the fierce wind, EV, it's strange to face a group of tree monsters that have turned aggressive. Jiangli had no choice but to look at EV innocently. Don't worry, little buddy, it confidently assured Jiangli. It's still a kid, streamer, you beast. You can't be planning to let little EV take them on, right? No way. With so many of them, how could it possibly win? Streamer, you should hurry and run with EV and Houndour. Little buddy, don't be so confident. There are a whole bunch of them. How should I put it? Don't just blame me. My EV situation is a bit special. I'll explain once we sort this out. As he spoke, he turned the hour hand on his watch, and the camera conveniently focused on the watch's surface. The watch had 18 strange symbols, and the hour hand was pointing to a symbol resembling a droplet of water. Suddenly, a blue light flashed across the surface and entered EV's body, causing it to erupt with blue light. The light had been seen by viewers before. It was the light of evolution. As the light faded, everyone saw EV's body turn blue, its fur disappearing to reveal a smooth surface, a white ring appearing around its neck, two fin-like ears sprouting, and deep blue stripes extending to its tail, which now had fins like a fish. Water EV, use rain dance. Mio following Jiang Li's command. Water EV tilted its head and howled at the sky. Soon, dark clouds gradually covered the sky, and distant thunder could be heard. The previously aggressive tree monsters began to panic. They could clearly feel the increase in moisture in the air. Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, they dashed around in a flurry, allowing Jiang Li to relax. But one thing was very strange. Why were the tree monsters appearing here? Moreover, the tree monsters would usually disappear quietly when it rained. It was said they disappeared, but in fact, they just ran quickly to hide from the rain. With such a large group, it was impossible that they didn't have a fixed place to seek shelter. Yet they prefer to hide under individual trees instead of running to a cave. It was likely that a powerful Pokémon had occupied the cave, making it impossible for them to return. But last night, there were still young ones among them. Houndour, use Sunny Day. Woof. Thinking of this, Jiangli quickly commanded Houndour to disperse the dark clouds summoned by Water EV. Houndour was at a much higher level than EV, making it easier to use its skills. And soon the sun came out. Mio, Water EV looked puzzled. It had just needed to summon water, so why was it no longer necessary? Good job, you did great. But the situation has changed. I don't understand. What is the situation? My fluffy little EV is gone. Why did it turn out like this? Winky face, it should be an evolution, but I finally managed to make those tree monsters hide under the trees. Why did the streamer make it sunny again? Am I the only one who cares that a Pokémon skill can change the weather? I also think it's amazing that one skill can change the weather. Jiangli walked to the front of the tree spirit group, and one tree spirit blocked his way. This tree spirit had thicker branches and looked like it should be the leader of the group. Don't be nervous. Listen to me. I mean no harm. I just want to let your companion out of disguise to have a good chat. Hushua, what do you want to do? Make a deal. Hushua, your cave for shelter from the rain must have been taken over by a stronger elf, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here. Hushua, that's true. What's the problem? Make a deal, cooperate with me on some things, and I'll help you drive that elf away. Hushua. The tree leader pondered for a moment and agreed to Jiangli. After all, they had nothing to lose, and they needed to take back their cave, which was an important shelter during migration. The tree spirits didn't originally live here, but every rainy season forced them to find a larger place to avoid the rain. This remote area had few elves coming by and was close to their habitat, making it a good spot for them to hide during the rainy season. However, unexpectedly, at the end of the rainy season, a Tyrannosaurus Rex discovered their cave, and the tree spirits couldn't fight it off and were driven out of the cave. By the way, host, what are those pot-like things the tree spirits are holding? Are they also elves? They keep crying nonstop. Just now, those tree spirits also immediately held them close, afraid that raindrops would fall on them. They must be scared, right? They're crying so pitifully. Indeed, they're crying terribly. How did the host know that the tree spirits' cave was occupied? It should be deduction. Are you Conan up there? The reason I know is that, as I just mentioned, they disappear silently when it rains, but it's impossible for them to completely vanish. At most, they hide in the cave. Disappearing just means they ran a bit faster. A single tree spirit knows to find a cave to hide from the rain, let alone such a large group. Seeing the comments, Jiangli explained the reason he discovered this situation. Also, you mentioned that pot-like thing. Just like humans and animals, elves have an instinct to protect their young, which is normal. Wait, young, this little guy won't evolve into a tree spirit, will it? A pot plant evolving into a tree is possible. Ha ha. Then what should we call this little guy? Seedling spirit? That's close. This type of elf is called a pot spirit. Tree spirit, pot spirit. No problem. By the way, they're still crying. Are they really that afraid of water? Pot spirit, rock-type pot plant elf. Pot spirits are very afraid of water because if their bodies get too damp, they will die directly. Wow. Will they cry themselves to death if they keep crying like this? Shouldn't that be the case? Look, the tree spirits are comforting them. It really seems possible. Shouldn't that be the case? Haha, it's not like that. Looking at the comments, Jiangli couldn't help but laugh. If that were the case, they wouldn't be crying anymore. Just like animals, elves also have their own instincts. They will subconsciously do things that are good for themselves. Just like how pot spirits keep crying. They rely on crying to expel excess moisture from their bodies to regulate their internal moisture balance, which is similar to our sweat. Moreover, the drier the place they are in, the duller the green balls on their heads, indicating that the environment is drier. But the balls on their heads are so green. Something bad isn't going to happen, is it? Hurry up and cry. Please don't let anything happen. My goodness. They were driven out yesterday, and it rained all night last night. The bonsai monster is so weird, protecting the pot monster underneath. That's the water they fear the most. Is there any way the streamer can help them? Cardigu, use sunny day again. Woof. Howling to the sky, the sunlight becomes stronger, and the bonsai monsters hurriedly lift the pot monsters higher so they can better absorb the sun. Time proves that this method is effective. After a while, a few pot monsters have stopped crying. However, it's a bit tough for Jiangli, who is now sweating profusely and has taken off his jacket to sit in a cool spot waiting for the pot monsters to recover. Mio seeing Jiangli sweating. The water EV approaches him. The water EV is cool to the touch, which feels very nice. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiangli begins to introduce the water EV to everyone. The water EV is one of the 3 more common evolution types among the 8 EV evolutions. The water EV has the power to control water freely and likes to reside by clear waters. However, due to the fins on its tail, some people have mistaken it for a mermaid. How could they think that? Here, it's even more ridiculous. They mistook a manatee for a mermaid. I don't know what they were thinking. Rumors like 3 men make a tiger come from such misunderstandings. The cells of the water EV are similar to water molecules and can dissolve in water. Additionally, its fish fins can sense water molecules if it starts to tremble slightly. It won't be long before it rains heavily. Water molecules. H2O. It's a water EV baby that can drink water. Hee hee, little water EV baby. Be good and let Annie drink you up. Hee hee. Chapter 8. Pokémon experiment looking at the pot monsters that have settled down. I let Cardigu cancel the sunny day status. It was too hot. I took energy cubes from my backpack to share with the bonsai monsters and pot monsters since they've been homeless since last night and probably haven't eaten much. Meow. The water EV looks tempted, jumping up and pawing at Jiangli's clothes. Woof. Cardigu is wagging its tail beside him, indicating it wants to eat too. Don't worry. I won't forget any of you. I took out energy cubes for Cardigu and EV from a small pocket in my backpack. First feeding it to Cardigu, since the EV's energy cubes need to be broken into smaller pieces. Before that, Jiangli took a few photos of the water EV, then switched the pointer back to the normal type, and the water EV immediately turned back into an EV. Wow, Annie's little EV is finally back. Fluffy, my fluffy little EV. Is this a de-evolution? Is there such a thing? Wow, Pokémon quand tu évolves? It's not de-evolution. My EV situation is a bit special, and I'll explain it to you all later. I broke the energy cubes into small pieces to feed the little EV that couldn't wait any longer. I estimate that the transformation consumed quite a bit of energy. The EV stood on Jiang Li's crossed legs, using its front paws to nudge Jiang Li's hand while eating the energy cubes. Does anyone remember the situation about EV that I introduced at the beginning? I remember. It's EV, right? It seems to be the Pokémon with the most evolution types, with 8 different evolutions. But I recall the streamer had 18 different patterns on their dial, right? Yeah. Isn't it supposed to be 8 evolution types? It seems everyone remembers clearly that EV indeed only has 8 evolution types. However, my EV is a bit different. Last night, when Jiang Li was checking the system information, they saw that their EV was a failed product of some heartless experimenters. If it weren't for the system revamping and saving it, it would have been gone by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Li rubbed the little EV's head. Why was this little guy so pitiful? EV is a rare Pokémon that can evolve into various forms. It has unbalanced and unstable genetic traits. Using a Fire Stone, it can evolve into Flareon. Using a Water Stone, it can evolve into Vaporeon. And using a Thunderstone, it can evolve into Jolteon. These 3 evolution types are quite common. Additionally, when reaching a certain level of affection and bond with EV, it can evolve into Espeon during the day and Umbreon at night. When it learns Fairy-type moves, it can evolve into Sylveon, which is the most beautiful evolution type that EV knows. There are also 2 other types, which can only evolve into Leafeon and Glaceon at specific locations, or by using rare Leaf Stones and Ice Stones. Wow, there's so many evolution types for EV. That's amazing. But what do you mean your EV is different? Could it really have 18 evolution types? Don't say if it really depends on that dial. It might be possible. Indeed, 18 attributes, 18 evolution types, no problem. But just now, the streamer said EV only has 8 evolution types. They also mentioned that their little EV is different. Have you ever thought that there are humans in the Pokémon world? But I can be sure that because of their lack of appreciation and self-destruction, this world only has the existence of Pokémon. How can you be so sure? The streamer must have their own methods. After all, they had a little EV from the start. That's true, and they know about the little EV's special situation. Oh, stop arguing. Just listen to the streamer. Exactly why argue? Isn't someone explaining? Just like in our world where there are human experiments. People in the past also experimented on Pokémon, especially EV, which has unstable genes and multiple evolution types, was a key subject of these experiments. Wow. No wonder the streamer said that lack of appreciation and self-destruction are deserved. The people I dislike the most in this life are those who conduct human experiments. How can they bear to experiment on such cute little Pokémon? The ones upstairs are quite soul-crushing. Indeed, some people don't deserve to be human. Ahem. I'm talking about some people who self-destruct, but there are also many who love and cherish Pokémon. Otherwise, Pokémon wouldn't be willing to get along with humans, right? If they were treated badly from the start. That's true as well. Just like humans, there are good and bad. Originally, the people in the Pokémon world should be like that too, right? But they still came out. Why? Perhaps they're just a part of it. Here to join us. But wouldn't that cause chaos? But isn't that obvious? How they treat us is how we treat them. If the soldiers are vigilant towards them, they will be vigilant too. If the streamer is tolerant and kind to them, they will be friendly towards the streamer too. Indeed, I feel the same way. How I treat people depends entirely on how others treat me. My little EV was used for experiments when it was still an egg. Various elemental and attribute stones were injected into the egg. If it weren't for a friend of mine helping, the little EV in front of me wouldn't be so cute right now. It would have been a monster like its siblings with a deformed body, spikes in some places, and fish fins in others. Rubbing EV's head, the little guy still didn't understand and happily rubbed against his cheek. The little Arcanine is quite grown up. It can understand Jiang Li's words. Although it doesn't know the meaning of experiments, it understands that it's not a good thing and licked the little EV's fur with care. Thanks to my friend's help, EV's genes were stabilized. Now I can use this dial in my hand to adjust it to evolve into 18 different evolution types. Although this situation is great, if it weren't for this incident, there wouldn't be a special EV born. I would rather it just be an ordinary EV. Boo-hoo. Those who conduct human and animal experiments are all neurotic. My poor little EV, come here for a hug. Sob sob. My poor little EV. People like this should just go away. If it weren't for the streamer and his friends, EV wouldn't have turned into such a terrifying form. However, there will still be animal testing. It can't be stopped. For example, it's the same as using beagle dogs to test newly developed drugs. Remember, many of our current medications come from experiments on animals and test subjects. We must not forget these people and animals. Soon it will be dark. Fortunately, it isn't raining tonight. Otherwise, the tree monsters and the pot monsters would be in trouble. At the scheduled time, Jiangli closed the live stream, giving his blanket to a few little creatures and the pot monster. Jiangli had to cover himself with his coat to sleep. After a night of rest, the tree monsters and pot monsters had made some recovery. Although it is the rainy season and the sunny weather helped thanks to the Cardi dog, it is still better to quickly reclaim their cave from the rain. Are you feeling better? Then let's go. Hushua, you are a good person. That iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is not easy to deal with. You can still leave now. We will find another place to hide from the rain. It's fine, it's fine. Since we promised you, we will definitely keep our word. Hushua. Okay, then please follow us. Following the tree monsters, they soon saw a cliff. Walking along the cliff, a cave large enough to accommodate all the tree monsters appeared in front of the camera. Guarding the entrance of the cave was a drill horn rhino, while the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus stood like a sentinel at the door. Jiang Li and the others had to hide around the corner. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, with rock and ground attributes, had a drill on its head. The female's drill is noticeably smaller, and this one is clearly a male iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The first dual-type Pokémon. Wow, it's so strong. It looks so tall and terrifying. Can we really win? Eevee and Cartydog are so much smaller in comparison. The tail of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus can sweep down a building in one hit, and its body is protected by armored skin. Even cannons can't harm it at all. Moreover, it has tough skin that doesn't even feel the heat of lava, but that also makes it sluggish. Its horn can easily crush diamond, and it drills through rocks like a drill bit, carving tunnels. So powerful. Oh my gosh. So scary. Some Pokémon are really impressive. What should we do if they invade? Actually, it's simple. Just build a good relationship with the Pokémon, like the streamer does. When bad Pokémon cause trouble, we can ask our Pokémon for help and use magic to defeat magic. Great idea. Has the official team seen this? Report it quickly. The earlier we report, the sooner we get approval. It's so strange. Since it can dig tunnels by itself, why does it want to steal the tree monster's cave? Yeah, why steal? It could just dig its own. Some people are just like that. They could easily get something but still choose to take from others. After seeing the netizens discuss the outcome they wanted, Jiang Li slowly spoke. No, it's not that it likes to take from others. Look closely. This iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has an injured horn. Following Jiang Li's words, everyone noticed that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus indeed had an injury on its horn. Although it was not very obvious, because of the injury, it had lost the ability to dig tunnels itself. I remember now. Isn't this the Tyrannosaurus that destroyed a military artillery vehicle? If the Arcanine can run around here, so can they. What should we do? How we fight this? Should we hope it hates humans even more? But is there any other way? It already hates humans a lot. Just then, the Arcanine tugged at Jiang Li's clothes with its mouth and whined. What's wrong? Is it your companion? Woof from the Arcanine. Jiang Li learned that the armored Tyrannosaurus fought with the military to protect the injured Arcanine, and in the process, it got hurt. After the military left, the Arcanine planned to leave the area out of fear that they would come back, but they ended up getting separated from the armored Tyrannosaurus on the way. If they hadn't encountered Jiang Li, it would have been dead by now. After that battle, many of them were injured when they arrived here, and the Arcanine was the most severely hurt, yet it ended up getting separated. Looking at the armored Tyrannosaurus, it probably thought the Arcanine was already gone. From the perspective of the live stream, if Jiang Li and the others went out now, they would likely be killed. However, someone didn't take it to heart and said to the Arcanine, I can handle this. Do you remember how many soldiers you injured? I'm afraid my savings won't be enough for compensation. Jiang Ge, is this really the right time to be concerned about this? I think it's quite important, after all. It's about money. You can take my life, but you can't touch my money? Haha, suddenly found it funny. Don't you want to leave some for your wife and daughter? If you donate everything, how will you live? Are you waiting for me to crowdfund? The person upstairs made a good point. We can't rely entirely on the streamer. Let's crowdfund too. Chapter 9. Making a decision. As soon as Jiang Li finished talking about the medication, Yi Junsheng pulled Li Hongyu and rushed out. He didn't know where Jiang Li's home was. Sir, wait. We don't have a search warrant. Li Hongyu anxiously pulled back the hasty Yi Junsheng, fearing he would trespass into someone's home. Idiot, they allowed it. How can we be trespassing? Yi Junsheng slapped Li Hongyu on the back of the head. If it weren't for not knowing the way, he definitely wouldn't have brought him along. As he thought about his team, still suffering from illness, Yi Junsheng wished he could fly over. All right, let us hurry up then. He ran back, grabbed his computer, and dashed out. What are you still holding that broken computer for? Yi Junsheng caught up, wishing he could knock him down if it weren't for needing him to navigate. Don't I need to supervise the situation? I still have to write an observation report, and Brother Jiang hasn't sent the password yet, Li Hongyu said. feeling a bit confused. He had to write the report, and if he missed something, he would get scolded by Captain Yang. Yi Junsheng simply ignored him and pulled him into the car. Just as he wanted to ask for directions, he heard, "The map is navigating for you. Turn right and go straight at the next intersection." Turning around, he met someone's innocent gaze. "Sir, hurry up." Li Hongyu fastened his seatbelt, sitting in the passenger seat, with his phone on loudspeaker in the middle. "You're making me look stupid." Yi Junsheng felt a surge of anger, but didn't waste time. Flooring the gas pedal and speeding off, they rushed down the road. And if it weren't for Li Hongyu grabbing a police siren, they would have definitely been stopped by traffic police. How could this big shot drive so recklessly? Li Hongyu wasn't idle either. He immediately called the apartment manager. They still needed to get the key, otherwise it would be considered breaking and entering. "Hello, is this Officer Li? What is the matter?" "Brother Young, can you please grab the key for room 607 upstairs and bring it down? I've been waiting downstairs with the key. Didn't he expect you to come? My son is watching a live stream and said if we raise a merino sheep, we won't have to pay electricity bills anymore." "I should have agreed to that kid's dog raising suggestion earlier," Brother Yang said, laughing. "Ahaha, kids will like whatever they see. That's not the problem. You just give a dog food, but if I raise a sheep, I have to buy hay, shear it, and fortunately it doesn't have that much wool after it evolves." "Aha, we're almost there. See you later, Brother Yang." He hung up quickly. Manager Yang, who seemed so meticulous, surprisingly had a strong capacity for acceptance. Many young people were still in the Streamer-S live room, greeting their parents. If they found out about the Streamer-S situation later, would they feel as guilty as the big shot? Just thinking about it was amusing. Later, he would request the captain to dispatch more police, after all. The streamer was working hard for the peace between elves and humans. The police station would help find the Streamer-S wife and daughter, which was something they should do anyway. Soon, the car arrived at the parking space downstairs, which his parents had bought for him, saying he needed to buy the car himself with his meager salary. He remembered when a few Annies occupied the parking for their small electric scooters. Usually, it wasn't a big deal, but once a friend drove over and asked them to move, and they started cursing. When he showed his police badge, they all rode off faster than anyone. As soon as he got out of the car, he didn't TC Yang Ihue and then heard someone shouting, "Officer Li, I'm up here at the entrance of 607. Looking up, indeed Brother Yang was waving at him. "How can you be so nosy at your age? So curious." He brought Yi Junsheng into the elevator. Yi Junsheng hurriedly pressed the 6th floor, but the elevator didn't move. Seeing his anxious look, Li Hongyu nervously tapped the sensor on the keychain. Seeing Li Hongyu's trembling figure, Yi Junsheng realized he had lost his composure and cleared his throat to calm down. As soon as they exited the elevator, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance of 607 with several familiar faces. "So you all skipped work to stay home and watch the live stream today, huh? Bro, it's Saturday. You're the only one on duty." Li Hongyu rolled his eyes at him. This neighbor always liked to tease him, although they usually got along well. "Isn't it the beginning of the month?" he muttered softly. If it weren't for the beginning of the month, he might also be lying in bed watching short videos. "All right, no entry for idle people." Yi Junsheng immediately put on a serious demeanor. The crowd understood and made way for them to go to 607. After Yang Ihue opened the door, following Jiang Li's instructions, they quickly found the medication left by Jiang Li, along with a bank card beside it. Yi Junsheng didn't even glance at the bank card, taking the medication and turning to leave. "Huh, aren't you taking the bank card?" Li Hongyu looked at Yi Junsheng with some confusion. "The medical expenses will be covered by the state. We don't need his compensation. Having this medication is enough. As for the money in the card, let him keep it. That was probably saved little by little while he was looking for his missing wife, and he still had to find his wife and daughter later. The state could afford this little bit of reserve. With the researchers assuring the safety of the medication, they would first let those willing to use the medication try it." Seeing his subordinates no longer in pain, Yi Junsheng remained silent, and then immediately drove back to the military district. "Why are you back now?" Yangqi glanced at him, seeing his grandson, who should have returned in the morning, but had delayed until dusk. "Grandpa, do you know about the live stream? You saw that live stream too?" Today, the military district was quite chaotic because of that live stream. In the stream, those fierce monsters against the army were so friendly to Jiang Li. "Yeah, I think it makes sense. Do you also believe those things? At least for now, everything he has done is right. The medicine he gave me has a significant effect on those wounds, and if it weren't for the gun misfiring, that cardi dog wouldn't have attacked them." After saying all this in one breath, Yi Junsheng was a bit excited. He paused, looking at his grandfather, who he knew was quite traditional, and said quietly, "If we can avoid war, bloodshed, injury, and sacrifice, Why can't we give it a try? At least for us, it wouldn't be a big loss. Watching his silent grandfather, he understood that his grandfather was listening. He was thinking, he was considering. I'll think about it. Yi Yanqi paused for a moment, unable to deny that if there was no sacrifice, just trying to get closer and retreating at the first sign of danger, why not? Yi Junsheng opened his computer and entered the live stream. Inside the stream, the elves were slowly gathering in the tent where Jiangli was to avoid the rain. Jiangli was surrounded by a group of elves, while the terrifying hellhound lay obediently in a corner, resting under an air conditioning blanket. The entire office was filled with Jiang Li's voice introducing the elves from the live stream. Watching Jiang Li interact well with the elves, Yi Yanqi slowly made a decision. You first pick a group of people to try to understand the magic and the elves. As for the injured ones, don't tell them for now. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it. It's already too late. They've seen the live stream while doing nothing in the hospital. Don't underestimate the soldiers under my command. At least no one has died. They can just consider their injuries as payment for that misfired bullet. Those little brats. Is that medicine effective? It's very effective. That's good. Didn't you say this kid has a wife and children? Why is he still so impulsive? He doesn't even think about his parents and wife and kids. He's an orphan, and his wife and children are missing. Seeing his grandfather also putting on a guilty expression, Yi Junsheng felt comfortable. He watched the comments in the live stream, criticizing Jiang Li for being too impulsive and not thinking about his family. He was curious about their expressions when they found out. Before that, he needed to strengthen the personnel and see if they could help find his wife and daughter. Military hospital. Damn it, I really should be cursed. Why did the gun misfire at that time? Lu Jianyi had always liked big dogs, and when he saw the corgi in the live stream, he was quite excited. What a handsome corgi. Why did the gun misfire at that moment? Fortunately, the streamer saved him. Now, everyone in their ward was watching the live stream, regretting that if they had been a bit nicer back then, this majestic corgi might have followed them, and their brothers wouldn't have been injured, saving so much equipment and medicine. They had been in pain for so many days. Everyone was wondering if they had killed an elf. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for the streamer to deal with those elves. These matters should be left to professionals, Jiang Li, to handle. Amen. Wishing the streamer good luck. Will their injuries heal? When could they go back inside? When could they see that corgi again? They had to apologize properly. Lying in bed, Lu Jianyi thought about it and fell asleep. The wow no longer ached, and today was definitely the most peaceful sleep he had this month. He even dreamed that if what the streamer said was true, the two worlds would merge. And he could raise a corgi, a big dog he had longed for since childhood, with cool skills and absolute loyalty, more suitable as a police dog than other breeds. His heart ached even more. Why did the gun misfire at that time? Now he would rather the gun had misfired later and shot himself than at that moment. That beautiful, loyal, cool big dog had just left him sob. Chapter 10. The angry ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was patrolling the cave entrance. After all, the place where they lived before was very safe, but the sudden appearance of humans injured its friends and family. Now its friend, the corgi, was still missing. Woof! Ho! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's eyes lit up when it saw the corgi, and it hugged it, crying non-stop. The people in the live stream were left speechless seeing their condition. They had been living well, but because of the intrusion of humans, it had turned out like this. Woof woof. The corgi was constantly comforting the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was dirty, covered in mud and leaves from rolling on the ground. Seeing it carelessly messing up its fur, Jiang Li felt heartbroken. He would have to give it a bath later. He would find a river for it to wash with EV or wait for the next rain. Watching the corgi easily return to the organization, Jiang Li felt relieved. After all, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus couldn't possibly win against them. Its fur was too tough, and fighting would only make the situation worse. The first step now was to understand the situation inside. The fact that the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was injured and guarding outside meant that the elves inside were very important to it. The corgi was responsible for scouting the enemy. If he could use healing elves as bargaining chips, he just hoped that when the time came, he wouldn't get hit by a powerful attack right away. Although he wasn't defenseless, having survived the demon war. Thinking of this, Jiang Li glanced at the camera and thought, forget it, don't think about these things anymore. System. Exchange the map. I want to see where there's a river. After all, taking water from the backpack all the time isn't practical. Soon, a familiar map appeared in his eyes. Every world needed to be exchanged for a map, and the system was stingy. Level 1 only showed terrain. And only after leveling up would other resources appear. But this time seemed different. Various resources, ores, trees, and fruits appeared in his view. Although the chaotic information was massive, having experienced it for over 1,000 years, he was already used to it and could organize it skillfully. What's going on? Did you send the wrong goods? This task is equivalent to the host creating their own retirement world. So it's like you've activated a cheat. Got it? Even if you go out now, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus won't do anything to you, as the system has raised your affinity to max otherwise. You thought the corgi waking up wouldn't either bite your neck or complain to you after all these years. Can't you make some progress? Not bad after all. We're just witnesses and helpers, and I don't need to be too serious. After so many years, you're still so unserious. Besides you, there's no one else. Clearly, you were so serious in front of the Tree King and while taking care of the Grass God. Hey, wait, is there Z crystal in this cave? Wow, so this is considered the Alola region? No, it's a mixture of various regions. Also, don't change the subject. Wow, looking at the Tree Guardian leader beside him, Zhongli sighed helplessly, thinking at least you're the guardian Pokémon of the Z crystal. How can you be so useless? Host, even the Overlord has strengths and weaknesses. Have you ever thought that it might not have even realized there's Z crystal inside? It really could be, not thinking about anything else. Zhongli focused on looking inside the cave. He could see many injured elves. The key was that this map actually used health bars to indicate the injury status of the elves. Fortunately, most of those inside were not severely injured. The one with the worst injury was a young, ironclad Rhydon, barely hanging on. No wonder the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was so angry. Its cub was about to die. How could it not be angry? There were at least 7 or 8 types of elves inside, 4 of which had been introduced, and their injuries were not severe. It was likely that the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had blocked the attacks for them, but didn't manage to protect its own child. Woof! Just then, the corgi ran out. It had just seen the tragic state of its friend, the ironclad Rhydon, and knew it couldn't hold on anymore. It quickly ran out, wanted to find Zhongli to help treat its friend. If it weren't for the ironclad Rhydon blocking the attacks in a critical moment, how could it have survived to wait for Zhongli to save it? Ho! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus felt a surge of anger upon hearing that the catty dog wanted to find a human to treat its child. It's because of humans that its child ended up like this. How could it possibly trust them again? Is it really just running out to find Streamer? Is the catty dog trying to harm the Streamer? It really has no conscience. You don't know what's happening inside. What if it's an important friend? Besides, the catty dog is just in a moment of panic. Okay, why are you arguing? We should be worried about what to do with the Streamer. I want to Jiangge. You're risking your life just walking out like this. No, I can't look anymore. Ho! With the roar of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Huge sharp stones gathered around its body and attacked in the direction of Zhongli. The armored Tyrannosaurus, which was attacked by sharp stones, is not at a higher level than the Katy dog. It can fight back. The Katy dog used the big character explosion. Woof! Flames spewed out from its mouth, forming a large character, and the flames collided with the sharp stones, instantly exploding. Woof woof. He is not that kind of person. It's all a misunderstanding. Ho! How can I believe that? Looking at the Katy dog, you should know that the Katy dog that got separated from you the day before yesterday is probably not in a better condition than your child, right? Zhongli squatted down and rubbed the Katy dog's fur to comfort it. Why don't we start with you? First, let us treat your horn. If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't start by treating your strongest part, right? After saying this, apart from the Katy dog's advice, no one spoke. The tree spirits also silently walked to Zhongli's side. He had helped them, and they couldn't let their benefactor be in danger without helping. The viewers in the live broadcast room swallowed hard. If anything went wrong, it would be over. Woof! Under the Katy dog's advice, the armored Tyrannosaurus sat down. It didn't mean it trusted Zhongli. Although it liked the affinity Zhongli exuded, it didn't dare to gamble. But if it didn't take a gamble now, its child's life would be lost. It might as well gamble with itself. The Katy dog trusted that human. It would help that human persuade it because of trust. If that human harmed itself, trust would be gone. Then even if something happened to itself, the stronger Katy dog wouldn't let him harm its companions. The Katy dog previously needed to protect itself just because its fur wasn't as tough and resistant as its own. Thinking of this, the armored Tyrannosaurus simply sat down, allowing Zhongli to treat its horn, closing its eyes and humming unhappily. There is no need to be so unhappy. Zhongli smilat helplessly, ignoring the warnings in the comments, taking out medicine and bandages from his backpack to bandage it. Because you don't have much time here, and you need to feel the effects. The medicine I'm giving you is better. Once you feel your horn doesn't hurt anymore, some smaller Pokémon can climb up and help you take off the bandages. These are biodegradable, so it's okay to just throw them away. Alright. After wrapping several circles of bandages, he finally tied a bow. Puahaha. It instantly looked so cute. Host, how come you're so skilled at tying bows? Ha ha. It seems you've tied your daughter's hair in a bows quite a bit. Ah. The armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly became less scary. Help. This bow is so funny. Suddenly, I want to see what the host's daughter looks like. She must be very cute. The armored Tyrannosaurus couldn't see the bow on its head, but it could feel that its horn was much more comfortable now and no longer ached subtly. Can I go in now? Ho! Instantly happy, its eyes squinted, and it put an arm around Jiangli's shoulder, pulling him inside. Jiangli had to bend over and lower his head, forcing a smile as he followed the armored Tyrannosaurus inside. Ah, the host's old back. To be honest, these Pokémon are so naive. They trust the host just like that. They trust you, but you have to say they're naive. What if they're hard to coax later? You'll have to say they're difficult to serve, and it must be bloodshed to make it good, right? Can't expect anything good. The camera followed Jiangli inside, and the scene below left the viewers stunned. Inside the cave were 7 or 8 types of Pokémon. 3 or 4 of them huddled together, with several types of Pokémon that Jiangli had introduced before. When he introduced them, those lively Pokémon happily followed Jiangli, but the injured and weak Pokémon inside the cave looked so pitiful in comparison. When those Pokémon saw Jiangli come in, they all silently shrank into the corners, huddling together, fearfully looking at Jiangli, afraid he would take out strange weapons like those green people. At the back, a small armored rhinoceros was not much bigger than a Katy dog. It should just be a cub. Jiangli took out medicine from his bag. The armored rhinoceros was very dirty. He took out a small folding basin, poured in a bottle of water, and muttered softly, "Only 1 bottle of water left. Only 1 bottle of water left. Host, you don't have to be so clean. If you don't, there won't be any water left to drink later." Exactly. What if there's no water to drink later? But looking at this Pokémon so dirty, what if it gets infected if it's not cleaned? It indeed needs to be cleaned. But what should the host do if there's no water left? If there's no water to drink, we'll find water. If it gets infected here, that would be good, Jiangli said while wiping the mud and dirt off the armored rhinoceros. After cleaning it, he disinfected the wounds and bandaged it. There was no way. The armored rhinoceros only had a layer of skin left. Jiangli took out excellent medicine from his backpack to use on it, then bandaged it up. The bandaging looked quite scary, but the wound was healed, just couldn't let the viewers notice. The armored rhinoceros, the ground and rock type, is the pre-evolution state of the horned rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros has a very small brain, enough to think about one thing. Once it starts to charge, it forgets everything, even why it ran. However, it still has great strength, capable of smashing high-rise buildings. Even if it crashes into steel blocks, it's fine. But this armored rhinoceros is still small, and its skin is not too tough yet. An adult armored rhinoceros is about 1 meter tall and weighs 115 kilograms. Fortunately, after a while, the armored rhinoceros's wound had improved a lot, and it gradually woke up from its confusion. Upon seeing Jiangli, it instantly became alert, but fortunately, the armored Tyrannosaurus blocked it, and the Katy dog was also explaining. "See, saw the Tangju. It's good that you're okay. You still need a rest. I'll go treat the other Pokémon first." Chapter 11. The recipe for backpacks and Pokeballs. Walking over to those injured Pokémon, they cautiously peeked their heads out while Jiangli was bandaging the armored rhinoceros, fearing Jiangli would do something to the injured armored rhinoceros. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," he said softly, then carefully picked up the outermost one, which was injured more severely, a Clefairy. Nini, the little guy suddenly being picked up, was a bit scared and struggled. Jiangli helplessly thought of putting it down first when Eevee suddenly ran over. Woogie woogie ni woogie. Soon, Clefairy stopped struggling and obediently let Jiangli bandage it. Their injuries weren't too severe. It was probably thanks to the help of the armored Tyrannosaurus. So there were no casualties this time. The only 2 endangered, the Katy dog and the armored rhinoceros, were also saved by Jiangli. Because the door had only appeared for 2 months and it needed discussion and negotiation, there weren't many people brought in. The injured Pokémon in Huaxia were only this batch, over a dozen Pokémon, and with the help of an armored Tyrannosaurus, there wasn't too much damage done. There was still some to save. Unlike the free country over there, where everyone ran in with guns, the Pokémon there must have been severely injured. TSK, troublesome. Nini, oh. After treating the wounds, Clefairy had completely trusted Jiangli, following closely behind him. At this moment, the original tail Eevee was not happy. With good intentions, "I comforted you, and once you felt better, you started to take my spot. I can tolerate it from Cattle Dog, but not from you, Eevee." Nini, being scolded by Eevee made the little guy even more scared, and he pitifully hid behind Jiangli. What's wrong with you two?" Jiangli, who was still treating little Rada, looked back at the two little ones with some confusion. Bye, shaking head to indicate nothing. And I, looking at him pitifully. Huh? The host looks confused. It's Evie. I didn't do anything. Yes, didn't have time to do anything. This spot, tailing, is mine. No one can take it. Hoo. It's me, Pippi. I don't know anything. Help, there's good tea upstairs. All right, stop messing around. I'll play with you later. Jiangli rubbed Evie's little head. Bye. With a powerful jump, Evie leaped directly onto Jiangli's shoulder. Good guy smiled helplessly and continued to help treat the Pokémon. Seeing that he was allowed, Evie happily rubbed against his cheek. Wow, he's so spoiled. I can imagine how the host spoils his daughter. Will his wife get jealous? Why do you think those two would get jealous? Ridiculous. Suddenly, I'm really curious about the host's home situation. Just watch the live stream. Don't always think about their home. Exactly. Don't always pry into their family matters. Finally, Jiangli finished bandaging all the Pokémon, gave them some energy cubes, and looked at the seemingly rainy weather outside. Remembering the Trevenant waiting outside, he hurriedly explained the situation to Tyrantrum. Upon hearing that it was because he occupied their nest that nearly caused their cubs to be in danger, Tyrantrum awkwardly scratched his head. The next second, the horn on his head quickly started to spin. His horn used good medicine, and since the injury wasn't severe, it was almost healed. Tyrantrum planned to expand the cave so that the Trevenant could take shelter from the rain with them. You work hard. I'll let Cattle Dog hold up the sunny weather first. Ho! With a loud shout, the horn spun even faster, and the rapidly spinning horn shattered the hard rocks. The other lightly injured Pokémon also helped move the debris. Let's all help out. It will be faster this way, he said to the group of Trevenant at the entrance. Then, the Pokémon lined up and orderly cleared the debris, while some Pokémon that couldn't lift the stones went out to gather small branches to make a fire for warmth later. There were two particularly large rocks, and Tyrantrum was about to stop expanding the cave to break those two rocks a bit so that the Pokémon could move them better. As a result, Jiangli effortlessly lifted a half-person-high rock with one hand, placing the two rocks on either side of the cave, like two stone lions. Though they hadn't been carved yet. Wow, the host is amazing. Such great strength. This rock feels super heavy. Why does it feel light in the host's hands? My uncle is a contractor, and such big stones have to be moved with a cart. Otherwise, they must be broken down to be moved. I need to record this and send it to my uncle. It's not that the stones are heavy. It's that he hasn't exercised. Sitting upstairs watching others get beaten. It's foolish to do such things. Whoever does it gets beaten. Soon, before the rain comes, the expansion of the cave will be completed. A group of elves is hiding inside. At first, they were divided into two factions. One side was the invading armored rhinos, and the other side was the tree monsters tribe. Then Jiangli started a fire in the middle, and both factions craved warmth. Seeing how heavily injured the armored Tyrannosaurus was, the tree monsters forgave them for initially occupying their cave. The timing is off, guys. It's the rainy season. Although I brought rain gear, I looked at the still resting armored rhino. I plan to change its medicine again tomorrow before we leave. What do you think? We don't mind. As long as the streamer plays more cute spirits. That's right, and we can chat a bit now. Why does the streamer use a folding bucket to collect water? Isn't rainwater dirty? This is the world of spirits, and it's not polluted, so it should be quite clean. Plus, the streamer is short on water. And boiling rainwater is an important resource in the wild. Oh, I'm learning something new. The person upstairs must be an expert, like a survivalist. No, I just watch a lot of survival shows, and isn't this common knowledge? What you think is common knowledge isn't what I think is common knowledge. For example, I think tofu pudding should be spicy, try and stir up a debate. I thought salty and sweet tofu brains were already ridiculous, but I didn't expect there to be spicy ones as well. Watching the increasingly offbeat livestream, Jiangli chuckled lightly, looking as if there was no problem, and then took out a mat from her backpack, which sparked another discussion in the livestream. I just want to know how my sister-in-law organized it for him. But did he bring it into a store? Help! How did such a big bag fit so many things? Is this a fourth-dimensional bag? I want to know how on earth so many things were stuffed inside. Doesn't everyone know we are going outdoors, yet still so pretentious about bringing a mat? Jiangli isn't a pretentious person. Sitting on the ground is fine, but he needs to make netizens feel something is off. His backpack and Pokeball need to be shared, and quickly. After all, researching and making Pokeballs and backpacks still takes time. First, attract their attention and curiosity. And when the time comes to take out such things, it won't cause too much of a stir. Show something unusual first, and when it comes out later, it can be accepted as a matter of course. For example, if someone is ragged and begging, no one will find it strange because your first impression is that they have no money. The first thing is to make people feel there's something odd about the backpack. And when it comes out later, it won't seem too strange. By the way, the people in the Katie Dog's live stream saw the host take out a red and white ball, which is round and small, with a white line surrounding the small ball and an even smaller circle on the white line. The host tapped the center of the ball, and it instantly grew to the size of a palm. Your partner has been found. Will you continue walking with me, or stay with your partner? Make a decision. Squatting down, he placed the palm-sized red and white ball in his hand and looked at Katie Dog. Wow, that ball got bigger. It suddenly got bigger. Why give it to Katie Dog? Is it a toy for Katie Dog? This doesn't look like a toy at all, and it feels a bit different. This is a Pokeball, which can be used to capture Pokémon. Woof. A bit hesitantly, he looked at Tyranitar, then at Zhongli. After a moment of hesitation, he stretched out his front paw and confidently placed it on the Pokeball. The moment Katie Dog's paw landed on it, the Pokeball instantly opened, and Katie Dog turned into a red light and was drawn into the Pokeball. It then began to shake left and right, and before long, a ding sound was heard, and the Pokeball stopped shaking. Good, come out, Katie Dog. He tossed the Pokeball into the air, and it opened, releasing a blue light that shot out. Katie Dog reappeared in its original spot. Woof, woof. Nice to meet you, Katie Dog. Woof. Oh, looking back at the screen, it was indeed filled with wow. This is a Pokeball, which can be used to capture Pokémon. There are two situations for capturing Pokémon. The first is to make the Pokémon willing to follow you, and the second is to battle, using Pokémon to fight against other Pokémon, and after winning, you can capture them. And about my backpack, didn't you all find it strange? How can it hold so many things? Because it can really fit a supermarket. Just kidding, don't take it seriously, host. I actually think it might be true. Just look at whose backpack can fit a tent, pots and pans, a mattress, and an air-conditioned blanket. I also think it's strange. I've felt it for a long time. Yeah, it really is strange. Just like the backpack you use to play games, mine is the same. If you don't believe me, I can put things inside to show you. I take the backpack next to a big rock, then put the rock inside the backpack, lift it up with one hand. And it's super easy. Wow. That's amazing, I believe it now. But what do you plan to do with that thing, streamer? I think it depends on the official side. The Pokeballs and dimensional backpacks for capturing Pokémon. It's already clear what the streamer wants to do. Indeed, where are the officials? Lee River Police Department and the Chinese military. Come out quickly. I see you there. Hurry up. Once this thing appears, it will definitely benefit the entire China. Hurry. Don't talk about this dimensional backpack. The Pokeballs will definitely be needed in the future. Everyone should have one. Quickly. Everyone should have 10. Ahem. As for the officials, let's not talk about it in the live stream. Let's chat in the background. Zhongli knows that the military is watching in the live stream, but since it concerns the formula and Pokeballs, it's still not appropriate to bring it up in the live stream. He directly forwarded it to the WeChat account that sent the bank card number last time. It was really great to add WeChat for convenience. Yi Junsheng wanted to reply immediately, but after hearing Zhongli's words, his phone received a message. Upon seeing the formula, Oldie immediately grabbed the phone and ran to the lab without looking back to give it to the lab personnel. Yi Junsheng was speechless. If you want to find your old partner or grandson, I won't stop you, but taking it to curry favor with Professor Lu shouldn't be like this. It's my phone. Chapter 12. Z Pure Crystal. After sending the formula to Yi Junsheng, Zhongli said in the live stream to wait for official news, then stopped talking. He openly took out a folding table, pots, bowls, and some ingredients from the backpack to prepare lunch. Help! Ever since this man revealed the backpack, he has stopped hiding anything. Earlier, when people criticized him for being pretentious, saying that they didn't bring mats when going to the wild for survival, because they weren't necessities. But if he can bring everything, why can't he bring some things to make himself more comfortable? I mean, if it were me, I would bring it too. It's not like I can't let go. Help! Is this an eating broadcast? I'm hungry. The streamer cooked instant noodles, and those Pokémon were drooling. Professor Lu in the research room was a bit shocked when she saw the materials sent by Old Yi. There were people here watching the live stream, and she couldn't judge Jiang Li's actions. Although he went to the Pokémon world alone for China, entering the Pokémon world without confirming safety also didn't consider his wife and daughter. But when she saw him selflessly sending the materials, her respect for him increased a bit. At worst, his wife and daughter would be protected by the military. But it's a pity he has less time to accompany his daughter's growth. Then, Professor Lu heard from Old Yi that his wife and daughter were missing, and she slapped Old Yi on the head. Just think about it. He's sacrificing for the country now, so that all people don't need war. And his wife and daughter are missing, and you're still here to offer treasures instead of quickly sending more people to look for them. Yi Junsheng, who rushed over, wanted to laugh when he heard Professor Lu's words and saw his grandfather getting slapped. He immediately recalled the saddest things in his life and almost laughed out loud. Professor Lu, we have sent more people to look for his wife and daughter. There are some leads regarding his daughter, but his wife has been missing for 4 years. The military and police are trying to find a way. You better do it. Really? What are you still standing there for? Send me the materials and report quickly. All right. After eating and drinking enough, Jiangli suddenly remembered that there was Z pure crystal in this cave. Looking at the map, it seemed to be Fire Z, and the tree there was probably not aware of it. According to the map, he just happened to see the location of Z pure crystal. That piece of Z pure crystal was right inside the stone that was just put into the backpack for experimentation. He circled around that stone, stroked his chin, and then called over Tyrantrum. Hey, help me out. Use Horn Attack on that stone. Hey, with a confident look, he patted his chest and then used Horn Attack to break the stone open. A flash of red appeared on the remaining stone. Sure enough, something was inside. What is the streamer doing? There is something. There is something inside, Red. Is it a ruby? So beautiful. A diamond-shaped gem. So beautiful. What is this? This is called Z Pure Crystal. It has the 18 most common attributes, and there are also Pokémon exclusive Z Pure Crystals. Look at this piece. It has a flame mark on it, which means this is a fire attribute Z Pure Crystal. With a Z ring, when achieving a certain level of tacit understanding with a Pokémon, you can use the fire attribute Z move, Super Strong Extreme Flame Bomb. It's a pity I don't have a Z ring, otherwise I could demonstrate it for you. I shouldn't have to dance awkwardly, right? Who knows? Don't worry. No need to dance awkwardly. You have the Ring of the Azure. My wife, I love you. Additionally, there are some special items useful for elves, like the Thunderstone mentioned before, as well as items that enhance attributes, combat power, or speed. Some special elves also have exclusive Mega Stones and Z Crystals. Yes, Eevee has its own EVZ, but we don't know where it is. Oh well, don't be sad. I don't even have a Z ring right now, no rush. No ruse. The Radiant Stone isn't that easy to find. The Radiant Stone is a necessary item for making the Z ring. How to put it? It's like a jade stone wrapped in rock. It needs to be polished to reveal the jade inside. After polishing, the Radiant Stone becomes a Z crystal. Goodness. I've said so much it feels like playing a game. Yes, it's like giving items to characters in a game. If we understand it this way, it's easier to grasp. Just like dual items, two people can use a special move when they reach a certain level of synergy. Eevee has an exclusive Z. How impressive. It's a pity we haven't found it. Instead, we found a fire-type Z crystal for our little Houndoom. Didn't the streamer say that without a Z ring, you can't activate skills? Wait, what's Tyrantrum doing? I see Tyrantrum staring at the Z crystal as if it remembers something, pounding its left hand into its right palm as if it has recalled something. Then it pulled out a stone from somewhere and gave it to Jiangli. What is this? Where did you get the Radiant Stone? Oh, you found it while digging a tunnel and thought it looked nice, so you kept it. And now you're giving it to me as a thank you gift? Nodding. Goodness, it's like when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. All right, since there's nowhere to go this afternoon, let's polish the Radiant Stone here. Ho-oh, you're the boss. Jiangli was shocked, originally thinking Trevenant was the boss. But it wasn't. Initially, he thought Tyrantrum was just relatively strong, but it turned out to be the boss. What is a boss? It sounds impressive. Yeah. What's a boss? Why is the streamer so surprised? Is a boss something rare? Streamer, what is a boss? What is a boss? Seeing the comments, Jiangli calmed down a bit and began to explain to the viewers. A boss Pokémon is the leader of a group with strength far exceeding most Pokémon. So I initially thought Trevenant's leader was the boss, but it wasn't. Tyrantrum didn't stay with the group. Instead, it is the boss. Boss Pokémon can be challenged, and if you win, you can receive rewards, usually Z crystals. Pats his chest, indicating that he also has a Z crystal. Is it ground type or rock type? Oh, it's rock type. Although I don't need it, I'll challenge it after the rain stops. Even though I don't need it, Eevee can evolve, and this special Eevee evolution type should still be useful. For now, let's polish the Radiant Stone first. Thinking of taking out the polishing tools from the backpack, he then sat on the mat to polish the Radiant Stone. No, you brought this thing with you. You're well prepared. 666. Not bringing a polishing machine is already impressive. Can stones be polished into bracelets? How long will it take to polish? Looking at the streamer, it seems it won't take long. Jiangli didn't know how to polish the Radiant Stone, but with the system's help, while chatting with the viewers, he quickly finished polishing. Is this a bracelet? It just feels like a surface. It should be like this, just a surface and then fitted with a strap. I also think so. Sure enough, while the netizens were discussing, Jiangli took out a watch strap from her backpack, put it on her wrist to try it out, then took it off to adjust it for a while. Done. Hey, it's almost dark. Zulfust. Goodness, I thought the host knew. But it turns out she didn't notice. Maybe she was too focused and didn't pay attention. So is this Z bracelet ready? It should be since the host is wearing it. So can she use the skills now? I want to see it too, it's fine to add. While it's not dark yet, let's have the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus battle. Ho! The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, who just woke up and was a bit groggy, instantly became excited upon hearing Jiang Li's words. Katie Dog, let's put on the Z-Ring. Although I still wasn't confident in our synergy to use Z moves, as the system said, it's better to wear it anyway. Woof. Katie Dog also seemed a bit excited and ran outside, eagerly barking to urge Jiang Li. Don't be anxious, I'm coming right now. Seeing Katie Dog's eagerness, Jiang Li, holding Evie, helplessly ran over. Bye-bye. Evie tugged at Jiang Li's collar, wanting to join the battle too. You're still small. Wait until you grow up. Jiang Li comforted, patting Evie's head. Bye. Evie lowered its head, a bit disappointed, but soon perked up again. Once it grows up, it will become very strong. After getting ready, Jiang Li shouted to the Iron Armor Rhinoceros. The battle will end once either side loses combat capability. Are you ready? Ho! All right, the battle begins. Ho! The Iron Armor Rhinoceros's horn began to spin rapidly. This was different from the speed when it just dug the tunnel. It charged towards Katie Dog. Use quick attack to dodge, and then use flame burst. Jiang Li calmly issued commands to Katie Dog. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus wasn't as fast as Katie Dog, as long as the timing and method were right. He had played many of old Ren's games before, and during his time in Teyvat, tactics and timing were essential. These things were engraved in muscle memory, impossible to erase. Katie Dog quickly dodged the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's attack, so fast that the viewers in the live stream couldn't see its movements clearly. In the next second, it was behind the Iron Armor Rhinoceros, leaping high and opening its mouth to spew flames, which formed a large character aimed at the Iron Armor Rhinoceros's back. Wow, if it were me inside, could I survive a day? No way, I know my limits. Add 1. Just like the host said, Pokémon and humans have their good and bad sides. Let's leave it to fate. Ha, agreed. This blow hit hard on the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's back. After taking the hit, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus staggered slightly and then stomped heavily on the ground, one stomp after another, causing the ground to tremble. Katie Dog's steps were affected, and its speed slowed down. Ho! Taking this opportunity, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus used Arm Hammer, swinging its powerful and heavy fist directly towards it. Use Flame Wheel. Katie Dog was engulfed in flames, forming a circular shape like a burning wheel, rolling quickly. Although the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's fist was heavy, it was slow, and Katie Dog quickly dodged the attack using Flame Wheel. Use Fire Fong at the spot where it just attacked. Although the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus had high defense, concentrating the attack could still deal damage. Katie Dog bit down on the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's back, flames scorching it. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus cried out in pain, kneeling on one leg as huge and hard rocks began to gather around it, and shot towards Katie Dog. Quickly dodge and use Charge Flame Strike. Woof. Katie Dog didn't manage to completely dodge the attack and was hit in the abdomen by the rock, but quickly reacted, letting flames cover its body and began to charge up, gradually increasing its previously slowed speed. Final blow, inserting the Fire-type Z crystal into the groove of the Z-Ring. It began to activate the Z move. Oh woo. In the next second, the Z crystal on the Z-Ring emitted a dazzling red light, like flames, enveloping Jiang Li's entire body. And Katie Dog was also shrouded in this glow. Then, as if summoned, the two were connected, gathering onto Katie Dog. Katie Dog used the super strong ultimate flame ball. Woof! Howling to the sky, a massive fireball began to gather, and at that moment, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus also opened its mouth, energy gathering in front of it. Come on, destroy the light against the super strong ultimate flame ball. Katie Dog defeated. Woof! With all its might, it hurled the giant fireball towards the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, which also spewed out the energy from its mouth, and the two collided. The screen went white for a few seconds. What happened? Who won? Wow, so strong. If the host hadn't explained it clearly, we would have definitely lost. Indeed. Official, come learn. So who won? Of course it's Katie Dog. After all, it had to lose against the left side. Can anime experience be applied here? Who knows? The white light faded, and Katie Dog staggered but stood firmly there. Opposite it, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus lay on the ground, its eyes spinning. Ushua. The tree monster leader acted as the judge, confirming the result, raised its hand toward Katie Dog, announcing the victor. Oh, we won. Wow, my Katie Dog is super strong. Amazing. Oh my god. Is this the battle between Pokémon? It's making my blood boil. Don't you think it's scary? Pokémon can easily take your life with just a few moves. Don't provoke them. Who would care about you? The battle had ended, and Jiang Li and Katie Dog helped the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus up, giving it a bit of medicine. Ho! After the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus woke up, it pulled out a rock-type Z crystal from somewhere and gave it to Zhongli. Let me show you, this is the Rock Z. Holding the Rock Z in front of the camera, it was a deep brown diamond-shaped crystal with markings resembling rocks. With this, under certain synergy, a trainer and a Pokémon that knew Rock-type moves could use Rock-type Z moves, like the earth-shattering Rockfall, of course, provided they had the Z-ring and enough synergy. After a brief introduction, it stored the Z crystal in a small pouch on its belt, where the Pokeballs were also kept for easy access. Thinking for a moment, in front of the camera, it stuffed the large mountaineering bag into the small messenger bag. Host, are you not even pretending anymore? 6. Concise and clear. So this is the symbol of the rock type. Can the host introduce the other symbols? I also want to know, but some are quite easy to guess, while others are difficult to guess. Indeed, I took a screenshot of that dial. The easiest ones are water, fire, grass, and thunder, and the ones that are already known are generally rock. Well then, while it's still now, let me talk to you about the identifiers of the major attributes. Besides the common water, fire, grass, and rock attributes that you all know, after briefly introducing the 18 attributes to the netizens, I opened what is called the last bottle of mineral water. It got dark. What should we eat tonight? I want something spicy. Zhongli prefers spicy food. But in the past, because of Bu-Er not eating spicy food, and then Nahida being too young to eat spicy food, Zhongli had to endure it, except for occasionally sneaking out to cook something spicy for herself. She took out a self-heating hot pot from her backpack, but she didn't use the heating pack. Instead, she lit it herself and poured all the other ingredients into the pot. Then she took out a pack of fatty beef rolls and opened it to put inside. This backpack even has a preservation feature. Officially, I want this. I want this, Mom, I want this. Child, Mom also want her own portion. Just need to wait for the water to boil. However, the Cardi dogs still need to eat. We can't always give them energy cubes. This kind of thing is more like a snack. Zhongli opened the system, which had previously given a lot of Pokémon food, and then poured some for the Cardi dogs and Eevee. What is this? It feels a bit like dog food. Indeed, could it be for Pokémon to eat? Just like humans making food for pets, it should be specially made for Pokémon. Look how happy they are eating it. Indeed, it's quite similar to dog food, with meat, fruit, and various vitamins and starch. Looking at the ingredient list, I answered netizens' questions and casually sent the Pokémon food recipe to Yi Junxing. Although the official site has also collected some items from the Pokémon world, Pokémon food like this with meat and starch can also use apples and such. Watching the Pokémon around drooling, Zhongli generously took out a lot of food to share with them. Help! Every time I see this, I get so hungry. Time for dinner. My family eats dinner quite late, and I'm really hungry. After everyone is almost finished eating, Zhongli, who has been busy all day, wants to lie down, even though he's not that tired. Actually, Zhongli doesn't need to sleep, but he always hopes she can appear in his dreams. However, she never does, which is really heartless. The streamer asks, "Are you feeling homesick? Missing your wife?" Although the streamer should have discussed this with his sister-in-law, he still thinks about it, and the two of them seem very loving. Indeed, I miss my mom. While he misses his wife, you're still worried he might forget he is single. Haha. Streamer, how did you meet your sister-in-law? Zhongli rarely interacts with fans because he is still not used to it. Besides necessary science popularization and occasional exchanges, he responds very little. However, this time Zhongli answered the question because, please, host, in order to make it reasonable for your wife and daughter to appear, answer this question according to the following information. Upon seeing this, Zhongli's heart trembled. Could it be that he still has a chance to see her? To put it another way, it's quite a glitch plot. I met her on Lishan. I went climbing with friends, young and reckless, unwilling to take the usual path, and took a dangerous trail. As a result, there was an accident. I got separated from my friends and injured my foot, so I could only lean against a big tree waiting for rescue. I can already guess that the sister-in-law's appearance saved Brother Jiang in a glitch-D way, like the beauty saving the hero. Actually, I think it's quite nice because at that moment, in my heart, that girl was like light. Indeed, it's something hard to forget for a lifetime. Then, Zhongli said something that left everyone in disbelief. Just as it was getting dark, a door appeared. The one you all are thinking of, and she walked out from inside, with silver hair and green highlights. Her eyes were also green, a clean kind of green, pointed ears, and a white long dress, just like an elf in a TV show. Wow, 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 is this a glitch? Is this a glitch? Wow, wow, elf sister, I can. You guys believe the host's words so easily? If you don't believe it, then how did these inexplicable things come about? And how did they know about these things? So I think this reason is possible. Indeed, she saved me and treated the injury on my leg. She said she was very curious about this world and wanted me to take her around. All right, no more talking. I understand. Over time, feelings develop. I get it. No more talking about it. I have conjunctivitis and can't listen anymore. Can conjunctivitis not listen? Haha, it's quite similar to what you guessed. I brought her out because we happened to run into the census, so I said she was from my hometown in the countryside, and her parents, who favor boys over girls, didn't register her, and she never even went to school. It's as miserable as it sounds. While she was putting on a brave smile, she was pinching me from below. Later, I spent a lot of effort to get her registered and named. Showing off our love made others envious. I am too. Why didn't I go hiking back then? Why didn't I take the small path when hiking? Why didn't I get hurt? Wake up upstairs. It's game over for you. Haha. What's your sister-in-law's name? Her name is Jiang Ci, and that's the name she thought of after secretly disguising herself and going to sue me for inspection again. Müde. Add one. But isn't sister-in-law more familiar with this place? Why doesn't she come? Right. Why doesn't sister-in-law come? Jiang Li ignored this question and looked at the time. It's already time to end the broadcast. No, I can't leave here. No. Even if the streamer sleeps next to the elf, I'm willing to. I don't want to boo-hoo. Jianga, don't stop the live stream. Ugh. Haha. See you tomorrow morning. Bye. Quickly closing the live stream, I looked at the empty Kingsaji ring on my finger and sighed helplessly. Since the system said so, it would definitely do it. As long as I keep going, I will absolutely see her again. Saying this, I fell asleep with hope, hoping to see her in my dreams. Waking up from bed, Naida no longer needs sleep, but Dad said that to be a good child, I should go to bed early and get up early to grow taller. However, I always dream of Dad collapsing in a pool of blood to save me. I should have perished, but because of my father, I survived until now. I have never had a mother since I was little. Originally, as a god born of magic, I was supposed to take the form of a child or an adult, at least a form that could move. But that's not the case. Dad said I was born as a newborn infant, wrapped in my mother's divine garment, delivered to Dad by my mother's vines. There is no doubt that I am my parents' biological child, but because I was born prematurely, my mother broke off the purest branch from the world tree to merge with me, to protect me. This is why I was born as the god of grass. Thanks to Dad's protection, I was able to grow up healthily and happily in Sumeru, which was precarious at the time. Of course, Dad didn't initially know that I was his biological child because after merging with the branch, my connection to his bloodline was temporarily hidden. This was only after Mom passed away 500 years later when the traveler intervened in Sumeru and Dad and I entered the world tree. Under the last consciousness left by Mom, the bloodline concealment was lifted. That time when Mom left, it was the first time I saw Dad cry. Dad, I miss you. Naida. Chapter 14. Cordyceps, good morning. Good morning. Who opened the live stream while the host was still sleeping? It must be a scheduled live stream. The host probably didn't expect to sleep this long. Haha. She must have been too tired yesterday. Waking up, I propped my head up and realized the live stream had already started. She appeared in my dream for the first time last night, so I lingered a little too long, which is why I woke up late today. Good morning, everyone. I was a bit tired yesterday, so I got up a little late. It's okay. It's not a bad thing to sleep a bit more. I'm tired. I can still sleep until noon. Host, you just got up 5 minutes late. It's not a big deal. I haven't slept in late for a long time. Hearing you say that makes me really want to experience the joy of sleeping in again. Let's find a time when you don't have a morning live stream. No. Host, you should still get up early. I have already given up staying up late in order to see my EV baby early. You can't do that. I can't sleep if I don't see my cardigan Welsh Corgi baby for a whole morning. I can watch you sleep. Don't be so unhappy. Looking at the screen filled with whales, Jiang Li's mood instantly improved. The elves had gradually woken up, and after a simple brush of teeth, washing face, and having breakfast, Jiang Li saw the official message from last night. Yi Junsheng had already made up his mind after watching that battle between the elves last night. Since the official was worried about missing anything while watching the live stream, the entire process was recorded. He made a swift decision. All the soldiers under his command, along with those still in the hospital, had stayed up all night observing and learning from that battle. Once they confirmed from the streamer that the elves captured with Pokeballs could be fully trusted, and after they healed, they would take the first batch of developed Pokeballs and backpacks. Why them? There are 2 reasons. First, if possible, the military hopes that the streamer can apologize to the elves on their behalf. Second, they have more time, currently, to master the advanced methods. They need to prevent foreigners from accessing Jiang Li's live stream to some extent. Of course, it's not a complete block. They won't push it to foreigners, and whether they can access it depends on luck. After all, they need to ensure their own safety first. They can't easily provide such technology to the Sakura nation. After obtaining the formulas for the potions, the methods for making Pokeballs and dimensional backpacks, the Research Institute had been working late into the night. Although the formula provided by the system was quite simple and understandable, it still required multiple attempts, especially since making Pokeballs needed the special fruit. They had collected some during the last visit, but it was too little. If possible, they hoped to commission Zhongli, who was familiar with the elf world, to collect more. Zhongli briefly looked at the official request, swapped out 10 sets of special fruit from his backpack, with each set containing 999 pieces, and also put in a few Pokeballs for the researchers to use as examples. Then, the viewers in the live stream saw Zhongli take out a backpack that was even smaller than the previous mountaineering bag from his waist pouch. How much stuff does this guy have? No one knows, but he no longer intended to hide it. He was shocked that he didn't even think about being sneaky anymore. Then, amidst the laughter and joy in the live stream, he let the system open a small door and threw the backpack inside. Did I see that right? Is it a door? Can the streamer open the door at will? Didn't the streamer say last night that his sister-in-law is from the elven world? Could it be that the doors appearing all over the world are opened by the streamer? Damn, it's disgusting that opening the door has led to this situation. And now they're still drawing traffic. Don't get me wrong, my authority only allows me to open this one door, the one from Lishan before. I don't have that much power. Why loss can only appear there. Believe it or not, I'm just her partner, not her. Besides, how should I put it? That guy is like a guardian spirit of this world, meant to protect this paradise from invasion. How could they do this without being prepared? She is the one who cares the most about these elves, knowing that the appearance of the doors would cause panic, and that elves might be harmed by humans. How could she act like this? I came here to investigate these matters. Zhongli can imagine what the netizens in the live broadcast room would think, but this matter cannot be hidden. Buyel and the others will have to appear. The sooner they are informed, the less scolding they will receive when they do appear later. However, it's good that while there is some cursing, it's not much, and it gets cleaned up by the internet police quickly. The officials may not believe their own words, but everything I provide now can improve the current situation. For those in the know, just think about it and you'll understand. His wife and daughter are from this world, so when he said he could stop looking, it was because he knew where they had gone. They should have some reasons for not being able to stay away from the elven world for long. Only his wife and daughter have this capability. Perhaps he is allowed to enter this world anytime, but it is too vast, and without some effort, it will be impossible to find them. Maybe his wife told him something, which is why he gave up searching. If it really is him, why didn't he do this in the beginning instead of waiting until 2 months later? Long-term plans should be prepared in advance, but according to the investigation, he only started preparing after the door appeared. For those who are unaware, they think, according to Zhongli, that the household registration and identity proof have been resolved, and they can comfort themselves to live a happy life. So why bother with these nuisances? They're just curious why it is Zhongli who came. According to what he said, his wife is the guardian. So why is the streamer here? Of course, Zhongli ignored it. He doesn't care about the insults. How they think is their own business. What he has to do won't change. Even if they insult him, he will still be remembered for introducing elves. And those points will still come. After packing his things, Zhongli changed the medicine and bandaged the armored Tyrannosaurus, then walked over and said, "There's something. Could I ask you to consider it?" "Huh? You said, about those who hurt you before, they want me to apologize to you." The armored Tyrannosaurus didn't speak because it couldn't. Its partner was hurt so severely, it couldn't possibly forgive them. I am not asking you to forgive them. I just hope. If you encounter humans again, you won't choose to attack right away. If they attack you first, do what you have to do. Huh? The armored Tyrannosaurus hesitated for a moment and nodded. It agreed. Thank you. Huh? I also want to thank you for saving my child. You're welcome. Then we should set off. See you again if fate allows. He waved to the elves in the cave. Woof woof. Bye. Evie is still small and doesn't understand what parting means. It just lay on Zhongli's shoulder and waved to the elves. The terrier was reluctant to say goodbye to its old friends. With the terrier and Evie, they set off again, but this time it was different. Zhongli felt hopeful. Before, he only thought about introducing the elves to everyone, just that, and could take it slow. But now, he was a bit impatient, wanted to introduce them earlier for a family reunion. These days, walking on the road, the bright scenery quickly diluted the sadness of parting. Evie ran around, and when tired, lay on the terrier's head. Occasionally, a few elves ran past, and because of the power of the everlasting nature, they would stop and watch. Whenever he encountered elves he hadn't seen before, Zhongli would call them over, using the same old trick, a piece of energy cube, take a few photos, plus an introduction. Many times, when the elves see the energy cube, they can't move on, which makes the netizens believe that elves are all foodies. Some fruits or candies they usually eat can make them stop in their tracks, and if their essay chance to build good relationships, these things are good choices. Because he had a destination to go to, Zhongli walked a bit slower. After all, reaching the river in a few days was still a bit difficult. If you evolve into a speedy dog, we'll be faster on the road. although there's no need to rush. Woof woof. Yes, yes, I know your ability is enough. It's just that I haven't found the Firestone. He rubbed the terrier's head to comfort it. So our main goal now is to find EVZ and the Firestone for you too, right? Bye. Woof woof. Looking at the two little ones nodding, Zhongli felt helpless. He had seen some novels about crossing over to popularize elves, but why did it become so busy here? Is it because these two are a bit competitive? Forget it. If they want it, let's find it for them. He started looking for the best route on the map to the river, EVZ, and the Firestone, and it seemed he could also harvest a Waterstone. Not bad, not bad. Just then, a strange elf appeared ahead. Its entire body was orange. The lower half looked like a bug, and the upper half looked like a mushroom. Its eyes were white with no black pupils. And it had 6 legs, 3 pairs of legs, and a pair of large pincers in front, with a yellow-spotted red mushroom on its back. What is this? Those eyes look so scary. Is it a bug or a mushroom? I don't know, but those pincers are huge. This is Parasect. Its attributes are bug and grass. Parasect likes dark and damp places, and this place is close to water, making it even more humid. Also, this thing is quite similar to cordyceps. Wait, does that mean? Damn, that's scary. Could it be that at first? I've heard that butterflies are also like this, being absorbed by the butterfly that parasitizes their body when they pupate. Don't say that. So scary. I can't face butterflies anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Butterflies are not like that. That's right, butterflies are not. I just said it's similar to cordyceps. This lower half really isn't a bug. The bug's appearance is just a preference for that huge mushroom on its back. As the essence of the bug is continuously absorbed, it seems to not be a bug anymore, but rather the mushroom on its back. The bug underneath is basically dead, and the true body acts with the will of the mushroom that grows larger than the bug's body. If the mushroom falls off, it won't move anymore. Screaming. Help, so scary. I can't face this kind of elf. It feels like there are all kinds of elves, even the scary ones. I think it's okay. The ones screaming above, along with the ghost and evil types, might be even scarier. Chapter 15. The Giant Mushroom of Parasect. There have been individuals found in the forest with mushrooms growing on their backs who remain completely still. This sample is enough to prove the theory that the giant mushroom is the true body. After draining the nutrients from the insect, the mushroom on its back will plant spores on the insect's eggs. The giant mushroom will manipulate the parasect, which will gather in groups, clinging to the roots of large trees to absorb nutrients. Once the tree withers, the parasect will move together to other trees. They often compete with the lampent night mushroom for territory. The parasect will release toxic spores from the caps of the mushrooms. And the larger the mushroom on its back grows, the stronger the effect of the spores it releases. Collecting the spores and boiling them in water can turn them into traditional medicine. But I've heard that the quality from the Alola region isn't very good. Alola region? What is that? Is it a region from the world where the original Pokémon are? Broadcaster Matamoto, tell us more quickly. I'm also very curious. Regions, huh? Then I'll casually talk to you about it. The world where Pokémon originally existed is divided into several major regions. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, and Paldea. Among them, Alola, Galar, Hijui, and Paldea have Pokémon with special forms. Special forms? Broadcaster, tell us more about what kind of special forms they are. I want to know, since the streamer often takes photos of the elves, there should be a few pictures, right? I want to see. Jiang, don't just talk. I want to see. I also want to see this, but I don't have it here. This phone is just for taking pictures. I specifically got a new phone just to compile a guide for you guys in the future. It really makes me want to cry. If I hadn't used my phone these past few days, I would go crazy. You can imagine, right? There are no satellites over there. So how could there be a signal? Wait, how is this live stream happening? Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Is it some special equipment for my sister-in-law? Why does everyone believe that so-called fairy sister? If that's the case, wouldn't she be more familiar with this place? How about you let the streamer come? It really is strange. Yang Lushu. Well, I live next door to the streamer. His wife left behind a daughter 4 years ago and then disappeared. His daughter also went missing 2 months ago. If you don't believe it, you can check. The incident about his daughter was quite a big deal 2 months ago. After all, that child was only 4 years old. Seeing this comment, the screen suddenly went blank, and soon the entire screen was filled with people who had once doubted. I really should be damned. I really should be damned. I'm truly impressed. Now those who doubted understand why, right? They insist on revealing people's scars. Who knows? But it seems the host mentioned not to let the police look for them anymore. Could it be because they know where they are? It's possible. They've been found living next door. Lao Yang, you're exposing my weaknesses. I recalled the information given by the system, and with this username, Zhongli suddenly remembered it was the administrator. I have two reasons for coming here. After she went missing, I wondered if she had come back here. Yang Lu Shu. Ahem. Seeing them insult you like this, I couldn't hold back anymore. By the way, how did you know it was me? The only one who lives next door and likes to surf the internet, and is familiar with my family is you, right? Although the whole apartment knows about this incident. Do you really think I wouldn't know it was you? Winky face, Yang Lu Shu. Goodness, it turns out your whole family is quite clever, huh? The host has been backstabbed. I think this is just simple logical reasoning. Bullshit. It's obvious that I remember their online nickname. Haha. Anyway, although this isn't good, I just clicked into this person's homepage and saw that they mostly post about daily life. Occasionally, they post pictures of the streamer's daughter, who is really cute. I also saw a video from 4 years ago where I saw the sister-in-law. She was really beautiful like an elf. I wonder how she went missing. Oh my. I thought it was dyed hair. The silver and green highlights look so natural. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, and my niece is super cute. Willow Tree, the video I filmed. If it captured the neighbors, I asked them before posting, so don't scold me, please. My survival instinct is strong. Ahem. Alright, I'll confess. After she disappeared, I've been wanting to find her. I also want to try to come back, but I found out I couldn't retrieve that door. I know she returned here, but I can't get in. Until 2 months ago, when my daughter went missing, I saw her take a taxi to Lishan. It was only when I arrived at Lishan again that I realized I could summon the door again. I came here for two main purposes. First, to find out why they left. I want to clarify that. Second, the door wouldn't open for no reason. Something must have happened. While introducing, I'm also looking for people. And I've made the worst-case scenario plans. Alright, enough about my issues. Let me continue introducing these 8 major regions. The Alola region is similar to Hawaii, where the people are simple and warm-hearted. Set movis origin atit in Alola. However, there's a brief awkward dance when launching a Z-move. But my situation is special. I will include whatever dance I perform in the Pokédex. Besides that, the so-called special forms are merely due to the different climates in various regions, leading to different living environments for Pokémon. Pokémon adapt to their environments, which causes these changes. For example, Rockruff has a special form in the Washer region. Wow, I want to see it. Why tell me about it, but not let me see it? Wah. Oh, this cursed curiosity of mine. Help, I want to know. I really want to escape, but I can't. I really want to know. I should have exited just now. In the future, there will be opportunities to show you all. But for now, let's focus our attention on Palust. With his words, everyone's gaze shifted back to Palust, and they saw it twitch strangely. Then, the huge mushroom on its back rolled off and began to move in a peculiar manner. Oh my god, so scary, so scary. Help me. Mazu bless me. Chairman Mao bless me. God, it's so scary. It seems that we have encountered a situation where the parasite has been completely drained, which is quite rare. I don't know if this mushroom has reached the end of its life or if it has found a host. Help! I don't want to hear about parasites. I've always been afraid to watch that movie. Plus, I think it's really scary. I am too. I actually think it's fine. Just like there are parasites in the bodies of animals and humans. Seeing how scared you all are, let's just go ahead. Are you serious? I previously said that this streamer is quite serious, but I didn't expect them to be mischievous later on, right? I don't want to go, then just leave. I don't want to retreat either, so let's see. But I'm scared, so let's not look. Alright, let's talk about it later. It's time to set up a nested doll. Jiangli quietly followed the huge mushroom with Katie Dog and Eevee. Not to mention that the big mushroom is a medicinal herb. This is something that hasn't been recorded until now. How could one not be curious? Although the mushroom's movements are quite strange, its speed is not slow at all. Parasect has a high reaction ability. I wonder how the mushroom's reaction ability is. Jiangli kept a safe distance with Katie Dog and the others. But it wasn't too convenient to see its movement path. Not to mention the enhanced vision. Plus my map has already marked this mushroom, so following it from behind is relatively safe. Isn't being so far away a worry about not keeping up? This is too far for tracking. This streamer is too cautious. It's not that cautious. Parasect's reaction ability is quite strong. I can't be sure what would happen if it were left with just a mushroom. Besides, I can be sure I won't lose it. So what is there to be afraid of? Saying this, I patted Katie Dog's head, and everyone finally remembered Katie Dog is a dog. It's a breed better than all dog breeds. I almost forgot about this. Plus, they have a dog, a psychic dog. How could it possibly get lost? Chapter 16. Side quest. After following Parasect for a while, Jiangli found himself closer to the riverbank. Parasect lives in dark and damp places, so it's no surprise it's close to a water source. Sure enough, after a while, Parasect entered a cave, and the river seemed to extend from the cave. There was a small path at the edge. Jiangli leaned against the rock wall and could barely walk inside. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Relying on Katie Dog's sense of smell and the system's map, Jiangli still steadily followed behind Parasect. The camera has night vision capabilities, and viewers could see Jiangli steadily following behind. If he stepped wrong, even a little, the comments would worry about him falling into the river. After all, losing track is losing track. The river inside this cave must have undercurrents. Who knows how deep it is? Falling in would be terrible, and I wonder if the streamer can swim. So scary, so scary. Streamer, be careful. It's so dark. And the streamer didn't bring night vision goggles. How is he walking so steadily? I'm so scared. There's such a strange giant mushroom following me. I just checked some information, so don't worry about it. Why is the person upstairs saying that? I thought it would take some effort to find out, but I didn't expect to find it so quickly. Stop talking nonsense upstairs and just say it. This streamer is a survival expert in the wild. There's a record online that he once spent 6 months in the Amazon with just a small knife and a lighter, no backpack, no buck. And his eyes are particularly impressive. He can read even in the dark, and there are videos online. Wow. I originally thought taking the small path was just youthful bravado, but it turns out he's a big shot. No wonder you have a wife. So while you're worried about him falling, he can't fall at all, just in case. The streamer had an incident in Lishan before, right? The only time he had an incident was when he met his wife. Damn, I'm so envious. Jiangli saw what the netizens said, but didn't pay attention to the people in the live broadcast room chatting about the persona assigned to him by the system. Based on past events, as long as the system assigned it, it must have some use. So, seeing the persona given by the system, he knew there would come a day when it would be exposed. After all, he wouldn't just talk about what he used to do for no reason. Soon, the area he could step on became larger, and it seemed like he would reach the place soon. Sure enough, not long after, Paluster's figure disappeared around a corner. Jiang Li carefully peeked around the corner to check. The live stream's footage also changed to Jiang Li's first-person perspective. Not far away, there was a huge cave filled with dense, numerous giant mushrooms, their lower halves buried in the ground, leaving only the pointed tops exposed. It was dark and eerie. So scary. How can the streamer be so brave? Help! Help! My trypophobia is acting up. Why switch to first-person perspective? 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 Help, I'm scared. Jiang Li carefully observed, and after confirming they were all lying still, he began to make some small movements to see if they would react. But as the noise increased, those mushrooms showed no signs of movement. It seemed they had already entered a dormant state. After confirming this, Jiang Li stepped out. In the astonished gaze of the netizens, he started to touch and look at the giant mushrooms. I don't know if he's searching for parasites or just waiting to die in dormancy. Yang Yi, don't say such terrifying things so calmly. Parasites are the scariest thing I can think of. I feel the same way. It's really disgusting. I've only seen that kind of gaze in my biology dissection teacher's eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Li's expression became serious as he stood up, looking at the many mushrooms in this empty space. Host, quickly destroy these mushrooms. You should be able to tell that these mushrooms contain spores and have extremely high energy levels. When the energy reaches a critical point, the spores will be ejected, and any living being that comes into contact will be parasitized. A side quest is being generated. Destroy the spore mushrooms of Palistar. Reward for completion, a random illusionary sprite. Jiang Li didn't care much about the sprite, as he was confident in his own strength. However, the issue of spore parasitism was quite serious. It seemed that Palistar's actions were driven by instinct, but it was somewhat lucky that so many mushrooms could grow without nutrients. The best way to deal with spores is, of course, to burn them. But in a cave nearly filled with mushrooms, using a large fire would likely cause an energy explosion, and he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Why isn't Brother Jiang talking? He looks so serious and doesn't seem interested in the research anymore. Is something serious about to happen? Judging by Brother Jiang's expression, it seemed related to the mushrooms. These mushrooms are nurturing spores and are about to reach the critical point of explosion. Once they explode, all living beings that encounter the spores will be parasitized. Wait, living beings? So that means not just sprites, but humans and animals will also be parasitized. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Parasite beasts entering the three-dimensional world. What should we do? There's one way. Fire. Spores are afraid of fire, but if they encounter fire, they might explode, and it's not close to the outside. I can't run out that quickly, though I could if I were to run at inhuman speed. Thinking of this, Jiang Li looked at the camera. If the camera glitches and then returns to a messy state after a while, it should work. Does Brother Jiang have to take care of this? It can't be left alone, right? But whether someone takes care of it is their freedom. But if no one does, who else can? Brother Jiang's life is also important. No one can force him. I will take care of it. This is her managed world. If I don't take care of it, what if that girl goes out herself? Jiang Li looked at the screen and smiled at the viewers who were speaking for him. But if you're gone, what will they do? A comment from the viewers made Jiang Li fall silent. After a long time, he spoke. Maybe she doesn't even know I've come here. Besides, if I can jump into the river before the explosion and stay conscious, then I might still survive. Saying this, he started to prepare. The flames of the Cardi dog would definitely not be enough. He needed the help of Eevee. He pointed the watch as hands towards the fire element symbol, and the evolution light shone again on Eevee. Eevee's skin turned fiery red, with fluffy tails and fur around its neck, and a tuft of light yellow fur on its forehead. Fire Eevee evolved from using a firestone. By the way, it has pink little pads. Holding Fire Eevee in his arms, he lifted its front paw to reveal the pink pads. The Fire Eevee held in his arms. Didn't know what was about to happen, just happily nudging Jiang Li's chin with its nose. Fire Eevee's average body temperature is between 700 and 800 degrees. Its internal organs are sack-like, burning with flames inside. When it accumulates flames within its body, its temperature can exceed 900 degrees. What's even more surprising is that its fluffy fur, which looks warm, has the function of dissipating heat into the air, helping to lower its overheated body temperature. As long as it spreads its fluffy neck fur, Fire Eevee can cool down its temperature that rises to 900 degrees. When excited, the fire pouch within it ignites. When Fire Eevee takes a deep breath, it's a sign of an impending attack. At that moment, it will transfer some of the inhaled air into its fire pouch, creating flames of 1,700 degrees before exhaling. If it finds fruits or catches prey, it will spit flames to cook them thoroughly before gobbling them up. I didn't want to say much, but 1,700 degrees is enough to incinerate a person, leaving no ashes behind. It can be used to refine ores. Indeed, most ores can melt. Diamonds can't, as their melting point is over 3,000 degrees Celsius. Hafnium alloy is over 4,000 degrees, but it can definitely be of considerable help. With a few more sprites, we could solve this problem. Chapter 17, Escaping Death. After briefly introducing Fire Eevee, Jiang Li spoke as he watched the viewers in the comments discussing melting points and how sprites could help with refining. Sprites are friends of humanity. They treat humans quite kindly. If they can help, they will be happy, but please don't exploit this mindset to squeeze them. Of course, this is for certain individuals. All right, let's prepare. He took out a bottle of alcohol and poured it around the cave, then went outside with Fire Eevee and Cardi Dog. He chopped down 2 small trees that could block the cave entrance, dragging them inside to block the lower half of the entrance. Then he took out 2 Pokeballs, one for Eevee and one for Cardi Dog. As soon as the fire started, he would quickly put them back inside to be safe. To make it look more convincing, he also said to the camera, "If something happens to me, when the country comes in, please help me find these 2 guys. Although they can struggle out of the balls, they are obedient, and being trapped for long can be bad for them. May Mazu bless the streamer. May the country bless. May the Jade Emperor bless. May God bless. May all gods bless. Cardi Dog, Fire Eevee, use Flame Burst. Woof. Ho." The 2 sprites opened their mouths to gather energy, and the air began to heat up. In front of the camera, the space around Fire Eevee and Cardi Dog had already distorted due to the high temperature. Now, Cardi Dog and Fire Eevee followed the command and unleashed the gathered flames. At the same time, Jiang Li quickly recalled the 2 sprites into their Pokeballs and ran towards the river behind him. After that, the viewers in the live stream only heard a loud explosion, and the live stream turned into a glitchy screen. Although it didn't cut off, the screen was fuzzy. Is the streamer okay? I don't know. It seems hard to say. Upstairs is a jinx. PFF, Brother Jiang hasn't found his sister-in-law and niece yet. How could something happen? I just recorded the screen and watched it carefully. It seems the host didn't have time to jump into the water. He was pushed into the water by the shockwave from the explosion. Oh no, if he got knocked out by the shockwave, that would be terrible. Don't jinx it from upstairs. But if that's really the case, then it's hard to say. No way. Hang in there, host. Jiang Li's live stream has attracted a lot of attention, and there are millions in his chat room. Just introducing a type of sprite can get it trending. This time, it has really made the trending list. Is Jiang Li still alive? The discussions online about this are already heated, with nearly 1 million people entering the live stream to confirm if Jiang Li is still alive. What's going on? Yi Junxing anxiously shook the person responsible for monitoring Jiang Li's livestream. Captain Yi, don't shake. I'm anxious too. The person monitoring is also very anxious, worried about his safety, and, secondly, Jiang Li is the only one they are in contact with. If something happens to him, who will they rely on to understand the sprite world? There are others, but it would cost a lot to find his wife. Moreover, if the connection to the human world is cut off, would she still help? After about 7 or 8 hours, the sky brightened, and the live stream shook before becoming clear again. Jiang Li, pale and drenched, was leaning against a tree by the riverbank. Sorry, everyone, for worrying you. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is still alive. That's great, he's alive. Thank goodness, Brother Jiang, don't do such dangerous things next time. Exactly, safety first. What lesson? But my luck isn't too bad. I didn't just get washed ashore, but I also found this. He raised his hand, showing a crystal-clear stone that looked like crystal, with water flowing inside, lifelike. This is the water stone. Some water attribute sprites can evolve when they touch the water stone. Let us skip the science lesson for now. Help! He looks like he is presenting a treasure. What luck! If it were me, I would have already kicked the bucket. Add 1. He took out 3 Pokeballs from his backpack and released Cuddy Dog and Eevee. Woof! Bye! After the 2 little ones came out, they anxiously surrounded Jiang Li, rubbing their pink little noses against his cheek. All right, Iemifina. He chuckled and patted Cuddy Dog and Eevee's heads, then looked at the 3rd Pokeball in his hand with some hesitation. What's wrong? Wait. Where did the 3rd sprite come from, Brother Jiang? Was it one you already had, or one you caught in the river? This ball looks different. I can't move right now, and Eevee and Cuddy Dog can't help me. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the Pokeball, and a sprite appeared before everyone, astonishing them. It was a yellow sprite that looked like a walking cat, with blue paw pads on its hands and black or blue patterns resembling lightning all over its body. It had a lightning-shaped blue whisker on each cheek, a long mane extending from between its shoulders, and a pair of large ears with black insides and blue eyes. Its front paws had 4 clawed fingers and light blue pads, while its hind paws had only 3 clawed toes. Oh, it's Jirachi. Aila. Upon seeing Jiang Li's state, Jirachi was instantly surprised and carefully wanted to touch Jiang Li. All right, I'm fine, just a bit weak. Can you help me up? Aila. Carefully, Jirachi helped Jiang Li up, with Eevee and Cuddy Dog following him closely. Let us go to that open area over there. It's bigger. After I rest for a bit, we can start setting up the tent. We'll stay here for today. Jirachi helped him to the open area, where Jiang Li casually sat on the ground, leaning back to catch his breath. Although it wasn't that bad, he still had to perform for the camera. Host, what kind of sprite is that? It's humanoid, so cool. So handsome. Wow. Its name is Jirachi, so cool. Jirachi is an electric type, a thunder sprite, and a mythical sprite. Sprites are also graded. Remember I mentioned before that Eevee and Cuddy Dog are rare sprites? Jirachi is even rarer and more powerful than them. Above mythical sprites, there are divine beasts. The sprite world even has the creator god, Arceus. Thank goodness they didn't fight. Add 1. They absolutely wouldn't win. Divine beasts. Is that for real? In our great Huaxia, we also have divine beasts. But our divine beasts only appear in mythological stories. Generally, electric-type Pokémon have electric organs in their bodies, but Zeraora is different. It does not have an electric organ and instead uses its own body as a source of electric energy. When it uses a large amount of electricity, the fur all over its body stands on end. It can release a massive amount of electric current from the pads of its hands and feet, creating a powerful magnetic field, allowing it to float in the air or move at high speeds. Zeraora runs at a speed comparable to lightning, approaching enemies at the same speed as a lightning strike. When Zeraora dashes past, the surrounding area is even filled with thunder and lightning. It can electrify its claws on its hands and feet, using its sharp claws to shred opponents to pieces. Even if evaded, it will use the scattered electric shocks to electrocute them. Wow. I didn't realize there was such a huge gap between Pokémon. Lightning-like speed, that's impressive. Don't you think it's a bit exaggerated? It's too outrageous. I also think it's impossible to have such lightning speed. How should I put it? There are such significant differences between people, not to mention the elves of different races. Have you forgotten that there are also dragon attributes like dragons? I also did. After hearing about the dragon attribute, I realized that there might also be divine beasts. Chapter 18, Divine Beasts. Host, I want to hear what kind of divine beasts there are. I've loved reading the classic of mountains and seas since I was a child. I'm also very curious about what kind of legendary beasts there are. There are so many legendary beasts. I mentioned before that they are divided by region, and each region has different legendary beasts. For example, the legendary beast of the land is Groudon. The legendary beast of the ocean is Kyogre, and there is also Ho-Oh, which has the 3 legendary beasts under its command, as well as the legendary beasts that govern time, space, and the distortion world. There's so many that it's impossible to detail them all. My goodness, brother Divine Beast, do you still need leg ornaments? Divine Beast, will they deal with humans? You see, Divine Beasts should all be long-lived, and they are all spirits that were once abused by humans. You're right about that. It should be fine, as long as you don't provoke them. If you don't annoy them, there shouldn't be any issues. After all, Divine Beasts generally don't appear in front of people. Why isn't the streamer talking? They're in a daze. What's over there? As the camera turned, everyone could see what was there. It was a blue-black deer with 8 antlers resembling branches, each with 2 branches at the tips. Each antler was beige, adorned with colorful protrusions in orange, red, purple, and water blue. Its eyes matched the color of its fur. Its pupils were shaped like the letter X, and its body also resembled an X when viewed from the front. This can't be a divine beast, right? No way, no way. Oh my gosh. The streamer got slapped in the face. The 9 colors look a bit like the 9-colored deer. Huh. They were backstabbed before finishing their sentence. Xerneas. Bye. Eevee was very happy to see Xerneas. Zhongli then remembered that in the setting, he and Buyel saved Eevee, relying on Xerneas to revive Eevee. Is this the Pokémon egg you asked me to save back then, that hatched? Xerneas was somewhat delighted. A life had been revived. Isn't that a good thing? It lowered its head and gently tapped Eevee's forehead with its nose. Yes, it took 4 years. Oh my gosh. Did I hear that right? The Pokémon spoke. I heard it too. Clearly, it hasn't spoken. No wonder it's a divine beast. Wait, does a divine beast know Jianga? No wonder it's Jianga, the biggest connection in the Pokémon world. For years have passed, and as long as nothing bad happens, it's good to be alive. At that time, Xerneas wasn't sure if it could succeed. After all, Eevee didn't die, and because of genetic mutation, it tried its best, and then told the two that Eevee might need a long time to recover, and it might not even be successful. However, you should have come here to take back your gaze from Eevee, staring intently at Zhongli. You two are destined to be fated yet unattainable. She is the guardian spirit of this world and cannot stay in the human world with you forever. I know, that's why I haven't come here. But recently the doors to the human world have opened wide, and there are places everywhere. I'm worried something might happen here. How is that possible? Xerneas looked at Zhongli in surprise. I'm just worried about her, and besides, Nazida has also disappeared. Who is Nazida? Isn't the little niece called Jiangxiyu? I saw it in the video of the willow tree. I don't know, I saw it too. Could there be 2 names? I think it's possible. After all, my sister-in-law was from the fairy world. And considering Jiangxi's name, how could she not have a name before? Maybe my little niece also has a name from the fairy world. That child, wasn't he had said that she shouldn't come near here until she comes of age? Xerneas frowned slightly. However, everything before she left indicated that she had arrived here. So I'm worried something happened to Buyuware. I'm not sure about this. I haven't been to the sacred tree in a long time. I'll go find her, but she is still young. Although the situation here is special, please let Buyuware know and ask her to help look for her. Alright, also, you may not have had a chance to meet before, but based on what you said, Arceus may have initiated that plan. Perhaps you're not far from reuniting. Thank you for your kind words. Saying that, she turned and entered the forest. Zhongli also looked at the barrage, and sure enough, questions were flying everywhere. Picking out the 2 most asked questions to answer. Why do you know each other? Why can Pokémon talk? Do all legendary Pokémon do that? Yes, I know Xerneas through Jiangxi's introduction. Well, you just heard wasn't talking. It was a psychic skill, telepathy. It's not like talking with a mouth like humans do. Xerneas, fairy type, life Pokémon. Life Pokémon? That's different from what the previous streamer said. Before, every Pokémon looked like a mouse and was called a mouse Pokémon. Shouldn't this be a deer Pokémon? Indeed. Why is a life Pokémon? Because Xerneas revived after sleeping in the form of a tree for 1,000 years. It is said that when the antlers on its head shine with 7 colors, it can share eternal life, and it is said to even revive the deceased. Share. Revive. Wow, no wonder it's a life Pokémon 666. If there is a life Pokémon, could there also be a destruction Pokémon? Of course. Yveltal is the destruction Pokémon. Both of them are legendary Pokémon. Suddenly, I feel a bit swallows about legendary Pokémon. I can't do it. I can't do it. I have to cling to Jiangxi's thigh. Cling to Jiangxi's thigh. Cling to Jiangxi's thigh. Cling to Jiangxi's thigh. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. It's not that simple for a legendary beast to appear in front of people. Xerneas only came to find me because it knows me. After resting for a while, Zhongli stood up, brushed off the dust, took out a tent from his backpack. It was only noon, but Jiangli no longer had the strength to move forward. Zeraora, help me out. Upon hearing Jiangli's words, Zeraora came over to lend a hand, and soon the tent was set up. Then Jiangli lazily lay down inside the tent, while Zeraora took the initiative to grab a pot and went to the river to fetch water, skillfully starting a fire to boil the water. Thanks, Zeraora. Zeraora took out a packet of knife-cut noodles from a bag and took out bowls for himself and Evie to eat. No problem. While waiting for the pot to boil, Jiangli started chatting with online friends. How did you meet Zeraora? It was when I was out shopping with ACI that I found the young Zeraora trapped under a tree and couldn't move. So I kept it by my side. It was a casual remark, but everyone knew that although it sounded light, it wasn't that easy. Indeed, the friend I mentioned earlier who helped was Xerneas. But Evie didn't die at that time. It knew that helping Evie recover also depended on its own vitality. The little guy affectionately rubbed Jiangli's thigh with its small head. Although it hadn't felt anything before, Evie knew that Jiangli was its lifesaver. So it was very close to her. Seeing that the water was boiling, Jiangli poured the knife-cut noodles into the pot to cook them and took out a bottle of sauce from the backpack. The little guys couldn't eat spicy food, so she just added a little salt for them. Chapter 19, Break Time. Zeraora, do you need chopsticks? Or do you not eat noodles? Want some fruit? Just as the noodles were poured into the pot, she remembered that Zeraora didn't like very hot food. Maybe just fruit. Fruit? You can also try some other things. Eating only fruit can get boring. It's good to change up the flavors. Saying this, she still took out some fruits from the backpack. There were various kinds, some of which Zeraora had never seen before. Honestly, can a streamer really understand Pokémon? I feel like it's really true. Amazing, the streamer is leading the way. Not long after Jalala started eating, the noodles were cooked. Jiangli simply divided the noodles among the elves, then opened a few pet cans. Woof woof. Bye. The corgi smelled the aroma. Its eyes lit up, and it began to bark, but still sat there obediently waiting for Jiangli to serve it. Little Evie originally wanted to pounce, but was caught by the corgi by the scruff of its neck. After a few words from the corgi, it too sat there obediently. But its eyes were still shining, looking eager. Streamer, hurry up. Don't you see our little Evie can't wait? Jianggu, quickly, our corgi is being so good. It turns out someone has to teach them. Having a big brother or sister watching is definitely better. Haha, it really needs an adult to guide them. Streamer, is the corgi a brother or a sister? The corgi is a brother. We have a bunch of big guys here and not a single sister. Jiangli said helplessly, mixing the canned food and noodles while nodding in response to the eager looks from the corgi and Evie. The moment he nodded, the corgi and Evie dashed forward and began to feast. Jiangli smiled as he watched them, then picked up his own bowl, added some spicy sauce, and started eating along with them. I'm hungry. Why do these little guys eat so deliciously with such light flavors? I am too. I'm hungry. I'm also hungry. I asked my mom if dinner is ready, and she said it's rare for me to be hungry this early. And she looked at my phone, gave me a chestnut, and said I must have seen the dog eating and got hungry. Why don't I go in and fight the dog for food? Haha, crack me up. I have anorexia, and my mom suffers from headaches every day. I started watching live streams, and seeing the little ones eat so happily made me want to eat. I told my mom I was hungry, and she was so happy that tears came out. Jiangli was boiling water while eating, and after finishing, she added some cold water to the pot, washed the pot and bowl, and then collapsed weakly inside the tent. I'm tired. I want to sleep. If you don't mind, just watch this group of little ones play outside, and then I quickly zipped up the tent. Wow, that's really not polite. Since Brother Jiang doesn't treat everyone as outsiders, why still pull up the curtain? I don't mind. I am too. I don't mind looking at Jiang Ji's face for a lifetime. Jiangli was inside the tent looking at the screen, and then everyone in the live broadcast room saw a gap in the tent being pulled open. Jiangli stuck his head out and said, "Stop dreaming. I'm a married man. Do you know about male virtue? If you don't uphold male virtue, your wife will leave." Then he pulled his head back in. 666, what a male virtue. Did you see that? Men in the live broadcast room? You have to uphold male virtue. Why don't you uphold female virtue? Many boys actually understand self-love quite well. Of course, both men and women are the same. Some are open-minded and some are conservative. People are different. I also think so, but for girls, the outside world is always a bit more dangerous. Girls are afraid of being abducted and sold to the mountains as wives for old bachelors, while boys are afraid of being kidnapped for organ trafficking. One involves physical harm, and the other involves mental harm. It's all difficult, Sai. I used to feel like someone was following me when I went for night runs. So I stopped running at night. I decided that I would raise a spirit to protect myself in the future. In a live stream room, only netizens were chatting, And in the scene, the Corgi and Eevee were playing, while Zapdos sat under a tree, resting with half-closed eyes, watching Eevee play. Zhongli actually didn't need to rest. But to hide it from the netizens, he lay inside the tent and checked his phone. Then he opened the system space to check his points. Wow. Because of the previous appearance of Xerneas, there were millions of people in his livestream room, and each person had 1,000 points. Great. He was also a newly rich person now. Flipping through the system store, there were quite a few spirits. Zhongli was contemplating whether to change to another spirit. Forget it. 3 spirits were enough for now. Zapdos and Corgi were powerful enough. An hour later, Zhongli came out of the tent and changed what he wanted. Zapdos glanced at Zhongli when he came out, but didn't do much else, still sitting under the tree. Eevee, on seeing Zhongli come out, joyfully hopped over to him and affectionately rubbed against his feet. Woof woof, Corgi also came over, obediently sitting there, looking at Zhongli. Zhongli squatted down, picked up Eevee and held in his arms, then patted Corgi's head, making the little dog's ears perk up happily. Just then, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, and Corgi perked up its ears, vigilantly staring at the bushes. Eevee also stared straight at the bushes from Zhongli's arms, and Zapdos stood up, looking towards the bushes. What the heck, what is that? Please don't be a snake. I'm afraid of snakes. I am too. There should be snake-like elves. I'm scared. It's coming out. I don't dare to look help. Soon, a green elf that looks like a toad appeared in front of everyone, with bright red eyes, white pupils and sclera, a pair of protruding ears on its head, a short and blunt nose, a big mouth, and 3 toes on each of its thick legs. It has a green seed on its back that resembles a garlic bulb. This is a bit ugly cute, so adorable. I don't understand the aesthetics upstairs, but it is a bit ugly cute. What is it carrying on its back? Garlic? Haha, it really looks a bit like it. Although Zhongli exudes an aura that makes one want to get close, looking at the vigilant 3 elves, Bulbasaur still timidly shrank its head, wanting to retreat and escape. Zhongli hurriedly called to the 3 elves, patted the head of the Houndoom, and told them not to stare at Bulbasaur so warily. This Bulbasaur is small and clearly still a cub. There might be adults nearby, so don't attack the young one. Thinking this, Zhongli comforted, "Don't be afraid, Bulbasaur." Zhongli slowly squatted down and pulled Houndoom behind him. However, Houndoom's position, along with that of Zeraora, could quickly rush over. If anything happened, Houndoom and Zeraora could still rush out immediately to capture Bulbasaur. After all, there might be adults nearby, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 20. The Bulbasaur's clan, of course. The current appearance is just to trick the little cubs. Sorry, little darling. Zhongli thought for a moment and took out the irresistible Moo Moo fresh milk from his backpack. Bye. I want a drink. The Eevee in his arms smelled the Moo Moo fresh milk and started struggling to drink it, but Bulbasaur was timid. Although the smell of Moo Moo fresh milk made it swallow, it was still afraid of the Eevee in Zhongli's arms. Zhongli pressed down on Eevee's head, thinking, "I usually give you enough to eat. Why are you so greedy?" He then handed Eevee over to Houndoom, asking it to gently bite the back of Eevee's neck, where it could control its fate. Bye. It raised one front paw to spare my milk. Listening to the little guy's frustrated voice and seeing its pitiful look, the viewers in the live stream began to laugh. Let it drink. Hysterical. That SR Eevee's milk. Let it drink. Poor baby. As long as you follow me, you'll definitely have endless milk. The aesthetics upstairs are bouncing off my face. Looking at Eevee's expression, Zhongli helplessly took out 3 bowls and 2 bottles of Moo Moo fresh milk, dividing 1 bottle between Eevee and Bulbasaur, and giving 1 bottle each to Houndoom and Zeraora. Ella, I don't want to drink. Zeraora looked at the Moo Moo fresh milk in Zhongli's hand with helplessness, indicating that it had outgrown the age for drinking milk. You're just 1 year older than my kid. What's wrong with drinking milk? He handed a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk to Zeraora. Ella, my little niece is 4 years old, and being 1 year older means Zeraora is 5 this year. Clearly handsome enough to be a husband. How can it be like this? Upstairs, it's been more than 3 years. It's been more than 5 years already. I'm in my 20s and still drink milk. Jolteon, don't be excessive. Ahem. I'm the same. The other Pokémon started drinking from the bowl that Zhongli had given them, and seeing them enjoy it so much. Jolteon couldn't help but take a sip as well. It tasted pretty good, just like before. Looking at the bowl in front of him, Bulbasaur hesitated a bit, but the tempting aroma was strong and kept luring him in. Plus, the human in front of him emitted a vibe that made him feel he wasn't a bad person, so the little guy decided to drink. To the audience, it was clear that Bulbasaur cautiously walked over, gently sniffed the fresh milk, and then started to drink carefully. As Bulbasaur relaxed and drank, he let down his guard, and after finishing, He began to play with EV. Jiangli picked up the playful Bulbasaur, who was very affectionate towards him, and then started to introduce Bulbasaur to the viewers. Bulbasaur is a dual-type grass-poison Pokémon, a seed Pokémon. Why is it called a seed Pokémon? If you look at its back, it said that when it is born, a magical seed that will grow along with its body is planted there. Additionally, the seed on Bulbasaur's back can store nutrients, which means it can survive for several days without eating. After it is born, it absorbs the nutrients stored in the seed on its back to grow. Sometimes you can see it napping under the sun because after soaking in plenty of sunlight, the seed on its back will thrive. Therefore, you can often see Bulbasaur lying there sunbathing in a sunny spot. Also, here is something interesting, because Bulbasaur's seed grows as it grows. Experts in the Pokémon world have been unable to determine whether it is a plant Pokémon or an animal Pokémon. It's like the debate over whether Cordyceps is a plant or an insect. The upstairs folks are wrong. Cordyceps is a fungus. Ridiculous. However, it is indeed hard to tell whether the seed grows, causing Bulbasaur to grow, or whether Bulbasaur grows, causing the seed to grow. Are the upstairs folks speaking in tongue twisters? Right. Bulbasaur is famously good-tempered, which is why it is a popular choice for rookie Pokémon trainers in certain regions. The starter Pokémon? Indeed. So what are they? Are they water, fire, and grass? It really is the case that all region starter Pokémon are these three types. In the Kanto region, the starter Pokémon are water-type Squirtle, fire-type Charmander, and grass-type Bulbasaur. They are considered rare Pokémon, and not everyone can obtain one of these three as a starting Pokémon. A turtle, a dragon, and a frog. Ridiculous. But the Pokémon used for new trainers should be strong, right? There are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. As long as you put in the effort to train, then the Pokémon won't be weak. Just like there are no foolish children. Only teachers and parents who don't know how to teach. Yes, all children have potential, if they work hard but still don't do well. My mom just says I'm dumb, hugging the upstairs folks, patting them. Just then, two thin green vines swiftly flew past Cardadog and EV towards Jiangli Woof. Cardadog used Fire Fong to bite the vine that flew past. The flames quickly ignited the vine. Cardadog, stop! As soon as the words left his mouth, the flames engulfing the vine disappeared, or rather, they slowly retreated back into Cardadog's mouth. Once the flames were all withdrawn, Cardadog finally let go. Duh. Who are you? Why are you trying to catch our young? The vines retracted, and a Pokémon that looked very much like Bulbasaur emerged from the bushes. The difference was that it was bigger and stronger, and instead of a seed on its back, it had a flower bud. Was he planning to catch her young at all? Jiangli innocently released his grip, but Bulbasaur still lay on his lap. Moreover, it raised its front paw to greet the new Pokémon. Dana. Bro, you're here. The parent thought their child was being captured, but their little one was comfortably greeting them in the arms of a stranger. How filial. Turns out it was a misunderstanding. Is this also a Bulbasaur? It looks very similar, but it has a flower on its back, a flower that hasn't bloomed yet. It's a flower bud. Please don't worry. I'm not a bad person. Jiangli patted Cardadog on the head to ease it. Dana, come here, we're going back. Although Jiangli gave a good impression, and there was a strong desire to get close to him, Bulbasaur held back because its task was to safely return this mischievous young one. Dana, it's almost time to eat. Bulbasaur used its usual effective trick on its younger brother, delivering a powerful hit. Dana, I'm full. Bulbasaur defended against the attack. What are they talking about? I don't know. I don't understand. Add one, don't understand. Bulbasaur was trying to find a way to call Bulbasaur back. Jiangli started to explain. Then looking at the already parched Bulbasaur and the content Bulbasaur, he brought out some fresh milk to give Bulbasaur. Dana, what is this? I saw you were thirsty, so I'm giving you a little. Don't worry, it's safe. After taking a sip of the fresh milk, Bulbasaur realized that humans could drink it too. I want a drink. For a 23-year-old who hasn't been weaned yet. Streamer, link it. I want it too. Chapter 21. Relaxed Bulbasaur. They are indeed foodies. Isn't that right? They can hold on for a while in front of Mumu's fresh milk. But as soon as the energy cube comes out, they can't hold back. What did the streamer just call it? Oh right, Bulbasaur. Is it an evolved form? That's right, this Pokémon is called Ivysaur, which also has dual grass and poison attributes. Unlike Bulbasaur, you can see that its teeth are longer now. The two Pokémon next to it simultaneously open their mouths to show everyone. Moreover, the seed on its back has grown into a pink bud, and there are 4 leaves next to it, shaped like a cross. Under Jiang Li's instructions, the two Pokémon simultaneously close their mouths and turn around to show everyone the seed and bud on their backs. You can compare carefully. Ivysaur's legs and waist are thicker than Bulbasaur's because the flower on Ivysaur's back is heavier than the seed, so it has become sturdier to support its weight. It really has turned into elephant legs. Upstairs, what elephant legs? These are gym legs. How heavy is this flower? Its legs are already thick. It looks like it should weigh a dozen pounds or so, probably as much as several bags of rice. By the way, there shouldn't be just the two of you Bulbasaurs around, right? Zhongli remembers that Bulbasaurs usually live in groups, and Ivysaur just called Bulbasaur back home. So there should be a colony nearby. Two Bulbasaurs, Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. They're really playing around, Bulbasaur. Ha ha ha, Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. As long as it's a group, there will be a leader. The leader of the Bulbasaurs should definitely be it. Dana, no, we are a colony. If it weren't for this guy sneaking out, I wouldn't have to come find it here. While saying this, it stretched out its green vine and tapped Bulbasaur on the head. Dane, deturts. The Bulbasaur that got hit protested aggrievedly. What's wrong, little runaway? Teasingly, it rubbed Bulbasaur's head, soothing the spot that Ivysaur just hit. Bye. Eevee rushed forward and pushed Zhongli's hand away. Don't touch. Eevee was unhappy. Why doesn't the owner pet it now that Bulbasaur is here? Clearly, it is the owner's cutest treasure. Eevee bumped Zhongli's hand with its head, indicating that if you don't pet me, I'm going to get mad. All right. I'll pet your head. Helplessly, Zhongli held Eevee in his arms, rubbing its soft fur. Unlike Eevee, Bulbasaur's head is smooth, very soft and bouncy to the touch. However, Zhongli still prefers fluffy ones. This can be seen from Zhongli's Pokémon, whether it's Arcanine or Eevee, or even the younger version of Jolteon. Why younger? After all, you can't pet them when they grow up. Dane. Bulbasaur didn't think much of it, just felt a bit shy after hearing Zhongli's words and scratched its cheek. Donai? What exactly did Bulbasaur say? It left the streamer speechless. This is the first time I've seen the streamer with this expression. I want to know why Bulbasaur ran away from home. What is the reason? It doesn't seem like there are problems at home since Ivysaur came to look for it. What's going on with the streamer? Looking at the comments, Zhongli remained silent for a while before speaking up. I don't have much to say. After all, my life is pretty similar, mainly for your sake. It's fine. We working people can handle it. I mean, is there anything heavier than the steel and concrete we carry? The streamer can just say it. We are strong and can take it. Bulbasaur said that it's too boring at home. Every day it's just eating fruit, or sunbathing and walking. They wanted to play games with other young Pokémon, but it was too boring, so it ran out. To translate that, it means that every day at home, it's either eating or sleeping, or just playing by itself with no one bothering it and no one to take care of it. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Wait, what does the streamer mean by saying his life is similar? I don't believe it. I don't accept it. It doesn't matter if I don't accept it. We saved some money from our outdoor survival live stream before, and then bought some stocks. Luckily, I haven't lost any money. At home, I'm usually in this state. 4 years ago, I had to accompany my wife shopping for 2 months, and 2 months ago, I was picking up and dropping off my daughter from school and occasionally taking her out to play. Suddenly, I feel a bit sad. What's going on? It's okay, streamer. Your sister-in-law is right here. She can be found. I mean, she will definitely be found. Are you comforting me? Actually, there's no need. Have you seen that big tree over there? Look at the bullet screen. Zhongli is smiling lightly while controlling the camera to rise. In the distance, there is a towering tree, much taller than the surrounding ones. That's the sacred tree I mentioned to Zelnias before, and ACI is right there, but I can't go over now. While saying this, a hint of desolation flashed in my eyes. The system indicates that Zhongli can't see Buyir if he goes over now. Only by completing a series of tasks can he go through hardships to find Nazida. Then the father and daughter can go in together to bring Buyir back. I don't know if that guy has read too many novels. I have to find the little girl first, but she doesn't need to worry. After all, she has her mother's bloodline. So those elves will be very obedient to her and will be very close to her. Wow, the whole family is blessed. What about you, streamer? Some viewers looked at the bullet screen with confusion. The elves are close to you. Is it because you are her husband? That is part of the reason, but not all of it. Looking at the question, Zhongli suddenly realized and began to answer the bullet screen's questions. What does that mean? I'm a bit curious. Could it be that you have some special abilities, streamer? Firstly, it is definitely partly because of my wife. After all, she was chosen by Arceus to maintain this little world. Secondly, you can also find that some people are naturally liked by animals, while some are naturally disliked. I've been able to understand some small animals' conversations since I was a child, which is also part of the reason. Lastly, and most importantly, having a good heart allows elves to sense human emotions, especially those with psychic attributes. Ultimately, it comes down to having good intentions. You might as well become a Buddha. Haha, if you can't even have good intentions towards elves, how can you become a Buddha? Just kidding. If you really can't do that, at least do the basic thing of not being disliked, right? That means Dana, we should go back. Looked at the position of the sun. Maya Wakeo once again suggested going home. Dani, I don't want to go back. Maya Wazong still didn't want to go back. Dana, no way. The attitude was very firm, indicating that they must go home before sunset. Dani, all right. Maya Wazong knew very well the cost of going home when it got dark, and reluctantly lowered its head. Are we going back? Can I go see your tribe? Jiangli thought about taking a picture of Maya Wawa and explaining the habits of the Miaowas in detail. Dani, hearing Jiang Li's words, Maya Wazong instantly perked up. Dana. Well, okay, come with me. Maya Wakeo was silent for a moment but agreed to Jiang Li. You might have to wait for me. I need to pack up the tent, pointing to the tent beside them. Jiang Li initially planned to spend the night here, but didn't expect Maya Wazong to come. Dana, then you need to hurry, or we'll get dark. After thinking about the cost of going home in the dark, Maya Wakeo couldn't help but shiver. Don't worry, it will be done quickly. With the help of Jialeala, Jiang Li took down the tent in 10 minutes, and then, under the astonished gaze of Maya Wazong, packed the tent into a small bag. That speed is amazing. Impressive, mainly because of the good cooperation with Jialeala, right? Indeed, the cooperation is great. It feels strange upstairs. Ha ha, look at that child's astonished expression. This is exactly the same as yesterday's netizen. By the way, have you seen the trending searches? Yes. The country's attention has started to focus on the streamer's live broadcast. My foreign friend, who has a green card from our country, followed a streamer, but he went back abroad recently. People abroad can't see the streamer's videos, can they? I can easily come across them with just a scroll. Is there a limit on the flow? The country has intervened, not pushing or restricting too much, but it's just a matter of chance for those abroad. After all, our country needs to have a way out before helping others. Chapter 22. Space Backpack Dane. Hurry up, or we'll be late. Seeing Jiang Li all packed up, Maya Wakai began to urge him. Okay, let's go, Jiang Li said, following the steps of Maya Wazong and chatting as they walked. By the way, is your leader Maya Wawa? Jiang Li thought for a moment and decided to ask. Dani, our group is quite large, with over 10 Maya Wazong, many Maya Wakai, and more than 10 Maya Wa. I think. Before Maya Wakai could start answering, Maya Wazong began to spill the beans about their group's information like pouring beans, even mentioning who its parents were. Dane, hey, you guy. Maya Wakai helplessly pressed Maya Wazong's head down with its vines, worried that if it kept talking, it would reveal all the secrets of the group. Ha ha ha. Seeing their antics, Jiang Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. What happened? The streamer suddenly seems so happy. I also want to know, what did Bulbasaur say? I can't understand, indeed. I can't understand how to say it. This little guy explained his entire ancestry to me. Jiang Li pressed down the corners of his mouth, forcing himself not to laugh. Ha ha, this little guy talks nonstop, such a chatty little Bulbasaur, so cute. Ha ha, little chatterbox is super cute. Dana, just ahead. Hurry up. Just as they were about to reach the group, Bulbasaur stretched out its vine whip and pulled Jiang Li's hand to move forward. Jiang Li suddenly moved forward and was a bit unsteady. Bye. Eevee, who was lying on Jiang Li's head, almost fell off at that moment, but stabilized itself and jumped down from Jiang Li's head. Oh, of course, when it jumped down, it used Jiang Li's head for support. With the combined effort of Bulbasaur and Eevee, the viewers thought Jiang Li was definitely going to fall. But then they saw Jiang Li balance himself on one foot in a strange posture. Wow. Haha, you're really going to eat it now. Cough, cough. Wow. Is this how you can maintain balance? The host is amazing. 666. The host must have practiced. Then Jalora skillfully pulled Jiang Li's collar to straighten him up. Jiang Li, who stood up, shook his head a bit dizzy from Eevee stepping on it. Bye. Sorry. Looking at the two little guys with their heads down, looking ashamed, Jiang Li wanted to say something, but seeing their expressions, he helplessly shook his head. All right, let us go. He patted the heads of the two little guys, and the group continued walking forward, but Jiang Li no longer had Eevee on his head. Little Eevee was now lying on the head of Arcanine. Seeing Eevee's comfortable appearance, Jiang Li helplessly said, little guy, if you weren't less than half a month old, you would definitely have to walk on your own. It had been a week since they came to this world. Aside from the incident with Parasect and Rhydon, everything else had been quite stable. However, this week of popular science and live streaming earned Jiang Li quite a few points. But after accumulating so many world points, Jiang Li was completely not lacking in points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily given the official methods for making Pokeballs and space backpacks earlier. So now the officials were extremely busy, both developing and stabilizing people's emotions. because Jiangli had unreservedly shared the methods for making Pokeballs and backpacks with the country. The trust in Jiangli was quite high, mainly handled by Yi Junsheng and Yi Lao. After a tense meeting, various channels in Huaxia were broadcasting live, as all over the world doors had appeared, and everyone was consciously staying at home, with plenty of boring time. Plus, the doors were originally a hot topic, and fortunately, the vast grasslands at the beginning were beautiful landscapes that people living in big cities found hard to see. The appearing Pokémon were all cute and friendly, which improved everyone's impression of what was behind the door. In the early stages, with little contact between Pokémon and humans, it was still quite simple for both sides to change their views on each other. Just like how people get to know each other, they would first accept the good before the bad. Dana just then, a voice similar to Bulbasaur but deeper echoed. A 3-meter-tall giant appeared in front of everyone, with bluish-green skin covered in small bumps and a huge flower blooming on its back. Dana, O.V. Bulbasaur immediately ran over to greet Venusaur, happily rubbing against it. Danai Bulbasaur also trotted over to explain the situation to Venusaur. After a while, Venusaur slowly nodded and gestured for Jiangli to follow. Jiangli and the others slowly walked alongside Venusaur, introducing as they went. Venusaur is the final evolution of Bulbasaur, sharing the same poison and grass attributes. You can clearly see the comparison from Bulbasaur to Venusaur from seed to flower. They often stay still in sunny places because they need to perform photosynthesis. This Venusaur is female, and its size is larger than that of an ordinary Venusaur, possibly a dominant Pokémon. Female? How did the host figure that out? It seems to be a matriarchal clan. Can't tell at all. Completely abnormal development. Can't see any of Bulbasaur's cuteness left. More like a toad. Adding one. Distinguishing between male and female Venusaur is also quite simple. Female Venusaur has a seed on its flower, while males do not. Venusaur glanced at Jiangli, who was speaking to the camera beside it, feeling no malice and even having a strange sense of closeness towards the human in front of it. Venusaur relaxed and continued walking forward. Soon, a larger clearing appeared before everyone, with a small stream dividing the clearing in two. But there were plenty of Bulbasaur and Venusaur basking in the sun on both sides. There were 3 Venusaur on each side, totaling 6, each taking care of their young. Wow, this is a big family. Dana Venusaur turned back to Jiangli and said he could camp by the river, and as long as he didn't harm the young, he could move freely here. Bulbasaur had already returned to the group, and seeing that it was almost dusk, Jiangli nodded and worked with Jalora to set up the tent, while Arcanine and EV went to gather firewood. Doesn't the host have alcohol blocks? Why do they still need Arcanine to gather firewood? Maybe they only brought enough for 7 days? 21 blocks? The upstairs person must be new. The host backpack can even fit a super big stone, let alone such small alcohol blocks. Yes, they're alcohol blocks, but firewood adds to the camping atmosphere, doesn't it? Well, I'm crying. The streamer is unwilling to use alcohol wipes just to immerse us in the experience. Is it possible that the streamer is just, shut up upstairs, let me be moved for a moment. The tent is set up. Jiangli threw his backpack and coat inside the tent and came out to see if Eevee and the others had returned. As a result, he saw Eevee biting a piece of firewood, and the Rockruff behind was carrying a lot of firewood piled high. The reason it hadn't fallen was that it was tied with green vines, which were from Bulbasaur. Chapter 23. Searching for the grass stone. Behind the Rockruff, there were several Bulbasaurs using their vines to hold the firewood, looking at the pile of firewood up to his waist. Jiangli smiled helplessly and turned around to face the sparkling eyes of the little ones behind him, seeking praise. Thank you, Bulbasaur, and of course, Eevee and Rockruff. You all did great. The little ones were all very happy to receive compliments, but none of them left, still looking at Jiangli with bright eyes. At first, Jiangli was a bit confused until he saw the familiar Bulbasaur. All right, I get it. He smiled helplessly and took out some bowls and the fresh milk that the Bulbasaurs were eagerly anticipating. It's not that I'm stingy, but it's almost mealtime, so we can't drink too much. Just a little for each of you. He started to distribute the fresh milk while muttering, at such a young age, although drinking fresh milk is nutritious, you still can't skip meals, or you won't grow up later. Help! He sounds just like my mom. He's so naggy. For a grown man, the streamer seems to only nag the little ones. Otherwise, look at how Rockruff and Jolteon are not being fussed over at all. After all, he has a 4-year-old daughter at home, and with his wife not around, he must be playing both dad and mom. Did you hear that? The sound of a knife stabbing into my heart. Upstairs gave me a stab. Woo-woo. Jiangli only nagged for a little while before starting to cook. After all, the little ones had drunk some milk to fill their stomachs, but he was still hungry. However, This time, Zhongli didn't plan to cook for the Pokémon because he still felt that Pokémon should eat Pokémon food. Just like humans need to intake trace elements, Pokémon should eat what they need to eat. So this time, Zhongli took out a small piece of hot pot base, some wide noodles, and some vegetables. He poured some oil and put the hot pot base in, and when it melted a little, he poured in a bottle of mineral water. He pushed away Evie, who had come over curiously smelling the aroma, covered the pot, and then took out the Pokémon food. Rockruff and Jolteon had grown up and could eat directly, but Evie was still small. So Zhongli broke the Pokémon food into small pieces and soaked them in fresh milk. Although the Pokémon could eat directly, they still sat in place without moving, waiting for Zhongli's meal to be ready so they could eat together with him. As night fell, a portable camping light hung from the top of the tent. Zhongli sat outside the tent, holding Evie in his arms, looking at the stars in the sky. The stars here are beautiful. The beautiful starry sky is something that cannot be seen in the human world. Without human destruction, nature is so beautiful. Look, how pretty it is. Yes, without human destruction, how beautiful nature is. It's really ironic that humans destroy nature while trying to protect it. The best way for humans to protect nature is to not intervene. All right, everyone, it's getting late. See you tomorrow. He waved at the camera. No, you go to sleep. I can watch outside. No. Don't turn off the live stream. I can watch the streamer sleep. No. Our streamer upholds male ethics. So it's unlikely for us to see him sleeping. Didn't you notice he usually wraps himself tightly in a coat? Damn it, I want to see even more. Before the comments from the viewers in the live stream became more perverted, Zhongli decisively closed the live stream. Sleeping, taking off the coat. Zhongli lay down in bed. Katie Dog lay beside Zhongli. Evie slept by the pillow. And Jirachi was still sitting in the corner of the tent with its eyes closed. Because these days, her appearance in dreams has become clearer. Zhongli looked forward to meeting the family in his dreams even more at night. The next morning, Zhongli naturally woke up at 7 o'clock and then opened the live stream. Normally, there shouldn't be many people early in the morning. However, as soon as the live stream started, viewers entered one by one. For the first time, I got up early to catch a live stream. Me too. But recently I've been stuck at home due to the door situation. It's so boring. I feel the same. It seems so boring. If you find it boring, why not get moving? Didn't the host mention before that? What? Later, the Pokémon might come to our world, so get moving. Otherwise, if you want to find Pokémon in the future, they won't want to be with you looking all fleshy. If you don't exercise, you won't have the strength. You might not even be able to find them. Wow, that was close. Thankfully, a netizen reminded me to get moving and do some sit-ups. Goodness, you all really seem energetic. Zhongli started boiling water. He's not that delicate of a person, but given the current situation, not being a bit refined would be disrespectful to the Bulbasaur and the firewood they collected last night. So, Zhongli specifically boiled hot water this morning. It's rare for him to wash his face with hot water. After quickly finishing breakfast, Zhongli saw Bulbasaur standing in front of him. Dana, friend, I can sense the aura of the sacred tree on you. I think you should be a trustworthy person. Can I ask you for a favor? Bulbasaur's heavy voice made it sound like it was inquiring about something. Of course. Dana, I really appreciate it. Hearing Zhongli's response, Bulbasaur nodded repeatedly, its face full of smiles. Dana, our group originally had Grassstone. Although it doesn't have much use for us, it's still very important to us. However, some nearby Monferno took it away a while ago. Can you help us get it back? No problem. What happened? I'm curious. I'm also curious about what the Bulbasaur and the streamer talked about. Well, you don't treat me like family, keeping little secrets from me. It's funny that I considered you family, yet you don't tell me your secrets. Wow, it seems like everyone's family up there, huh? On the other side, Zhongli had a good chat with Bulbasaur, and that's when they had time to interact with the fans. Bulbasaur hopes I can help it find something, and as long as I can help it find it, it will reward me. So it's about finding something. I knew the streamer was one of us, and whenever there is a chance, they tell us. It's not in vain to treat the streamer as family. They tell me secrets right away, haha. Enough of that upstairs. So, streamer, what are you going to look for? Finally, someone asked, and I'm curious too. What are you going to find? A piece of Grassstone, and by the way, Venusaur knows where it is, but it's said to be with a Primeape. Primeape is a fighting-type Pokémon. How should I put it? Venusaur can handle it, but it's just that Primeape is faster, and Venusaur is quite large, while Primeape is quite cunning, which is why it's been delayed. Primeape? Just hearing the name makes me feel its temper is particularly explosive. That's right, Primeape, as the name suggests, is a monkey with a fiery temper. Primeape looks similar to a monkey, and its fighting type is particularly fierce. Don't you think the name Primeape is very fitting? I never expected that. I thought I had become smarter, but it turns out I was just overthinking it. Ha, me too. I instinctively feel that it's a very hot-tempered monkey. After seeing your analysis, I wonder if I'm thinking too simply. The person upstairs is overthinking. They clearly haven't thought of much, yet have thought of a lot. Ha. Chapter 24. The Unusual Hot-Tempered Monkey. The hot-tempered monkey is a monkey pig spirit. Why is it called a monkey pig? You'll know when you see it. The hot-tempered monkey is always angry, and once it sets its sights on you, it will cling to you until death. Jiangli was pushing aside the vines blocking her path while introducing it to the audience. Wow. The host said everything, but also seems like they said nothing. What does you'll know when you see it mean? I'm very curious. Can't you just tell us now? Do I think it's ridiculous? Or is it just me? Suddenly being targeted and having to be entangled for a lifetime? Haha. I also think so. This guy has such a bad temper, a fiery monkey. Just by the name, you can tell. However, I feel that this fiery monkey's personality should be different from an ordinary fiery monkey. Different from the ordinary? I understand it's like people. Everyone is different and has different personalities. I don't think every elf has the same temperament, which is quite understandable. In fact, most elves of the same type have similar habits, but there are always one or two that are considered exceptions. It's just like dogs. Not all dogs like to eat bones, and not everyone can be perfectly fine. Some people are so unusual that they are allergic to oxygen. My classmate is really unbelievable. He is allergic to fake silver. As long as he wears it on his hand, within 3 minutes, if it's fake, he will definitely develop a rash. It makes me laugh so much. My classmate is also allergic to dust. My classmate is allergic to plain white rice, but can eat noodles, dumplings, and rice flour. I have a classmate who is allergic to lamb, but he particularly likes to eat lamb skewers. So we all avoid the few places he often eats at because they serve fake lamb. It seems like the stream is getting off track. Let me adjust it, and the host can continue speaking. I agree. I also want to know the host can continue. The temper of the fire monkey is quite irritable, and it tends to act simply. I asked about the Bulbasaur today. That fire monkey carefully stole that grass stone. If it hadn't been seen by Bulbasaur while escaping, holding the grass stone in one hand, maybe they wouldn't even know where their grass stone went. The host means that this behavior doesn't align with the usual actions of a fire monkey. Indeed, it's like a lion among a group of meat-eating lions that only eats grass, which is quite abnormal. Could there be another secret? I'm not sure. We can only find a fire monkey to uncover the truth. Pushing through the long vines, the trees in this area are very lush, making it difficult for Jiangli to walk, and the same goes for the corgi. So Jiangli put Corgi and Jolteon back in their Pokeballs and hid Eevee in his coat. According to the map, Jiangli slowly approached the location where the fire monkey was. How much longer? It should be soon, he said, pointing to a large tree not far away. And the camera also zoomed in on the spot Jiangli indicated. Look, there are many scratch marks on the big tree, and there are also different pulling marks on the nearby vines. These should have been caused by the fire monkey. Based on the scratch marks on the nearby trees and the pulling marks on the vines, this area should be the activity range of the fire monkey. The camera started to rotate, capturing everything around, allowing the viewers in the live stream to see the surroundings clearly. Wow, streamer, look at the tree stump in front of us. It's all cracked open, so scary. After being shocked by the moves of the fire dog and the iron armor Tyrannosaurus, I don't find it scary anymore today. Indeed, the last battle between the fire dog and the iron armor Tyrannosaurus was quite frightening. I haven't seen what came after, so I'm curious. I'll search online or watch the live stream replay. It's really awesome. I saw the barrage. Jiangli is also very curious, walking over to the cracked tree stump, starting to examine it closely. It seems like its training skills, probably something like boxing, but it doesn't look like moves such as fire punch, ice punch, or thunder punch. It should be a true chi bomb. This fire monkey is no simple opponent. Carefully moving forward, this fire monkey looks tough to deal with no matter how you look at it. Although I'm wearing gear, which should allow me to handle it. In front of millions of viewers, it's better not to be too reckless. Just in case, I decided to send out Zeraora. Zeraora, please. Aila, all right. Leave it to me. Peeking out from the grass, I cautiously observe the surroundings. According to the system's description, this fire monkey is right here. Looking around, I suddenly feel a shiver and quickly step back. Sure enough, in the next moment, a fire monkey jumps down from the tree and punches the ground, cracking it, showing how much strength this fire monkey used. Zeraora, Thunderbolt. Aila. Zeraora's body bursts with powerful electricity, gathering energy and striking towards the fire monkey. The fire monkey quickly retreats to dodge Zeraora's attack. It confronts Zeraora, wary of its power, but it doesn't give up and keeps looking for an opportunity to attack. Since it wants a fight, let us subdue it first. seeing the fire monkey's defiant expression because it dodged the attack from Jiang Li and the others. Jiang Li decided to subdue it first. The fire monkey gathers energy with both hands and roars loudly. Is it charging up? All right, Zeraora, move at high speed. Ayla. Zeraora also starts to gather energy, and after finishing the charge, Zeraora's speed noticeably increases. Zeraora uses thunder. Electricity begins to gather around Zeraora. The weather turns gloomy, and a rumble of thunder sounds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down. Zeraora's speed was already fast, and after using high-speed movement, it becomes even faster, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary Pokémon to dodge. However, just as Jiang Li had predicted, this fire monkey is extremely fast, even faster than ordinary Pokémon. It barely manages to evade the attack, but in a rather awkward manner, which only fuels the fire monkey's anger further. The fire monkey uses the momentum to leap up onto a tree, jumping high with its hands crossed to slash at Zeraora. Zeraora quickly dodges. Fortunately, no matter how fast the fire monkey is, it can't surpass Zeraora's speed, and Zeraora swiftly evades the attack. Seizing the moment, Zeraora uses Electric Net. Zeraora gathers an electric ball with one hand and throws it at the fire monkey's head. The electric ball transforms into a massive net, trapping the fire monkey inside. Great! Left hand ice punch, right hand fire punch, let us subdue it. Ayla. Zeraora gathers different lights in both hands. Soon, the left hand gathers ice while the right hand gathers flames, attacking the fire monkey trapped in the electric net. Wow, Zeraora is so cool. Hubby, calm down upstairs. Zeraora is only 5 years old. Hubby, I can do it. By the way, just a warm reminder. Not all Pokémon can use different moves with each hand. My Zeraora has been trained by me since childhood, and I have exercised in this area, so I can use different moves with both hands to attack. Not all Pokémon can use different attributes with both hands. Remember. It's important to say it 3 times. Chapter 25, The Thieving Night Thief Fire Monkey. Seeing that Zeraora was about to finish, Jiang Li quickly called out to Zeraora. If it continued, the fire monkey would be knocked out, so he hurriedly shouted to stop. Zeraora, stop, that's enough. If you hit the fire monkey anymore, it will faint. I'm sorry, Zeraora paused, scratching its head awkwardly. The fire monkey was a bit tough, and it couldn't help itself. After Zeraora stopped, the fire monkey quickly recovered, but the electric web still surrounded it, leaving it paralyzed and unable to move. It could only roar at Jiang Li. Ho, who are you? What are you doing here? I am Jiang Li, here to retrieve the grass stone on behalf of the Bulbasaurs, seeing that it was finally willing to communicate. Jiang Li explained his reason for coming here, and asked Zeraora to remove the electric web. Ho, the grass stone. Are you talking about that stone? The fire monkey staggered to its feet, sounding quite confused. That's right, didn't you know? Seeing its expression, Jiang Li was also a bit bewildered. What was going on? Ho, you. Why didn't you say you wanted that stone earlier? The fire monkey roared angrily at Jiang Li after hearing his words. Ho, that stone is useless to me. Why would I want it? Extremely foul language. I shouldn't have snatched that stone from that night thief fire lizard in the first place. It's bad enough to be attacked by those Bulbasaurs for no reason, but I didn't expect them to find help. Greetings, what happened? I'm very curious. Are we not fighting anymore? I'm very curious. It's rare to see the host looking so confused. Although I can't understand. I feel like this fiery monkey is cursing really badly. 1,360,999 Then, everyone in the live broadcast room saw fiery monkey angrily jump up a tree. And after a while, it seemed to throw something to Jiang Li. Normally, catching that thing would be a piece of cake for Jiang Li, but because he was stunned by fiery monkey's cursing, he only reacted when the object was very close to him, and he clumsily caught it. Opening his palm, he saw it was a stone with a tender leaf seemingly embedded on it, almost like a leaf fossil. What is going on? What happened? Is this the stone of grass? It feels like a fossil. It is indeed different from the water stone I saw before. Could you please explain? What exactly is going on? Jiang Li also looked confused. This is different from what Venusaur said. The host also looks confused. I laughed so hard. It turns out the host is also confused. Fiery monkey didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Li, but when it saw the Jirachi next to him, it reluctantly jumped down from the tree and roared at Jiang Li. After a round of communication between Jiang Li and Fiery Monkey, with Fiery Monkey doing most of the cursing, they finally understood the situation. All right, I finally understand. Also, This fiery monkey has a bit of a dirty mouth. Jiangli wiped the saliva splattered on his face. Ha, it really was cursing. This fiery monkey has some characteristics of his wand. Ha 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 ha. Poor host has been cursed at for so long. Ahem. Okay, let us not focus on this. Let us shift your attention away from this, and we'll continue to talk about the reason. In this small forest, there exists a group of night thief fire lizards. About 10 of them. They really like to steal other Pokémon's items and then secretly place those stolen things with other Pokémon to incite arguments. Jiangli cleared his throat and began to change the topic. Ha ha ha. The host is changing the topic. What kind of Pokémon is the night thief fire lizard? A lizard? Wow, this Pokémon is so disgusting. What is going on? Venusaur said it was Fiery Monkey, but Fiery Monkey said it was the night thief fire lizard. I'm a bit confused too. Can a streamer first explain what kind of sprite the night thief fire lizard is? Sure, let me explain. The night thief fire lizard is a poison lizard sprite with fire and poison attributes. Its gen ratio is 7:1, just like EV. The head of the night thief fire lizard resembles that of a thief, with a black hood covering its face like a robber. Its poison sac is located on its tail, and the gas it emits has a sweet fragrance. Inhaling it will leave you unsteady on your feet. Wow, is a naturally born thief sprite? I didn't know such a sprite existed. It's quite extraordinary. A masked figure and a narcotic. Aren't these the standard features of Great Thief? Indeed, and the gas is sweet like poison candy. The female night thief fire lizard can not only release poison gas, but also emit pheromones that can confuse human males and all male sprites. Once inhaled, they will be utterly captivated, and these entranced males will obey the night thief fire lizard's every whim. Scary. My goodness, some of the Pokémon are actually so terrifying. Is it really that outrageous? If it were before, I wouldn't have believed it until I witnessed the digging speed of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and their battle situations. I believe whatever the streamer says. Coincidentally, I feel the same way. It sounds so scary. We have to use magic to defeat magic. This Pokémon has a unique characteristic. Do you remember what we talked about before? Other Pokémon, whether female or male, can evolve. That's true. The streamer didn't specifically mention the differences in evolution between females and males, just that some Pokémon differ between genders. Could it be that this Pokémon evolves differently for females and males? It's not that they evolve differently, but only the female night thief fire lizard can evolve into the flame queen lizard. Flame queen lizard? The queen part? No wonder only females can evolve. That's really amazing. Pokémon are truly fascinating. Well, it's not that males can't evolve. The male night thief fire lizard will follow the female night thief fire lizard's commands and almost entirely submit the food they obtain. So, the male night thief fire lizard cannot evolve due to insufficient nutrition. I didn't think of that. So, if a male night thief fire lizard lives alone, could it possibly evolve? I'm also curious about this. Are there any exceptions? Indeed, if it's well fed, it should have enough nutrition to evolve, right? This means that there must have been people who captured night thief fire lizards before. Night thief fire lizards are social Pokémon. They have lived together for many years. The male night thief fire lizard has never been able to evolve, so it seems there haven't been any male night thief fire lizards that have evolved. Some have tried to keep night thief fire lizards in captivity, and even in situations with sufficient food, the male night thief fire lizard will still give its food to the female night thief fire lizard, even if they aren't full. Even if the female night thief fire lizard leaves the food untouched. Some investigations have shown that male night thief fire lizards seem to still lose the ability to evolve. Whether in the wild or elsewhere, all the flame queen lizards found are female. Chapter 26. Unclear Truth in Summary. This is roughly the information about the night thief fire lizard. Now, let me tell you about the night thief fire lizards in this forest. Jiangli paused for a moment and began to explain the situation of the forest to the viewers. We previously mentioned that there are about 10 night thief fire lizards in this forest, and among these 10, there must be one or more female night thief fire lizards. We mentioned that night thief fire lizards will steal items from other Pokémon and secretly place them next to other Pokémon, causing conflicts. The reason they do this might be due to orders from the female night thief fire lizard, but that complicates things. Why? Is that Pokémon very powerful? Didn't you hear that in the previous class? Here, class? I wasn't paying attention just now. The streamer said that female night thief fire lizards emit a special scent that can confuse any male creature and make them obey. That's a disaster. The streamer and this group of Pokémon are all male. 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 You're killing me. Can't you say it more nicely? Male, ha. However, this group of streamers won't be influenced by the night thief fire lizards. A whole group? One worse than the other, I'm done. That's indeed troublesome. Anyway, let us find that group of night thief fire lizards first. Jiang Li wasn't planning to think of a way here. If it comes to the worst, we can find some female Bulbasaur. Ho-oh, wait, I want to go too. Just as Jiang Li was preparing to leave, the fire monkey roared and walked up to Jiang Li's side. Ah, you want to come? Ho-oh, the fire monkey nodded. Its temperament is relatively good among fire monkeys. But compared to ordinary Pokémon, it's still somewhat irritable, which is why it often becomes the target of those night thief fire lizards' accusations. Otherwise, it wouldn't have moved into this forest. Despite being a fire monkey, its temperament is quite stable, which led to it not being able to survive among other fire monkeys and instead living with other Pokémon. At first, other Pokémon were afraid of it, but over time, they gradually began to approach it. Just when everything was about to get better, that group of night thief fire lizards appeared. At first, they wanted to steal food from the fire monkey, but the fire monkey protected those Pokémon and drove the night thief fire lizards away. However, it also led to the fire monkey being targeted by those night thief fire lizards, who began to devise ways to drive a wedge between the fire monkey and those Pokémon. Looking at the fire monkey's current situation, the night thief fire lizard's plan was quite successful, but it seems they are not willing to easily let the fire monkey off. It seems they want to drive you out of this forest. I can take you there, but can you guarantee that you'll follow my orders? After hearing what the fire monkey said, Jiang Li understood the fire monkey's desire for revenge, but if it didn't follow orders, it could lead to big trouble. Ho-ho, if you can ensure that you can deal with them, I can do it. As long as you follow orders, I promise. After hearing Jiang Li's promise, the fire monkey nodded in agreement. Boo-hoo, the fire monkey is so miserable. Those heartless Pokémon, clearly the fire monkey protects them so much. Why don't they trust the fire monkey? Can the fire monkey deal with the night thief fire lizards? Does that mean the fire monkey is female? That makes it simple. But no, the streamer is a male when ordering Pokémon. That's true. It's not like we can just send the fire monkey alone. A monkey? No problem. Indeed. So what should we do now? We can't let the fire monkey go alone. If it comes to it, we can just cover its nose. If necessary, we can hold our breath. Not breathing is okay. Are you sure not smelling it is fine? The streamer said it should be fine. After all, we don't understand Pokémon as well as the streamer does. That's true. The streamer definitely understands. Let us go. We'll head to the Bulbasaur and give them the grass stone and explain things clearly to see if we can bring a few to help. The fire monkey followed Jiang Li out of the forest, but when they got close to the Bulbasaur's grassy area, it was unwilling to take another step forward. Ho-ho, I'm not going over. You go find them yourself. Still unwilling to go? Actually, it can be understood that Infernape helped Bulbasaur retrieve the Leaf Stone. But they were misunderstood by Bulbasaur and were even attacked. Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't want to see them again either. However, Bulbasaur also misunderstood, right? Regardless, they still hurt Infernape. It's true that this depends on the individual, and it can't be forced. If Infernape is unwilling to meet, Jiang Li won't force it either. As the netizen said, such things can't be forced. So he just gave a few words of advice to Infernape and left towards the habitat of Bulbasaur. Actually, it's better that Infernape didn't follow. After all, everything is based on what it said. And we have no evidence to confirm that those were done by that group of night thief fire lizards. Given the situation, it should indeed be those night thief fire lizards, right? I don't know. According to the streamer, there's indeed no evidence. There's really no evidence. I also find it a bit strange. After all, there's no evidence. I just thought the streamer really believed it and almost unfollowed. Wow, if it was indeed the fire monkey that took it, then the way it acted just now was way too similar. It's a bit terrifying to think about. I'm scared, hiding in the blanket shivering. So we still need to go to the night thief fire lizard. There's no need to worry about the rest. I have a way. If all the Pokémon get confused, we can just catch them all in Pokeballs. Jiang Li is not a soul transfer. His physical quality and strength are still there. When Jiang Li arrived at the habitat of the Bulbasaur, he was surrounded by a group of Bulbasaurs who were very excited. Dane. After hearing what the Bulbasaur said, he looked at the pile of firewood next to his tent. Ha, the milk exchange has arrived. It's hilarious. This is enough firewood for the streamer for a year. Ha, they brought firewood for milk. Just as Jiang Li was helplessly distributing milk and thanking the Bulbasaurs, Venusaur walked over. Dana, you're back. Did you find the stuff? Yes, I found it. But things might not be as simple as you think. Jiang Li took out the grass stone from his pocket and handed it to Venusaur. Dana? Venusaur took the grass stone, tilting its head in confusion. It was also a bit puzzled. Wasn't it the fire monkey that took it? The one who stole the grass stone wasn't the fire monkey, but the group of night thief fire lizards in the forest, Jiang Li explained to Venusaur. Dana. Jiang Li quickly and succinctly explained everything to Venusaur, but he also told it something. There was no evidence. So he now needed to go to the Night Thief Fire Lizard to clarify everything to ascertain the truth. Dana, I'll go with you. You're helping us. I can't let you get into danger. Chapter 27. No, nothing? Don't worry, I have a way, Jiangli reassured, as he had his own methods. But it wasn't appropriate to say them in front of the livestream viewers. Dana, are you sure? Won't you get into danger? Venusaur was very worried, afraid that Jiangli might encounter danger because he got involved in this matter to help them. Don't worry, I definitely won't be in trouble. Jiangli waved his hand to Venusaur, indicating that he would be fine. After chatting briefly with Venusaur and the others, Jiangli didn't forget that the fire monkey was still waiting for him outside, so he waved goodbye to Venusaur and indicated that he was leaving. Eevee rubbed its face against Jiangli's cheek while standing on his shoulder, and Jiangli patted its head. The Night Thief Fire Lizard is poison and fire type, while the fire monkey is fighting type. Ground and psychic types are effective against poison types, while flying and psychic types are effective against fighting types. Although the Eevee he got from the system has been modified, Jiangli is also very curious about Eevee's other types. He could evolve Eevee into a solar Eevee, catching him off guard, as long as he doesn't let Eevee smell the Night Thief Fire Lizard scent. Woof woof. The Arcanine obediently followed Jiangli's side, while Jolteon walked on the other side. Just as they were a distance away from where they parted with the fire monkey, Arcanine barked fiercely at a tree not far away. Ho ho! The fire monkey jumped down from that tree, and Arcanine was still showing its teeth, very alert. What is going on? Why is Arcanine so vigilant? Is it on alert? It was the first time Arcanine acted this way. Indeed, could it be that the fire monkey really has a problem? I also feel that since this is the first time for Cardidog, why did you come here? This place is quite a distance from where we separated from the fire monkey. Jiangli had actually sensed the fire monkey's gaze long ago. After all, the intuition and exploration skills developed during the Demon God War are not to be taken lightly. When Jiangli released Cardidog, he squatted down to pet its head while quietly giving Cardidog a signal, knowing that the fire monkey would definitely bring this matter to light. However, it needed to be at a distance from the habitat of Bulbasaur to avoid alerting Venusaur, so that the two Pokémon wouldn't start fighting and create more chaos. Roar. I waited there for a long time, so I came to take a look. Really? Then let's go. We need to find those Night Thief Fire Lizards. You should know where they are, right? Jiangli reluctantly believed his words, pretending to be worried as he walked ahead while casually asking. Roar. The fire monkey nodded and walked ahead, glancing back at Jiangli to signal him to follow. That fire monkey gave me a bit of a chill down my back. I feel the same way, a bit eerie. I feel the same. Clearly, they are elves, but I sense a cunning vibe. Didn't the streamer mention before that there are various types and personalities of elves? It still feels quite scary. Jiangli followed closely behind the Infernape, which seemed to know the positions of the night-thieving fire lizards very well, choosing the route without hesitation. Staring at the back of Infernape, Jiangli's eyes darkened as he released grass elements to start detecting the surroundings. As they went deeper with Infernape, the trees around them became denser, the shrubs taller, and the atmosphere colder. However, the denser it got, the more grass elements there were. Jiangli temporarily gave up on his plan to evolve into a solar EV and decided to evolve into a leaf EV instead, using grass attributes to camouflage himself. This was a much easier method, so Jiangli chose the latter, habitually rubbing the empty green ring on his finger. Baier had always been by his side. I'm not saying anything, but the streamer really likes to fiddle with his wedding ring. Indeed, this seems to be a habitual action. I also habitually touch my own ears. Why do people like to touch their wedding rings so much? My husband does too. He loves to touch his wedding ring. Your husband upstairs must really love you. The streamer must also love his wife, right? If they weren't forced to be apart, their family of 3 would definitely be very happy. Jiangli was using the grass element to detect the surroundings while looking at the bullet comments and softly said, "Yes, that's my wife. How could I not want to be with her forever?" On the day the Cameo War began, Baier had already guessed that she wanted to accompany her. So that day, she pretended to agree and quietly left while Jiangli wasn't paying attention. Even though she knew that the place could only be reached with Baier leading as the grass deity, he still searched every corner of Sumeru, looking and looking, almost uprooting the rainforest of Sumeru. But in the end, Jiangli couldn't find the entrance to the World Tree. It was probably impossible to find it in the first place. Just then, the fire monkey suddenly stopped, and Jiangli also stopped, walking to its side and looking not far ahead, where there was a relatively dark den. It feels so dark, although I was prepared, after all. The name Night Thief Fire Lizard sounds quite ominous. The upstairs agreed, saying that although the streamer mentioned they lived near volcanoes, there are no volcanoes here. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed dark but quite dry. What are you guys talking about? What's the most important thing? The most important thing? What about that group of night thief fire lizards? Oh right, Jiangli had realized this issue early on, but during his detection, he hadn't sensed any traces of spirits around. This place had been abandoned for a long time. Approaching the den with Katie Dog and EV, he carefully observed the surroundings. Well, there were several flat stones. They should have been resting spots for spirits, but they were already covered in dust, as if no spirits had been here for months. Moreover, there were no food scraps or footprints around, and in the corner, there were a few rotten fruits that couldn't rot any further. Katie Dog also shook its head, indicating it didn't smell anything. From the dust and footprints, and the fact that Katie Dog didn't detect any other spirits, it was clear that this place had indeed been abandoned for a long time. So why did the fire monkey bring itself here? Oh no, so scary. Streamer, be careful behind you. Behind you. The fire monkey suddenly changed its expression, becoming very sinister. Mom, I'm scared. Streamer, turn around. When Jiangli saw that there were no spirits in this den, he reduced his vigilance towards the surroundings and shifted his attention to the fire monkey. Moreover, he had a picture-in-picture of the bullet comments in his view, so he knew that the fire monkey was approaching him. Pretending not to notice the bullet comments and acting as if he was unaware, he continued to observe the surroundings seriously, quietly waiting for the fire monkey to make a move against him. The viewers in the live stream were not calm. They saw the fire monkey suddenly approach the unsuspecting Jiangli with a sinister look, its fist gathering blue light, ready to attack Jiangli. A spirit's punch is no joke. This streamer is usually so clever. He previously said he didn't trust the fire monkey, so why is he now looking so dumbfounded? Chapter 28. Night Thief Fire Lizard. Just as the fire monkey was quietly preparing to use its skill to approach Jiangli, the viewers in the live stream were also sweating for him. They prayed for Jiangli to quickly see the bullet comments, while hoping that he was doing it on purpose. And some even wished the fire monkey would miss. Then others mocked those hoping the fire monkey would miss, saying, "How could it possibly miss when it's so close?" Just as the fire monkey was about to attack the crouching Jiangli, he suddenly stood up, startling the fire monkey. Seeing that he was about to turn around, it retracted the skill it had just charged. Jiangli also acted as if he had just discovered the fire monkey behind him and was startled. The actions of the fire monkey had already been revealed by the surrounding plants. The reason he continued to pretend to be unaware was simply because the night thief fire lizards hadn't come out yet. "You scare me. What are you doing?" He seemed to be startled and patted his chest. The fire monkey awkwardly scratched its head and called out to Jiangli. "Discovery? None. What path did you lead me down? There's nothing here. Let alone the night thief fire lizard. There's not even a shed scale." Still pretending to be unaware, he complained, "I haven't been here in a long time either." Soon, Jiangli sensed strange noises around him, indicating that the fire monkey couldn't handle Jiangli alone. So its companions had arrived. "Tell me, what did you bring me here for?" He looked straight at the fire monkey. "Those vines over there have obvious tearing marks. They were left when you swung there, right? And just now, you were planning to attack me, weren't you?" He looked at the fire monkey with a friendly expression, as if what he said had nothing to do with him. Cracks suddenly appeared on the fire monkey's disguised face, and it punched Jiangli, who had long been prepared and easily dodged. TSK. Jiangli shook his head and sighed, as if he had seen something extraordinary. What an eye-opener. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. The fire monkey is known for its bad temper, easily provoked. Yet among you, there's one so patient. But no matter how patient you are, it seems it hasn't made your temper any better. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. No, this streamer-esque smile is very dangerous. In what way is it dangerous? It makes a tough guy want to shout husband. For someone like the streamer who is so devoted to their spouse, that is quite dangerous. Indeed, I also want to shout hubby. Ho! The fiery monkey roared. Its fists ignited with flames, and it swung a punch towards Jiangli. Jiangli slightly tilted her body and effortlessly dodged the fiery monkey's attack. Then, she pushed off the ground with force and easily leaped onto the tree trunk. Wow, the streamer knows martial arts. My hair is so powerful. Is this lightness skill? It's the first time I've seen a Houndoom flame charge. Woof. I saw Houndoom take an attacking stance, and then it was enveloped in flames as it charged fiercely at the Infernape. Infernape's speed wasn't as fast as Houndoom's, and with flame charge being a fast move, it got knocked away by Houndoom. In the following attacks, Infernape mostly focused on dodging and rarely took the initiative to attack, which didn't align with Infernape's characteristics. Jiangli couldn't help but admire again. Truly a testament to the ancestors. The saying the world is full of wonders applies everywhere. Your companions should be arriving soon. It's really peculiar how an Infernape ended up teaming up with a thief fire lizard. Of course, Jiangli didn't forget the main point. It feels like Pokémon are just like humans. Truly, there are all kinds. The world is full of wonders, indeed. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. It's really amazing. Just then, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the bushes, directly attacking Houndoom. At the critical moment, a bright yellow figure blocked the path between Houndoom and the shadow, and took advantage of the surprise to use Thunder Shock on the shadow. Zeraora. Jiangli had detected that the thief fire lizard was hiding in the bushes early on, so he had prepared Zeraora's Pokeball, intentionally letting Houndoom show a flaw to lure the thief fire lizard into action. As soon as the thief fire lizard made a move, Zeraora could strike it unexpectedly. All right. A sneak attack followed by counter sneak attack. Huh? I predicted your prediction. I was wondering why the streamer didn't let out Jalora. Turns out they were waiting for now. Didn't they say before that the fiery monkey has companions? They definitely can't reveal all their trump cards. By the way, I didn't see little Eevee at the beginning. It should be tucked away. After all, our Eevee is still a baby. The next moment, the viewers in the live stream saw a fluffy paw sticking out from Jiangli's collar, followed by a fluffy little Eevee's head popping out. The Eevee shook its messy fur and sweetly called out to the live stream equipment. After the identification was complete, it hid back inside. Ah, cute pets and handsome guys are exploding my heart. Calm down upstairs. The streamer has a wife. Isn't that even better? Hee hee. Huh. Their SA creep upstairs, actually. I want a hee hee too. Then they saw a dark head fall from the tree behind Jiangli. A lizard-like head sticking out its red tongue and licking its sharp teeth. Just as Eevee climbed onto Jiangli's shoulder, the little guy tilted its head, looking at the big mouth that wanted to bite down. What? Oh my god. So scary, so scary. At this moment, a muscular guy lying in bed silently turned to look at his back. Eevee, run away. Streamer, behind you, behind you. Huh? Why does the scene look so familiar? But it's still very scary. I saw Eevee open its mouth, quickly gathering energy inside, and a black energy ball appeared in front. This left the night thief fire lizard momentarily stunned, and then it began to wave its hands anxiously, trying to dodge the attack. However, Eevee's shadow ball still hit it hard and sent it flying a long distance before exploding. Bye. After knocking the night thief fire lizard away, Eevee looked up with its nose in the air, acting quite proud. After turning around, it immediately changed its expression, rubbing against Jiangli's face. You did great, Eevee. Bye. 1 second. Look how powerful I am. The next second, Master, let's cuddle and praise. Ha 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 ha. My heart aches for the night thief fire lizard for 0.1 seconds. Soon after, it's still not willing to show up. Under Jiangli's deliberate delay, the night thief fire lizards all appeared and were dealt with. However, the leader of the night thief fire lizards and the fire monkey, the flame lizard, still hadn't shown up. When the fire monkey finally couldn't hold on and was knocked out on the ground, Jiangli jumped down from the tree. Zeraora. Electric net. Thinking about how those night thief fire lizards and fire monkeys were a bit unruly, but Jiangli didn't have any grass-type Pokemon. Although Eevee could evolve into Leafeon, Jiangli really didn't want to let them go so easily. Chapter 29. Resolve. Flame Lizard. Jiangli was just about to check the map again to see where the flame lizard was when he suddenly smelled a special fragrance. Woof! The Katagoo had a keen sense of smell and was now drowsily sticking out its tongue, looking drooling at the back. Although Zeraora still looked aloof, there was a hint of blush on its face as it also looked towards the back of Jiangli by Eevee also. The next second was once again tucked into Jiangli's arms. You're still a kid. It's too early for you to be a sycophant. Shaking his head while pressing Eevee into his arms, he turned around to look at the quietly appearing flame lizard. Compared to the night thief fire lizard, the flame lizard was taller and more slender. Unlike the night thief fire lizard, the flame lizard stood on 2 feet, and it's originally red. Lava-like patterns turned into a purplish-red color. The flame lizard had a pair of soft, flowing ribbon-like appendages behind its waist. Ha 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 ha, what a damn sycophant. Katagoo, such a sycophant. Aren't you guys still able to laugh? The host team is all tough guys. Indeed, everyone has fallen for it. Only the host is left. How can a person fight a Pokémon? TSK, we really started off poorly. Just think, we encountered your thieving team not long after starting. Lowering the quality of the Pokémon, shaking his head helplessly, as if he wasn't worried at all that a group of tough guys would be wiped out by the flame lizard. The flame lizard also didn't expect Jiangli to remain unaffected. Clearly, its poisonous gas had never failed against those powerful Pokémon, but now it was useless against a human. No need to doubt. After all, My wife is so beautiful, so don't think about charming me. Ha, the host is amazing. But indeed, I saw in the previous post from that willow tree that the sister-in-law is super beautiful. Agreed, agreed, agreed. The sister-in-law is absolutely stunning. Not the host. It can't charm you, but still has skills. Can you win? No, you guys underestimate me. Zhongli glanced at the live chat and smiled helplessly. But then again, having previously showcased the powerful skills of Pokémon, now it was just Zhongli, a human with no fighting ability. How could he possibly win? It seems I need to show you something. Stretching his body, he released a god-level pressure. Feeling the god-level pressure, the flame lizard began to tremble all over. The human who had just been barely shorter than it now seemed like a colossal being pressing down on it until it couldn't breathe. Do you want to fight me? I'll give you another chance. Teasingly twisting his neck, he gave the flame lizard another opportunity. Then the viewers in the live chat saw the flame lizard trembling and kneeling down, starting to bow. Zeraora and the others immediately returned to normal. See, I told you it's better to get along. You insisted on making me take action. Smiling, he retracted his pressure. Zhongli knew very well that Pokémon like the Night Thief Fire Lizard, although unruly, were quite perceptive. When faced with an opponent they couldn't defeat, being obedient was the best choice. Zera, woof. After Zeraora and Katagu regained consciousness, they lowered their heads and walked to Zhongli's side, looking quite remorseful. All right, you need to know that when encountering issues, you just need to charge forward. I'll take care of everything. Rubbing the heads of the two Pokémon to reassure them. At this moment, the internet was going crazy. The scene of the flame lizard kneeling before Zhongli went viral online. After all, the earlier battle between Katagu and the armored Tyrannosaurus had shown everyone the power of Pokémon. Even the fire monkey, which had previously been ruthlessly beaten by Zeraora, was something an ordinary person couldn't resist. But what did Zhongli do? He just stood there, and the proud flame lizard began to tremble and then bowed its head in submission. Wow, besides these two words, I can't say anything else. Well, my God, I thought the host had some hidden power, but it turns out the host is the hidden power. My God, so amazing, so amazing, so amazing. Uzbo, husband, so powerful, so powerful, so powerful. In a conference room in Zhongli City, the large screen in the conference room was divided into two parts. One side showing the battle between Katagu and the armored Tyrannosaurus, and the other side showing Zhongli confronting the flame lizard. The conference room was very quiet, with only the sounds of skills clashing during the battle between Katagu and the armored Tyrannosaurus. Everyone, what do you think? The leader Yi asked after a long pause. At the beginning, even a minute before the video was released, more than half of the people present disagreed with Ye's plan. Many believed that entrusting the lives of numerous soldiers to Zhongli, a non-official person, was not guaranteed. Moreover, the controllability of Pokémon was too unstable. Who could guarantee that the research on Pokeballs and spatial backpacks was real? Although Zhongli indeed had real samples in hand, could it be ensured that the blueprints would produce the same items? And those materials were quite precious. A lot of expenses had already been incurred in the research. Was it too fast to rush out a batch now and then enter the doors to face those Pokémon? Many people were not really rejecting it. More were hesitant. After all, the temptation was huge and the danger was also significant. Only a few could make a decision right away. Most people were still in a state of hesitation. If humans and Pokémon coexisting harmoniously was inevitable, then taking the lead in accepting Pokémon, supported by professionals, would allow China to be at the forefront of the world without exaggeration. But after this video came out, it was different. A person holding powerful Pokémon and possessing immense strength. What was the purpose of doing this? This person must be patriotic. Supporting the country is our duty. What was the number of the first batch of people going in? An old man sitting next to Elder Yi asked. This elder's surname is Yang. Elder Yang's position is not inferior to Elder Ye's. Elder Yi is the representative of the proponents, while Elder Yang represents the opposition. Previously, 2 teams were sent in, each consisting of 15 people, totaling around 30 individuals, plus the main team leader, making it 31 in total. Soon, someone answered Elder Yang's question. I heard that, Mr. Zhang Li's medicine helped those 30 people heal very quickly. That's right, the medicine he provided is very effective for those wounds. They almost healed completely in a week. It clearly took us a month to see some improvement using our best medicine. Can we negotiate with him? After all, we haven't had much success with the Pokeballs. So we could ask him to sponsor us 31 Pokeballs first, and then take them to look for Pokemon. We need to see what's going on, don't we? When those 31 soldiers return victorious, I will personally apologize to him. Elder Yi was momentarily amused by the situation. He has provided you with various formulas and benefits, and you still want him to prove that he is genuinely doing this for your good. Although it was true, it was wise to be cautious, as the lives of 31 people were at stake on the other side of the scale. Elder Yi understood this as well, since Elder Yang had said so. There was no other way. He helplessly nodded and instructed Li Hongyu to contact Jiang Li. Chapter 30. The Armor of Celebration and the Armor of Spells. Jiang Li followed the flame lizard to its secret base, and the scenery inside the cave truly surprised Jiang Li. There were all sorts of props, fruits, and fragments. So many items. Why do you need so much? Aren't fish and bird Pokémon most fond of the rolling beans? And there's even Wong Wong grain. How many Pokémon did you rob? Jiang Li exclaimed while inspecting the items in the cave. The flame lizard shook its head. In fact, many of these items were collected by its night thief fire lizards in the wild, and most of what they took from Pokémon were food and fruits. As for that leaf stone, it was taken by the curious fire monkey, who snatched it away. The flame lizard didn't want to provoke the matriarchal clan of Bulbasaur, so it slapped the fire monkey that was showing off in front of it and made it return the stone. As for why the fire monkey didn't return it, well, it got angry after being slapped on the forehead. That's good. Then I should gather and sift through these, Jiang Li said, rubbing his hands and starting to wander around the cave. Ha, it's time to go into bandit mode. Hand over any good stuff? There were indeed many bits and pieces he had never seen before. Can the streamer introduce them? Introduce? There are too many items. Wait a moment. I'll take a photo and then make a Pokédex for you. Jiang Li scratched his head, as there were too many props to explain clearly at once. All right, what type of Pokédex are you planning to make? Model A or? Model A might not be produced in time. I feel it should be Model A. I also think it's A. After all, there aren't that many models available at the moment. Now, everyone has a phone, so rather than promoting the Pokédex again and not getting it popularized for a while, it's better to add to the existing situation. Speaking of taking photos, I remember looking at the flame lizard and the night thief fire lizard. Originally, they were happily watching Jiang Li chat with netizens and were planning to sneakily cause some trouble, but as soon as Jiang Li glanced at them, they immediately behaved. I'll only take 3 things, but you have to cooperate with me for a photo. How about it? Jiang Li pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. After all, the things in this cave were hard-earned by them. If he took everything away, these guys would definitely remember it for a lifetime. Hearing that not everything they had collected was going to be taken, the flame lizard nodded vigorously. It's just a photo, right? Just a photo. Take as many as you want. After taking a few snapshots, Jiang Li began to look for the 3 items he wanted to take with him. Woof woof. The Cardig dog suddenly barked at a corner, biting Jiang Li's pant leg and wanting to lead him over. What's wrong, Cardig dog? Wait, why is there an evolution stone here? He picked up the fire stone, which was covered in dust in the corner. You want to evolve, right? He squatted down and patted the Cardig dog's head. Woof woof. It nodded vigorously, showing its intention. Then I'll take this fire stone first, and we'll evolve when we get back. Finally, Jiang Li unexpectedly found a piece of electric crystal among the pile of items. You really have everything here. It's not useful to you, so I'll take it. Now there was only one last item left. Although the few items Jiang Li took were not particularly useful to him, they had a wide range of uses. The flame lizard began to panic. What if Jiang Li took away its evolution stone? No, it had to think of a way. Soon it thought of finding something rare, but not very useful to give him. Then Jiang Li saw the flame lizard rummaging through the items, and after a long time, it found a large burlap sack, which seemed to contain something heavy pressed at the bottom. What's this? Jiang Li curiously leaned over. He initially thought the flame lizard remembered its precious treasure at the bottom and wanted to take it out, but unexpectedly, the flame lizard handed the big sack to him. You're afraid I'll take your other things, so you found this for me, right? The flame lizard scratched its head awkwardly and turned its head away. Looking at the flame lizard's appearance, Jiang Li felt helpless. He indeed took away more valuable items, so it was normal for the flame lizard to be reluctant. He decided to see what it had given him. Upon opening the burlap sack, Jiang Li was instantly stunned. What is this? Let me see. It looked like 2 sets of armor, one yellow and one purple. However, he felt a bad vibe from the purple armor. The yellow armor looked much more comfortable. Indeed. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Jiang Li looked at the flame lizard uncertainly. The flame lizard nodded. It could tell that Jiang Li was interested. These 2 sets of armor were useless to it, being ugly, heavy, and taking up space, so it was better to let Jiang Li take them. Then I want to be polite. He quickly stuffed the burlap sack into his little waist pouch. What speed? What exactly is this? It's rare to see the streamer like this. Indeed, it's rare to see the streamer this way. Such a sight is hard to come by. Not that rare. How can it not be? This speed is comparable to when I'm at a banquet. Indeed, If this speed were used at a banquet, they would definitely outpace all the old men and women in our village. The names of these two sets of armor are the armor of celebration and the armor of curses. The yellow one is the armor of celebration, and the purple one is the armor of curses. The armor of celebration contains blessings, while the armor of curses contains curses. These two sets of armor were forged by people who existed in this world a long time ago, making them antiques, but that doesn't detract from their utility. What is the use of armor that contains blessings and curses? Although it looks cool, it's too small for humans to wear, right? Is it meant for elves? Exactly. The armor of curses and the armor of celebration are not designed for humans, but for elves. So it's really for elves. What kind of elves wear such armor? I'm also very curious about what these two kinds of spirits look like. Both sets of armor are used by a spirit called Charcoal Servant. After Charcoal Servant uses the celebration armor, it evolves into Crimson Armored Knight, which is a dual-type spirit with psychic and fire attributes. Crimson Armored Knight is a loyal spirit that uses the armor's psychic abilities to control the flames within its body to unleash moves, releasing scorching fireballs. The creed of Crimson Armored Knight is to fight honorably. Even when facing strong enemies, it will challenge them head-on. Crimson Armored Knight excels at reinforcing its defense with sturdy armor and then striking the enemy with high-damage moves, truly a noble knight. Indeed, the shield type, it really is a shield type. Additionally, after Charcoal Servant uses the curse armor, it evolves into Azure Flame Blade Demon, which is a spirit with fire and ghost attributes. Its arms resemble dual blades, but they are not real blades. They are swords of flame formed by fire. Normally, it is in a dual blade form, but once it enters battle, the firepower of Azure Flame Blade Demon increases, transforming from dual blades into a large sword that mercilessly cuts down enemies. Furthermore, if struck by this large sword, your life energy will slowly drain from the wound, unlike the honorable nature of Crimson Armored Knight. Azure Flame Blade Demon will use any means necessary, including hidden weapons and ambushes, to win battles. It prefers close combat, using agile movements to close the distance by exploiting the opponent's blind spots and striking with its large sword. Chapter 31. The Legendary Wind Speed Dog. The former is a shield type, and the latter is an assassin. However, that's not quite right. Assassins use small weapons, while this guy uses a large sword. Looking at it this way, these two sets of armor are indeed great items for the streamer. After all, the Flame Lizard can't possibly get a Charcoal Servant, right? Indeed, it's something that is not useful to the streamer regarding the Flame Lizard. He only got 3 items, or rather 4, and didn't rush to leave. Instead, he chatted with the Flame Lizard for quite a while, and then, with the Flame Lizard's expression of relief that he was finally leaving, he took off with Cardigan Dog and the others. A few years ago, in this forest, it was raining heavily at that time. The Flame Lizard lost its first child that day. The perfectly fine egg failed to hatch. The Flame Lizard was very sad that day, wandering aimlessly in the woods in the rain. It was at this moment that the Flame Lizard found an egg, which was alone on the grass, with no parents around. After losing its child, the Flame Lizard took that egg back. Not long after, a little monkey monster hatched from it, perhaps because it grew up living with a night thief fire lizard. The temperament of the monkey monster after evolving into Fire Monkey was surprisingly much better than that of its other kin, even acquiring a cunning demeanor similar to that of the night thief fire lizard. The viewers in the live stream room fell silent after hearing Zhongli talk about the Fire Monkey he learned about from the Flame Lizard, then slowly began to discuss. After a long time, it turned out that the Fire Monkey previously mentioned was just deceiving them. I believe it all. I feel the same way. So, the environment is very important, and so is setting an example. Children will learn, just like wolf children who live with wolves. Their habits and language become like that of wolves. So, the environment is indeed crucial, and parents themselves are very important. How did it suddenly turn into a parenting lecture? Just reflecting a bit. Where's the host going now? Back to Bulbasaur? That's right. I've also had a word with the night thief fire lizard, and it shouldn't be sneaking out for a while. Now I should go back and let Bulbasaur know. Otherwise, if I keep not returning, what if the Flame Lizard is lying at home and Bulbasaur leads the group to attack? Would it really go that far? You all have barely known each other for long. Isn't that a bit exaggerated, host? I feel like they would. It seems that the spirits easily trust the streamer. Indeed, don't think I'm exaggerating. The spirits do behave like this, no doubt about it. If I don't go back for too long. After saying this, I pushed aside the leaves blocking my view and was suddenly startled by a huge toad face that appeared out of nowhere. Wow, that scared me to death. What is this? Wait a minute, a green toad face. Could it be that it's a Venusaur? That really startled me. They actually came. The streamer's words don't need to come true so quickly. It's really scaring me. I also Dana. Venusaur sees Jiang Li and feels relieved. It extends a vine whip and gently pats Jiang Li's head, then follows Jiang Li back with a group of Ivysaur and Bulbasaur. Wait, what S with Venusaur's expression? It's like every time I go back to my hometown, my grandma pats my head and says, "Let us go home." They really came and brought so many Ivysaurs and Bulbasaurs. Are they afraid the streamer will be bullied? What they said upstairs really does sound like they came to support the streamer. Following Venusaur, they returned to the territory, and as soon as they got back, Jiang Li couldn't help but lie down in the tent. Eevee also lay down like Jiang Li. So comfortable. Bui. Woof woof. Woof. The herdier couldn't wait to evolve. Seeing Jiang Li lounging in the tent and not wanting to move, it anxiously barked while biting Jiang Li's pant leg outside. All right, I got it. Responding to herdier while struggling to turn over, Jiang Li took out a firestone and tossed it. Woof. It flew in a parabolic arc, and herdier chased after it, then fell into the river with the evolution stone. Ha 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 ha. Streamer, look at the good thing you did. I'm dying of laughter, herdier. You don't care about your image at all for the sake of evolving. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. The live chat was filled with laughter and joy. The Bulbasaurs, seeing that herdier hadn't come ashore for a long time, curiously leaned on the riverbank to watch the water, their little heads full of curiosity. The water isn't deep at all. Suddenly, a blue light flickered in the river, growing brighter and brighter, and a creature emitting blue light appeared before everyone, getting larger and larger. As the blue light dissipated, a Pokémon resembling a large dog appeared before everyone. Woof! The Manectric howled to the sky, jumped ashore, and came to Jiang Li's side. Wow, so big. It's almost as tall as a streamer, oh my god. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. This is a Zygarde that evolved from Firestone, and Zygarde is a legendary Pokémon. Legendary Pokémon? That's so awesome. My goodness. Such a handsome legendary Pokémon. It would be strange if it weren't a legend. So handsome. However, although the Windspeed Dog is a legendary Pokémon, people have encountered it many times. After all, compared to other legendary Pokémon, the Windspeed Dog is indeed a legendary Pokémon. The difference between legendary Pokémon and legendary Pokémon is just 2 words, but the gap is not small. So what? I like it. Indeed, legendary Pokémon are rare, but legendary Pokémon are different. The Windspeed Dog, just like its name suggests, is extremely fast. It is said to be a fast Pokémon that can run 10,000 kilometers in a day and night. What? 10,000 kilometers? Are you kidding me, streamer? Do you know how far 10,000 kilometers is? Our high-speed trains only cover a few thousand kilometers in a day. The streamer seems like someone who would joke around. But I'm not wrong. In a day and night, which means within 24 hours, the Windspeed Dog can run 10,000 kilometers at full speed. I reached out to pat the very fierce-looking Windspeed Dog beside me, and in the next second, it pounced into Jiang Li's arms and started rubbing against him. It was still manageable when it was in its early stage, but now the Windspeed Dog is about 9 meters tall, and Jiang Li was suddenly knocked down by it. Woof woof ha ha ha, all right. After playing with the Windspeed Dog for a while, I'll let it get up. Accepting the mission, participate in the Grass-type Pokémon contest, Young Pokémon Group, and get into the top 3. Completing it will reward with 2 charcoal little servants, 10 Master Balls, various Pokémon food, and energy blocks. I didn't see they were having a competition earlier. That's because they hadn't had time to decorate when you arrived. Host. All right. Anyway, you'll be staying there for a few more days, right? Yes. It's no big deal. However, the Grass-type competition should only have Grass-type Pokémon participating, but it's fine to let Eevee evolve. Chapter 32. Shirabi. Just when Jiang Li returned, it was already noon. After a busy half-day, Jiang Li was tired and decided to take a nap in the tent. The camera was facing outside, and the viewers in the live stream were happy because it was quite interesting to watch the Pokémon play. What are the Bulbasaurs doing? It seems like they are decorating. Really? Are they preparing for a celebration feast? It doesn't look like it. Look over there, those 3 stones stacked together. Don't they look like a competition podium? They really do. Streamer, get up. Look over there. There are so many unfamiliar Pokémon coming out on the grass over there. I recognize that one. It's the walking grass that the streamer introduced. What about that Pokémon that looks like a cherry? Streamer, get up. They're all so cute. Wow, what is that? A pumpkin? There's a bigger one behind it. There's an even bigger one behind it. It's a Russian nesting doll, because grass-type Pokémon tend to look quite cute. The viewers in the live stream were all urging Jiang Li to get up and introduce these adorable Pokémon. Shirabi at that moment. A Pokémon flew down from the sky, attracting the main focus of the camera. This Pokémon looked very unique. Its upper body was a fresh and soft light green, resembling the tender grass that grows in spring, while its lower body was a deeper grass green, giving a feeling of stability and solidity. The blue eyes were surrounded by a ring of black markings, looking just like the eyes of a giant panda. What was even more special was that it had a pair of small, delicate wings growing on its back, resembling a little fairy from a fairy tale. When this pair of wings flapped gently, it created a breeze that filled the entire space with vitality. When it spread its wings and flew, it became a beautiful sight, capturing people's attention. The camera followed this magical little Pokémon as it curiously flew around Jiang Li's tent. Jalala, leaning against a tree, glanced at it but did not stop it. The Bulbasaur approached slowly when it saw Shirabi. Danny, what are they talking about? Mother Hen, Streamer, wake up. Soon, everyone saw what the little Pokémon was discussing with the Bulbasaur. The Bulbasaur extended a vine whip and tugged at the zipper of the tent outside. The little Pokémon seemed to understand something, flew up, and used its small hand with 3 fingers to pull down the zipper, completely opening the tent. As the tent was pulled open, Jiangli sat up abruptly, and Windspeed Dog and Eevee also raised their heads in confusion. Ha! Look at the sweat on the Streamer's forehead. The Windspeed Dog is so fluffy, it's too hot. Ha ha! I understand. My Samoyed also likes to stick to me while sleeping. It's fine in winter, but in summer, even with the air conditioning on, it's still hot. Not to mention the Speed Dog is fire type, like a big furnace in a furnace, ha. Shiny the little sprite was also thrilled to see Jiangli like that, flying directly in front of him for a face-to-face encounter, happily smiling. Shiny? Seeing that Jiangli recognized him, Shiny was even happier, flapping his little wings faster and doing a little spin in the air. You scare me to death, kid. Jiangli scratched his head. He had just been pressed down by the Speed Dog and had a nightmare. Suddenly, a cool breeze made him realize someone had opened his tent. He sat up abruptly and found himself face-to-face with Shiny. That was close. I almost couldn't hold back my hand. If he punched with his god-level body, Jiangli would have to exchange for resurrection grass for Shiny from the system shop. Coming out of the tent, Jiangli wiped the sweat from his face. It's hot. Too hot. It was better when it was a cat-eyed dog. It felt more like a large, fluffy doll, warm to the touch. But now, the Speed Dog is almost as tall as him, and the fiery energy it is stored inside is incredibly powerful, making the whole dog seem like a blazing furnace. I'm sure everyone has had those sweaty summer nights without air conditioning, waking up from nightmares. Walking to the riverbank, he washed his face, and with the breeze blowing, it finally felt a bit more comfortable. Looking around, he noticed quite a few grass-type sprites had gathered, drawn in by his earlier actions, all looking at him. Being stared at by a bunch of round-eyed sprites made Jiangli feel a bit uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, those grass-type sprites couldn't wait to run over to him. Thanks to the boost from the clear sky, the grass-type sprites had an inexplicable trust in Jiangli, combined with the closeness bonus from the system. Jiangli was suddenly pounced on by those grass-type sprites, all of them acting cute. Jiangli smiled helplessly, trying to break free from the enthusiastic grass-type sprites. Not far away, Shiny was happily flying back and forth, watching him. The grass-type sprites surrounded Jiangli, their eyes full of expectation. Jiangli could feel their joy and goodwill, with no choice but to pat each one on the head. He finally managed to stand up with their help. I admire it. 110,086. I'm so envious. These little elves are so cute. Host, what kind of expression is that? Don't you want me to come? Oh my god, I'm really envious. It's not easy for Jiangli to finally stand up and have the chance to observe the surroundings. Not far away on the grass, a few Bulbasaur are busy weaving colorful flowers into garlands. It looks like they are preparing garlands for a competition. Host, hurry up and ask what is going on. I'm also very curious. What kind of event is this? It really looks like it, and it seems like it's all about grass-type Pokémon. Is it an event for grass-type Pokémon? It seems there are projects too. Look over there. Following the comments, Jiangli looked that way and saw several Bulbasaur using Vine Whip to pull a few huge logs, trying to push them into a freshly dug hole. But the logs were too heavy, and Bulbasaur and Ivysaur couldn't move them at all. A muscular Pokémon with a belt and 4 arms came over, effortlessly lifting the logs that had just been immobile. One by one, it placed them upright in the hole, and as soon as one log was set, the surrounding grass-type Pokémon quickly began to bury the hole. The larger Pokémon stepped in to compact the soil around the logs. This can't be a plum blossom post, right? It feels a bit like it. Stop feeling is a plum blossom post. What a big plum blossom post. After all, many Pokémon are quadrupeds. That's true. The streamer should give it a try. It's so high. Are you sure the streamer can get up there? It's not too high. Thankfully, Jiangli stood under the plum blossom post and looked up. It seemed to be about 3 meters tall. Jiangli squatted slightly and then jumped up, easily landing on the plum blossom post, standing steadily on top. Then he began to walk along the plum blossom post, each step very stable, as if he were walking on flat ground. Halfway through, Jiangli suddenly stopped, leaped lightly, did a flip in midair, and finally landed steadily on the plum blossom post. Showing off some skills, Jiangli jumped down from the plum blossom post. The streamer is skilled, from the way the fire lizard looked earlier. I thought the streamer was impressive, so I'm not surprised at all now. Adding one, am I the only one who seems like I've never seen the world? You're not alone up there. Chapter 33. Eevee's New Evolution. After coming down from the plum blossom post, Jiangli was once again surrounded by grass-type Pokémon, and he barely managed to run out from the crowd of Pokémon. Although he finally got out, Jiangli's neat clothes had become messy, and his hair was too. The weight of life is unbearable, Jiangli sighed while combing his hair and shaking his head. No, streamer, what do you mean? You don't want me to come? I long for what cannot be obtained, while you treat it as if it were nothing. I envy. Danny, the Venusaur, walked over slowly to Jiangli's side and messed up Jiangli's freshly arranged hair with its vine whip. Ha. My heart aches for the streamer for a second. I have to say, these Pokémon really like the streamer, especially the grass-type ones. They're much more enthusiastic than the Pokémon encountered before. Dunya. Venusaur entrusted Jiangli with a few words, informing her about what the Pokémon were setting up and that there would be a banquet tonight, inviting Jiangli to stay and join. After chatting with Venusaur for a bit, Jiangli explained to the people in the live stream. Venusaur said, this is the once-in-a-decade grass-type Pokémon competition, and there's a banquet tonight that we should stay for. The grass-type Pokémon competition, huh? What events are there? I'm a bit curious. Once every 10 years, the streamer really came the right time, huh? Indeed, there's a banquet tonight, and I suddenly wonder what a Pokémon banquet is like. We'll find out tonight. No need to rush. I don't care about that. Streamer, why don't you introduce the Pokémon that just woke you up? I remember the streamer called it Shalabi. That's right, it's called Shalabi. I waved at Shalabi, and when it flew over, I took my phone and snapped a picture. Shalabi, the phantom Pokémon, has psychic and grass attributes. Shalabi has a special ability that is in its name. It has the power to traverse time, wandering around in various places, mostly in forests. Wow. The power to traverse time and space. Can it change reality? The power to traverse time and space is really amazing. Shalabi only appears in peaceful times. It can heal other Pokémon's wounds and share its power with the plants in the forest. So wherever Shalabi has appeared, the plants there will be very lush. Great. We can have Shalabi do some greening. Doing greening. You really know how to make the most of resources. I've heard that Shalabi is a Pokémon from the future, revered as the forest god by other Pokémon. They believe that as long as Shalabi appears, a bright future awaits them. Shalabi hears Jiangli praising it and happily rushes into Jiangli's arms, hugging him and rubbing its head. What is the forest god doing now? Tell me, streamer, what is the forest god doing now? Oh, I'm so envious. Put down your little cutie and let me have a turn. I took out an energy cube and held it to Shalabi's mouth. When Shalabi saw the energy cube, its eyes lit up instantly, and it happily took a bite, then showed a happy expression. Seeing Jiangli being so nice to Shalabi, our jealous Eevee king started to get unhappy, tugging at Jiangli's pants and anxiously shouting. All right. I scooped Eevee up on my shoulder, patted its head, and gave it half an energy cube. Of course, I didn't forget about the nearby Zygarde and Arcanine. Then, I picked up my phone and started taking pictures. As for the introduction, since there are many Pokémon decorating or building projects, if I introduced them while standing next to them, they would crowd around me and affect the building of those projects. So I decided to wait until the evening banquet to introduce them to the viewers in the live stream. It looks like I have to work overtime tonight. Sigh. Thinking about working overtime tonight, I couldn't help but sigh. The streamer is just like me, forced to work overtime. Although I don't like working overtime either, but streamer, you have to work overtime tonight. That's right. Work overtime, streamer. Overtime. Looking at the viewers going wild in the live stream, I chose to ignore them and turned to help the Bulbasaur preparing the bonfire for tonight's banquet. Picking up firewood together, Eevee jumped around, biting a small stick, showing off to Jiangli. Great! Seeing Eevee picking up firewood, I patted its head and looked up to see Shalabi holding a small stack of firewood, looking at me with anticipation. Shalabi is also great. I smiled helplessly, raised my hand, and patted Shalabi's head. Shalabi happily spun around in the air. Two jealous kings. How annoying. I want to experience this suffering too. Did you all smell a sour scent? I smelled it, the strong vinegar smell. Ha ha ha. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and Arcanine helped ignite the bonfire, the orange flames casting a glow on the darkening sky. The Pokémon S banquet didn't have any special food. The main foods were fruits and berries. These fruits and berries were all washed in the river by the Pokémon one by one. I sat by the bonfire, leaning against Arcanine's outstretched hand, taking an apple handed to me by Zygarde, and started munching on it. Many Pokémon gathered around the bonfire, joyfully dancing and wearing bright smiles. The glow of the bonfire illuminated them, as if draping them in a layer of orange light. In the distance, melodious singing could be heard. It was other Pokémon singing. The Pokémon's singing was melodious and graceful, flowing through the air like a clear spring, making people feel relaxed and happy. The whole scene was filled with laughter and a joyful atmosphere, making one unable to help but immerse themselves in this rare joy and harmony. Streamer, your posture is quite comfortable. You really are something, streamer. Lazy streamer. So comfortable, I'm so envious. NB1, can a streamer introduce these Pokémon now? Yes, I can. Are there any Pokémon you're curious about? Let me introduce them to you first. I'll go first. What is that elf with two big red flowers on its head, wearing a grass skirt? It's still dancing, so cute. I'm more curious about that cherry-like Pokémon. What is it? The two Pokémon you mentioned are both grass-type Pokémon. The one with two flowers on its head, wearing a grass skirt, is called Bellossom, and the one that looks very much like a cherry is called Cherubi. I briefly introduced these two Pokémon to the viewers in the live stream, and continued to look at the chat to see if there were any more questions. After introducing the current Pokémon for about 2 hours, Zhongli had covered them all. Now, let me introduce you to another evolution of EV. While introducing it, I started to adjust my surface, pointing the needle to the grass-type symbol. Soon, the EV beside Zhongli began to emit the familiar blue light, which is the evolution light. Finally, we can see our little EV's new evolution. Yay! Wow! Chapter 34. Leafeon. Soon the blue light faded, and Leafeon's appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. Leafeon's body is light brown, its forepaws are dark brown, and there's a long piece of green fur on its forehead that looks like a leaf. Leafeon's ears and tail also resemble leaves. Its body has green fur that looks like leaves. Leafeon is a grass-type Pokémon, which evolves from EV when it is exposed to a leaf stone or evolves on a mossy rock in the forest. It looks a bit like a fox. I actually think it looks a bit like a cat. So cute, with fluffy ears and a tail like leaves. It's really adorable. Leafeon is closer to plants than animals. Leafeon generally lives deep in forests with clear rivers. Why do we say Leafeon is more like a plant? Mainly because Leafeon can perform photosynthesis like plants, getting energy even without eating or drinking. While talking, I took out my phone to take pictures of Leafeon, and Leafeon cooperatively posed for me. Wow, a moving plant. It really does perform photosynthesis, right? No need to buy food, saving money. Haha, my dog definitely eats a lot. Do you think I could teach my dog how to photosynthesize? Plants produce air through photosynthesis, and Leafeon does the same. The younger Leafeons have a strong grassy scent when they photosynthesize, while older ones smell like fallen leaves. Some people are particularly fond of the scent emitted by Leafeons, so some have made this scent into perfume, and I've heard it's very popular. After I finished taking pictures, Leafeon finally couldn't help but get close to me and snuggle in my arms, while I rubbed its head and looked at the comments in the live stream. Perfume. I want some too. I also have the YSL Y Eau de Parfum, which everyone wants. The scent is also related to age, so each age group has its unique fragrance. I'm suddenly very curious about what those scents are. To be honest, I'm quite curious as well. Ahem. Let's get back to it. Leafeon is not aggressive, but to protect its companions, it sharpens the leaves on its tail and uses them as blades to fight. Leafeon's tail is extremely sharp, even surpassing that of a famous sword. It's said that it can slice a large tree in half. As I said this, I gently flicked Leafeon's tail, producing a clanging sound. Mio and Zhongli rubbed against my cheek, happily acting cute with Zhongli. Good boy, good boy. Soon, the banquet was about to end. Pokémon generally go to bed early, and with tomorrow's competition, today's banquet for the Pokémon only lasted 2 hours. In the world of Pokémon, it gets dark earlier. It was almost dark by 5 o'clock. 2 hours later, meaning it was only 7 o'clock. Many Pokémon had already cuddled up to sleep. Zhongli quickly washed up and entered the tent, leaning against the speedy dog while chatting with the people on the live stream. At 8 o'clock, I turned off the live stream on time and opened the system to check how many points I had accumulated. I introduced quite a few Pokémon today, although most of them were common Pokémon. However, there were many people in Zhongli's live stream. 7 million. Even if one person contributed 5 points, 20 people would make 100 points, and there were more than 10 types of grass-type Pokémon introduced today. So, Zhongli still managed to accumulate quite a few points today. Looking at it this way, these points are actually easy to gather. I opened the shop and saw points that easily reach thousands. It truly is a world for retirement. At this time, Zhongli finally noticed a message from Li Hongyu, who brought 31 soldiers here to obtain Pokémon. It was indeed not so easy to trust. After pondering for a moment, Zhongli chose to agree, but clarified that it was not now, as she still needed to take Li Fion to participate in the grass-type Pokémon competition and aim for a top 3 finish. My poor Eevee baby, you're still a baby, and you have to compete with those Pokémon. Thinking of this, I patted the head of Li Fion, who was sleeping beside me, yawned, and fell asleep like that. Naida rubbed her eyes, looking at the pale world in front of her. Where is this little auspicious grass king? Who's calling me? Do you want to see your parents again? Parents, Dad and Mom. Nahida recalled her parents and lowered her head in disappointment. The current Teyvat no longer needs the guidance of deities, although she still occupies the position of a deity. Nahida is no longer involved in Sumeru's affairs. Every day, she reads in the library, generously sharing knowledge with scholars who come to ask questions. Wandering around the Grand Bazaar, watching performances, no matter where Nahida goes, she is surrounded by many people. However, whenever she returns to her palace, she feels lonely. No matter how many people accompany her outside, returning to her chamber still leaves her feeling desolate, especially when she sees other families looking warm and happy together. Nahida's heart always feels empty. Every night when she falls asleep, that is the happiest time for her, because her dream powers allow her to see her parents in her dreams. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Although she also longs to see her parents, Nahida still maintains a certain level of vigilance in such situations. You don't know me, but I have known you for a long time. Who exactly are you? Can't you come out and talk face to face? Sorry, I don't have a physical form. I've been following your father since a long time ago. Following my father? How can you prove it? Nahida is starting to believe what it says. She finally understands why sometimes her father would space out and even talk to the air. It turns out he was talking to this voice. Until the system mentioned several things that only she and her father knew, Nahida completely believed its words. What should I do? How can I see my father again? And my mother, she clearly. Nahida anxiously looked around, trying to find the system's presence and clarify everything, but she couldn't find it no matter what. It will take some time. Your father is also trying to find a way to see you, but you need to leave Teyvat and go to another world to live with your parents. It's okay. Teyvat no longer needs the guidance of deities. I can live my own life. Saying this, tears flowed down uncontrollably. Since her father's death, Nahida had been holding back a lot of suppressed feelings. But knowing that her father was still alive, and that he was also trying to find a way to see her, wanting to reunite, suddenly all the pent-up feelings dissipated. Slowly squatting down, hugging her knees, she cried softly. Chapter 35. Competition events. Initially, the system did not plan to send Nahida to Zhongli's side so soon. However, seeing this child, whom it had watched grow up, feeling so sad, the understanding child, even while crying, still made one feel heartbroken. 2 months. Nahida raised her head, rubbed her red eyes, and looked ahead with confusion. Even though she didn't know where the system was, Nahida felt that this gentle elder would definitely be standing in front of her, chatting with her face to face. At the latest in 2 months, you will see your father again. Really? Really, I promise. Thank you. Standing up, wiping her tears, she bowed deeply in front of her. No need to be polite. You're also a child I watched grow up. Seeing you cry makes me feel a bit, tilting her head and looking ahead, waiting for the system's next words. It's nothing. In short, during this month, eat well, sleep well, and adjust your condition. Otherwise, your father will punish you when he sees you like this. I understand. Thank you. Even though Nahida is a deity, according to Zhongli's teachings, respect for elders is mandatory. All right, go rest. By the way, this is for you. 2 red and white balls appeared in front of Nahida. She reached out to take one of the balls, a bit confused. Suddenly, one of the red and white balls opened from the middle, and a small green figure appeared in front of Nahida. Just as the small green figure was about to fall, Nahida hurriedly caught it and hugged it in her arms. Thank you. What is this? Looking at the creature in front of me with confusion, it looks like a white hedgehog, but its upper half is not covered in spikes. Instead, it is lush with fresh green grass. On both sides of its body, there are a bunch of pink flowers. This is a fairy, a creature from the world where your father currently resides. This Pokédex will help you become more familiar with them. By the way, this flower is also for you. A red square appears again. Aiming it at the shiny in your arms, its information appears in Nahida's view. Nahida understands why this elder gave her this flower. To use her powers to protect it. Shiny raises its head and rubs against Nahida's chin, tickling her and causing her to giggle. Shiny can accompany you. And there's another fairy. Let it out and see. It can protect you. Nahida obediently nods and releases the fairy from another Pokeball. This fairy is quite large. Entirely orange, but its belly is cream-colored. It has a small horn on its head and 2 long, slender antennae. Each of its claws has 3 toes. And it has a pair of small wings on its back, which seem tiny compared to its massive body. Using the Pokédex on it, Nahida learns its name, Dragonite. Suddenly, Dragonite lets out a loud roar, opens its arms wide, and hugs Nahida. When Nahida wakes up again, she looks around in disbelief, finding herself still in her palace. If it weren't for the Pokeball, the Pokédex, and the Grassidia flower by her pillow. What do you mean by that? The host wants to say something, but the system doesn't know. Stop acting cute, Paimon. I woke up and my points decreased. Where did it decrease? Damn, over 100,000. Host, if you have that many points, don't be so stingy. Today it's over 100,000, tomorrow it could be 1,000,000, and the day after it could all be deducted. You exchanged 2 fairies for your daughter, the Pokédex and the Grassidia flower. Which 2? Shiny and Dragonite. Alright, I don't know if that girl got something extra. I only used that little bit of your points. If I used more, wouldn't you kill me? You should have said that earlier. Hee, you should have said it sooner. Then she quickly gets up, washes up, starts the broadcast, and makes breakfast. Good morning, streamer. Morning. Good morning, Eevee. Good morning, Furfru. Good morning, Gyarados. Everyone's a bit hyper this early, huh? Looks like the streamer doesn't have time for us. The streamer is making breakfast. How could she have time? The grass-type fairies also started waking up. Their breakfast is the leftover berries from last night. Last night, they wove nets with vine whips and threw the leftover berries into the river, ensuring they wouldn't be washed away. These fairies are so smart, they can weave fishing nets. Really, they can weave fishing nets and know to put fruit in the water to keep it fresh. These fairies are so clever. Today is the day of the competition, right? I'm so curious about what the fairy competition is actually about. Eevee or Leaf Eevee's form. Is the streamer planning to let Leaf Eevee participate? Yes. Let Leaf Eevee join. The ranking doesn't matter. The main thing is to let this little one participate. But how can our little Eevee, who is only half a month old, compete with the other fairies? It's okay, don't worry. I asked the organizer Bulbasaur yesterday, and this grass-type fairy competition is divided into juvenile fairies and adult fairies. Juvenile fairies refer to those that have not evolved to the second stage. Adults are those that have evolved to the second stage or final evolution. The events for juvenile fairies include vine whip competitions, swimming competitions, flying leaf blade competitions, and balance competitions. That sounds more reasonable. So, it's a competition for the little ones, right? After watching the children's competition, can we watch the adult competition? I want to see the adult competition too. But, can't that broken road up there be opened? Only 4 events? No, we understand the swimming and balance competitions. But what are the vine whip and flying leaf blade competitions? The vine whip competition is where grass-type fairies use the vine whip skill to strike the substitute created by the skill and see whose damage is higher. So, it's just about whose striking power is greater? That should be right. The competition tests the striking power, which checks the development of the juveniles. Haha, it looks like a sports meeting, but in reality, it's a growth assessment for the young. What about the flying leaf blade competition? The flying leaf blade competition refers to fairies using the flying leaf blade skill to hit targets on distance stakes, seeing who hits more targets within a specified time. Isn't that just an archery competition? Haha, it really is an archery competition. If you say it like that, it makes it easy to understand. The streamer should have said it earlier. Then we don't have to think hard, and the streamer doesn't have to use so many words. Indeed, if you said it earlier, it would have been better. Swimming, archery, balance, striking power, this is just checking physical development, right? Now that you mention it, it really feels like checking the physical development of the young. Seeing the comments in the live chat, Jiangli also feels it more and more. Then let Leaf Eevee go check its health. Chapter 36. The competition begins as the sun rises higher. The fairies have started preparing. Among the Bulbasaur group, besides a few month-old Bulbasaur and a recently evolved Venusaur, the other Bulbasaurs are responsible for maintaining order. The adult fairies self-organize, and no fairy dares to cause trouble, as several Venusaur are in charge of management. The Bulbasaur are responsible for fetching the juvenile fairies participating in the competition, while the Ivysaur manage those juvenile fairies. Soon, Leaf EV is taken away by the Ivysaur. This is a fairy competition, and as a human, Zhongli cannot interfere. All he can do is watch from the sidelines. Meow. Leaf EV feels a bit uneasy in the waiting area for juvenile fairies. This is its first time being away from Zhongli's side, participating in something on its own. Some fairies approach to greet it, and soon Leaf EV is no longer shy, playing and frolicking with them. It looks like my son going to kindergarten. Indeed, 1 second it's timid, and the next second it's happy. This is also a kind of growth for Leaf EV, isn't it? Indeed, this should be Leaf EV's first time doing something without the streamer's guidance. Is the streamer worried? It's okay. I was quite worried when my daughter first started kindergarten, but now she's used to it. Zhongli's expression is rather calm. After all, in his memory, he was also very worried when Nahida first asked him to go to the academia. The day before, he specifically went to the academia to pressure those great sages. After Nahida set off that day, he secretly followed her for a long time, observing to see if those great sages had any ill intentions. The Sumera people were very welcoming to Nahida, so Zhongli quietly left. Now Zhongli is relatively experienced. The first competition is the Vine Whip Contest, and competing with Yibu are a walking grass, a Sakura fairy, a cotton ball, a dumb flower, and other 10 sprites. By the way, according to what the Bulbasaur said, the first round will eliminate half of the sprites. If you can't get past the first round, you won't be able to participate in the next 3 competitions. Wow, it really is an elimination system. I seriously suspect that the first round is meant to eliminate too many sprites. I also think it should be like this, there's no mistake. Looking at those Pokémon participating in the competition, Zhongli felt relieved. For EV, the biggest enemies should be that Bulbasaur and a Turtwig. Huh, why didn't I see that turtle last night? Indeed, we didn't see that turtle at all yesterday. This Pokémon even looks like the village chief, with a sprout on its head. Ha, that's true. Is it a Krogunk? Looking at that mouth, it does resemble a Krogunk's mouth. Host, what is this turtle? That's a Turtwig. Turtwigs usually bask in the sun by the lakeside and use their bodies to perform photosynthesis to produce oxygen. For Turtwigs, the more sunlight there is, the more energetic they become. Grass-type Pokémon all perform photosynthesis, so having a grass-type Pokémon at home wouldn't make you worry about suffocating. The premise is that there needs to be sunlight, right? Wasn't there a move called Sunny Day that can change the weather? Indeed, skills that can change the weather are quite powerful. Host, what other skills can change the weather? Let me finish talking about Turtwig before discussing the skills that can change the weather. No problem. You go ahead, host. It's fine to talk about it later. Unlike the turtle, the shell on Turtwig's back is not innate. It is formed from soil. After drinking water, the soil shell becomes harder, but it feels quite moist to the touch. If Turtwig's shell feels very moist when you touch it, it indicates that this Turtwig is very energetic. The leaves on Turtwig's head can also indicate its condition. If it is very thirsty, the leaves will wilt. Conversely, if the leaves on its head are tender and green, looking very lively, then this Turtwig is in good condition. It turns out you can tell just by looking. Look at the leaves on that Turtwig's head. They seem quite tender. It looks like this Turtwig is very energetic. Indeed, the host mentioned before that as long as grass-type Pokémon have enough moisture and sunlight, and if they have leaves on their bodies, you can directly see their vitality. Before talking about that, we should first discuss the weather that Pokémon can change. Sunny, rainy, sandstorm, hail, snow, and fog. These common types of weather. Goodness, if the two worlds merge, I won't be surprised if it snows in the desert after a while. I won't worry if hail falls over the sea, or if a sandstorm hits the city, or if a tornado destroys a parking lot. As for the skills that can change the weather, the sunny day and rain dance skills we've mentioned before are already quite clear to you. The sandstorm skill can change the weather to a sandstorm. The blizzard skill can trigger snowfall, and the hail skill, I don't need to explain. There's also the fog skill. It's actually quite easy to recognize what kind of weather these skills can change. Indeed, blizzard means snowing, sunny day means clear skies, and rain dance means raining. And hail too. You mentioned that if we have a drought here in the future, could we directly use the rain dance skill? We have a rainy season almost every year. During that time, on a sunny day, the weather-changing ability of the spirits can only affect a small area, and the duration is very short. For long-term changes, unless the spirit is very strong or a legendary spirit, it's already quite good if it can change a little. I think so too. It's better than being unable to change anything at all. Indeed, we've talked enough here, and the matches over there have already started. The first round of the competition has divided those Pokémon into 3 groups. Leaf EV, Bulbasaur, and Turtwig are in one group. After glancing at the Pokémon competing alongside Leaf EV, Jiangli felt reassured. Leaf Eevee's abilities are quite good among some grass-type Pokémon. Although the Pokémon Garden's base stats are a factor, Jiangli doesn't plan to mention this. She believes that a Pokémon's base stats cannot determine everything, after all. This is reality, not a game. As expected, Leaf Eevee's offensive power is quite decent, so it easily advanced in this round. Once the competition for juvenile Pokémon ended, it was time for the adult Pokémon competition, which is different from the juvenile Pokémon's Vine Whip competition. Juvenile Pokémon don't have the strength to break the move substitute, but adult Pokémon must break the move substitute to advance. I feel like this level is actually quite easy. Indeed, many Pokémon can break this substitute. It really feels easy. The health of the substitute skill is about 1/4 of the user's health, so for these already adult Pokémon, it's relatively easy. So that's how it is. After all, it's just the beginning and still the simplest challenge. Just like with the juvenile Pokémon, the top 5 can pass. This level has already cleared half, leaving 15 Pokémon, and it's still quite difficult for little Eevee. Come on, little Eevee, you can do it. Chapter 37, Swimming Competition. 15 juvenile Pokémon are back on stage for the final match of Vine Whip to determine the rankings. Leaf Eevee is indeed younger and only managed to get 3rd place this time, compared to the trained Bulbasaur and the wild Turtwig. Growing up under the careful attention of Jiangli, Eevee finds it hard to compete with the two. Oh, what a pity. I don't think it's a pity at all. I think it's already great that Eevee got 3rd place. I also think that, after all, how old is Ibrahimovic? It's still difficult to compare him with those Pokémon that grew up in the wild. I also think so. It's already very good. Don't put so much pressure on them. Under the organization of the Bulbasaur, the second match of the juvenile Pokémon group is about to start. The second match is a swimming competition. Since the river is not very wide, 3 Pokémon will compete at a time. Leaf Eevee's opponents are Drowsy and Lotad. It seems that this match will be a bit difficult. Seeing Lotad's Jiangli sweating for Leaf Eevee. I remember the streamer mentioning that this sprite is called Lotus Child, and it should be a water and grass type. If I remember correctly, this sprite is originally a water-dwelling sprite, right? Isn't that like competing with fish in swimming? That would indeed be very difficult. Host, do you think Eevee can win? I'm not sure about that. It mainly depends on their reaction ability. Reaction ability? Why is it about reaction ability? Shouldn't it be about who swims faster? I'm also curious, why did the host say that? I asked the organizer before. And this is not just a simple swimming competition. The competition among elves is not that easy. Jiangli picked up an apple, wiped it on her body, and then took a bite. Wasn't the host quite clean before? Why doesn't it matter today? Is it an act, or are they trying to bring out the space backpack? The host wouldn't do this just because they washed it before, even if it was last night. Haha, just like me, as long as it has been washed. It doesn't matter when it was washed, it can be eaten. I am too haha. The competition is about to start. As the referee, Bulbasaur extends a Vine Whip and holds it up in front of the 3 Pokémon, raising it high. Ready, start. Ha ha. The streamer even added sound effects that made me laugh so hard. The voiceover is really good. I like it. I can't handle it. Bulbasaur's face paired with this voiceover is hilarious. Soon, the netizens couldn't laugh anymore. At the moment the competition began, Mewtwo instantly used its skill, and 2 seeds flew out, heading towards Leafeon and Lotad. Leafeon quickly dove into the river to avoid the attack, but Lotad wasn't so lucky. Living in the water, Lotad became a bit careless during the competition and couldn't dodge the attack. The moment the seeds hit Lotad, several vines grew out and wrapped around it. Wow, that scared me. I didn't expect it to use a skill. It startled me. I'm glad our Eevee is quick and wasn't caught. Luckily, our Eevee still has a chance to win. Let's go. After diving into the water, Eevee quickly swam forward. After swimming several meters, it couldn't hold its breath anymore, raised its head, and saw the persistent Mewtwo chasing behind, along with the trapped Lotad. Meow. Suddenly, it flicked out several stars towards the chasing Mewtwo. Mewtwo, imitating Eevee's earlier method, dived into the water to dodge the attack. The stars that missed Mewtwo weren't wasted, as they knocked off the parasitic seeds from Lotad. Lotad, already annoyed by being entangled by Mewtwo, quickly powered up and chased after them. Its main target wasn't the leading Eevee, but rather the Mewtwo that had entangled it before. Eevee seized the opportunity, sidestepped, and used Quick Attack while stepping on the stones by the riverbank. By the time Mewtwo and Lotad reacted, Eevee was already not far from the finish line. Oh, we're going to win. Eevee is amazing. Keep it up, Eevee. Eevee is so smart. That move was clearly aimed at the trapped Lotad. Awesome. Don't be in such a hurry, you guys. There are still 2 swimming competitions to determine if we can reach the finals. So, have the 15 Pokémon in front already been eliminated? The host said earlier that if you can't pass the first round, you won't be able to participate in the subsequent competitions. The later 3 competitions will still be based on rankings. I hope little Evie has better luck in the second competition. Evie's second competition went relatively well, encountering a Mewtwo that didn't swim well. Plus, since Evie had been with Zhongli for a long time, its brain reacted quickly, allowing Evie to enter the finals. Bulbasaur, living here from the start, was also accustomed to swimming in this river, thus entering the finals as well. Although Turtwig is a turtle, it looks like a land turtle and can't swim at all. Ha ha ha, help. Turtwig just fell in with a splash. Look at Bulbasaur's expression. This really scared the referee. Ha ha. I remember another sprite named Venustrangler covered in blue vines. I'm suddenly very curious about what it looks like underneath the vines. Didn't the streamer say that no one has seen it? I'm curious. Don't be curious. The finals are about to start, and the contestants are about to enter the water. Before entering the water, Bulbasaur and Leafeon use photosynthesis to restore their stamina. Vileplume had a bye in the previous round, so its stamina is still quite good, and it doesn't restore its stamina. Soon, the finals begin, and the vines on Vileplume start to grow wildly, trying to bind Bulbasaur and Leafeon. When Vileplume was competing earlier, Leafeon and Bulbasaur watched from the side, so they were prepared. They quickly used speed-boosting skills to dodge, and then used Leaf Blade to cut the vines. That was close. Honestly, if I were tangled up in so many vines in the water, I would be scared to death. I just wanted to say that I'm most afraid of this kind of thing. I'm also super scared. Eevee still couldn't compete with the trained Bulbasaur and only got second place. This morning's competition ended like that. Eevee walked up to Zhongli a bit dejected after almost getting first place. Meow. Alright, you did great. Zhongli crouched down and patted Eevee's head to comfort it. Eevee, you're already amazing. Don't be dejected. Don't be dejected, Eevee. You're already great. That's right, that's right. Meow. After Zhongli comforted it, Eevee perked up. Although it had been a long morning of competition, it was still full of energy, bouncing around and talking nonstop in front of Rapidash and Jolteon. Chapter 38. The Unlucky Turtwig. Seeing Eevee excitedly running around Rapidash and the others was like watching children who went on a school trip come back and share interesting stories with their families. Ah, little Eevee is so cute. It feels just like my daughter coming home every day to share her school stories with her brother. Fun fact, Eevee is a boy. So cute, it must be a boy. Little Eevee is really super cute. Zhongli just smiled at them and started preparing lunch, thinking of giving Eevee some milk before they eat. Zhongli took out the bowl for Eevee to drink milk, ready to pour some moo milk for it. Just after pouring the milk and lifting her head, she locked eyes with. Yes, 8 eyes. Besides Eevee, there was also Bulbasaur and Turtwig. Coincidentally, the Bulbasaur participating in the competition was the same one Zhongli first encountered, so it wasn't surprising that it came over to drink milk. Zhongli looked at Turtwig, who tilted its head with eyes full of desire. Forget it. Let the little guy drink together. After a brief standoff of several seconds, Zhongli surrendered and took out 2 more bowls to pour moo milk for the 2 little guys. Ha, 2 greedy little ones. Ha, another Pokémon has run over. Is the attraction of this milk so great? I want to drink some too. Streamer, link it. I want to drink too. I patted the head of the grass turtle and felt a bit strange as the little guy hadn't come last night. Little one, we're your elders. Almost all the young spirit contestants come with their elders. There are quite a few spirit groups nearby, and every once in a while, they participate in competitions. The winning group becomes the host for the next event. This forest shouldn't have other grass-type starter families because Zhongli didn't see any other starter groups last night. But the grass turtle came this morning, which puzzled Zhongli a bit. Grass turtle? You mean you don't have elders? The grass turtle nodded obediently. Then how did you get here? Grass turtle, grass turtle. It began to gesture, and everyone gradually understood what the grass turtle meant. In other words, it had never seen its parents since hatching, stayed alone, encountered a family of walking grass on the way here, heard there was food, wanted to follow them, but accidentally tripped and fell, which caused it to faint. That's why it came here late at night. It was dizzy for a long time and couldn't sleep until just before dawn, but when it finally woke up this morning, breakfast was already over. Grass turtle, nodding vigorously. So you either couldn't swim this morning or fainted from hunger and couldn't swim. Zhongli helplessly rubbed his forehead and poured some moo milk for the grass turtle. You really have had a rough time. Ha, poor grass turtle. Without breakfast, it doesn't have the strength to swim. Poor child, missing dinner and now breakfast. Look at how fast it's drinking milk. This kid is starving. After Zhongli prepared lunch for the Wind Speed Dog and Jalala, he just took out the food that grass-type spirits like when he saw 3 pairs of shining eyes. Alright, the 3 kids had been competing all morning and were nearly starving. as soon as Jiang Li poured the spirit food for the three of them. They couldn't wait to start devouring it. Look at how hungry they are. Slow down, slow down. You might choke. The streamer suggested pouring them some milk to soak the food. Good idea, that way they won't choke. Jiang Li thought about it and agreed. But the way these three spirits were gorging themselves didn't make it easy to pour the milk. He could only extend one hand to block the three spirits from eating while using the other hand to start pouring milk. Danny Mio, grass turtle. The three spirits were nudging Jiang Li's hand with their heads, acting cute to show they wanted to eat. All right, just wait a little longer, don't rush. Don't rush. While Jiang Li calmed the three spirits, he quickly poured the milk into the bowl. After finally pouring it, he retracted his hand, and the three little ones immediately began to gobble it down. Wow, those kids are starving. Ha, they're eating so deliciously. I'm hungry too. Maybe I should order takeout. I've already started eating. While I was eating, I watched my mom hit me, saying that these little guys are enjoying their food more than I am. Ha, fried chicken and cola smell so good. Look, the elves have started eating, and Jiang Li is preparing his lunch too. Last night, he had fruit. This morning, he had bread, and for lunch, he wanted something hot, so he just stewed some potato beef brisket. He took out potatoes and beef brisket from his backpack. The beef brisket was already processed. He heated the oil in the pot, fried the potatoes, added the beef brisket, poured in water and seasonings, and covered the pot. When he opened the lid and saw it was almost done, he took out a pack of self-heating rice, waiting for the rice to heat up so he could start eating. I was just about to ask, does the streamer really need to make such a big pot? Can the streamer finish it? It's a huge pot after all. Indeed, the streamer doesn't seem to have such a big appetite. I definitely can't finish that much. The leftover meat is for the speedy dog to chew on. Woof. After finishing, the speedy dog nudged its bowl with its nose, pushing it next to the pot. It's a bit hot. Let it sit for a while. After filling the speedy dog's bowl, Jiang Li patted its head. Woof. The speedy dog obediently lay on the ground, waiting for Jiang Li's command. He added a bit of salt to the remaining potato beef brisket for seasoning, poured it over the rice, and took a bite, blowing on it because it was hot. Ha, the streamer is also hungry. Just a moment ago, he reminded the speedy dog to be careful of the heat and let it sit for a while, but then he started eating and burned himself. Ha, his expression is distorted. He set the bowl aside and exchanged glances with the speedy dog, both sighed. Ha, help, this is so funny. Poor one person and one dog. The other elves were eating heartily, while the two of them were definitely starving. Ha, poor streamer. Finally, the potato beef brisket cooled down to a temperature that could be eaten, and only then did the one person and one dog start eating. After finishing the meal, Leaf Evie leaned against Jiang Li's thigh, closing its eyes to rest, while the grass turtle also comfortably leaned on Jiang Li's other thigh. You're really not being polite at all. He raised his hand and patted the grass turtle's shell. You're poor too. You probably left your parents when you were still an egg. Grass turtle. The grass turtle burrowed into Jiang Li's arms, very happy. Although it usually looks indifferent, who doesn't long for warmth? Seeing the grass turtle's appearance, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel pity for it. The poor little guy has been wandering since it was young. Suddenly, Jiang Li had a plan. He rummaged through his backpack and took out a Pokeball in front of the grass turtle. Do you want to follow me? Grass turtle. The grass turtle happily stretched out a foot and tapped the Pokeball. Another orphan joins the streamer's team. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Jalala was picked up, Cardi Dog was picked up, Evie was rescued, and now the grass turtle has been brought back too. I'm just asking, does the streamer want to open an orphanage? As for what Jiang Li is thinking. Chapter 39. Walking on plum blossom stumps, haha. I now have 2 of the top 3 elves system. Just wait for the rewards. The host is soft-hearted, but don't be so hard-mouthed. What a joke. Although that's one of the reasons. The system indicates that it has long seen through its host, based on the previous worlds. It knows that every world Jiang Li encounters orphans, he would take them in, resulting in 9 out of 10 worlds having an orphanage. Still pretending. Danny Edney. The Bulbasaur that woke up next to the Venusaur wobbled over and nudged Jiang Li. All right, he took out an energy cube and tossed it up. Just as Bulbasaur was about to catch it, a green figure caught the energy cube even faster. Ha. Help. Weren't you just sleeping? Instant wake up. Ha. That's right. The green figure faster than Bulbasaur is the grass turtle, which instantly opened its eyes and jumped to catch the energy cube. You greedy little thing. You can only have one. Jiang Li laughed and patted the grass turtle's head, taking out another energy cube, not tossing it, but feeding it to Bulbasaur. Meow. Seeing both elves getting food, Leaf Evie also wanted to eat and started tugging at Jiang Li's clothes. All right, everyone get some, don't rush. He rubbed Leaf Evie's head and took out an energy cube to feed it to Leaf Evie. Soon, the afternoon competition was about to start. Bulbasaur walked over with Leaf, Eevee, and the grass turtle to the competition venue. It was the 10 or so plum blossom stumps that the Mytina set up yesterday. Wait, how are these little guys supposed to get up there? I don't know. There should be a way, right? After all, such competitions have been held before. Haven't they? There must be a way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be set so high. Wait, didn't you see next to it? Zhongli glanced at the live stream and instantly understood. It turns out the live streaming equipment provided by the dog system is causing trouble. As Zhongli spoke, the camera in the live stream slowly moved to the lower left corner of those plum blossom stumps, where there were also 10 plum blossom stumps. The plum blossom stumps in the lower left corner were much shorter than the previous ones. The tallest one was only about 1 meter and thinner too. Oh wow, how'd I not notice that before? Where did the streamer find this cameraman? They've all messed up the angles for us. These stumps are thinner and shorter, completely blocked by the previous ones. I am more curious about those high plum blossom piles, which are so thin. How does the large melodious flower manage to walk? I'm also very curious. It should be possible to use skills, right? Otherwise, there have been instances before that Woon Tea have gone unnoticed. We'll see as it goes on, one Tiwi. I looked around, walked under a tree, patted it, and then nimbly climbed up, sitting on a branch to watch the match. This angle is good. I like it. The streamer knows how to find angles. Impressive. The streamer definitely knows how to take photos. I noticed it early on, just by watching the streamer take pictures of those spirits. In about a week, I might go back for a bit, first to input the spirits we currently have. Willow Tree, really? Then I can come to your house to pet the dog. Neighbor appears ahead. Willow Tree. No, I haven't sent a barrage in so long. How come someone still remembers me? Ha ha ha. Give it up. You can't escape. Am I the only one who envies him? I also want to pet dogs. All right, Lao Yang, you should bring Xiao Yang along. I'll give him a Pokémon and ask him which one he likes. Yang Liu Shu? Not the streamer, you. Wow, you're really giving it away like that, Yang Liu Shu. I mean, you might as well give it to me. Xiao Yang, thank you from your dad. Haha, Yang Liu Shu. Uncle, I want a Pidgey. My dad wanted Niter and Wow. There's some private business going on upstairs. Is this really what Xiao Yang said? Lao Yang, I'm really curious. A Pidgey and a Niterin, right? Sure, no problem. I admire it. Ahem. All right, the competition is about to start. As the match is about to begin, Zhongli lightly coughs to draw everyone's attention to the competition. The balance contest for the juvenile sprites is about to begin. Although the highest point is only 1 meter, it is still a bit high for these newly born sprites. Nearby, the Bulbasaur uses Vine Whip, sending a sprite onto the balance beam every little while. Many sprites can only reach the 7th beam at most. The Turtwig is a bit faster than the Leafeon to enter the stage. Although Turtwig's agility is not high, it is very stable. The Bulbasaur and Turtwig only made it to the 9th balance beam, while the Bounsweet and Leafeon passed the beam. In the afternoon, the juvenile sprites only have one match. So after the balance contest is over, they can return to their own groups. Neo Turtwig, great job. The two sprites rush into Jiang Li's arms, happily cuddling with him. Oh my, they're really so cute. The host is broadcasting. I also want a sprite. I want as well. Jiang Li directly chose to ignore it and began to spin the pointer on her watch, reverting Eevee back to its general form. Grass seedling. This startled the nearby grass seedling turtle, as it had seen Pokémon evolve but had never witnessed a Pokémon devolve, leaving the grass seedling turtle dumbfounded. Eevee, feeling a bit confused, tilted its head and walked over to the grass seedling turtle to inquire about what was wrong with its friend. Ha, don't be scared. You should know your friend is different. Jiang Li found the grass seedling turtle's expression quite amusing and reached out to pat its head, starting to explain Eevee's uniqueness. After all, it was surprising for a friend that was just taller than you to suddenly become smaller. Anyone would be shocked. After all, one has only seen people grow up. Who has ever seen someone shrink? Windspeed Dog Jiang Li picked up the two little guys and called for Windspeed Dog. Woof woof. Hearing Jiang Li call, Windspeed Dog, who was lazily lying on the ground basking in the sun, immediately got up and trotted over to Jiang Li, getting close to him. Sitting on Windspeed Dog's back, Jirachi, seeing that Jiang Li was about to set off, also stopped slacking against the tree and walked over to Windspeed Dog's side. Danny? Since there were no competitions in the afternoon, it jogged over, wanted to find its little friends to play, only to see Jiang Li getting ready to leave with its little companions. I'm taking them out to play. Do you want to come along? After explaining to Bulbasaur, thinking that Bulbasaur probably had nothing to do, Jiang Li asked if it wanted to join. Danny, nodding. Jirachi helped out, walking over to Bulbasaur, hugging it with its paws, and handing it to Jiang Li. Thanks. The three little guys all huddled together and started playing on Windspeed Dog's back. All right, don't make a fuss if you fall off later. It won TB Fun. By Grass Seedling. Denny, Seed Popularize. Chapter 40. The title was played with by Wind Speed Dog like a frisbee. Pidgey, as usual, was tired from flying and rested on the grass, basking in the warm sun. After eating and drinking enough, it planned to return to its little nest before dark. Spending an ordinary day like this. At that moment, go, EV Thunderbolt. Bye. Still dazed on the ground, Pidgey didn't react in time and suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. It's dark. Jiang Li threw the Pokeball, hitting the already fainted Pidgey, and it was drawn into the Pokeball. Done, well done. Jiang Li stepped out from the shadows, reached out to pat EV's head, and picked up the Pokeball containing Pidgey. Grass Seedling, Grass Seedling. Grass Seedling turtle tugged at Jiang Li's pant leg, indicating it wanted to battle. All right, you can go when it's time to catch Nidoran. Grass Seedling. Woof woof. Wind Speed Dog also came over to join the fun. You can skip it. Let the little guys train a bit. Jiang Li patted Wind Speed Dog's head as it approached. Woof woof. Ina, alhait, alhait. Jiang Li gently stroked Wind Speed Dog's head, feeling its soft fur and warm body temperature, scratching its chin while watching it comfortably squint its eyes and emit satisfied whines. Wind Speed Dog seemed to enjoy this attention, happily wagging its tail and licking Jiang Li's cheek. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the bond between him and Wind Speed Dog was growing deeper. Wind Speed Dog really liked this kind of intimate interaction, and seeing Wind Speed Dog so happy lifted Jiang Li's spirits. Woof woof. So well behaved? Really so well behaved. I love this big dog, Wind Speed Dog. I feel the same way. I really like it. When I play with my dog, it's the same. I really enjoy petting its head. All right, we should go look for Nidoking now. I got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on myself, and started checking the map. We searched for Nidoking for quite a while, but fortunately, with the help of the Wind Speed Dog and the speed of Jirachi, Jiang Li and the Pokémon returned to the gathering place of Bulbasaur before dark. When Dana and the others just got back, they saw that after searching for Bulbasaur for a long time, they were informed by Vileplume that Bulbasaur had been taken out to play by Jiang Li, which made Vileplume quite upset. I thought that one of Danny's absent-minded Bulbasaurs hadn't noticed anything at all. It bounced over to Vileplume, happily snuggling up to it and chattering away. What is it? Why do I feel like Vileplume is about to explode? I'm also a clueless child. I didn't notice that Bulbasaur was about to explode. This kid can't read the atmosphere at all. While everyone was nervously watching Bulbasaur about to go off, and the unaware Ivysaur insisted on sticking close to it, the next second Bulbasaur stretched out a vine and gently patted Ivysaur's head. Dunna, I understand. Next time don't talk to Bulbasaur, tell it you're the guardian. All right, both Bulbasaurs need to say it. Listening to Bulbasaur's lecture, Jiang Li scratched his head. Who knew? Here, Bulbasaur manages Ivysaur, and Ivysaur manages Seed Bulbasaur. This Bulbasaur is actually the older brother of this Seed Bulbasaur, the kind that S-related. Ha. The streamer looks like they took a friend's kid out to play without telling the friend, and then got scolded when they returned. Ha. Poor streamer. The streamer is indeed suffering, getting scolded. The streamer didn't tell the guardian. That's what you get. Finally, Jiang Li, who managed to escape from Bulbasaur, returned to his own tent. Oh my, scare me to death. Who told the streamer not to inform the guardian? Tragic. The streamer is indeed tragic. Poor streamer. Who knew that Bulbasaur was the real brother of Seed Bulbasaur? As parents, Venusaur didn't have time to manage, so it was all up to Bulbasaur. So it's a real brother. No wonder the management was so strict. No, I feel like it's not that simple. Why do you say that? Streamer, is Seed Bulbasaur a boy or a girl? It's a girl. Then that's it. Just imagine if your sister didn't tell you and ran out to play with a guy she just met for an afternoon. I can picture it now. Bulbasaur was actually quite reserved with all the scolding. If it were my sister, the ones upstairs are going crazy. Speaking of boys and girls, is Grass Tortoise? It's a boy. Our team is all boys. All right, boy count +1. I thought I could add a little girl, but I didn't expect it to be a boy instead. A bunch of big men, really. TSK, a bunch of big men. So you really understand the preference for girls over boys. What's wrong with big men? Are they bothering your eyes? The streamer is upholding male virtues. But it shouldn't be to this extent. The one upstairs is really taking the spotlight. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. Adding one. I can't bear to watch. Looking at the barrage in the live stream room, Jiang Li shifted her gaze, picked up her small pot, and went to the riverbank to fetch water for dinner. After using a Wind Speed Dog brand lighter to start a fire, she placed the pot over the flames and covered it with a lid. The streamer is really quite relaxed. By the way, Shalabi flashed in front of the streamer and then disappeared. Indeed, after all, the The streamer said it's the legendary forest god. It makes sense. The forest god must be mysterious. Shalabi probably ran off to some other time and space to play. Maybe took a fruit from a tree as a pre-meal dessert, saying it nonchalantly. After all, Shalabi is originally an enigmatic spirit, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Suddenly showing up and then vanishing is its usual trick. The only one similar to it is that guy, Mew, but compared to Mew, Shalabi is definitely easier to find. Forget it, they're all the same. No need to mention who. These two spirits playing hide and seek, no one can find them. By seeing Zhongli lost in thought, Evie jumped into her arms. How come you're so good at being cute? She said, reaching out to scratch Evie's chin. Bye after playing with Evie for a while. She gently set it aside and went to wash her hands. Then, she took out a pack of instant noodles. Tonight, it's instant noodles, too lazy to cook. I thought the streamer was going to make something delicious. I also think instant noodles don't taste good. My mom controls me every day, and I just crave this. After you step into society later, you'll understand. I've eaten so much instant noodles, and I still really like them. You guys really never get tired of them, huh? I quite like eating boiled instant noodles, adding an egg. I feel that old pickled cabbage spicy chicken feed is the most delicious. Are you still brave enough to eat old pickled cabbage upstairs? No, I haven't eaten it in a long time. I also haven't eaten old pickled cabbage in a long time. I saw a video before where there was a rat's head in the pickled cabbage package. Don't say that. Streamer, I'm just eating it now. Did you pour it out upstairs? Can you still eat it? It's already been poured out, and I even ruined lunch for you. Ha ha ha. It's really tragic upstairs. Don't think about eating old pickled cabbage next time. It's too risky. Chapter 41. The title was cut by a flying knife. Put the pancake in the pot, add the seasoning, and finally Zhongli added a chicken leg and an egg for herself. After covering the pot, wait for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, open the lid and start eating. Suddenly, it makes me want to eat instant noodles too. I also find some things tastier when I see others eating them. I agree, I bought food a few times after watching eating broadcasts. But I only take a few bites and then lose my appetite. Instant noodles aren't expensive, so when I'm craving them, I buy them. Since there's no meat for the Wind Speed dog to eat at night, Zhongli gave the Wind Speed dog a few extra energy cubes. When I go back, I'll buy you a big bone to gnaw on. While eating, I pet the Wind Speed dog's head. It's not picky and eats anything. Right now, it doesn't need the best food, just a lot of energy, which can be solved with a few energy cubes. After dinner, Zhongli chatted with some viewers in the live broadcast room, and then turned off the stream to sleep. The next morning, I woke up on time and opened the live broadcast room to have breakfast before starting the competition. When Meow Wa Chow came to pick up the grass seedling turtle and Leaf EV, it was a bit confused seeing Leaf EV turn back into EV. Last night, Meow Wa Chow's attention was all on its younger sister and hadn't noticed EV, although Zhongli had brought EV before. It thought Zhongli had evolved EV into Leaf EV. But today, seeing Leaf EV, it wondered, why did it turn back into EV? Do you have to? Seeing Meow Wa Chow's expression, Zhongli realized they had forgotten to turn one back into Leaf EV. They hurriedly adjusted the pointer, pointing it at the grass-type symbol. And EV transformed back into Leaf EV. Daniel? Wow, even more surprised? Haha, with the same expression as grass seedling turtle from yesterday. Looking at the expressions of grass seedling turtle and Meow Wa Chow, one could guess that EV's form is indeed very special. The host had mentioned before that it was special, but since there were no comparative cases, we didn't think much of it. I feel the same way. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I see the appearance of the grass turtle and the Bulbasaur as elves, I realize that EV's situation is really special. Damn those who conduct experiments on elves and those who perform live experiments. May they become pigs in their next lives. Don't insult pigs. The Bulbasaur was stunned for a long time, and only when another Bulbasaur came over to urge it did it react and take Leaf EV and the grass turtle away. While walking, it couldn't believe it, poking Leaf EV with its vine whip as if it were examining a rare species. Well, it really is a rare species. The fourth match is the final match, where elves use Leaf Blade to compete, seeing who has the most accurate aim. This time, 2 Venusaur supervisors came. Why are Venusaur supervising this time? They didn't supervise before. That's true. Why are they supervising this time? Is there something Venusaur can do that Bulbasaur can't? It should be to prevent cheating. Zhongli was sitting on the same branch as yesterday to watch the match. Prevent what? Host, don't speak halfway. If you speak halfway, you won't have a partner in the future. Haha, someone has a wife, and their daughter is already grown. How can you curse them for not having a partner? You people. Seeing that line about speaking halfway and not having a partner in the future, Zhongli felt like spitting blood. Zhongli had been told by Barbados before that he always gasps for breath and likes to speak halfway. Not long after that, the Canrio War began, and he truly had nothing to say. Prevent what? Prevent elves from cheating, of course. Isn't it similar to an archery competition? How can you cheat? That's true. How can you cheat? Is it a skill? What skill can cheat? There is one, a skill similar to Leaf Blade called Magical Leaf. In the anime and games, Magical Leaf and Leaf Blade do have differences, but Zhongli observed carefully when Leaf EV used it yesterday. Leaf Blade relies on aim, but Magical Leaf is guaranteed to hit the target. Magical Leaf only adds a layer of light purple magical state compared to Leaf Blade, but it's hard to see clearly in bright sunlight. Bulbasaur isn't much taller than those elves, and from that angle, it's hard to see the difference between Magical Leaf and Leaf Blade, which is why Venusaur came. Although there are level restrictions, this isn't a game. Maybe they learned it? It will definitely hit the target, so it is locked in, right? Then what's the point? Everyone has 100%. That's why someone needs to watch, to prevent cheating. No wonder they need to supervise. The match is about to start. Let's watch the game. As the match is about to begin, Zhongli stops focusing on a live broadcast and turns to look at the competition venue. Unlike yesterday, Leaf EV is no longer shy. After arriving at the waiting area, it happily plays with its friend around. It turns out that growth comes from experience. Leaf EV is no longer timid like yesterday. This match consists of 5 elves in a group, with 5 apples placed on 5 poles in the distance. The 5 elves start at the starting point. Using Leaf Blade as their skill, elves that miss are directly eliminated. If multiple elves remain, the match starts again until only 1 elf is left. 15 juvenile elves are competing, divided into 3 groups of 5, so only 3 elves will remain in the end. Just like before, they will decide the top 3. Look, Bulbasaur isn't in the same group as the others. Is it a matter of luck? That's good luck. It should be assignable. They probably separate higher-scoring elves into different groups to prevent the top 3 from fighting in the first group. It should be like this, no doubt. The first group is the one with the grass turtle. Under Bulbasaur's instructions, the 5 elves uniformly use Leaf Blade to strike the nearby targets. This match isn't difficult for the grass turtle, as it has only been able to use Leaf Blade to hit the fruits on trees while living alone outside. If it misses, it would go hungry, so the grass turtle perseveres until the end. The second group is the one with Bulbasaur. This match is more intense. The first 3 elves are eliminated quickly, leaving only Bulbasaur and a poison ivy. Both elves hit their targets every time, and after hitting simultaneously for the 3rd time, Venusaur decides to increase the distance. Bulbasaur and Poison Ivy both retreat 2 meters. Although it's only 2 meters, hitting the target becomes quite difficult. Oh, it's starting. Go, go, go. I thought Bulbasaur would definitely win, but unexpectedly a dark horse came out halfway. Honestly, it feels like watching a kindergarten sports day. After all, they're juvenile elves, all little kids. Yes, they're all little kids competing. Using skills at a distance of 2 meters, although slightly off, both elves still hit the target. Under Venusaur's arrangement, Bulbasaur and Poison Ivy retreat another meter. Chapter 42. The title was eaten by Gyarados. The 2 elves retreat another meter and then use their skills simultaneously. Oh, we won. You scared me. We finally won. That was close. A narrow victory. Bulbasaur is awesome. The 3rd group match is about to start, and Leaf Eevee walks to the starting point with the other 4 elves. Zhongli doesn't have high hopes for this match. After all, he hasn't trained Eevee's aim much. It only evolved into Leaf Eevee a few days ago. As expected, Leaf Eevee is eliminated in the 3rd round, and the one advancing from the 3rd group is Beautifly. What a pity, it almost hit just now. Oh, it was just a little bit off. The host is so calm. Did they guess it early on? Well, after all, we haven't trained specially, and Leaf Eevee just evolved a few days ago. We only tried this skill yesterday, didn't we? Yes, it's true. I just used this skill yesterday, and it's already quite impressive that we've made it this far. Indeed, it's already very good. After being eliminated, Eevee walked over to Zhongli's side with its head down, feeling quite dejected. All right, you have to face failure bravely. Besides, there will be another chance after this failure. Zhongli hugged Eevee, comforting it. Moreover, this match is just one of 4. The top 3 will still need to be decided by the judges. As for that, Beedoo, I remember it was eliminated early in the swimming competition. If it gets eliminated first in the next match, you still have a chance. While analyzing the competition and comforting Eevee in her arms, the final match was about to start. Bulbasaur, Turtwig, and Beedoo took the stage to begin the match. In the first round, all 3 apples were hit. In the second round, perhaps due to the pressure, Bulbasaur and Beedoo were a bit off, but they still managed to hit all 3 apples without any issues. In the third round, all 3 Pokémon stepped back 1 meter, and during the retreat, Beedoo accidentally slipped, causing it to rush during the attack and miss the target, getting eliminated. Looks like you still have a chance, Meow. Eevee stretched in Zhongli's arms, rubbed its cheek against hers, and then focused on the match. Both Zhongli and Eevee started watching the final match between Turtwig and Bulbasaur. However, Turtwig was last in the swimming competition, so even if it came in first now, it would only get third place at most. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Turtwig in third place, Eevee in second place. Rewards granted. The rewards have been placed in the host's backpack. Please check. Let's look at it later. There's no rush. Eevee returned to its usual form, and this time Turtwig wasn't scared. It circled around Eevee twice before happily playing with it. The match was over. So let's leave this afternoon, since we've been here for quite a while. Zhongli said, while tidying up her things. We've participated in everything we needed to and got what we needed. My main goal is still to introduce Pokémon. After a simple lunch, Zhongli informed Venusaur of her departure. Donna. Venusaur nodded and gently patted Zhongli's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be careful. As Zhongli was getting ready to leave with her Pokémon, Bulbasaur, thinking they were going out to play, hopped along to follow her. Danny, I can't take you with me today. I'm not going out to play. Zhongli squatted down and patted Bulbasaur's head. Danny? Bulbasaur tilted its head, somewhat confused as to why it couldn't go today. We're leaving, and leaving means we might not come back for a long time. Danny. Bulbasaur finally understood Zhongli's meaning, feeling very dejected as it lowered its head. Its good friend, whom it had finally found, was leaving today. If I get the chance, I'll bring Eevee and the others to visit you, okay? Bye. Turtwig also ran over to snuggle with Bulbasaur. They are essential. Clearly, the three of them were having so much fun together. Host, why don't you take Bulbasaur with you? Be careful. Venusaur might come to clean you up. Haha. After saying goodbye to Bulbasaur, Zhongli climbed onto the back of Rapidash with Turtwig and Eevee. Almost all the Pokémon in the forest came to participate in this competition, so we're going to leave the forest today. However, walking out solely on foot would take several days, so we will rely on Rapidash from now on. Those who get car sick, please take the initiative to leave. Damn, I'm so car sick. Alright, if you say that, I won't feel sick. From the first-person perspective of riding Rapidash, this must be a thrilling view. Good view, love it. Not feeling sick. Seeing the comments in the livestream chat, Zhongli felt relieved and reached out to pat Rapidash's head, prompting it to start speeding up. Woof. Rapidash howled to the sky and began to run. At first, it felt like riding a motorcycle in the wind, and the chat started to fill with excitement. Is this it? Zhongli noticed the viewers getting excited and bent down to pat Rapidash, increasing its speed, especially since they were in the forest. As Rapidash picked up speed, it dodged the trees ahead. Is this it? Just this? Just this? After starting to accelerate, guys, I'm going to start screaming. You upstairs can start now, covering ears. Ah! Wow, I'm starting to get scared. We're going to crash. Left, right, dodge. I can't believe it. Why is it still speeding up? After playing for a while, Zhongli let the speed dog return to its original speed. After all, it doesn't need to be too fast. Taking it slow is more comfortable. You scare me to death just now. I felt the same way. I almost thought I was going to get hit. I was swaying left and right, and I was a bit dizzy. Guys, I need to throw up. I feel like vomiting. I need to take a break. Ha ha ha. I told you not to be stubborn. The strong-willed women of China never give up. What am I saying? Just kidding, I really. Even if the sky falls, there will be netizens to support me. Haven't you all passed out? I think it's so exciting. I also think it's super exciting. The first two people are definitely the type who enjoy thrilling activities like bungee jumping. Fortunately, the speed has slowed down now, and the scenery around is beautiful. The people in the live stream have gradually immersed themselves in the surroundings. A little Lotta peeks out to take a look. A group of bubbles flies across the sky. A seasonal deer stops to observe, and a round spider drops down from a branch. Jalala runs alongside, flashing blue sparks as it moves. Everything feels peaceful, and the entire forest presents everyone with its most primitive state. Everyone feels as if their souls have been cleansed, and they become lighthearted. Before long, the camera shifts back to the front, where the light grows brighter. In a white mist, the vast blue ocean reveals itself to everyone. Chapter 43. The School of Weakding Fish. The blue sea occasionally has a few spirits surfacing. With a splash, a pink fish spirit leaps high from the surface of a lake before diving back into the depths of the sea. There are several huge rocks by the shore, where a few pink spirits are lounging in the sun. Wow, what a beautiful sea. So beautiful. Host, let's stay by the sea for a few days. I think there can be some good suggestions. Previously, I introduced some grass-type Pokémon, and now I can introduce some water-type Pokémon to you. Gently patting the head of the wind speed dog, I let it continue to approach the seaside. We found a higher spot on the shore and looked around. Let's set up camp here. The location is elevated, allowing us to observe the sea surface, and we can also fish. I got off the Windspeed Dog's back and stepped back a bit. There happened to be a tree here that can block the sunlight. This is the spot. Let's prepare to camp. Evie and Turtwig, you two go play and help me keep an eye on things. Jiangli took out the tent to set up camp, while the camera followed Evie and Turtwig as they wandered around. The viewers in the live stream were occasionally amused by the antics of Evie and Turtwig. At this moment, the two Pokémon curiously looked at a small fish that had washed ashore. Why does this fish look like it's crying? Is this also a Pokémon? It's so small. It's really super tiny, probably only about 20 centimeters. Is this fish tasty? Evie nudged the light blue fish with its nose, and the startled fish suddenly jumped up, scaring Evie. Chikorita also extended its vine whip to poke the light blue fish, causing it to jump again. Then Evie nudged again. The fish jumped, Chikorita poked, and the fish jumped again. Evie, Chikorita, one nudge and one jump, one poke and one jump, one nudge and one jump, one poke and one jump. Why do I feel like they seem to be playing? Poor little fish, so tragic. Help, haha. What's wrong? After setting up the tent, Jiangli came to the lake to wash his hands and saw Evie and Chikorita playing happily. Bye-bye, Chikorita, what is this? As soon as I walked over, I was startled by the light blue fish that suddenly came close to my face. I crouched down to look at the light blue fish that had just startled me. It turned out to be a weak fish. I thought it was something else. Weak fish, a fish that is both weak and tiny. Insightful. Host, is this also a Pokémon? What use is such a Pokémon? I'm also very curious about the weak ding fish, a water-type little fish spirit. Once the weak ding fish encounters danger, its eyes become moist and glow. This is what the weak ding fish looks like. Doesn't it seem like it's crying? I reached out, grabbed the weak ding fish, and tossed it back into the lake. Don't say that the weak ding fish is useless. A single weak ding fish is indeed useless, but they are social animals. So this group is also not very useful. The howling whale needs to eat a ton of weak ding fish every day. And sometimes the howling whale king will gulp down the entire group of weak ding fish in one bite. The big-mouthed seagull also catches more than 30 weak ding fish and swallows them whole. The white sea lion particularly enjoys eating weak ding fish. Goodness, isn't this just food for spirits? It has indeed become food. So, this weak ding fish must be delicious, huh? Suddenly, I wanted to try weak ding fish can food. Speaking of which, it reminded me of sardines. Are they tasty? I want to eat them. Jiangli patted the sand off her hands, washed them, and continued introducing to the netizens. Did you see the light in the weak ding fish's eyes just now? That was sending an SOS signal to its companions. That light can reach up to 40 kilometers away. Alone, it is very weak, so it has learned to resist enemies through group actions. As long as other weak ding fish see that light, they will gather together, turning into a school of fish and pooling their strength. The weak ding fish in school mode possesses the terrifying power of sea monsters. Suddenly, Jiangli seemed to realize something, squatting down to hug Evie and Turtwig, and then she ran away frantically. What is wrong with the streamer? I don't know. WCCCCC. Look at what is happening on the sea behind us. Oh my gosh, a monster. The sand on the shore has been blown away. Suddenly, a large, deep blue fish jumped out of the sea, its exposed body alone measuring 3 meters, constantly shimmering with blue light. It closely followed Jiangli, and the sand on the shore was blown away, leaving a deep trench that was quickly filled by the sea. Zekrom. Voltsaz. Nullo. Zekrom. Zekrom's whole body was wrapped in blue lightning. Then it struck the weak ding fish. Ho! The hit weak ding fish roared, opened its mouth, and began to spray a high-intensity water stream towards Zekrom. Dodged with a flash of electricity. Taking advantage of that moment, Jiangli had already sent Evie and Turtwig to the campsite, then slid down from a height to Zekrom's side. Use Plasma Fist. Zekrom's fists were covered in blue lightning. It was surrounded by a layer of blue electric light. It let out a roar and charged forward. Each punch carried immense power and electric currents, forming arcs of blue light. Its fist struck the school of weak ding fish like a storm. The school of weak ding fish was scattered, and the huge blue figure broke apart, turning back into individual pale blue weak ding fish, each only 20 centimeters long. Oh my gosh, that almost scared me to death. Seeing the school of weak ding fish being dispersed, Jiangli finally felt relieved and patted her chest. Goodness, that scared me to death. I am too. I said, what is the host running from? Just the part that's exposed seems to be about 3 meters. Not counting what's underwater. Scary. The two little bears are causing trouble, so don't think that just because someone looks easy to bully, you can go ahead and bully them. A single weak fish is weak, a group of weak fish is weak, but when a group of weak fish gathers together, they become strong. How do you make them stop this schooling behavior? Use grass-type or electric-type skills. In battle, if many weak fish get injured, they will return to their normal group state. Zhongli said while looking at the huge water pit created by the weak fish group. The seawater has already flooded in. The pit is now filled with weak fish swimming out. Let's see if you two dare to bully the fish again. Back at the camp, Zhongli couldn't help but give Evie and the Chikorita a head bump. Bullying fish isn't wrong, right? Ha ha ha, bullying fish. So, host, are you bullying the turtle now? Ha ha. Let's wait for the weak fish group to disperse before going over there. Otherwise, the weak fish will gather again, and that would be a disaster. Host, you're near the seaside, and they will gather. I mean, isn't that impossible to pass? That would be a complete failure. Don't worry, fish will forget in a while. It's just that there are a lot of weak fish gathered right now. Zhongli waved his hand dismissively and said, Chapter 44, Slowpoke and Shelter. Zhongli waited for half an hour before walking to the seaside again. Evie and Chikorita also behaved, obediently following Zhongli. Just then, Evie stretched out its little foot and tripped. Chikorita? Chikorita was tripped and rolled a few times on the ground, turning back to see Evie covering its mouth and giggling. Chikorita! Chikorita got angry and rushed over to fight with Evie. What are you two up to again? Zhongli turned around and saw Evie and Chikorita rolling together. Instantly speechless. What trouble are these two little rascals getting themselves into again? Ha ha ha. Evie tripped Chikorita. Chikorita is mad. Ha ha. The host really has had enough with these two little rascals. I guarantee that the host isn't this speechless when they are with their daughter. No, you guys shouldn't say random things. My daughter has always been very well behaved since she was young. Zhongli originally didn't want to get involved with the situation, but when she saw the comments saying her daughter was being naughty, she started explaining to her daughter. She lifted one little sprite, and the two mischievous little ones caused trouble again, and only then did it quiet down for a while. The grass seedling was lifted by Zhongli, and the two little ones shrank their necks and pretended to be innocent. If you keep making a fuss, I'll put you back in the Pokeball. Bye-bye, grass seedling. Hearing Zhongli's words, the two sprites started shaking their heads vigorously, looking as obedient as can be. Ha ha, these two little cowards. Make trouble. Keep making trouble. Grass Turtle and Evie, be honest, please let us go. Ha ha, two little bears. Putting down the Grass Turtle and Evie, he continued to stroll by the seaside, planning to go to the place where the rocks were just now. When he came over, there were a few pink sprites lying on top. The people in the live stream naturally didn't know what they were, but Zhongli recognized them. They were Slowpoke. Did the host come here just to introduce this sprite? It looks quite silly and dazed. The name of this sprite is Slowpoke, and just like its name, it is both slow and dull. Dazed. Walking up, Zhongli patted Slowpoke, and after about 10 seconds, Slowpoke tilted its head to look at Zhongli. It's really so dazed. This reflex arc is way too long. I thought it hadn't noticed, but it turns out its reflex arc is too long. Psyduck likes to daydream by the water's edge, and no one knows what it's thinking. However, don't be fooled by its dazed and sluggish demeanor. It's quite skilled at using its tail to fish. The camera turned to the back of the Psyduck as Zhongli spoke, showing everyone Psyduck's tail, which was in the water. Is this Psyduck fishing? With the willing getting hooked? Skilled? Does it have a fish hook on its tail? No, right? Just look at the other Psyduck beside it. Its tail doesn't have a fish hook. Yes, Psyduck's tail doesn't have a fish hook. So how does it fish? The tip of Psyduck's tail secretes a sweet scent. Although it doesn't have much nutrition, biting into it gives a happy feeling. When its tail is submerged in water, a sweet scent seeps out. So it uses its tail as bait to attract other Pokémon and hooks them. Doesn't it hurt when its tail gets bitten? I mean, if other Pokémon have sharper teeth, one bite could be the end. Just thinking about it is painful. Could it be that its tail is very hard? Although Psyduck is always fishing, it often forgets what it's doing, so it ends up lying by the river all day long. Psyduck's tail isn't hard. It's just that its sense of feeling is quite dull. Even if the tip of its tail catches food and gets bitten, it won't notice the pain. Even if it's hit, it only feels the pain after 5 seconds. At this moment, Psyduck seems to realize that Zhongli is talking about it, tilting its head and looking at the camera. Goodness, what if its tail gets eaten? I just think it looks so cute when it's dazed. I feel the same way. I just like the silly ones that look cute. In fact, it doesn't matter if a Dunsparce's tail gets eaten, just like a gecko. A Dunsparce's tail will grow back shortly after being eaten. Even if a Dunsparce's tail is eaten, it won't feel any pain, and it won't even notice that its tail has grown back. It's really so silly. This name is truly fitting. I'm just curious about who experimented with the idea that tails would have a sweet taste. Did they really taste it? I think if there are no other animals in the world of elves, then elves might be edible. I also think that some Pokémon are indeed edible. As for how I know this, thanks to those Pokémon researchers. Slowpoke has 2 evolution forms, but its evolution is a bit different from other Pokémon. Slowpoke's evolution requires another Pokémon called Shelder. Suddenly, Slowpoke lifted its tail, and a big purple Shelder clamped onto it. Slowpoke tilted its head and stared blankly for about 5 seconds, then suddenly jumped up and started running around on the beach. Ha 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 ha. Is it happy because it realized it caught food? I actually think it's painful to bite its own tail. Just 5 seconds, ha ha ha. Since the appearance until now. This is the first time a Slowpoke has reacted so quickly, ha ha. Just at that moment, a blue light suddenly burst from Slowpoke. That was the evolution light. The Pokémon Slowpoke just caught was Shelder, and if Shelder bites Slowpoke's tail, Slowpoke will evolve into Slowbro. Suddenly, Slowpoke flicked its tail upward, and the Shelder that was biting its tail was flung away, causing the blue evolution light to disperse. After shaking off Shelder, Slowpoke ran a few meters forward before finally reacting and looking at its tail. And only after seeing that there was nothing on its tail did it breathe a sigh of relief. Family, I'm speechless. I originally planned to take out my phone to film Slowbro, but I was instantly speechless, haha. I thought it was going to evolve, but instead it got rid of the Shelder. Dude, you just threw away your chance to evolve. Help, I'm dying of laughter. Just then, the Shelder that had been thrown into the air fell down. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the slow-moving Psyduck ran a few meters forward. So the falling Shelder opened its mouth and bit down on Psyduck's head. The light of evolution appeared on Psyduck once again. When Shelder bites down on Psyduck's head, Psyduck will evolve into Golduck. Now you can't throw it away, right? I raised my phone again to take a picture, but then I thought about the clever Golduck. It would be better to negotiate with it, as that would result in a better photo. With that in mind, Zhongli put the phone away again. Chapter 45. Golduck. The light of evolution on Psyduck slowly faded. The Psyduck that was originally crawling on all fours transformed into one that stood on 2 feet. It now had an orange and white collar around its neck, resembling an Elizabethan collar. The purple Shelder on its head turned into a huge white conch shell, and the third part of the conch had a red gem added to it. This is Golduck. Perhaps because the toxin spread through Psyduck's brain when it was bitten by Shelder, it miraculously awakened Psyduck's latent intelligence. Golduck possesses an IQ comparable to the world's top scientists and can freely manipulate psychic energy. Whenever it dozes off, the Shelder on its head injects toxins again, enhancing Golduck's intelligence. Wow, it evolved from being silly and sluggish to having an IQ comparable to the world's top scientists. By the way, I have a friend who wants to know if that toxin is useful to humans. It's not that I want to use it. It's my friend who wants to use it. I have a friend who also wants to know. Don't think about it. Dumbkopf and Shelmet have a special reaction to each other. Other Pokémon encountering Shelmet's toxins are in big trouble. Alright. Boo-hoo, what a pity. I thought I could turn my life around. But even after turning over a new leaf, I'm still the same old me. Boo-hoo. I'm done with you all. Instead of relying on these things, I might as well work harder. Alright, let us continue. Dai Wong often comes up with ideas on how to change the world, but soon forgets them one by one. Although Dai Wong researches mysteries of the world every day. As soon as the big shell on its head is taken off, it forgets all its research results completely. What a waste of effort. After all that work, it was all in vain. Can that thing really be taken off? Is it a hat? It can be taken off? 666. Speaking of wasted effort, you're mistaken. Dai Wong is known as the Sage of the Sea because it is always calm and composed, exuding an air of leisure. There's even a saying in some regions that if you're lost, you should ask Dai Wong for directions. However, although Dai Wong helps solve any difficult problems posed to it, no one can understand its language. Alright. When I heard the host talk about the front part, I thought it was impressive, but then the latter part suddenly became very funny. It's clever, but no one can understand what it says. If only someone could understand it, many things could change. Host, are you speaking ill of it? Here it comes. Dai Wong suddenly appeared in front of Zhong Li and reached out to pat her. Huh? What's wrong? Dai, you have something to ask me, right? Yes. Can I take a picture with you? Dai Wong slowly nodded, hands behind its back, indicating it was ready for the photo. Alright, thank you. Zhong Li took out her phone and started taking pictures. Dai Wong is very intelligent. It can tell if you have even a hint of disrespect towards it. After taking the photos, Zhong Li remembered that no matter the problem, Dai Wong would find a way to help. So maybe it could solve her current problem too. Dai Wong, can I ask you a question? Dai, of course. Where can I find a spirit that can carry me across the sea? Die. Die. There are spirits living on that coastline that can carry you. If you want to sail on this sea, you can go check it out over there. Dai Wang pointed in the direction Jiang Li had come from and told her the solution. All right, thank you. Here, take this as a token of my gratitude. After getting the answer she wanted, Jiang Li took out a box of energy cubes and handed it to Dai Wang. Dai Wang accepted it without hesitation. Dai, I should be here from now on. If you have any other questions, just come find me. All right. After greeting Dai Wang, Jiang Li noticed it was getting dark and turned back to call Evie and Turwood to go back. Turning around, she saw both spirits had already fallen asleep on the rock where Dai Wang had just been. I say, why are you two so obedient? Turns out you were asleep. She smiled helplessly, picked up Evie and Turtwig, and started walking back. Host, do you want to go out to sea? Since you can understand Dai Wang's words, can you ask it about those ideas in its head that could change the world? Your ideas up, they're very dangerous. I also think that changing the world sounds too daunting. I do want to go out to sea. There should be some spirits on the island that can't be found here, and there are only a few types of fish to catch by the shore. Moreover, I think it's better not to bring out those ideas from the King of Dole. If you want to change the world, it's better to rely on people to do it slowly, so don't think about taking shortcuts. As we walk and chat, before you know it, we arrive at our camping spot. Windspeed Dog and Jalala are resting in the shade. I put Evie and Turtwig inside the tent, and then start cooking dinner for myself. The spirits have already begun eating their Pokémon food, but I still want something warm to eat. I take out self-heating rice, and then a chicken along with half a chicken and some seasonings. The food in my backpack is already clean, but I still wash the chicken once. I put the chicken in the pot, add seasonings and water, and cover it. The extra chicken is for the spirits, the rest is for me. Then I take out a small gas stove and some chili peppers. Huh, what? Host, you're getting more outrageous. You even brought a gas stove? That's ridiculous. Although it is absurd, it still makes some sense. I like spicy food. I used to cater to Nisita and the others who don't eat spicy, but now that no one is holding me back, I can indulge. I can't go without chili in every meal. I fry up some chili sauce, and once the chicken is done, I can just dip in the sauce to eat. After dinner, I don't return to the tent, but instead take out a small chair, fishing gear, and a lamp. I turn on a light towards the sea and sit there, starting to study the bait exchange from the system. Is the host planning to fish? Fishing for spirits? The fishing rod is up, so it should be for aquatic spirits, right? I feel that aquatic spirits aren't just weak fish. If the host doesn't want to go into the water, then fishing is the only option. That's right, we're here to fish for those aquatic spirits. Let's catch a few spirits tonight and introduce you to them. After figuring out the bait, I assemble the fishing rod. Since I'm just going to catch spirits, I don't need a bucket. Then I sit there and start fishing. It's very quiet while fishing, but the chat is lively. Chapter 46, Going Against the Current. Facing retreat for a moment, I forgot whether I was watching a live stream from another world or a night fishing show. Fisherman, how's the host operation, right? Professional fishing for 15 years. The host assembling the fishing rod looks a bit clumsy, but I don't know about fishing for spirits. Don't make noise. The fish will run away. It's moving. The bobber is moving. Over here, without watching the live stream, I notice the bobber is starting to sing a bit. However, I don't rush to lift the rod. After all, the bobber's up and down indicates that the spirit is testing the bait, not fully biting yet. Finally, the bobber suddenly sinks and the fishing line goes taut. I feel the pressure from the fishing rod instantly. I start to reel in and let out the line, preparing to catch this spirit. Go host. What spirit is so strong? After all, it's in the water, so fishing is like this. What spirit could it be? Wow, cool. Go host. Don't lose. Soon, I reel in the fish. It's a white fish with red at the base of its fins and tail, pink lips, and a sharp horn on its head. I in you. Just as I detach the fish hook, the horned goldfish suddenly lunges forward to give me a hit. I take the opportunity to grab its horn. Don't be impatient. I'll let you go soon. Just cooperate with me for a moment. Jalala brings over a large basin filled with water, and I quickly place the horned goldfish inside. Thanks. I was thinking it would be quick to release it without a basin, but now I realize it's better to have it contained. I then crouch down to talk to the horned goldfish. The people in the live stream don't know what we're discussing. They just see me chattering away. And that white fish calms down. Haha. I'm suddenly very curious about what the host is saying to that fish. I originally planned to say a few words and then release it, so I didn't prepare a bucket. I didn't expect it to come in so fast. I think this fish looks quite nice. It seems like a goldfish. This is a horned goldfish, a water-type goldfish spirit. When it swims, its tail fin flows elegantly like a dress, hence being called the queen of the water by others. Horned goldfish, long-horned goldfish. It's a name that fits perfectly. Some spirit names are really straightforward. That just means the name suits them well. Indeed, it fits them well. Additionally, the dorsal fin and pectoral fins of the horned goldfish are muscularly developed. Even in rapid currents, it can swim upstream fiercely. In spring, it's the spawning season for horned goldfish. Groups of horned goldfish will swim upstream or climb waterfalls to go upstream. Wow, this isn't about spawning. It's about carp leaping over the dragon gate. Now that you mention it, it does look a lot like that. Ah, spring is the season for animal reproduction. Luckily, the host dodged just in time. Otherwise, their face would have been smashed in. If you put the horned goldfish into a tank, even if it's thick glass, it can break through with its horn and escape. The horn is also used to differentiate between male and female horned goldfish. Male horned goldfish have slightly longer horns. Regardless of whether they're male or female, horned goldfish will compete with each other to see whose horn is thicker and sharper. So is this horned goldfish male or female? This horned goldfish has a long horn, but we don't know if it's male or female. It should be male with such a long horn if it were female. Wouldn't the males have even longer horns? I crouched down to look at the horned goldfish's horn and confirm that this horned goldfish is male. Its horn is longer than a female's. All right, that should be enough. I take out my phone, using the light to take a few pictures of the horned goldfish. Then take out an energy cube and feed it to the horned goldfish. All right, after eating, I'll let you go back. Don't bite the hook again. After seeing the horned goldfish finish eating, I pick it up and throw it back into the sea. Then I pick up the fishing rod and continue fishing. It seems to be because of the food. I was just saying what the streamer was talking about with the goldfish. It turns out it's the old routine again. Energy cubes are considered a delicacy by those spirits, right? Didn't we say before that the energy cubes contain energy that the spirits need, which is why they want to eat them? Should fishing now be quiet? Zhongli sat on the chair and continued fishing. Although fishing can be boring during the waiting period, for someone like Zhongli, who is older, it's already a habit. Soon, the second spirit was also caught. A red fish spirit with two long white whiskers at the corners of its mouth, resembling a catfish. Its dorsal and ventral fins look like crown. Putting the Kingler in the basin, it kept jumping around, and Zhongli didn't mind since that's just how Kingler is. However, the Kingler kept jumping, splashing water all over the ground, the tent, and even on Zhongli. Kicking the water basin a bit further away, he began to introduce it to the viewers in the live stream. Kingler, a water-type fish spirit. This Kingler is female, and it's easy to distinguish them. Just look at the color of these two whiskers. White means female, yellow means male. Kingler has strong vitality and doesn't mind living in sewage, swimming around the water edges all over the world, in the sea, rivers, ponds, and puddles. They can be seen swimming in various places. Just now it was a goldfish, and now it's a carp. This carp is indeed just like the ones here, with extremely strong vitality. You can really see carp everywhere except in the sea. The swimming strength of Kingler is weak. In slow-flowing rivers, it can't swim upstream and can only be swept away by the water. If you go to a place where the water flow has stopped, you'll find a bunch of Kingler swept away by the water. For some reason, Kingler keeps jumping nonstop, and researchers have even investigated why it jumps, but they still haven't figured out. As he spoke, the camera turned to the continuously jumping Kingler, which seemed to be jumping without fatigue, nonstop. Really, since just now, this Kingler has been jumping nonstop. So why is it jumping? Didn't we say it hasn't been figured out? Kingler is known for being unreliable. Its body is weak, and its mind is dull, making it useless. Kingler's strength and speed are almost non-existent. It is the weakest and most pitiful spirit in the world, but Kingler's reproductive ability is astonishing. So much so that it becomes annoying to see. So weak. Just now it was swimming upstream, and now it's so weak that even a little water can sweep it away. Goodness, the weakest spirit in the world. Both weak and pitiful, yet with strong reproductive abilities. It really is just like carp. Chapter 47, Gyarados. Although Kingler is pretty useless, it becomes different after evolving into Gyarados. Gyarados has a very violent nature, loves to destroy, and once it goes on a rampage, even a big city can be destroyed. Even storms can burn everything to the ground as long as it doesn't burn everything in the mountains and fields. Its anger won't subside. Wow, Brother Carp, we evolved so powerfully. So, the weakest spirit can destroy a city after evolving. Oh my god, I'm shivering. Gyarados is considered to be the true form of the dragon recorded in ancient texts. The literature mentions its ability to unleash scorching rays, burning entire villages that are about to have conflicts. Because of this record, it is believed to be the true dragon mentioned in ancient books. The koi fish leaping over the dragon gate, the koi evolving into a dragon, it really is a true dragon. Goodness, Because Gyarados appears and turns places into seas of fire. Some regions even call it the god of destruction. In those areas, there's a saying that wherever Gyarados appears, destruction is sure to follow. And there are indeed people who believe this. Zhongli was talking while throwing the Kingler back into the sea. After tossing it in, Zhongli stared intently at the surface of the water. After a long time, with nothing happening, Zhongli finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, streamer? Why is it like this? It feels like something is about to happen, just like when the weakling fish was around. What is going on, streamer? Huh? It's nothing. It's just that there was a case before where a Kingler was thrown back into the sea and suddenly evolved into a Gyarados, so. I understand. If something similar to the weakling fish happens again, I'd be scared too. I agree. If the Kingler suddenly evolves into a Gyarados, the streamer won't be sleeping tonight. I'd be on edge too. By the way, streamer, look behind you. There are two little mud kids. Ha ha, two little troublemakers. Streamer, don't fish tonight. Hurry and give those two kids a bath. Looking at the bullet comments in the live stream, Zhongli turned around to look. Because the Kingler had splashed water everywhere. The soil on the ground had turned into mud. The chase spin, after all, is still a turtle, and started rolling in the mud. Eevee, seeing this, ran over with sparkling eyes to play in the mud with Chase Spin. Glancing at Chase Spin and Eevee, Zhongli turned away from the two mud kids and raised a hand to press on their philtrum. Ha! The streamer is going to be driven crazy. It's so tragic. So tragic, so tragic. Poor streamer. Streamer, look at me, getting angry over small matters. Thinking back, why bother? If others get angry, I won't. If I get sick from anger, no one will replace me. If I die of anger, who will be happy? Besides, it's both mentally exhausting and laborious. Haha. Zhongli turned around and saw that Jirachi had helped him prepare the water again and was just standing there watching him. You two little rascals. Come over and take a bath. The two little Pokémon quickly ran to Zhongli's feet. Just as they were about to tug at Zhongli's pants, they suddenly felt themselves being lifted up. I'm so dirty, don't pull at me. Then he placed the two little guys into the basin and rolled up his sleeves to start giving them a bath. Jirachi, help me put away the fishing rod. Jirachi nodded and went to put away the fishing rod for Zhongli. The speedy dog wanted help too, but Zhongli stopped it. After all, if the speedy dog's fur got muddy, that would be a disaster. It wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Zhongli first helped Eevee take a bath since Eevee's fur is very long, and it takes a long time to dry. After washing Eevee, he tossed it to the speedy dog, which bit Eevee by the scruff of the neck and brought it close to the fire to hang it there to dry. The grass turtle was a bit easier. After being washed clean, it just needed to be wiped with a towel to dry. The speedy dog remembered to turn it over. Otherwise, the fur in front of Eevee would get burnt. Listening to Zhongli, the speedy dog put down Eevee, turned it to face itself, and then bit its scruff again. Bye. Ha, speedy dog clips, you deserve to be useful. Eevee felt like a doll, being tossed around. Ha, so cute. The grass turtle dried off quickly. Bathing was easy. Eevee, why did you follow it to get skinned? Ha. Eevee was so well-behaved in the speedy dog's grip. After drying the grass turtle, he let it sit by the campfire to warm up, then sat down next to it and wrapped Eevee in a towel, holding it in his arms. He started drying it with a towel, but Eevee began to fidget in Zhongli's arms, looking left and right. You little rascal, you're getting more mischievous. Sure enough, after coming to the streamer, Eevee started acting up again. Time to let the speedy dog educate it. I think being a bit mischievous is cuter. I just like that kind of playful cuteness. I also think this is more fun. After a while, Eevee's fur was almost dry, and Zhongli tossed a few little guys into the tent. Jellicent, the seaside is not as comfortable as the forest. The sea breeze is strong. Let's rest inside the tent. Jellicent also felt a bit cold, and upon Zhongli's suggestion, it followed Zhongli into the tent. Ahem, it's time to sleep, you guys. No, streamer, I want to see the sea. Let me see the sea. I like it too. Maybe some fairies will come out tonight. Host, please, I'm begging you. Cough, cough, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you all so anxious? Tonight, at this point, Zhongli deliberately paused for a few seconds, and the people in the live stream started to get restless. You all can just watch the sea tonight. Host, please. Huh, you scare me. Host, I love you. I'll just stay in this live stream tonight. Great, long live the host. You all can take your time watching. As Zhongli said this, she crawled into the tent and zipped it up. The camera was initially facing the tent, where Zhongli's shadow was reflected. Soon, the light inside the tent was turned off and the shadow disappeared. The camera slowly turned towards the seaside, where the moonlight illuminated the shimmering surface of the sea. Wow, so beautiful. Is this the unpolluted sea? It's really super beautiful. So pretty, so pretty, so pretty. It's really very beautiful. As night deepened, the bullet comments gradually quieted down. On the shimmering sea surface, a fairy emerged from the waves, its serpentine body appearing exquisite under the moonlight. Chapter 48, Milotic. With this leap, the fairy caused all the lurking viewers in the live stream to explode with excitement. Wow, what is that fairy? So beautiful. It's really so beautiful. Host, wake up. It's really so pretty. What kind of fairy is this? Don't think about it. The host hasn't woken up yet. I recorded it. The people upstairs are really buying a house in the live broadcast, right? Soon, the trending topic, the mysterious spirit of the sea, became a sensation online. At the beginning of the video, a tranquil and peaceful sea surface unfolds before our eyes, shimmering with light, as the waves gently lap against the shore, as if everything is immersed in peace and tranquility. However, at that moment, a mysterious figure emerges from the water. This figure gradually becomes clear. Its shape resembles a gigantic snake, but possesses a unique charm and mystery. Under the moonlight, its body sparkles with strange light, full of vibrant colors, captivating the viewer. At the end of the video, the figure once again dives into the deep sea, and the sea surface returns to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. I went to a beautiful place. Is it a newly discovered creature? Is there no internet upstairs? This is a monster. LS said someone is not online. What about you? Now still calling a monster. My mistake, it's an elf. I really love my Eevee baby. I'm a stock of Windspeed dog. I like Gileala. He's super handsome. Have I not been online for too long? How has the trend changed? It's been half a month, and it's trending every day. Can't you see it? Isn't it a holiday? I've spent half a month at home, finishing my homework, and next I plan to Hanny until school starts. You'll know when you go to this live broadcast room, saying to scroll through Douyin more. The discussions online are intense, regardless of Jiang Li's situation. At this moment, he is taking a big nap in the tent. The suddenly dropped temperature by the sea paired with the warmth of the dog is just right. I ask, what's the most comfortable thing during the holidays? Naturally, it's being undisturbed and sleeping until you wake up naturally. When the camera shifts again, people realize Jiang Li has already woken up and is putting on his jacket. Oh, good morning. He casually greeted the people in the live broadcast room and started preparing breakfast. Host, don't eat. How can you still sleep? I haven't slept all night. I'm really curious about what kind of spirit that is. Good morning, streamer. I guess I could be considered a refreshing voice in this live stream, especially since everyone is talking about last night's spirit incident. What spirit? I can't believe it. I went to bed at 9 last night and just woke up. I missed a billion things upstairs. I checked the trending topics. What did I miss? Wow. This time it's a victory for the cultivation faction. What on earth happened? Everyone seems so happy discussing it. Jiang Li, watching the comments in the live stream, is also a bit curious. However, looking at what everyone is discussing, Jiang Li probably has an idea. It seems that after she fell asleep last night, a mysterious spirit emerged from the sea, which piqued everyone's curiosity. Taking out her phone, Jiang Li's device is not affected by the other world, so she also saw the trending topic. The streamer finally saw the trending topic. So what exactly is that spirit? I'm very curious. I want to know too. Wow, cool. Have you finished watching the live stream? Hurry up and tell me once you're done. This Pokémon, although a bit dark at night, based on its shape, could be a Milotic or a Dragonair. But looking at those long whiskers extending from its head, it should be a Milotic for sure. Milotic, wow, such a nice name. All right, time to sleep. ZZZ, the streamer upstairs, hasn't started talking about Milotic yet. Don't sleep. Shaking the shoulders of the person in front. All right, can't sleep, can't. Slapping myself twice. 2 drama queens. But it shouldn't be. Isn't Milotic supposed to live in lakes? Why did it come to the seaside? Jiang Li found it a bit strange. Milotic usually lives at the bottom of clear large lakes. So why is it appearing here? Huh? This Pokémon originally lived in a lake? Then why is it here? If, as the streamer said, it appears in the sea, what will happen? What happens when freshwater fish go into seawater? I'm not too sure about that. Milotic is a water-type benevolent Pokémon. Why do I say that? In Legends, whenever people start to fight, Milotic rises from the lake's bottom, heals people's restless hearts, and calms the conflict. While saying this, I walk to the shore, looking not far away at the place where Milotic appeared yesterday, which isn't too far from here. Should we go take a look? System. Exchange for a small oxygen tank and diving goggles. Exchange successful. The small oxygen tank and diving goggles have been placed in the host's backpack. Milotic is said to have rainbow-colored beautiful scales that change into various colors when viewed from different angles. When it emits a bright pink glow, it releases waves that can soothe restless hearts. It is said that after seeing Milotic's elegant figure, all anger in the heart can be soothed, and the feelings of conflict can be forgotten completely. Wow, Milotic looked beautiful even under the moonlight last night. It must be so stunning. No wonder it's a benevolent Pokémon. Milotic appears during conflicts to soothe people's emotions. What a good Pokémon. Milotic is not just a great Pokémon. It is also known as the most beautiful Pokémon. The most beautiful Pokémon. What I missed last night. A great victory for the cultivators. Why do we have to sleep early? Why, sob. Will we win? We've already won, haha. Jiangli didn't make breakfast anymore. She took down the pot she just put on and simply grabbed some bread and milk for breakfast. After eating and resting for a while, she began to warm up. After warming up for a few minutes, she started to take off her outer jacket and the t-shirt underneath, leaving only in shorts. What are you doing, streamer? Will we win? We've already won. Ups, hey. Oh my gosh, those abs. The Pokémon were also a bit puzzled. Not knowing what Jiangli wanted to do, sitting in front of the tent and looking at Jiangli curiously. Let us go, Eevee, let's go see the sea. Saying this, I adjusted the pointer to point to the water-type symbol, and Eevee evolved again into a water-type Eevee. Is the streamer going to dive? Are we going to the sea to look for Milotic? I'm just curious about one thing. Is this camera waterproof? And well, I'm also very curious. Raise his hand weakly. I'm more curious about the host's abs. Can I touch them? The person upstairs is really something, unlike me, who just wants to have a taste. I just want to take a look in the sea and see if the Manaphy is still around. If I can find it, that would be great. If not, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, it's such a vast sea. Chapter 49. The title was taken by the white sea lion to play ball. Taking out the diving mask and a small oxygen tank from the backpack. Even though I can go without the oxygen tank since I have a divine body, it's better to pretend a little under the camera. After equipping the diving mask and oxygen tank, Jiangli brought water, Eevee, to the shore. Zeraora, keep an eye on the house. Zeraora nodded, while the nearby Arcanine obediently sat in front of the tent, its paw pressing down on the grass-type Turtwig that wanted to join in. The Turtwig, pinned to the ground by Arcanine's paw, struggled a bit, but quickly gave up when it saw it was useless. Ha. Poor Turtwig. This little guy is really lively. Ha. Last night Turtwig snuck out. Not sure what for, but came back after about 10 minutes. Wow, what a mischievous little one. Well, Turtwig, I'll deal with you later. Let's go, Water Eevee. Mio Jiangli jumped down from the shore, followed closely by Water Eevee, with 3 splashes as they entered the sea. Why 3 splashes? Because we have our cameras. Under the sea, a tranquil and mysterious world unfolded before their eyes, with various fish Pokémon swimming in the vast ocean. A group of crabs lined up, neatly weaving through the coral. Light blue shells lay quietly on the seabed, slightly opened, bubbling up a stream of crystal-clear bubbles that slowly rose, adding a touch of life and vitality to the entire underwater scene. Wow, the underwater world. I can see this without spending any money. A marine park of this level would cost at least a few hundred for admission. I didn't expect to see it for free here. A white Pokémon swam over. It was so beautiful. A pure white Pokémon, resembling a sea lion somewhat. Jiangli's jump attracted the attention of many Pokémon, but they just glanced at him and then lost interest, except for a white Pokémon not far away, which swam towards Jiangli. This Pokémon had a small horn on its head and 2 downward-facing teeth by its mouth. It was clear now. It was indeed a sea lion, and it looked much prettier than a regular sea lion. Pure white. It was really beautiful. Wow, I just love this pure white Pokémon. Jiangli naturally recognized this Pokémon and began to use his powers to communicate with it. White sea lion. Curiously, the white sea lion swam over to Jiangli and Water Eevee, tilting its head to look at him. Jiangli reached out to stroke the white sea lion's head. It felt fluffy even in the water, and the white sea lion didn't resist Jiangli's touch. Did you see a Manaphy last night? The white sea lion thought for a moment, resting its fins on its chin, and nodded to indicate that it had seen a Manaphy. Can you take me to find it? The white sea lion swam forward a meter and turned back to signal Jiangli to follow it. It was leading Jiangli and Water Eevee to find Manaphy. When it turned back and noticed Water Eevee's small size, the white sea lion thought for a moment, swam back, and patted its back with its fins, inviting Jiangli to climb on. Wow, how you communicate in the water. This Pokémon is really understanding. It's going to take the host with it. Is no one curious about how they communicate? I'm curious, but the host definitely won't say. No, maybe he would, but he can't speak right now. Ha! Jiangli looked at Water Eevee's small size and thought, so he climbed onto the white sea lion's back, holding onto its fins. Seeing Jiangli ready, the white sea lion looked up at Water Eevee and swam towards the place where they had seen Manaphy earlier. However, the white sea lion started swimming slowly. Noticing that Water Eevee was swimming more easily, it began to speed up. Before, they were running in the forest, and now they were charging through rapids. It was even more dizzying than before. I guess it's because being in the water makes it worse. Ugh. Alright. This time I don't even need to speed up. Ugh. Being in the water is definitely more dizzying. Ugh. I can't be the only one suffering from this. Ugh. Soon, this segment of the video, along with the earlier video of Arcanine running wildly in the forest, appeared online. Although the video of Arcanine running in the forest had been out for a long time, someone combined the two most dizzying parts into an anti-dizziness challenge. For a while, the internet was filled with sounds of nausea. The honest ones were still holding on in the live stream, while the clever ones had already set their viewing devices aside to do their own things, occasionally glancing back to see when the rapids would end before returning to watch closely. Finally, the white sea lion slowed down, indicating they were almost there. Water EV, seeing it slow down, also hurried to reduce its speed. Water EV wasn't as fast as the white sea lion. It had just managed to catch up with great effort, and now was a bit slow to react when the sea lion suddenly slowed down. Water EV continued to surge forward a bit before slowly reducing its speed. Are we almost there? Hearing Jiang Li's words, the white sea lion nodded, indicating that the place it had seen Manaphy was just ahead. All the Pokémon here had always lived in this sea area. Everyone knew what Pokémon were around. They had never seen Manaphy before, so when the white sea lion suddenly saw Manaphy resting here, it remembered this memory particularly well. Upon arriving, Jiang Li got off the white sea lion's back. They were at a pile of stones covered in algae. Sure enough, there was no sign of Manaphy here. After all, it had been a matter from last night, and Jiang Li didn't hold out much hope. However, Jiang Li still led Water EV to explore the surroundings. Who knows? They might find something. What is the host looking for? No matter what, Minas shouldn't be here. After all, this happened last night. The streamer isn't foolish. They must be looking for clues. It should be searching for clues. The streamer wouldn't be brainless. Finding clues among the scattered rocks is still a bit difficult. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me. Turning around, I saw the white sea lion, accompanied by glowing fish. This fish spirit is so cute, with 2 ears, and its tail looks like a butterfly. Why are its colors different on the top and bottom? It looks nice. The glowing fish told Jiang Li that Minas had rested here for a while, but it quickly swam away, looking like it had been injured. The glowing fish showed Jiang Li a scale it had picked up from Minas and told him the direction Minas swam away. It also mentioned that there is a river connecting the sea and the lake ahead, and it had been there before. Minas had previously swum from that lake to here through that river, but only played near the river before returning. This was the first time it had ventured so far from the riverbank. Chapter 50. Hunting in the sea after understanding the situation from the glowing fish. Jiang Li chose to return to the shore first. Later, he would ride the wind speed dog in the direction that the glowing fish mentioned to find out why Minas was injured and came so far. The white sea lion took Jiang Li back again, allowing the viewers in the live stream to experience the rapids once more. On the shore, Jiang Li, with Water EV and the white sea lion following behind, successfully made it back. When he spotted a weak fish, Water EV got excited and wanted to play with it. But Jiang Li held it back and ran away. Ha ha ha. This little guy just can't behave. It's not afraid of being chased again, right? This time in the sea, it could get swallowed whole. Ha! The streamer ran while holding Water EV. The streamer said, "You're not scared, but I am." That sea lion followed the streamer onto the shore. Jiang Li walked with Water EV to the tent, and when he turned around, he saw the white sea lion. They stared at each other. "Thanks to you, white sea lion," he said, tossing Water EV to the wind speed dog for it to take care of, freeing his hands to rub the white sea lion's face and taking out a few energy cubes to give to it. Seeing the tasty treats, the white sea lion clapped its flippers like hands. You want to come with us to find Minas?" Jiang Li asked, wiping off the water and sitting wrapped in a towel by the campfire prepared by Jalala and the wind speed dog, looking curiously at the white sea lion. The white sea lion nodded, indicating it also wanted to go. "That's fine, but why? After all, Minas rarely comes to the sea." The white sea lion and Minas have probably only seen each other once. However, when Jiang Li saw the white sea lion covering its red face with its flippers, he understood. So this little guy has a crush on it. That expression, is it shy? So cute. It can't be that it has a crush on Minas, right? Its face is so red. Ha ha ha, it's possible. After all, it's the most beautiful spirit. Spirits can blush too, how adorable. By the way, is there no reproductive isolation among spirits? What could they produce together? It seems that spirits don't have reproductive isolation. What would they produce? An egg? Spirits are all hatched from eggs. If it hatches, it would either be a white sea lion or a weak fish, not some new species. Otherwise, how could there only be a little over 1,000 species of spirits? What? Over 1,000 species? Oh my goodness, more than 1,000 kinds. My heaven. I can't believe how many there are, like my great-grandmother's seventh aunt's big slippers. Oh my gosh, did I not say that before? I must have forgotten. Jiangli looked at the barrage in the live stream and thought carefully. It seems like I really haven't said anything like that before. I haven't said it at all. Loudly condemning. Absolutely not. Wait, what is a cho-cho fish? Isn't it a milotic? It should be that the cho-cho fish evolves into milotic. But why is the name before evolution called cho-cho fish? Like how a little duckling turns into a beautiful swan. Let's not talk about that. With so many kinds of Pokémon, stop dawdling and quickly introduce the white sea lion next to you and that fish you just encountered with a tail that looks like a butterfly. Oh, and the cho-cho fish from earlier. Yes, stop dawdling. All right, the white sea lion is a water and ice type. It sleeps on the sea floor in shallow waters during the day, so it's normal for us to encounter it in shallow waters during the day. It was probably disturbed while sleeping, or maybe this white sea lion was wide awake and wasn't he actually sleeping at that time. The white sea lion sleeps during the day and hunts for food at night. It will swim around seeking food in the cooler water at night, and it particularly likes to eat weakling fish. Oh, my poor weak fish once again uses food. There's no way around it. The world of elves should be governed by the jungle law where the strong prevail. Vegetarian elves get along well, but carnivorous elves will be bullied if they're weak. It's the same no matter where you go. After eating, the white sea lion basks in the sun on the beach, raising its body temperature to aid digestion. Additionally, it loves to sleep on the cold ice. It accumulates heat in its body to resist the cold. Rather than saying it is cold resistant, it's more accurate to say that the colder it gets, the more energetic it becomes. As Jiangli spoke, he paused for a moment, patted the white sea lion on the head, and took a photo of it. Next, let's talk about the fish we encountered at the bottom of the sea. That was a fluorescent fish, a flying fin fish spirit. During the day, the fluorescent fish swims near the surface of the sea, but at night, it moves to the depths. The pink patterns on the sides and tail fin of the fluorescent fish store sunlight during the day. When it gets dark, this stored sunlight emits vibrant colors, serving not only as camouflage, but also as a lure for prey. While speaking, he took out his phone to show everyone the photos he had previously taken of the fluorescent fish. Fortunately, his phone is a system product, waterproof, drop-resistant, and has a large capacity. I said, why are the two colors different from each other? And there's a pink separation strip in the middle. So this is how it's used. The host's phone is waterproof, and it's resistant to seawater. That's impressive. This phone isn't damaged at all. So why is it called a flying fish? The reason it's called a flying fish is that the fluorescent fish can leap energetically with its two tail fins. However, at the moment the fluorescent fish jumps out of the sea, there is also a risk of being snatched away and eaten by a seagull, which is quite similar to a flying fish. All right, being eaten can't stop my heart from jumping. This really is just like a flying fish. Fluorescent fish, I mean, can't you just behave and stay in the sea? The fluorescent fish swims by flapping its two tail fins like a butterfly, and its vibrant figure with the long, pink tail fin swaying in the water earns it the title of hunting butterfly in the sea. Hunting butterfly? All right, another fairy we haven't seen before. Logically, hunting butterflies are fairies found in the forest, but you guys are out of luck. You only encountered green caterpillars and unicorn beetles. Brothers, let's get him. Come on. Why is no one going? After all, we still need the host's brain and mouth. Okay, I'll tell you about the hunting butterfly later if we encounter it. It's hard to recognize without a picture. All right, now let's talk about the ugly fish. Mio the water EV sees Jiangli petting a fluffy white sea lion and immediately drills into Jiangli's arms unhappily. All right, the water EV uses a water gun to help me put out the fire. Mio, the water EV uses the water gun to help Jiangli extinguish the campfire. And then the speed dog buries the fire pit with dirt. Jiangli pats the water EV's head, switches the pointer back to general attributes, and the water EV transforms back into a fluffy little EV. Wait for me a moment. I need to change clothes. I can't always be shirtless, right? Jiangli enters the tent in a bathrobe, leaving the EVs outside staring at each other with big eyes. Chapter 51, Landslide. After Jiangli changes clothes and comes out, he starts packing up, putting the small bits and pieces from the tent into his backpack. Let's talk about the ugly fish while we walk. First, let me pack up. Saying this, he begins to take down the tent, and Jalora comes over to lend a hand, while the speed dog routinely brings the grass seed turtle and EV. The white sea lion watches from the side, scratching its head, suddenly feeling that if it doesn't do something, it will seem out of place, so it starts blowing bubbles. But the way it scratched its head, not knowing what to do, had already caught the attention of everyone in the live stream. On one side, they are busy sweating, while on the other side, the white sea lion is bored blowing bubbles. You wouldn't seem out of place if you were taking care of the kids. Haha. Starting to blow bubbles because of feeling out of place. Just like me, not knowing what to do but feeling awkward. So I find something to do to pretend I'm busy. After Zhongli finishes packing, he puts on his backpack, checks again to see if the campfire is completely extinguished, and steps firmly on the place where the fire was buried to compact the soil. Bye, Grass Seed 3. Hearing the laughter of Eevee and Grass Seed Turtle, he turns around to see the two Pokémon using the White Sea Lion as a slide. The White Sea Lion seems quite happy. The speed dog gently picks up Eevee by the nape of its neck and places it on the wide head of the White Sea Lion. The White Sea Lion gently nudges it, and Eevee slides down its back. Eevee waves its paws in the air, looking like it's having a lot of fun. The White Sea Lion's tail is held high. Eevee slides onto its tail, and then because of the speed, it slides up the tail and plops down on the ground. Then it gets up and happily runs back to the speed dog to line up. Although it fell quite loudly, they both seem to be having a great time. Does that fall hurt? All right. The White Sea Lion has found its purpose. White Sea Lion brand slide. Speed dog brand elevator. They are having a lot of fun. But we need to set off. Speed dog. Woof. After the speed dog takes the Grass Seed Turtle, which is still in line, to play on the White Sea Lion slide, it happily runs back to Zhongli. Although they still feel a bit unsatisfied, Eevee and the Grass Seed Turtle catch up. Zhongli first lifts the two Pokémon onto the speed dog's back, and then climbs up himself. White Sea Lion, you know the location the fluorescent fish mentioned, right? Although the fluorescent fish has indicated the general location, having someone to guide is better than finding it on your own. The White Sea Lion pats its chest with its fin, then jumps into the sea. Before long, it pops its head out, signaling Zhongli and the others to follow it. Okay, let's go. Zhongli gently pats the carty dog to follow the White Sea Lion in front. The White Sea Lion swims quickly in the sea, but it's not as fast as the speed dog, so it's easy to keep up. With the speed dog, the host is indeed moving much faster. That's true, but compared to walking before, there are definitely fewer opportunities to introduce Pokémon. The host probably only rides the speed dog when in a hurry. Normally, they wouldn't. Indeed, it's only when in a hurry that the host rides the speed dog. After all, didn't they say they would return a week? It's already been a day, and there are 6 days left to resolve things early. Otherwise, it could be delayed for a long time. Don't worry, we will return to walking later, as this is actually better for introducing those Pokémon. No witties. Take your time, no rush. Exactly, we're not in a hurry. There is still a way to go. Let us quickly talk about the ugly fish. From its name, everyone can guess that it's ugly. The ugly fish has a bumpy body, dull eyes, and its fins are naturally tattered and unsightly. Moreover, because the ugly fish's appearance is really too ugly, anyone who mentions the ugly fish will have the first impression of its shabby look. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Milotic said to be the most beautiful Pokémon? It really is like the ugly duckling turning into a swan. Is it really that ugly? Maybe it's just an exaggeration? I can't express this in words. You can only understand after seeing it. The ugly fish inhabit pools with abundant aquatic plants and gather in large numbers at the river bottoms with many water plants. Despite their large population, they still congregate in one place. They can live in both oceans and rivers, possessing incredible vitality, making them subjects of research. The investigation into the beauty of Milotic was merely out of curiosity, to see if there are indeed difficulties. If there are, Zhongli can help, and if not, they can introduce Milotic in the live broadcast. However, according to the glowing fish, Milotic shouldn't have come all the way to this distant seaside for no reason and got injured, so something must have happened. The ugly fish swim very fast and eat anything, showing no concern even in dirty water, making them strong Pokémon. However, the ugly fish are slow-moving and can be easily caught, but because they are ragged, no one bothers to catch them. Additionally, they don't look appetizing, so they aren't hunted, resulting in their numbers increasing rapidly. Once the ugly fish accumulate enough experience and carry beautiful scales, they can evolve into the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, Milotic. The concept of beauty in reality seems unreliable. Although it is said to evolve by carrying beautiful scales through trading, there are no such items in the wild. So it was changed to evolving by carrying beautiful scales. Evolving from the ugliest Pokémon to the most beautiful. What a turnaround. It's truly like the ugly duckling transforming into a white swan. Hey, look ahead. Did a landslide occur? It seems so. Look at that area. It's definitely a landslide. Looking ahead, not far from the coast, the once solid mountain is now scattered with broken rocks and soil. Those broken rocks have blocked the connection between the river water and the sea water, which might be the reason why Milotic came to the sea and got injured. Fast as the wind, hurry. Bend down, keep your body close to the wind speed dog, and let it speed up. Soon, Jiang Li and the others arrived at the landslide by the seaside. After getting off the wind speed dog and observing the surroundings, they were unsure if the landslide was caused by a natural disaster or a Pokémon skill. Standing on top of the rubble, in front was the vast sea, and behind was a winding river with tall rock walls on both sides and the rubble completely blocking the river. They also observed the area above where the rubble fell, unsure if it had loosened early or if a powerful skill had struck. Woof! Hearing the sound of the wind speed dog, Jiang Li looked down and saw the wind speed dog barking loudly at a certain spot. What's wrong, wind speed dog? Seeing the wind speed dog's demeanor, Jiang Li thought it must have discovered something and quickly ran down from the rubble. The scattered rocks provided a good footing, making the descent quite easy. Chapter 52. Armor Warrior. After coming down from the rubble, Jiang Li reached the wind speed dog's side. Once the wind speed dog saw Jiang Li approaching, it stopped barking. Looking towards where the wind speed dog had barked, there was a huge reef. Cautiously approaching the reef, they saw a trembling Pokémon hiding behind it. Damn, what a big cockroach, and it's a purple mutated one. Damn it, I'm most afraid of cockroaches. The timid bug? Jiang Li knows the timid bug's personality, so it didn't get close, but observed it from a distance. Timid bugs are usually social creatures. Why is there only one here? Moreover, this timid bug seems to be injured. A landslide has blocked its escape route. What kind of connection is there between the timid bug and the injured Venus? Under the sea, the white sea lion hurriedly swam over and just arrived to see Venus fighting against a fully armored sprite. Clearly, the already injured Venus was no match for that sprite. If it weren't for being in the water where Venus is a bit more agile, it would have been defeated by that sprite long ago. The white sea lion wanted to help, but it couldn't break through the sprite's armor. Anxiously swimming back and forth, it suddenly thought of Jiang Li. Just as it was about to call out to Jiang Li, it reconsidered and thought it wouldn't be good to leave Venus here to take a beating. In the end, the white sea lion gritted its teeth and charged out, using water flow tail on the mud under the sprite's feet, causing a sudden surge of mud and sand. The surrounding seawater became murky, and the underwater mud blinded the sprite's eyes. By the time it could see clearly again where was Venus, it angrily looked around, only to see Venus and the white sea lion swimming away in the distance, and it furiously chased after them. On the other side, Jiang Li was just about to ask the white sea lion if it knew about the timid bugs group nearby when it realized something was off. The white sea lion hadn't caught up yet? That shouldn't be the case. So much time had passed, and since the white sea lion swam over from the sea, it should have arrived by now. Could something have happened underwater? What's wrong, streamer? Why are you staring at the sea? Speaking of the sea, where's the white sea lion? Still hasn't caught up? That shouldn't be the case. Did it sneak off to play? That shouldn't be. It was supposed to find Venus, right? What if something happened in the sea? I was thinking the same thing. So much time has passed. The white sea lion couldn't possibly still be behind. Something must have happened underwater. Just as Jiang Li was about to dive in to see what was wrong with the white sea lion, it saw the white sea lion pop its head out of the water, followed closely by Venus. The two sprites hurriedly swam towards the shore, as if something was chasing them from behind. What happened to Venus? Why does it have so many wounds? Something must have happened underwater. Is something chasing it? It must be, otherwise how could it run so fast? Oh my, hurry to the shore. If it's a fish-type Pokémon, it will be safe on land. If it's not, then it will be safe running near the streamer on land. Jiang Li, seeing the urgency of the white sea lion and Venus, hurriedly ran towards them. The wounds on Venus looked quite serious, lagging behind the white sea lion. When the white sea lion turned around and saw Venus trailing, it rushed over to push it forward. Then everyone saw a fully armored Pokémon rising from the spot where the white sea lion had just surfaced. After confirming the positions of the white sea lion and Venus, the armored Pokémon started swimming towards them. It was a Bastiodon. The Chikorita used Magical Leaf against the Bastiodon. Jiang Li immediately recognized that Pokémon and quickly commanded Chikorita to attack. The white sea lion and Venus hadn't reached the shore yet, so Zeraora couldn't act. Chikorita instantly launched several oddly glowing leaves toward the Bastiodon. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the Bastiodon was being attacked, Jiang Li ran over to assist the white sea lion in bringing the seriously injured Venus to shore. Zeraora, use Volt Tackle. Zeraora began to gather electricity and charge directly at the Bastiodon. Being in the water and already at a disadvantage, the Bastiodon was hit and stumbled backward, retreating out of the range of Volt Tackle, keeping a wary eye on Zeraora. It didn't get taken down. TSK, this shell is really tough to deal with, Zeraora thought, staring at the Bastiodon. If the Bastiodon tries to get close, I'll use Volt Tackle to zap it. I need to heal Minus first. Jiangli frowned as he looked at the Bastiodon, which was now cautiously retreating to avoid the Volt Tackle, while Minus's condition remained unclear. With Zeraora keeping an eye on the Bastiodon, he needed to prioritize healing Minus. He crouched down to start examining Minus's wounds. The most severe wound was the one on its back, caused by a heavy blow, and there were also scratches on its abdomen from the Bastiodon's sharp claws. Oh my god, the Manaphy is seriously injured. Is that Pokémon wearing armor? Why isn't it afraid of electricity? It shouldn't be immune to electricity. It just hasn't been stunned yet, otherwise it wouldn't have stepped back. Ah, how could the beautiful Manaphy from last night end up like this? That Pokémon feels like the one hiding behind a reef. TSK, there's no time for medicine now. There's only one way left. As Manaphy's condition worsened, there was no time to bandage or use medicine slowly. Jiangli gently placed his hand on Manaphy's body, closed his eyes, and began to use the power of eternity to heal it. When it comes to treating wounds, Jiangli usually chooses to use medicine if possible. But Manaphy is seriously injured now, and with threats around, there's no time to let medicine slowly take effect. So Jiangli used the power of eternity to heal Manaphy. In a live stream, viewers only saw Jiangli finish checking Manaphy, but didn't take out the medicine right away, which made them a bit anxious. Then they saw him place his hand on Manaphy's body and close his eyes. Wait, is this the time to close your eyes, streamer? Keep an eye on the situation. Manaphy is about to collapse. Plus, there's an armored fighter in front and a timid bug behind. Streamer, don't hesitate. Manaphy can still be saved. Don't give up, streamer. My goodness, it's making me so anxious. If we don't treat Mina soon, it might not hold on much longer. In the next moment, a white light slowly appeared at the connection between Jiang Li's hand and Mina's body. The light grew stronger and stronger, until it looked like a small sun, somewhat blinding, causing one to squint involuntarily to observe. What the heck is happening? I can't see clearly. It's a bit blinding. So I adjusted the brightness of my phone. I adjusted it. Wow, is that light coming from the host's hands? You all are focused on the host, but I've been watching Minus, and the wounds on Minus are healing. Damn, the streamer has healing skills. Clearly, we are all humans. How can you learn skills? Chapter 53, Milotic and the Timid Bug. The glaring light gradually faded, and all the wounds on Milotic had disappeared, restoring its vitality. Seeing that Milotic had recovered, Jiangli withdrew his hand that was resting on Milotic and patted its head, taking out a few energy cubes to give to Milotic. Milotic could feel Jiangli's kindness, and after being treated by him, it lowered its guard and ate the energy cubes he offered. Hieda, what's wrong, Jelaola? Seeing Milotic eat the energy cubes, Jiangli felt relieved. Hearing Jelaola's call, Jiangli quickly stood up and went to its side. Jelaola gestured for Jiangli to look towards the sea. The armored warrior that had been watching them cautiously had disappeared from the surface of the water. Had it given up and retreated back into the sea, or did it have other ways to approach? Did it run away? It shouldn't be that simple. It's probably hiding in the sea. Damn, being so cautious means it has to stay vigilant about the sea. What is that spirit doing? Keeping its eyes on Milotic all the time? This issue definitely needs to be resolved. Let's retreat first, get closer to the cliff, and stay away from the shore. Jiangli used his aura power to confirm the location of the armored warrior. Sure enough, it was still hiding at the bottom of the sea and hadn't left. But if they just went into the water like this, they would be at a disadvantage. The best way now is to find a way to lure the armored warrior onto the shore. The group retreated to the front of the cliff and saw that the timid bug was still trembling behind a rock. Milotic spotted the timid bug and shouted at it. The timid bug cautiously raised its head and wanted to approach Milotic, but upon seeing Jiangli and the others around Milotic, it hesitated. Is this your friend? Jiangli noticed the interaction between Milotic and the timid bug and asked curiously. Milotic nodded. With Milotic's assurance, the timid bug cautiously walked to Jiangli's side. Jiangli squatted down to check the timid bug's injuries, which weren't severe. He took out a first aid kit to treat the timid bug, and while treating it, Milotic shared its story with Jiangli. Before evolving, Milotic was a Feeba, living in a lake where it was often excluded and targeted by other Pokémon. Feeba was that one Pokémon that was frequently bullied, always swimming aimlessly in the lake alone. Besides the bullying from other Pokémon, life was boring and peaceful until one day, Feeba discovered a river that led far away. Perhaps due to being bullied and living a meaningless life, Feeba yearned for that path. Finally, one day, Feeba gathered its courage, took the few things it had, and left the lake it had lived in since childhood. It swam down the river for a long, long time, passing many places and seeing many Pokémon it had never encountered before. It arrived at a place larger than its lake, with far more Pokémon than in the lake. Initially, those Pokémon were curious about Feebas, but soon they got used to its presence. Feebas settled down in this sea area, and whenever it wanted to return to the lake, it would swim back along that long river. When it returned to the lake, perhaps it had been too long since it last came back. Or maybe it had grown quite a bit during that time. The Pokémon it used to bully, it was startled to see it. During one of its trips from the lake to the sea, Feebas met the timid bug, who was secretly crying at the junction of the river and the sea after being bullied by other Pokémon. The two Pokémon became friends, sharing their difficulties with each other, and the two lonely little creatures became companions. Year after year, day after day, by chance, the timid bug found a beautiful scale among a pile of rocks in the sea. It wanted to give that beautiful scale to Feebas, but while looking for Feebas, it was spotted by the armored warrior. The armored warrior coveted the beautiful scale and wanted the timid bug to give it to him, but the timid bug refused. Although it was fast, the armored warrior didn't manage to snatch the scale, but the timid bug still got injured and became a target of the armored warrior. After Feebas evolved into Milotic, it could go ashore, and after reaching the shore, Milotic and the timid bug would play together. Every night, after bidding farewell, the timid bug would be bullied by the armored warrior on its way back to its nest. One time, after Milotic saw the timid bug being bullied and took action, it too became a target of the armored warrior. The armored warrior couldn't defeat Milotic, and Milotic also couldn't do anything about the armored warrior's armor. So the two Pokémon maintained a strange balance, until one day, the armored warrior discovered that the cliff above the junction of the river and the sea was loosening and came up with a plan. When Milotic wanted to visit the lake again, the armored warrior attacked the loosening cliff while Milotic was passing through the junction, causing Milotic to be injured by falling rocks. Why did the timid bug get hurt? At that time, the timid bug happened to be at the junction, and when Milotic saw it, they were greeting each other when suddenly the falling rocks came down. Because the range of the falling rocks on the shore was small and not many, and the timid bug was fast, although it got hurt, the injuries weren't severe. However, Milotic, still in the sea, not only got heavily injured by the falling rocks, but also suffered a sneak attack from the armored warrior, just as it managed to escape the falling rocks. Milotic poked its head out of the sea to call for help, hoping the timid bug would help it, as it had protected the timid bug before. But the timid bug, frightened by the fierce gaze of the armored warrior, hid behind the rocks on the shore. Milotic had no choice. Injured and unable to do anything about the armored warrior's armor, it could only swim far away into the sea to hide and slowly recover. Today, Milotic came back just to find a way to return to the lake to heal. After all, there were too many Pokémon in the sea and too many dangers. It would be best to return to the lake. But unexpectedly, it ran into the armored warrior and got entangled. Fortunately, the white sea lion appeared and managed to distract the armored warrior, leading Milotic ashore. Although Milotic didn't seem to hold a grudge about this matter, perhaps it had already been disappointed, the timid bug now felt very guilty and didn't dare to approach Milotic. After hearing Zhongli recount the stories of Milotic, the timid bug, and the armored warrior, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss fervently. One moment, they were touched by the friendship between the timid bug and Feebas, and the next moment they were like, what a load of nonsense about friendship. They couldn't blame the timid bug too much. It was already scared and then encountered the armored warrior. That wasn't a reason for it to abandon its friend and hide, right? If Milotic hadn't been so fast, things would probably have been over by now. If the streamer hadn't arrived quickly, the white sea lion would have led Milotic to escape. And just now, Milotic would have been done for, while the timid bug, it was still hiding behind the rocks, avoiding confrontation. Chapter 54, Leafeon. I originally heard the streamer say that the white sea lion had no chance. After all, Manus had a good friend from the time of the ugly fish. Now it seems there is still a chance. Why? If this matter is about friends, it's not a big deal to forgive it. After all, the timid one can't win. And it's fine as long as they don't get too close in the future. But if it's about partners, this matter will definitely become an unbridgeable gap. The spirit shouldn't have such complicated thoughts, right? It feels like it's just a love that hasn't fully sprouted yet. No, we don't even know if the timid one is male or female. What if they're the same gender? It's actually very easy to distinguish the gender of Manus. You just look at the length of the drooping eyebrows. The females are longer and the males are shorter. This Manus is female. As for the timid one, there isn't much difference between male and female, but this timid one is male. Zhongli also saw those comments in the live stream. The netizens don't know their gender, but Zhongli does, so he immediately told the viewers how to distinguish the gender of Manus. But to be honest, with the timid one's personality, Unless it can turn the tide and protect Maena's from the armored warrior's attacks, there's really no possibility for the two spirits. Thinking of this, Jiangli patted the white sea lion that had been following Maena's since the beginning. At least the white sea lion could run with you, unlike the hiding, timid one. Buddy, you still have a chance. The white sea lion tilted its head, looking confused at Jiangli. And the Maenas beside the white sea lion looked a bit puzzled at him too. What the hell, there is still a chance. Streamer, are you trying to make me laugh to death? It seems the white sea lion still has a chance. Let's go. I stand with the timid ones. You're just a bit scared for now, so muster your courage. Then I'll stand with the beautiful Milotic. What do I need those stinky men for? All right. We're starting to form teams. Huh? So this is how we're playing it. I'm starting to look forward to it. I patted the white sea lion's head and stopped playing around. The most important thing now is to deal with the armored warrior first. The armored warrior's armor is indeed quite difficult to deal with, and its speed is also very fast. However, it's fortunate that Jiangli has Zero Aura with her. Zero Aura's attributes counter the armored warrior, and it is much faster than the armored warrior, provided it can first get onto the shore. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with. By the way, White Sea Lion, when you were underwater, did you encounter any other Pokémon near the armored warrior in Milotic? The White Sea Lion shook its head, indicating that there were no other Pokémon nearby. Other fish Pokémon fled as soon as they saw the armored warrior, fearing it would target them and eat them. Then that's good. Staying here passively isn't a solution. Since it won't come up, we'll actively force it to come up. Adjusting the dial, I pointed the needle towards the electric type symbol, and EV began to emit a blue glow. Oh, it's a new evolution. It's the electric type symbol. It must be Zero Aura. Why isn't it called electric EV? Didn't the streamer say it was called Zero Aura? Soon, the glow faded, revealing a yellow body covered in spikes. Unlike the yellow spikes on Zero Aura's body, the spikes on its neck were white. Jiangli used the aura power again to confirm the location of the armored warrior. Zero Aura used Thunder Wave towards that direction. Zero Aura began to gather electricity to weave a net. And once the electric net was completed, the two Pokémon forcefully threw the net towards the sea surface. The electric net spread out on the surface, just like humans casting a net for fishing. It slowly sank deeper into the water. The conductivity of seawater is stronger than that of fresh water. Because of the aura power, Jiangli understood that the electric net had already covered the head of the armored warrior. Electric fish are illegal. Doghead. Ingenieur. Good. That's a good plan. Force it out. So everyone, what do you think of EV's new evolution? Well, it's okay, but it doesn't look as good as the previous evolution. I don't think so. I think Ray is super cool. I also think Rayquaza is cool. Well, different strokes for different folks. Just then, a massive shadow broke through the electric net, leaping out from the sea and landing on the beach. The armored warrior was surrounded by crackling electricity, glaring fiercely at Jiangli. Why the hostile look? If you don't want to come up, do you expect to ambush us? How can I just sit back and wait? Rayquaza used electric terrain. Rayquaza stomped heavily on the ground, and the beach instantly felt different, with visible electricity sizzling on the sand. Zekrom, Shadow Clone. Zekrom began to move rapidly around the armored warrior, creating clones that surrounded it. The armored warrior's claws glinted coldly as it swiped at Zekrom's clones, quickly cutting them down one by one. Thunderbolt. Zekrom. Just as the armored warrior was testing each clone, Zekrom began to gather electricity to strike at the armored warrior, and the remaining clones followed suit. Just as Thunderbolt was about to hit the armored warrior, it also used Shadow Clone, evading the attack while creating several clones to confuse the vision. Use Electric Net. Zekrom. The electric net covered part of the clones, causing them to disappear one by one. But the real body of the armored warrior was not covered by the net. Isn't the reason for not letting other Pokémon in? It seems like the streamer battles are always 1v1 for fairness, but the opponent is so cunning. The streamer should have their own thoughts. We can't help. So let's just watch. Both Pokémon are fast, but no matter what, the armored warrior's speed can't match Zekrom's, and soon all the clones were taken out, and the electric terrain had already expired. Zekrom and the armored warrior faced off, with the armored warrior wary of Zekrom, not daring to attack carelessly. Jiangli hadn't given any commands yet, so Zekrom also didn't act recklessly. Why isn't the streamer giving commands? It's obvious that the armored warrior is at a disadvantage now. Streamer, don't daze off. Maybe the streamer is just being cautious about something. Look upstairs. It's clear that Zekrom is currently at an advantage. All right, don't rush. I can handle this. But Milotic, your strength is on par with each other. It's just that you can't deal with the armored warrior's armor. What do you think? Let me command you. Do you trust me? Milotic didn't hesitate and directly came in front of Zekrom, taking Zekrom's place to confront the armored warrior. Seeing this, Zekrom slowly retreated back to Zhongli's side, but it didn't relax. If Milotic couldn't hold on, it could jump in immediately. Chapter 55. The Armored Warrior and the Cowardly Bug. The Armored Warrior relaxed instantly after Zekrom withdrew from battle and Milotic came up. It's not that it looked down on Milotic. It had battled Milotic many times and knew that Milotic couldn't do anything about its armor. Are you ready? Milotic, charming voice. Milotic trusted Zhongli, who had healed it, and used the skill immediately after Zhongli commanded. The Armored Warrior was affected to some extent mentally, but the impact wasn't significant. Now's the time, use Blizzard. Taking advantage of the Armored Warrior's distraction, Milotic let out a long howl, and the originally bright weather suddenly turned dark. The warm temperature quickly made people shiver, and soon a fierce blizzard swept toward the Armored Warrior. WCCCCCC. Suddenly I felt goosebumps. This is completely different from the previous sunny day and rain prayer. I can feel the cold, even through the screen. I can't see anything at all. Can the streamers see clearly? With ordinary human eyes, it would definitely be impossible to see through this blizzard. But Zhongli was different. Elemental detection, aura, and spiritual power allowed him to see the positions clearly. He had been to various worlds, but in each world, unless under special circumstances, Zhongli would only use the abilities of that world. Due to the system, Zhongli had not experienced the wear and tear like Morix and others over the millennia. The system would eliminate the effects of wear and tear for him. Because of this, Buyel would often laugh at him for still looking as enthusiastic and young as he did in the past. Not everyone who has experienced a millennium would become indifferent. Some would mature and become steady, while others might seem carefree on the surface but would be reliable when it mattered. Perhaps with each task, Zhongli was surrounded by young people, and their influence, along with the system's help, kept his personality from changing too much on the surface compared to before he crossed over, allowing him to interact with people in a live stream with enough enthusiasm and to react to certain things like an ordinary person. By using the power of aura, Zhongli could clearly understand the positions of Milotic and the Armored Warrior. Milotic used wide area destruction. After attacking, retreat immediately. Although Milotic couldn't see the Armored Warrior's position, it trusted Zhongli, so it immediately swept its long tail forward. The Armored Warrior's hind leg was struck with a loud bang. Though it reacted quickly and swiped at the attack position, Milotic quickly retreated after the attack, and the Armored Warrior missed. However, before long, the impact of the blizzard had already faded. The sky returned to bright again, and the silhouettes of Milotic and the Armored Warrior reappeared before everyone. Milotic looked to be in decent shape, but the Armored Warrior appeared to be in terrible condition. After all, it had been hit by Zekrom and then pummeled by Milotic for a while, but its armor was still tough enough that it hadn't fallen yet. Forget it. Let's give it the final blow. Milotic Dragon Pulse. Milotic opened its mouth wide, gathering energy waves and then attacking the Armored Warrior. With a loud bang, the explosion raised a cloud of dust that blocked everyone's view. As the dust settled, the Armored Warrior fell to the ground, its eyes spinning. Finally resolved. It felt like the streamer could have dealt with the Armored Warrior quickly, but still dragged it out for a long time. Indeed, Zekrom could have taken care of the Armored Warrior and then slowly explained, but the streamer had to drag it out for so long. It really feels like the streamer has become slow. Chikorita tied up the Armored Warrior with Vine Whip. Chikorita. The Armored Warrior is a water and bug-type armored Pokémon, evolved from a cowardly bug. Huh, you're telling me these two are evolution forms? Look at these two types. Do they have similar personalities? It does look a bit similar, but it's two extremes, hard to imagine. The Armored Warriors generally live alone in underwater caves or shipwrecks, sometimes leading timid bugs to live with them. To become stronger, Armored Warriors quietly live in deep-sea rock caves as if meditating. They can fight flexibly with 6 arms and will stop at nothing for victory, using the small claws on their front legs to take advantage of their enemies' moments of negligence. Their retractable claws are their greatest weapon. For training, Armored Warriors sometimes challenge octopus warriors. The loser becomes the other's food. That's ruthless. 0-0 winky face. Wow, why are the deep-sea spirits here and eyeing the meanest? A competition between 6-clawed and 8-clawed beings, where the loser gets eaten, that's really something. Earlier, it was mentioned that they were interested in beautiful scales, but would a spirit dedicated to training really target other spirits just for a beautiful scale? This needs to be asked to the timid bugs. Timid bugs are also insect type, water attribute, speedy spirits living in various places from the beach to the seabed. Due to their timid nature, they tend to gather together and are very sensitive to sound and movement. Whenever there is a sound or something moves suddenly, They become alert and scatter to escape if anything approaches their group. So it's not just this one. You all are like this, huh? All right. I thought you were the only timid one, but it turns out you all are timid. They run away at the first sign of danger. It's a racial trait. Although timid bugs are shy, they also have a curious side. While they still run away at the slightest scare, they will approach if a person or Pokémon stays still out of interest. Timid bugs frantically wave their many legs to escape, leaving behind beautiful, sparkling traces. Whenever they feel danger, they spit out venom, and the foul smell of the venom also serves as a warning signal to their partners. All right, I'm very curious, but I'm timid, so I want to run. With their flashy escape, their fleeing traces shine, and when encountering danger, they spit venom. Although I'm timid, I'm curious. If you don't move, I'm curious, but if you move, I'm scared. Actually, timid bugs are not entirely useless. They eat anything that falls and store it, cleaning up the garbage that falls into the sea, making them highly valued as cleaners. They can consume both rotting things and trash, making them the sanitation workers of the spirit world. Their nests are always kept clean, and they pick up anything that falls. Sometimes they also carry coins, making them targets for shiny-loving Pokémon like Darkrai and Meowth. They also have a habit of storing precious items like pearls, so they can also be targeted by people and Pokémon like Darkrai. Suddenly, I feel sorry for them. If they eat everything, will the polluted oceans in some countries be saved when the spirit world merges? As scavengers, they could replace cleaners, but they are timid. Chapter 56. The Armored Warrior. After Jiangli introduced the timid bug and the Armored Warrior was almost awake. Upon waking, the Armored Warrior saw the timid bug still hiding at the back and instantly became furious. Well, weren't you the same when you were a timid bug? Why get angry? Jiangli, standing beside the Armored Warrior, naturally noticed its series of actions and helplessly said. The Armored Warrior did not listen to Jiangli and instantly cut through the vine whip, planning to attack the timid bug. Oh my gosh, it broke free. Host, hurry up and stop it. Use that trick you have against the night thief fire lizard. Jalala, at least try to hold it back. Are you really that at ease? Speechless, a small vine whip can't bind a bug warrior. To prevent it from causing trouble, as soon as it wakes up, Jiangli stood beside it. The moment the bug warrior cut through the vine whip, he exerted a strong pressure. Under that immense pressure, the bug warrior couldn't move. I'm giving you a chance to communicate properly. You'll cherish it, right? He gently patted the bug warrior's shoulder and walked in front of Jalala, and the pressure on the bug warrior disappeared. After the pressure lessened, the bug warrior didn't move, but stood there obediently. Forceful suppression. Oh dear, so obedient. I didn't expect that as soon as the host intervened, it became obedient. So, if the host can resolve this quickly, why drag it out? TSK, host. You really know how to act. All right, bug warrior, tell us your story. As soon as Jiangli approached, Liabu snuggled up to Jiangli's feet. Jiangli patted its head. Fortunately, Liabu's spikes are soft when it's docile, so he wasn't pricked. Before evolving, the bug warrior was part of the same group as the timid bug. The timid bugs group originally inhabited this coastline, but after that landslide, they temporarily moved away. We refer to the bug warrior before its evolution as timid bug 1, while this one is just called timid bug. Actually, at the very beginning, the timid bug that Ugly Fish knew was timid bug 1. After chatting with Ugly Fish, timid bug 1 realized that being timid and weak would inevitably lead to being bullied, so it started to work hard to overcome its timid nature. When timid bug 1 made significant progress and wanted to share it with Ugly Fish, it saw Ugly Fish happily chatting with another timid bug. For some reason, timid bug 1 didn't disturb them and just left. All right, so that's how it is, huh? What kind of love triangle is this? Are you foolish for just walking away? Look at that guy you let go. He's still hiding behind, trembling. It must have been a misunderstanding. After that, timid bug 1 went into the sea to train. Not long after, it evolved into the bug warrior. The bug warrior initially didn't care anymore. It also found a new favorite Pokémon. To confess to that Pokémon, it began rummaging through its nest for the shiny things it collected when it was still timid bug 1. Finally, it found a beautiful scale among the various pearls scattered around the sea. Wait, what does Don mean? Is the beautiful scale from the bug warrior? But didn't they say that the beautiful scale was found by the timid bug and the bug warrior attacked? This should have been a conversation between the timid bug and the beautiful scale, since Ugly Fish only got the beautiful scale. So what actually happened? You'll find out if the host continues translating. However, when the bug warrior took the beautiful scale to confess to its favorite Pokémon, it unexpectedly encountered its enemy, the octopus warrior. The bug warrior wasn't in the mood to fight the octopus warrior, and they casually exchanged blows before ending it. But the bug warrior's beautiful scale was lost. It might have fallen when it first came into contact with the octopus warrior. The bug warrior hurried to search for it. But when it found it, it saw the timid bug happily walking away with its beautiful scale. The bug warrior rushed out to catch the timid bug. But as soon as the timid bug saw the bug warrior, it got scared and ran away. The bug warrior could only use its skills to try to knock the timid bug out, hoping to get back that beautiful scale so it could confess to its favorite Pokémon, but unexpectedly, the timid bug was just too fast. The bug warrior not only failed to retrieve its beautiful scale, but also expended quite a bit of effort. At that moment, it thought of Ugly Fish. The bug warrior hurried to the river and sea junction to find Ugly Fish, as long as it could stop the timid bug. Retrieving the beautiful scale would just be a matter of time. However, the bug warrior was still too late. Upon arrival, it saw the moment Ugly Fish evolved into a Milotic. Remembering the previous incident with Ugly Fish and the timid bug taking its beautiful scale, the bug warrior instantly became furious and attacked Milotic and the timid bug. It resented Ugly Fish for not recognizing their differences and hated the timid bug for taking away its friend and its chance at love. The bug warrior targeted Milotic and the timid bug. Every time it encountered the timid bug, it had to beat it up, and it wouldn't give Milotic a good face either. The bug warrior is so miserable. If it were me, I would have killed that timid bug. If it were me, I would go crazy. Originally bullied, it found friends and wanted to change for them, but after finally changing, its friend was taken away. Just when it managed to let go and wanted to start a new relationship, the token for confession was taken away by that guy who stole its friend, and it couldn't get it back. Anyone would go crazy. It feels like the bug warrior is so unlucky. Although everything is a coincidence, it's still pretty tragic. The reason it attacked Milotic and the timid bug this time was that the bug warrior had specially selected a very beautiful pink pearl for confession, only to be rejected. The bug warrior completely despised the timid bug and the ugly fish that evolved using the beautiful scale. It thought that as long as they were gone, if it used the beautiful scale itself, it would definitely not be rejected in its confession. The beautiful scale is a rather special scale for Milotic, and each Milotic only has one. A new beautiful scale only grows after that scale naturally falls off. The setting states that the beautiful scale is for Milotic. Rarity makes it valuable, so let us assume this. Thus, the bug warrior set its sights on that beautiful scale from Milotic, leading to the subsequent events. I feel sorry for the armored warrior. It's not its fault, but it also seems like Minas and the cowardly bug didn't do anything wrong. If the ugly fish hadn't mistaken the cowardly bug, none of this would have happened. I mean, could you tell the two cowardly bugs apart? I feel it's all a misunderstanding and coincidence, but the armored warrior is really unfortunate. Chapter 57, Rebuilding Old Relationships. At this moment, Minas stepped forward, and the people in the live broadcast room didn't know what it said. They only saw the armored warrior's incredulous expression after hearing everything from Minas. What happened? Why is the armored warrior so incredulous? Let's take a wild guess. The ugly fish didn't mix up the two cowardly bugs. I also think that although every timid bug looks the same in our eyes, there should still be some differences from the perspective of the spirits. Jiangli saw the discussions in the live broadcast room, and, noticing that things here were almost settled, began to explain to the people in the live room. Indeed, Minato just told the armored warrior that it has never confused it with the timid bug. Don't you remember? Minato just mentioned that when it first encountered the timid bug, it was secretly crying by the riverbank. Do you forget what you did the first time you met Minato? Hearing Jiang Li's reminder, the armored warrior began to recall what happened when it was a timid bug and first met the ugly fish. It still remembers that during that time, as a timid bug, it was always alone in the group. On that day, the timid bug mustered up the courage to find a friend. While quietly encouraging itself by the river, it saw the ugly fish, and, at that moment, the ugly fish gave it the feeling that the two spirits were of the same kind, both lonely. So it was the timid bug that greeted the ugly fish first. And that day, the two lonely spirits had a great conversation. After that first success, the timid bug felt that mustering up courage didn't seem so difficult, thinking it would change and give the ugly fish a big surprise. However, in its excitement, it forgot about the promise to meet the ugly fish the next day. On the other side, the ugly fish was waiting there for its new friend to keep the appointment, but for several consecutive days, the timid bug did not show up. Because something similar had happened before in the lake, the ugly fish thought that the timid bug was playing with it. When it encountered the timid bug crying, the ugly fish thought of its brief friendship and took the initiative to greet the timid bug. So, the ugly fish has never confused them. It was the armored warrior who forgot their agreement. A series of misunderstandings led to the current situation. Fate is unpredictable. It's not just fate. Wasn't it? Because the armored warrior forgot their agreement in the first place. Buddy, you need to stick to it when you muster up the courage to greet someone. If you just walk away, who will care about you? Looking at the three spirits who had gathered to understand the situation, along with a white sea lion that had been sticking close to Minato, Zhongli decided to take this opportunity to introduce the new evolution of EV, the electric EV, to the audience in the live broadcast room. The next time will be left for them to discuss among themselves. For now, let me introduce you to the electric EV. Sitting on the beach, the electric EV immediately came over, its face close to Zhongli's. That is fine, but afterward the host. You must tell us the final result. I'm really curious about how this series of misunderstandings will end. To be honest, all of this is truly a coincidence. But what can be done? Leafeon is an electric-type Pokémon. Inside Leafeon's lungs, there are organs that can generate electricity, and sometimes Leafeon can spit out high-voltage electricity of about 10,000 volts. Leafeon can absorb negative ions from the air, and a large number of negative ions will also be generated in the gaps of its fur, which is why it often makes crackling sounds. Speaking of which, Leafeon's fur just started crackling, and the static electricity made Zhongli's hair frizz up. Haha, the host's hair is frizzy. The frizzy-haired host looks quite cute. I didn't expect someone upstairs to like this. Actually, I do too. You two are so silly. After fixing her frizzed hair, Zhongli pushed away the clingy Leafeon, thinking that if it kept being so static, she would end up with frizzy hair too. But no matter how much Zhongli pushed, she couldn't get rid of the clingy Leafeon, so she reluctantly let it come over for some affection. If it's going to be frizzy, then let it be. She could fix it later. Leafeon tends to scream or get angry when it gets a little stimulated. Whenever Leafeon's mood changes, it will store up electricity. When the electricity accumulates in Leafeon's body, as long as it gets excited, all the fur on its body will stand up sharply. The sharp fur can be shot out like missiles. Okay, another Pokémon that can shoot fur. The last one that could shoot fur was the fluffy sheep. Not only that, but when the electric Pokémon gets angry or surprised, all its body hair will stand up like needles to pierce the opponent, or it can shoot out its standing fur like needles, and then use a 10,000 volt electric shock to defeat the enemy when they are weakened. Zhongli patted Leafeon on the head, pointing back to its normal form to let it revert to EV, and then she started to comb her frizzy hair. Leafeon's standing fur signals that it is about to discharge electricity, and when that happens, there might also be lightning striking nearby, so it's important to be cautious when standing next to it. Because Leafeon is quite neurotic, it is difficult to get close to it, so emotional bonding is usually developed during its EV phase. Will it get struck by lightning? If you want Leafeon, wouldn't you need to carry a lightning rod with you? But that might not help much, right? It seems so. Seeing that the three Pokémon had finished their conversation, Zhongli walked over with EV. After that, Milotic, the armored warrior, and the shy bug understood what had happened and realized that it was all a series of misunderstandings. Milotic returned its beautiful scales to the armored warrior. Although it was all too late, as that Pokémon had already rejected the armored warrior, for some reason, after receiving the beautiful scales. The armored warrior felt its anger completely dissipate. After regaining clarity, the armored warrior understood that even with the beautiful scales, it wouldn't necessarily agree to its request. Seeing that the situation was almost resolved, Zhongli decided to set up camp here since the conflicts among the Pokémon had been resolved. But the rubble blocking the junction still needed to be dealt with. There was so much rubble to clear. They needed to move the smaller stones first and then use skills to handle the larger, unmanageable rocks. Why not just use skills directly? Otherwise, those small stones would explode into the sky and come crashing down, potentially injuring them. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and because of the earlier events, Zhongli and the Pokémon had lunch, and their stomachs were growling. Zhongli took out a lot of Pokémon food from her bag to distribute to the Pokémon. Seeing the Pokémon eating so happily made Zhongli even hungrier. Feeling hungry, Zhongli didn't want to cook and simply grabbed some bread to casually solve her lunch for the day. Chapter 58, Pokémon Cafeteria After Lunch. Zhongli and the Pokémon rested for a while. Even with that little time, they couldn't work for long, even if they tried to work overtime. Zhongli sat there watching the Turtwig and EV playing. Meanwhile, the shy bug was shivering under the gaze of the armored warrior. Zeraora leaned against the Rapidash, looking leisurely. She didn't know what the white sea lion and Milotic were talking about. The two Pokémon seemed to be in a situation where they were both blowing pink bubbles. Wow, I didn't know you were this good. The viewers in the live stream were also in disbelief at the sight of the white sea lion and Milotic. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this capable. It's only been a short time. Why do I feel like they're already blowing pink bubbles over there? Damn. Even watching a live stream means getting tormented by Pokémon. Ah, single dogs can't handle this. Luckily, I hugged my wife. Wait, where did I get a wife? Hoo. In the Pokémon world, at 4 in the afternoon, the sun was still shining brightly, and everyone started to get busy. First, they found a stone at the bottom to use as a support point. Turtwig used Vine Whip to wrap around it, and everyone pulled together to move it. Once the support point was removed, the rubble above began to roll down one by one. The blockage of rubble was instantly reduced by half. But soon, a difficult problem appeared before them. There was now a large boulder at the top, which even Milotic and the armored warrior found difficult to break with their skills. Oh wow, this thing is pretty hard. They encountered a tough challenge right from the start. Can we break it with skills? I think Jolteon should be able to do it, but it depends on whether the streamer allows Jolteon to take the stage. Unfortunately, Zhongli did not let Jolteon go up and used another method instead. Zhongli first evolved EV into Flareon, and then used Flamethrower together with Houndoom to burn that stone. After that, he used Water Gun with Milotic, Walrein, and Samurott repeatedly. When it seemed almost done, Zhongli finally let Milotic try again. This time, with one Dragon Tail, Milotic easily smashed the boulder. In the astonished and admiring gazes of the Pokémon, the people in the live stream understood why Zhongli didn't let Jolteon take the stage. This kid wants to show off, huh? Well, I was wondering why he didn't let Jolteon go up. It turns out the streamer wants to show off. Oh my goodness. I could also show off if I were him. Zhongli, the show-off. Next, the Pokémon began to move the rubble together. As they were doing so, the Pokémon that had previously been hiding started to peek out. One Pokémon ran over to help, and the others followed suit. With the help of the other Pokémon, they managed to move half of the rubble before it got dark. Streamer, you've been slacking off behind, right? Definitely. This guy started slacking off the moment the other Pokémon came to help. All right. You want to prepare dinner while slacking off? Huh? You can't do that. You can't just become the cafeteria uncle and not treat these Pokémon to a good meal. Exactly. I never said I wouldn't treat them. Zhongli awkwardly scratched his face. Initially, seeing so many Pokémon come to help, he thought he wouldn't need to do anything himself. So, he ran over to prepare dinner, only to be called out by the viewers in the live stream for slacking off. Treat them? Who can't afford to treat them? Saying this, he took out a small camping blanket, placed a dozen bowls filled with Pokémon food on it, and also took out a dozen bottles of Moo milk. Finally, he pulled out a large metal basin and a stick he picked up. I think I know what he wants to do. I'm also feeding the piglets. Winky face, laughing to death, treating the basin as the class bell. Who hasn't gone through this? Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the live stream, Zhongli did what everyone expected. He took a wooden stick and struck the iron basin 3 times heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The spirits were instantly attracted by the sound and looked at Zhongli, as well as the spirit food at his feet. Zhongli shouted while hitting the basin, "It's time to eat." With that shout, it seemed like these spirits had broken some kind of seal, and in an instant, they rushed over. 2 or 3 spirits surrounded a food basin, eating heartily. They were enjoying the food so much. When their mouths got dry, they would run to drink a few sips of Moo milk before coming back to continue eating. They went to eat, and they were enjoying it so much that I'm hungry too. Let us eat. Watching the elves come over to eat, Zhongli put down the stick and iron pot in his hands, sat down, and enjoyed dinner with the elves. This scene, a month and a half ago, would have attracted a lot of scolding no matter where it was placed. After all, for humans at that time, these were monsters, creatures that invaded their homeland and destroyed their homes. But now, a month and a half later, everyone is looking forward to these lovely elves joining their world, joining their families, becoming a part of their homes, and living together. Many people have already begun to yearn for what it would be like if they had an elf at home. In a military district, brother, grandpa, dinner is ready. Yi Junming rarely cooked today, as her brother Yi Junsheng and grandpa had a rare day off. After bringing out the last dish from the kitchen, Yi Junsheng had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Grandpa Yi also sat down at the table. Good. As expected of my granddaughter. This dish looks really good. I'm starving. Grandpa Yi smiled widely at the dishes his granddaughter worked hard to prepare. His old partner and son and daughter-in-law had passed away early, leaving him, the old man, to take care of his grandchildren. Fortunately, both children were doing well, carving out a niche for themselves in their respective fields. Even if it's not large, it's enough for them to settle down. Brother, have you watched the recent live streams? Yi Junming helped her grandpa serve a bowl of soup and asked her brother, "How could I not know about such a big deal?" Yi Junsheng waved his hand helplessly, handing his bowl to his little sister, hoping she would serve him a bowl of soup as well, but was ignored by her. "You want to report on this matter?" He pouted and stood up to get the soup. His sister is a reporter for the Huaxia Daily, and they observe Jiang Li's live stream room every day. How could I? I just want to understand such an important matter. It's related to the future. Yi Junming pouted and said so. Yi Yunsheng, still not understanding his sister's temperament. Nu Shiwun Ti, just let it go. He, who told little Evie to be so cute. Yi Junming scratched her head and smiled shyly. Her heart had long been captured by little Evie. In the past few days, she had dreamt of having a little Evie by her side, accompanying her for meals, sleeping, working, and playing games. How beautiful that dream was. But every morning she woke up to find it all gone, just bubbles. Oh, TT. Then you need to exercise more. It's coming soon. Yi Junsheng knew his sister loved cute things. All those elves were adorable. So it was normal for her to be attracted to them. Great. Recently, we've been working from home, so I have plenty of time. Yi Junming cheered and eagerly served her brother a piece of meat. Chapter 59. Charcoal little servants after dinner. The elves consciously piled the bowls together. When Jiangli was washing dishes, some elves helped carry the bowls over, while others helped sweep the food crumbs off the carpet on the floor. After everything was tidied up, it was almost completely dark, and the elves began to leave, returning to their nests to sleep. Minas, the white sea lion, and the armored warrior all slept in the water, so they went back to sleep as well. Jiangli zipped up the tent and chatted with the people in the live stream. Oh, while chatting, Jiangli suddenly remembered something and began rummaging through his backpack. What's going on? Is there more to eat? Is there more before bed? Wow, cool, wow, cool. Jiangli pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Huh? Don't tell me you have more elves? Why didn't you take them out earlier? It's not too late now. Hurry up. Don't rush. Once you see these 2 elves, you'll understand why I was so happy to get those 2 sets of armor. He released the 2 elves, and the people in the live stream saw 2 humanoid elves with black headgear protecting their foreheads. The bodies of these 2 elves were also black, but their hands and feet were red. Another humanoid elf, cool. Is it related to those 2 sets of armor? Could it be charcoal little servants? Is it? Host. That's right. These 2 elves are charcoal little servants. Charcoal little servants are fire type, fire spark elves. They are spirits born from life residing in burning charcoal. They like to eat fruits with high oil content. Even when facing strong enemies, they will confront them with burning fighting spirit. Once they enter battle mode, their firepower can rise to 1,000 degrees Celsius. So these 2 elves are made of charcoal. Will they be hot to the touch? Can we touch them? They should be hot, right? Jiangli reached out to touch the heads of the 2 charcoal little servants. It's okay, not hot. He had just checked the story of the 2 charcoal little servants. They were brothers who had relied on each other since childhood and grew up supporting one another. Jiang Li and Bu Yi found the younger brother, who had accidentally fallen into the water while walking in the forest. Just as they rescued him, his brother misunderstood and attacked Jiang Li and Bu Yi. However, they were still resolved by Jilao Laola. He shared the story of the charcoal little servants with everyone in the live stream. Oh, so you only have 1 elf? So you have so many elves. Tell us, how many elves have you really hidden? You definitely have more elves hidden, right? I didn't say I only had 1 EV at the beginning. Jiangli waved his hand helplessly and said to the people in the live stream, damn it, why aren't you scolding upstairs? Can't scold them. Why do these 2 elves have different eye colors? At this time, everyone in the live stream noticed that the eye colors of the 2 charcoal little servants were different. One had red eyes, while the other had blue eyes. Did you notice? The one with red eyes is the older brother, and the one with blue eyes is the younger brother. The reason their colors are different is due to being shiny Pokémon. Does mean a different color from other elves? That's right. Shiny Pokémon have the same abilities as regular elves. However, shiny Pokémon are rarer than ordinary ones. Just like our national treasures. There are not only black and white ones, but also golden and pure white ones. So that means special colored elves, right? Rarity. I like rare things the most. I feel the same way. I originally thought red eyes were quite beautiful, but blue is even cooler. The possibility of having a shiny Pokémon with different colors is 1 in 14,096, which is 0. 0.00244140625. Wow, such a small chance. That really is quite rare. However, it's not too bad since there are many Pokémon. Jiangli took out the celebration armor and the curse armor and placed them in front of the 2 Pokémon for them to choose. As an older brother, Tan Xiaoshi originally wanted to choose the celebration armor to continue protecting his younger brother. However, the younger brother grabbed the celebration armor before his brother could. Tan Xiaoshi looked at his brother in confusion, not understanding why he did that. He wants to protect you. Jiangli gently touched Tan Xiaoshi's head. The younger brother has known since he was little that because of his eyes, and because his eyes were different from his companions, he was always excluded. His brother left the group to protect him. The hardships his brother endured were all because of him. He wants to protect his brother and doesn't want to be protected anymore. Soon, both Pokémon made their choices. Tan Xiao chose the Curse armor, while Tan Xiao's younger brother chose the Celebration armor. Both Pokémon donned their armor at the same time, and the light of evolution burst forth simultaneously, illuminating the dark night outside. Soon, the blue light of evolution faded, revealing the Red Lotus Armored Knight and the Azure Flame Blade Demon before everyone. I can't believe how handsome they are. Look at their eyes. The eyes of these two brothers are the same. It's true. The eyes of the Crimson Armor Knight are blue, and the eyes of the Azure Flame Blade Demon are also blue. The Crimson Armor Knight's eyes were originally red, but because of the difference in color, they turned blue. The Azure Flame Blade Demon's eyes are originally blue. The two spirits are very happy to see their brother's appearance, patting each other's shoulders. These two brothers are really good. They've relied on each other since childhood. How could they not be great? Such a wonderful brotherhood. I love it. By the way, we are now by the seaside. You might feel uncomfortable. Do you want to go back to the Pokeball? Jiangli understands that they might not like the humid seaside, so he asks for their opinions. The two brothers shook their heads. They don't want to be separated yet, so they don't plan to return to the Pokeball. All right, but it's nighttime now. Can you stay only in the tent? As long as they can be with their brother, Crimson Armor Knight and Azure Flame Blade Demon don't mind where they are. Seeing that they don't mind, Jiangli doesn't care either. He then faced the camera in the live broadcast room and said, "Should we stop the live broadcast or watch the sea? Let's watch the sea. Show me the sea. Don't in the live broadcast. I want to see the sea." With a unanimous choice in the live broadcast room, Jiangli set the camera outside. He zipped up the tent and turned off the light, but didn't go to sleep right away. He started browsing the system shop. Since he had enough points, why not exchange for Z crystals of all attributes? That way, he could use any Z move he wanted. In the end, he only exchanged for the EV-Z crystal. He could change it whenever he wanted later. After all, it was just a Coke's EV. He closed the system interface and showed the EV-Z crystal to EV. Are you happy? EV happily snuggled in Jiangli's arms. All right, time to sleep. Jiangli gently pressed EV's head, urging it to sleep well. Chapter 60. Ending everything the next morning, Jiangli woke up on time and came out of the tent. Although it was early, the live broadcast room was already very lively. Good morning, everyone. He greeted the people in the live broadcast room and began preparing breakfast. The spirits that had left yesterday slowly gathered around when they noticed the activity. Haha, they're all coming over for food. You see, the hosts are hungry. If you want them to work, you have to feed them. The spirit cafeteria is open. Seeing the spirits slowly gathering, Jiangli smiled helplessly and took out the carpet and bowls from yesterday. Before he could set the bowls, the spirits had already helped Jiangli arrange them and were looking at him with sparkling eyes. Weren't you all just full last night? You can't be this hungry this morning. And you too, Turtwig and EV, you both nibbled on a few energy cubes last night. How come you're here too? He started pouring spirit food and moo milk. Although the spirits were eager to eat, they still waited patiently. After Jiangli finished pouring, he picked up the familiar iron basin and wooden stick. He struck it. Ding! It's time to eat, little ones. After hearing Jiangli's words, the spirits rushed to eat. Seeing them so happy, Jiangli turned and walked towards the seaside. Hey, if you three don't come up, there won't be breakfast for you. After shouting, he turned around and found Crimson Armor Knight and Azure Flame Blade Demon looking at him with a resentful expression. Ah, you two are awake. Come eat breakfast. He brought 2 bowls of spirit food to Crimson Armor Knight and Azure Flame Blade Demon, along with 2 bottles of moo milk. The 2 brothers exchanged a helpless glance. Their master was still the same, making noise early in the morning, something they should have gotten used to by now. They sat down and started enjoying their breakfast. The armored warriors also came ashore from the sea, skillfully sitting among the spirits and starting their breakfast. Isn't this only the second time for you guys? How are you so familiar already? I discovered something. What? Tell me. Today, the elf eating from the same bowl of food is exactly the same as yesterday, and they even formed their own groups. It really is a cafeteria. They have already found their eating buddies. It's fine to snatch my things, but you can't take my eating buddy. I feel like having milk with breakfast is a must for the streamer, even though my daughter eats like this in the morning too. My 2-month-old baby eats like this too. After meals, the fairy started to work because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Wait, scratch that. Breakfast in this world. The Red Lotus Armor Knight and the Azure Flame Blade Demon are also helping nearby. The fairies are all moving stones, so Jiangli decides not to help. He'll just be the big chef today. Then the people in the live stream saw Jiangli take out a huge iron pot, a lot of ingredients, a big table, and several large iron basins. Oh my goodness, host, How much stuff do you have in your bag? It's like a magic bag. I want one too. Host, come on. Share the link. I want a link too. Moo Moo Fresh Milk also needs a link. Jiangli completely ignores what the people in the live broadcast room are saying, picks up a kitchen knife, and starts cutting vegetables to prepare some dishes that the Pokémon can eat. Of course, it's not all about vegetables after all. Not all of these Pokémon like to eat veggies, or some, like the cat-tongued Pokémon Jirachi, prefer something else. The broken stones are being moved away piece by piece, and the Block C route is gradually being cleared. The Pokémon take turns passing the stones out, carrying them to the beach. Finally, before noon, all the stones have been cleared, and this route is completely open. Great! With so many Pokémon working together, they finished quickly. It's impressive how fast they cleared all this rubble. Host, now that they are done, shouldn't you hurry up and prepare lunch? The Pokémon cafeteria is reopening. Please prepare more delicious food for them. Jiangli has also prepared quite a bit. On the carpet spread out on the ground, there is Pokémon food, fruits, berries, prepared dishes, and Moo Moo Fresh Milk. It looks very sumptuous, especially for those Pokémon that have lived in the wild. The Pokémon who finished moving the stones are eagerly looking at Jiangli. Oh no, I still need to bang the bowl. With a helpless sigh, Jiangli picks up a bowl and a wooden stick and starts banging away while shouting, "It's time to eat." Only then do the Pokémon happily run over to eat. Seeing his own Pokémon blending in without any sense of incongruity, Jiangli feels speechless. Well, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Haha, I don't know why, but the host looks so funny. Look at the chase spin and EV mixed in with all those Pokémon. There is absolutely no sense of incongruity. Look at them enjoying their food. Jiangli sits down and starts eating too. Today, he rarely took out the folding table, so it's a special occasion to eat at a table. Usually, he just holds his bowl while eating. Having a table is really nice. After finishing the meal, Milotic and the sea lion say goodbye to Jiangli. Milotic rarely wants to go back to the lake to take a look, and the sea lion wants to see where Milotic lives. After bidding farewell and watching them swim away, Jiangli can't help but sigh. This kid is really something. It hasn't been long, and he has already brought them home. Shaking his head, he clicks his tongue in amazement. I'm feeling jealous. I feel the same way. It's frustrating. It's like getting to know a rich and beautiful girl. I'm so envious. Soon, the timid bug came to say goodbye to Jiangli with the armored warrior. Are you two leaving together? I asked curiously. The timid bug nodded. It wanted to go train with the armored warrior. It regretted leaving Minus behind that time and had been regretting it ever since. The timid bug no longer wanted such things to happen. It didn't want to abandon its friends again. So it gathered courage last night to find the armored warrior. The armored warrior saw the timid bug, which was clearly scared but still persistent, and it seemed to see its former self in the timid bug. So it agreed. After saying goodbye to Jiangli today, the timid bug would go train with the armored warrior. The timid bug hoped that when it returned from training, it could become as strong as the armored warrior to better protect its friends. Go, you can do it, I said, squatting down to pat the timid bug's head. Wishing it well. You can also find the person you love. Standing up, I said to the armored warrior. I watched as the two little spirits slowly walked into the sea, while the other spirits gradually left. The once lively shore was now left with just Jiangli and the others. How realistic. Do you think our grandparents felt the same way when we left our hometown? Okay, Grandpa Jiang, how do you feel? Ha ha ha. Isn't society always like this? When I had my birthday before, everyone had a great time together. But later when my friends left and I got home to see the empty house, I felt a sense of emptiness in my heart. However, the streamers seem to be fine, which is quite normal for Jiangli. Where there is a gathering, there will be a separation. Chapter 61. Fishing after a busy morning. The elves were a bit tired, especially the two little ones, Evie and Turtwig. They quickly laid down in the tent and fell asleep. Jirachi went over to cover Evie and Turtwig with their little blankets. Everything was almost tidied up, and Jiangli stretched lazily. Looking at the streamer, I wondered if they were planning to take a nap too. Stop it. Don't you remember you're a streamer? No, you can't sleep. Looking at the barrage in the live stream, Jiangli pouted. Cooking all morning was tiring too, you know? I am a master chef in the kitchen, and I admit that cooking all morning is indeed very tiring. However, the streamer doesn't seem tired at all. If he even sweated a single drop, I wouldn't say this. But he hasn't sweated at all, even though cooking is so hot. Jiangli was momentarily speechless. Are you watching the live stream with a microscope? Clearly, the camera is focused on the spirit side, and it's only been a few seconds. And it's from so far away. How can you tell? It's because he thinks the viewers in the live stream can't see his situation clearly. That's why Jiangli didn't use the water element to make himself look like he was sweating, like last time. After all, it's abnormal not to sweat under the hot sun, But he really doesn't sweat now. Forget it, I might as well skip the afternoon break, slacking off. Not sleeping is fine. Reluctantly, he took out his fishing rod, moved a chair to the seaside, put on a straw hat, and sat down to prepare to fish. As for the water basin issue, Jalora would help him solve it. He just needs to focus on fishing. The streamer actually stopped slacking off. It's a miracle. It's truly amazing that the streamer has stopped slacking off and switched to fishing. He has returned to how he was during the first few days of the live stream. Of course, during those first few days, the streamer was full of energy, but then he started slacking off. At first, Jiangli thought that when the introduced spirits reached a certain variety, he could call Burial back. But the system told him that this wasn't the case. To bring Burial over, he needed to accumulate a certain amount of energy. After all, she is a deity of a world. Energy is not the same as points. The required time doesn't change. After learning this, Jiangli stopped panicking and feeling rushed. What he needed to do was introduce these spirits within the allotted time. There was no need to rush through the task, so someone started slacking off. Now, he was forced to get to work. Hachio, Nahida touched her nose, wondering why she shouldn't catch a cold. Are you okay? Shimi saw Nahida looking strange and walked over with small steps, standing on the table and poking Nahida with its little paw. Don't worry, I'm fine. Nahida could sense Shimi's concern and reached out to pat its head. At first, Nahida was startled by Shimi's telepathy, but she has already gotten used to it. In the next moment, something heavy landed on her head. She could guess who it was without looking up. Dragonite, I'm really fine. Ho being picked up and sitting on Dragonite's shoulder, Nahida was already used to it. After all, Dragonite loved to hug her. Whether it was hugging or sitting on her shoulder, she didn't mind the feeling anyway. By the way, tomorrow is the gathering time. This time, it's at the Qiaoying Manor in Liyue. With Dragonite here, I shouldn't need to rush too much, right? Oh, thank you. She reached out to pat Dragonite's head. Next time, the seniors shouldn't have to accommodate me. We can gather in places closer to Sumeru, and I can explore further away. Looking out the window, the weather today is nice, and the sounds of street vendors can be heard from time to time. Let's go out for a walk. Okay, Dragonite reached out and lifted Shimi, then raised his hand to send it to Nahida. After that, he happily headed toward the door. Dragonite loves to walk with Nahida. Although at first, everyone in Sumeru was scared by the tall figure following Nahida. There were even soldiers pointing guns at it. However, after Nahida explained, there was no problem. But when Dragonite went out on its own, those people ran away when they saw it. Did it look too fierce? Dragonite once doubted itself, but quickly denied it. It was clearly so cute, and those people just lacked vision. Dragonite, the gathering is tomorrow. Should we buy some wine at the place selling alcohol? Elder Barbados likes to drink. Walking on the street, everyone in Sumeru has now gotten used to their deity sitting on that giant creature. Does anyone remember what little Dandelion King called that giant creature? Oh right, Dragonite. A dragon? Well, it does look a bit like the dragon from Natlan next door. Chubby, with a horn and wings. At the alcohol shop, Dragonite brought Nahida here. Little Dandelion King. The person was startled upon seeing them, quickly recovering and greeting Nahida. Hello, could you give me some wine? Something good. Nahida greeted him back and said with a smile, of course. The person looked quite excited and immediately turned to go into the cellar to get his wine. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Little Dandelion King, how many bottles do you want? About 3 bottles, I guess. Okay. Nahida thought for a moment. Elder Barbados would definitely drink, while Elder Morix and Elder Ei probably wouldn't drink much. Also, Elders Fokalers and Finina aren't fond of drinking, and she wasn't sure about Elder Mavika. As for the Elder from the Winter region, she wondered if he would come. 3 bottles should be enough. After all, others would bring wine too. Your wine is ready, Little Dandelion King. Not long after, that person ran over with 3 bottles of wine. Thank you. Dragonite took the 3 bottles, and Nahida took out some Mora from her small wallet. No. You can't do this without Mora. The person hurriedly waved his hands when he saw Nahida take out Mora, fearing she would really give it. You have to pay Mora for what you take. This is what Dad told her. You can't take other people's things without paying. Even if you're a deity, you still need to pay Mora. In the end, he still accepted the Mora that Nahida offered. Of course, what Nahida didn't know was that the Mora she gave was stored in another place. Let us go, Dragonite. We should buy some tea. Elder Ei and Elder Morix like to drink tea. Ho Zero Nahida. Shimi was rummaging in Nahida's arms. What's wrong? Shimi Glacitia flower, I want to fly. Here you go. Take out the Glacitia flower and hand it to Shimi. When Shimi touches it with its claw, it transforms into its sky form. Shimi, now in its sky form, happily spins around Nahida. Here, Raiden is really alive because Zhongli couldn't reach the World Tree and was saved by Zhongli, who represented Sumeru and went to Kenrya. Furkalos obtained an item from the system that could separate Furkalos and the Water God's position. The one from Winter was checked, and it was Barnabas, but it's still uncertain. As for Mavika, it's unknown if she will be backstabbed. Chapter 62, Giant Winged Fish and Cannon Fish. Nahida, along with Dragonite and Shimmy, bought a lot of things in Sumeru City. When they returned to the Clean Good Palace, Shimmy helped carry the items. Not only did Dragonite have a lot in its hands, but Nahida also had quite a few. They found a basket in the Clean Good Palace to put everything in. That's great. Tomorrow morning we can just pick up the things and leave. They placed the basket in a conspicuous spot so they wouldn't forget it when leaving in the morning. In the following days, Zhongli stayed by the seaside. With 4 days left, Zhongli planned to either fish or take pictures in the sea. They decided to camp in this spot for a few days. The buoy suddenly sank into the sea, and the fishing rod in hand felt a strong pull. Whoa, so much strength. It must be a big one. Zhongli began to struggle with the spirit. The fishing line was pulled and released, in and out. Oh. Come on, streamer, it's a big one. It's been so long without catching anything. I thought the streamer would go empty today. Go. This must be a spirit we've never seen before, come on. Streamer. Finally, Zhongli pulled the spirit onto the shore. This spirit looked like a manta ray. What I say manta ray? It's a devil fish. And it seems this spirit is also sucking on another spirit. What kind of spirit is this? Why is it sucking on another spirit? Looking at the small basin and the 2-meter-long giant winged fish, it probably won't fit. After thinking for a moment, Zhongli placed the giant winged fish in the shallow waters and fed it a piece of energy cube. Waiting for a while, Zhongli patted the giant winged fish's head to soothe its emotions. This is the giant winged fish, a water and flying type, a kite spirit. The giant winged fish has a very gentle personality. Even when the cannon fish, which leisurely swims in the sea, attaches itself to its fin to scavenge for food scraps. It doesn't mind. Look, this is the cannon fish. As Zhongli was about to let the camera sink into the water to show everyone the cannon fish attached to the giant winged fish, the giant winged fish turned around, exposing its belly and the cannon fish attached to it. Thank you. Why is it called a kite? Because it looks a lot like a kite, haha. It's really so gentle. The giant winged fish, which was just caught, is now cooperating so well with the streamer. Wow. This cannon fish is taking advantage of the giant fish's good temper to live off it. Seeing that the viewers in the live stream had seen enough, Zhongli patted the giant winged fish's white belly. The giant winged fish understood Zhongli's intention and flipped back over. The giant winged fish eats whatever swims into its mouth while swimming freely. On calm days, when swimming in the sea, it might encounter a school of giant winged fish swimming quickly in the ocean. As it speeds up, the giant winged fish might even leap out of the water and take off in the waves, gliding for 100 meters. People often mistake it for a bird spirit. No wonder it has a flying attribute. Gliding for 100 meters, wow, how fast is the giant winged fish swimming? Mistaken for a bird spirit, indeed. If it were me, I'd misunderstand too. Wait, encountering it, will it be hit? It should, right? The giant winged fish is quite popular in the Alola region. The specialty of the Alola region is postcards and posters depicting the giant winged fish gracefully jumping on the waves. Many people started surfing because they admired the giant winged fish's beautiful swimming posture. Hearing Zhongli compliment it, the giant winged fish happily waved its wings. Good child. After playing with the giant winged fish for a while, Zhongli continued to introduce it. Next, let us talk about the cannon fish. Seeing the giant winged fish about to flip again, Zhongli hurriedly stopped it. Just lift one wing. The obedient giant winged fish lifted one wing, revealing the cannon fish attached to it. Ah, it's really so obedient. It's super gentle, the giant winged fish. It's so good, really good. This is the cannon fish, a water-type shooting spirit. As mentioned before, the cannon fish uses its suction cup-like dorsal fin to attach itself to the giant winged fish, allowing it to share some leftover food. But don't think of the cannon fish as a parasite. Whenever the giant winged fish is attacked, the cannon fish will fight alongside it. So that's how it is, just eating a little leftover food and helping to face the enemy together. We misunderstood the cannon fish. Wow, streamer, you should have said that earlier, before it evolved. The giant winged fish was called the small ball flying fish and often swam among schools of cannon fish. If the cannon fish school was attacked by enemies, the small ball flying fish would fight alongside the cannon fish. The cannon fish is also known as the ocean sniper, using its abdominal muscles to forcefully expel the water it ingests from its mouth, taking down flying prey. Its name comes from this. The cannon fish. which has been out of the water for too long, was somewhat unhappy and sprayed water at Jiang Li's face. After Jiang Li dodged, they stuffed an energy cube into the cannon fish's mouth. Sorry. The giant winged fish can lower its wings now. The giant winged fish obediently lowered its wings, and the cannon fish chewed on the energy cube. It's quite tasty. Forget it, I'll let it go. Huh, how painful would it be if it sprayed on my face? I didn't even realize that the host could dodge. I have to say, the host's reaction ability is still exceptional. When I was young, I hung out with you, and now that I've grown up, you hang out with me. I apologize for previously mistaking the flying fish for a parasite. It turns out that the giant winged flying fish and the flying fish support each other. The water stream ejected from the flying fish's mouth can hit its target with incredible precision. Just how precise is it? A prey moving 100 meters ahead is definitely within reach. Sometimes it can even knock down and capture prey hanging from tree branches, and it can accurately aim at targets from very deep water. There have also been instances where flying fish used the force of the ejected water stream to escape backward. I took out my phone to take a picture of the giant winged flying fish. Then I took out an energy cube to trade with the flying fish, asking it to first get off the giant winged flying fish so we could take a photo with Jiang Li. Once the photo was taken and the energy cube was given, I said goodbye to both the giant winged flying fish and the flying fish. The two spirits then swam back into the sea, while Jiang Li sat back in his chair to continue fishing. Fishing seemed quite boring. How about going into the sea? Anchor? Is that something we can say? Don't misinterpret it, but let's go into the sea, anchor. Let's go into the sea. I want to see abs, ugh. I want to see elves. The people upstairs don't have the guts, but I dare to say I want to see abs, whose bitter tea flew in my face. Why are there so many bitter tea leaves on the ground? Do you still want this live broadcast room? Looking at the barrage, I am speechless. Although I know this live broadcast room can't be shut down, but shameless. Chapter 63. Pollution of the ocean. The ocean in the elf world has not been polluted, so even at the deepest seabed, there is a glimmer of light that breaks in during the day. The live broadcast room is currently showing the underwater world of elves. Yes, there is no host. Their host is now in a place not captured by the live camera, taking photos of elves with a phone, crazily snapping away. By the time Jiang Li came ashore, it was already dusk. How about it, the underwater world you wanted? I want the underwater world, but you really didn't think the streamer would do this. I originally wanted to enjoy the scene of humans and spirits swimming harmoniously in the water, along with appreciating the abs. And why did you wrap yourself in a towel as soon as you came on? Take it off, take it off. What are you saying to a married man? Although I wanted to, you really want to get banned, don't you? Taking the towel from Jirachi's hand, I start drying my hair. Don't worry, if they were going to ban you, they would have done it when you just started streaming. Would they wait until now? So it's impossible, absolutely impossible. So you all just start to let loose, get out. I warn you not to meddle, I'll be back. When the bullet comments go crazy, Jiang Li has already put on his clothes. Although he doesn't care about these things, who can blame the bullet comments in a live stream? So he won't let the viewers see. He focuses on being rebellious all over. Lying in the tent at night, he begins to introduce the spirits he photographed today to the people in the live stream. This is the agate jellyfish, a water and poison dual type jellyfish spirit. The agate jellyfish usually floats in shallow waters, which is why he was able to photograph it today. However, during low tide, they can occasionally be seen on the beach, sun-dried and shriveled. Although the agate jellyfish can be dried out on the beach and similar places, many can still survive when put back into the sea. They can be completely dried out and still live. More resilient than a cleanup crew, it's just like a jellyfish, and it's poisonous too. How can it come back to life? Actually, it's because the vast majority of the agate jellyfish's body is made up of water. That's why it becomes shriveled when it leaves the sea, but that's also why it can revive as long as it touches water. The agate jellyfish uses the moisture in its body to refract sunlight, transforming it into beam-like energy, which it emits from its crystal-like eyes. Ultraman's laser. Whoosh, whoosh. If you wring it out, will you get a cup of water? For the one who wants to wring it out, I advise you not to. Don't be fooled by its short tentacles. The agate jellyfish can wrap its two long tentacles around its enemy's entire body and sting with its poisonous needles. Even if the poisonous tentacles break, they will regrow after a while. Indeed, it has poisonous stingers just like a jellyfish. Or is it the same? Hey, winky face. It can tie you up completely, and it can regenerate. It's not to be messed with. Let's just avoid it. Avoiding it is actually not easy. Although the agate jellyfish doesn't swim very well, it blends in with the seawater, making it very difficult to spot. When it drifts through the waves, searching for prey, it extends its poisonous tentacles to everything it encounters. So, it's common to hear fishermen getting stung after mistakenly catching one. If you get stung or bitten by its poisonous tentacles, you must go to the hospital immediately. It's not something to mess with, and you can't avoid it either. I feel that there will be no shortage of encounters with the agate jellyfish in the future. After all, there are quite a few fearless fishermen. Fishermen also have things they are afraid of. Okay. As I watched the fishermen in the live broadcast room about to argue, Jiangli quickly flipped through the album to the next photo. Huh, what is this? It's not a fish. It looks a bit like coral, a living coral spirit. Is it smiling? So cute. This is the sun coral, a coral spirit of water and rock attributes. Sun corals love the beautiful southern seas, so they generally live in the warm southern waters. However, this world was created by Archaeas for spirits, and it doesn't seem very large, plus the temperature is suitable. So the spirits here are not divided by regions. But in fact, each region has special spirits that are different from others. Logically speaking, both southern and northern seas would be relatively warm. But I asked it why it was here, and the sun coral told me that there are glaciers ahead. So they prefer the warmer waters here. The sea on the other side should be devoid of warmth. When did you ask? Did you sneak ashore to catch fish while we weren't looking? Are you sure you went ashore? Otherwise, it would be telepathy from the seabed. That's true. Looking at the bullet comments, I have nothing to say. I'm really sorry, but it's pretty much right. So there's no such thing as the most absurd, only more absurd. I didn't catch fish, I was just curious and asked. Alright, let's continue. Sun corals are famous for the beautiful corals on their heads. Their beautiful coral tops grow by absorbing nutrients from the water. The cleaner the seawater, the more beautiful the coral on their heads. There was once a place that promoted its beach by claiming the corals on their sun corals were the best. But when the ocean is polluted, the beautiful coral branches will become dull and tattered. This is because sun corals cannot survive in dirty seas. No, then the sun corals coming here would be doomed. They shouldn't be doomed. At most, they would hide on a clean and warm little island. This would make them unique spirits of that little island. No, I quite like the sun spirits, but my home is in Qingdao, the first batch of places polluted by a certain country that was doing quite well. Then don't think about it. Frowning, I didn't expect this world also has such issues. But it's better to have spirits around. As long as the Water Lord is willing to help, I'm just afraid that Kyogre and Lugia might retaliate. Look, even the host is troubled by the pollution of the ocean. After all, the spirits came to us but were treated this way. What to do? Seeing the people in the live broadcast room who live in the first batch of polluted areas starting to panic, Jiangli spoke up to comfort them. Don't worry, I'm not concerned about the ocean pollution problem. There is a legend that with the help of the Spirit Water Lord, purifying the pollution is not difficult. That's great. Long live the Water Lord. Good, I'm not worried anymore. Then why are you frowning, host? It seems you were worried about something significant. Now that you mention it, I'm worried again. I'm worried about the retaliation of the divine beasts, Kyogre and Lugia. They won't have a good temper towards those who pollute the ocean. Hey, it's not our place to worry. No, we still need to be worried. Coastal areas will probably be affected. The retaliation of divine beasts is quite serious. Being affected is still quite tragic, okay? But we also pollute the ocean. It's just not as severe as theirs. Sigh. Chapter 64, Random Selection. Alright. Worrying about this is not the solution. Let me continue telling you about the sun corals. Indeed, what comes can't be avoided. You reap what you sow. You have to bear the mistakes you make. You guys have a really good mindset. Continue. Sun corals gathered in the warm seas will become hiding places for small Pokémon. Love Disc is one of those that use the coral branches of sun corals as their habitat. Love Disc particularly likes to sleep among the branches of sun corals. The appearance of new spirits easily attracted the attention of netizens in the live broadcast room, diverting their focus from the previous issue. Love Disc. Is it the fish that looks like a heart from the sea before? Mother hen, but I think it is. Phuket Island, but it should be correct. The two upstairs. Bun Deduktion. That's right, the fish that looks like a heart you see is Love Disc, but we'll talk about this later. The ocean of the Alola region is rich in nutrients, so the sun corals there have very vibrant pink colors. However, there are many natural enemies of sun corals in the Alola region, which are the Clawitzer. Most of the coral branches on the sun corals in the Alola region are short. Whenever Clawitzer comes to attack their coral branches, they will decisively break off their branches to escape. Just like how starfish eat corals. I swear that Clawitzer looks exactly like a starfish. Clawitzer? It sounds bad, but I don't know what it really looks like. So the branches of sun corals can regenerate, just like corals. The coral branches growing on the heads of sun corals emit colorful lights under the sun, which is very beautiful. Moreover, they're quite easy to break. They can recover in about 3 days. This is because the front end of the sun coral's head continuously grows new coral branches that fall off. The new coral branches that grow out are also very beautiful, making them quite popular as treasures. While saying this, I took out a coral branch of sun coral that I gifted to myself. It's really beautiful. I want one. Host, can you collect more? I want one too. I'm also a branch of sun coral, which has different uses in different places. In some places, it is used as a talisman to bless pregnant women, while in others, it is worn directly as an accessory. Elementary school students, if there is a pregnant woman at home, thank me. Wow, someone upstairs is asking a student for one. That's not a student. Can a university student ask for one? Can a university graduate of 48 months ask for one? So many people want it. I'll ask about sun coral tomorrow. After all, no one here collects those coral branches, so the spirits wouldn't know. But if there are any, I'll bring some back. Then I'll randomly draw someone to give it to. Hearing Jiang Li's words, the people in the live broadcast room became excited, each starting to pray and hope for good luck to be chosen. After all, sun coral branches are indeed a beautiful collectible, and they come from the spirits. So they are precious because they are rare. By the way, do you all remember what I said before? The same spirit has different forms and attributes in different regions. Huh? I didn't know when I just arrived. I know. I'm one of the first 1,000 fans. I even mentioned before that Cardi Dog looks different in different regions. I also remember, it seems to be the Shih Tzu area, right? Yes, it's the Shih Tzu area. Why do you suddenly ask this? Does the sun coral have it too? That's right, the sun coral has different forms and attributes in the Gala region. However, unlike the addition of an attribute to the cat-eye dog, the attribute change of the sun coral is quite significant. There's a prize guessing game. If you guess correctly, this coral branch will be given to you. Shaking the coral branch in the live stream, I said, we need to gather the whole family to think about this. The change is quite big. I just changed from water and rock to fire type. I blindly guess electric bug. The most unimaginable is the most likely. I guess it's the ghost type that hasn't appeared yet. How can the person upstairs guess so far and be right? I guess it's grass type. With 18 attributes and 2 types that can be combined, it's so hard to guess. I'll guess something far too, dark type. Jiang Li waited for a while, watching the viewers in the live stream discussing in a flurry. There were guesses for all kinds of attributes until the correct answer floated by. And only then did she speak to stop. All right, congratulations to the user. I love you. If you guessed correctly. Remember to send me your address, and I'll send you the coral branch later. Seeing how much you love EV, I might send you something else too. Lin Jing is an ordinary sophomore university student from Jiangnan. Due to the pandemic, everyone was forced to go home until the situation was resolved before returning to school. At first, there were online classes, but later, once the semester's classes were completed, the teacher allowed them to have free time. However, every class would still assign homework. It didn't matter what they did, but they had to finish the homework before the next class. There were only a few classes and assignments each week, so it was still very relaxed. That day, she came to Jiang Li's live stream after her roommate's enthusiastic recommendation. Being someone who inherently loves fluffy animals, she immediately took a liking to EV and fell deeply into it. She is quite a serious person. When there are no classes, she takes notes in Jiang Li's live stream, recording all the introductions about the Pokémon. Since she arrived late, she even specially searched online for the video where Jiang Li first introduced EV. This time, regarding guessing the sun coral attribute in the Gala region. She thought the host said the change was significant, so she chose the farthest one, not expecting much. To her surprise, she got it right. After sending her name, address, and contact information to Jiang Li in the background, although Jiang Li just mentioned giving her something related to EV, she still nervously typed a sentence. That host. I can make wool felt. Could you let me have a bit of wool that falls off little EV? Jiang Li quickly replied, no problem, but you'll probably have to gather it yourself. Seeing Jiang Li's agreement made her very happy, but after reading the second half, she became confused. Why did she have to gather it herself? Does that mean she has a chance to get close to her little EV? Just thinking about it made her so excited that she couldn't sleep. Back to Jiang Li. He learned from the system that the girl who answered correctly is quite kind-hearted. He now needs to find such a person. While everyone watching the live stream understands Pokémon, interacting with Pokémon and living with them is another matter entirely. Jiang Li alone is far from enough. So he agreed to the request from Old Yi and also promised Old Yang that someone needs to try and then assimilate the people around them. Of course, he needed to report back to Old Yi. Chapter 65, Ghost Type. After communicating with Lin Jing, he looked again at the already chaotic live stream. Damn it. I guess the dark type. How did I not think of Ghost? I regret it. I would never have thought it was Ghost. I don't care, it's fire type. I still want the coral branch, wah wah wah. Emo so envious, so envious, so envious. You didn't expect it, did you? The reason why the sun coral in the Gala region is ghost type is because it is actually an ancient sun coral that has already died. Huh, 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 ha ha ha. Looking at the screen full of huh? And? Jiang Li's laughter grew louder. The sun coral in the Gala region was originally a sun coral that lived in the sea of the Gala region. It died due to the rapid changes in the surrounding environment caused by a meteorite that fell nearby. So ghosts are really spirits that have already died. I used to think it was just a type. It should be a type, otherwise every Pokémon that dies would become a ghost-type ghost. Poor sun coral. The Galarian sun coral has a different habitat from the regular sun coral. The habitat of the sun coral in the Gala region is an area that was once ocean. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for it. I only wish to reside in the place where I originally lived, sob sob sob. When humans or Pokémon come into contact with it, it sometimes attacks them. Remember, if you accidentally kick it thinking it's a rock, you'll be cursed by it. The translucent branches that grow from its body do not have a physical form, so even if you get pricked by them, it won't hurt or cause injury. But don't let your guard down, as the branches will drill into the body of the one it touches and absorb their life force, rendering them immobile. With the ghost attribute, it instantly turns into a horror film, right? So scary. Oh my, are ghost attributes really that scary? There are a few that like to joke around, but it's about the same. From the streamer smile, I can tell it's not ordinary at all. It's definitely not that simple. Joking around doesn't feel like a joke to me. Ignoring the fear of ghost attributes in the live stream chat. After all, it's useless to say anything until you see it in person. As the time was about up, Jiang Li decided to close the stream. After all, it had been several days of continuous streaming, and she and T closed it at night. These guys must be tired of watching the sea by now. It's about time, so I'll end the stream, considering it's been several days of continuous streaming. No. Why can't we watch the sea anymore? What kind of equipment can stream for several days without overheating? Can we let people rest a bit? That is true. Okay then, let's close it. Streamer, you will definitely start on time tomorrow, right? You will, right? Boo-hoo. I can't bear to part with you. Streamer, I can't live without you. Streamer, ugh. I should get up, or I'll be late. Nahida mumbled as she got out of bed, groggily heading to wash up. Shiremi rolled over in bed, continuing to sleep soundly. When Nahida finished washing up and came out, Shiremi and Dragonite had just woken up, sitting together yawning and rubbing their eyes. Are you awake? We're going to set off soon. Huh, Shiremi. Both Pokémon responded weakly to Nahida's words. Seeing them like this, Nahida smiled. After all, she still needed to have breakfast. Letting them be a bit more drowsy is fine. The Sanctum of Pure Goodness had been remodeled by Jiang Li a long time ago, divided into a front hall and a back hall. The front hall is where Nahida handles affairs, and if the Great Sage has something to discuss, they will come here to find her. The back hall was transformed by Jiang Li into a living space, which includes 3 bedrooms, a study, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Nahida now handles all her meals herself. Although her body hasn't grown, her father had taught her to cook some simple dishes since she was 200 years old. When Nahida finished preparing breakfast and brought it to the dining table, Shiremi and Dragonite were already waiting by the table. After her father passed away, Nahida didn't like eating anymore because when she ate alone, the whole dining table felt empty with only herself. However, Nahida remembered her father's advice and still forced herself to eat alone, feeling lonely. Now it's different. She has company. After finishing breakfast, she took the gifts she needed to deliver and climbed onto Dragonite's back while holding Shiremi. Let us set off. Gently patting Dragonite's back, she indicated that her little family was ready to go. Who? Dragonite roared and soared into the sky, heading in the direction Nahida indicated. At Xiaoying Manor, in a pavilion, a handsome man with black hair and yellow-brown tips was elegantly sitting on a stone chair, drinking tea. A breeze blew by, lifting the man's hair, and a playful voice came from beside him. Oh dear, you came so early. Old man Zhongli gently set down his teacup and slowly opened his eyes. You should have come earlier. Hee hee. Vinny smiled and sat beside Zhongli. Their sitting postures were in stark contrast. One was elegant and formal, while the other was lazy and casual. Why come to such a high place? Oh no, don't let go. Fiona, my waist is about to break, calm down. Looking in the direction of the voice, 2 identical blue-haired women were floating in the air. One was dressed in black and the other in white. But the one in black was clinging to the one in white like an octopus. The white-clad woman seemed quite uncomfortable being held like this. Oh dear, little Fiona is still so energetic. It's good to be spirited. Finally, the 2 arrived at the pavilion, both letting out a sigh of relief. Though one was psychological and the other physical. Boo-hoo, why choose such a high place? All right, Fiingna, ISNT the view up here quite nice. Morix and Barbados are already here. Fukalos greeted Fiingna and the others before sitting on the stone chair opposite them. Zhongli poured tea for the two, and Fiingna finished both cups by herself. Oh dear, is little Fiingna that scary? Vinny smiled as he leaned closer to Fiingna. Of course, you're not scared. Fiingna mumbled quietly, suddenly hearing a voice from behind. Caught complaining, Fiingna froze in embarrassment. It seems little Fiingna still hasn't familiarized herself with her powers. Really, you're here. Fukalos greeted the newcomers, and upon recognizing who it was, Fiingna finally relaxed. Who can get used to floating in the sky? Because of Fukalos' survival, Fontaine now has 2 water deities. However, both water deities have abdicated and shrunk into their little houses. Since Fiingna lacks power and hasn't passed the curse, it still lingers on her. Thus, Fukalos returned a portion of his power to Fiingna. Don't criticize the return. After all, they're considered one person split into 2, so the power can be counted as belonging to both, just that it's all with Fukalos. Chapter 66. Gathering Raiden Makoto and Raiden Shogun sat beside Fukalos. Nahida and Marvika haven't tea arrived yet. Will Barnabas come this time? Jin took the tea from Zhongli and, looking around, asked with some confusion. Barnabas? There's no response again. And Marvika also said she can't come this time due to time constraints. Vinny sighed and waved his hand. Well, it seems she still hasn't let go. Hearing Vinny's words, Jun sighed and lamented. So that should leave Nahida, right? Yeah, Nahida usually arrives quite early. Did she not have enough time this time? Fiingna asked curiously. Because Nahida is younger and slower in movement, she always sets off a day in advance, leading to her arriving earlier each time. Should we go pick her up? No need. She'll be here soon. Zhongli took a sip of tea and said slowly. Who? A loud roar echoed, sounding like an animal's roar, but it was hard to tell what kind of animal it was. A huge yellow figure rushed in from the distance. What is that thing? Grabbing onto Fukalos for safety, Fiingna felt scared, even though now in Teyvat, there aren't many people, not gods, who can match her. But Fiingna was still afraid. Calm down, Fiingna. Observe carefully. Fukalos was used to it. After all, it was his other half. The yellow figure flew closer and slowed down just before reaching the pavilion. Fiingna could finally see clearly. The yellow figure looked a bit like a dragon from Natlan, and it was carrying Nahida on its back. Although she didn't quite understand what that huge yellow creature was, she felt relieved. After all, it could carry Nahida, so it must be Nahida's friend for sure. When did Sumeru have such a magical creature? Find time to play by yourself. As the yellow creature came to a stop, Nahida climbed down from its back. In addition to the basket in her hand, she was also holding a green hedgehog. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. This was the first time Nahida had come so late, thinking to herself that if she had known she should have hurried during breakfast. The Dragonite flew over in no time, and if she had set off earlier, she wouldn't have been the last one to arrive. It's all right. Who hasn't been the last one to arrive at some point? Don't take it to heart. Fukalar took the basket from Nahida's hands and gently patted her little head. Holding Nahida's hand, Fukalar led her to a seat and couldn't help but ask, what are these 2? Creatures? Fukalar looked at the 2 magical creatures accompanying Nahida, but couldn't think of a proper adjective after a long while, so she asked directly, is that a Dragonite and a Shiremi? Are those their names? Yes. Dragonite and Shiremi were given to me by Daddy. Nahida had no intention of hiding anything in front of others, so she honestly told everyone about the system. So Jiangli is still alive. After hearing Nahida's words, the gods were not too surprised. After all, Jiangli had always been in a daze or talking to the air. Now it made sense because there was only one person he could see around him. Little Nahida must be very happy, soon to be reunited with her father. Fukalar reached out to pat Nahida's head, genuinely happy for her. Back then, Jiangli not only saved Raiden Makoto and Kenrya, but also saved Egeria. Unfortunately, Egeria still died in the Sea of Sap, and although the Sea of Sap belongs to Sumeru, Jiangli at that time was also immersed in the grief of the Tree King's death. Even the newly born Ida was taken by the great sage at that time. Who could blame Jiangli for not helping back then? Moreover, when she wanted to perish with the Hydro Archon, it was also he who helped. Who knows how the Tree King allowed that guy to run around? Perhaps Sumeru stabilized faster than other nations. What a magical creature, Shiremi. A green hedgehog? Vinny curiously poked Shimi's green back. Shiremi is not a hedgehog. Shiremi is Shiremi. So amazing it can talk. The others were startled by Shimi's sudden speech. However, Vinny was not scared at all and looked at Shiremi with curious eyes. Shiremi should be a race, not just a single magical creature, Nahida explained. She learned from the encyclopedia that Shirimi is the name of a race, and any sprite that looks like Shirimi is called Shirimi, just like all rabbits are called rabbits. This one is called Shirimi, so the one just mentioned, Dragonite, must be this one, right? Zhongli also curiously walked over to Dragonite. Ho! Dragonite smiled and raised its paw to greet Zhongli. Hello. Seeing Dragonite so enthusiastic, Zhongli smiled and greeted it back. For Dragonite, if I greet you and you smile back at me, then we're good friends. Good friends can hug. So it happily shouted, and in a bear hug, Dragonite wrapped Zhongli in its arms. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhongli's expression, Vinny didn't hold back, laughing and slapping the table. Naida, what's going on? Fukular was the first to ask Naida. It's okay. Dragonite loves hugs. Just tell it and it will let go. But if you don't say anything, it will keep hugging you and take you everywhere. Naida didn't mind much. After all, Dragonite wouldn't hurt anyone. It would just hug a bit too tightly. All right, let me down. Hearing Nahida's words, Zhongli said to Dragonite. After that, Dragonite obediently released its tight hold on Zhongli and showed him a big smile. Seeing this, Zhongli helplessly chuckled, patted Dragonite's shoulder, and returned to his seat. Nahida, I want a Gracidia flower. Shirimi was no longer satisfied with just moving on the table. It wanted to fly. Gracidia flower? What is that? I brought some Cecily flowers. Do you want them, little Shirimi? Saying this, Vinny took out a few Cecily flowers. They're beautiful flowers that only grow on the Star Snatch Cliff in Mondstadt. It takes a lot of effort to pick them since they only grow in high cold and windy places. They're beautiful flowers, but they're useless for Shirimi. Shirimi curiously poked at the Cecily flowers, and after not seeing any change, it quickly gave up. Nahida, all right, I'll give you some. Taking out a Gracidia flower from her bag, she said, it's also a very beautiful flower, but what use does it have? You'll see. Upon touching the Gracidia flower, Shirimi emitted a glow, and its form began to change. Before everyone could see Shimi's transformation clearly, it flew to Nahida's side. Chapter 67. A little shot from a sprite, it's changed. How amazing. What a truly magical creature. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Shirimi proudly lifted its head. Touching the Gracidia flower allows Shirimi to change into its sky form, which can fly. It seems Jiang Li went to a very magical world. I wish I could see it. Vinny lay on the table, expressing envy. Now, Teyvat no longer needed the guidance of the gods. They were living their little daily lives, occasionally gathering to chat, drink, and have tea. Vinny had been to nearly every corner of Teyvat, so he was very curious about the world beyond Teyvat. The other gods nodded in agreement. They also wanted to see a world with such magical creatures. However, regarding what the system said about Dragonite being there to protect Nahida, the gods were not too concerned. After all, Nahida was still a deity, and now in Teyvat, not many could defeat a god. However, everyone was curious about Dragonite's abilities. So under the encouragement of a certain unreliable wind god, the gods decided to let Dragonite use its skills on Zhongli. Of course, the reason given by that wind god was that they couldn't destroy the beautiful scenery of Qiaoying Manor. Zhongli himself didn't mind, so it was whatever, but under Nahida's strong request, he still activated the Jade Shield. Uncle Morix, is it really okay? Nahida still felt worried and asked Zhongli again. Oh, don't worry, little Nahida. The old man is fine. Vinny casually patted Nahida's head. Zhongli also nodded slowly to indicate that he was fine. Then, all right, Dragonite, use Dragon Dive. Nahida had never commanded Dragonite in battle, so she casually picked a skill while looking at the encyclopedia. Oh, in an instant, Dragonite seemed to change. It had just looked adorably goofy, but the moment Nahida commanded it, its gaze became sharp. A terrifying killing intent radiated from it, and, as the target of Dragonite's attack, Zhongli felt it even more. He could sense the killing intent and pressure coming from Dragonite. The old man's Jade Shield should count as a rock attribute, so a dragon attacking rocks isn't considered a counter. Dragonite soared high into the air, its killing intent and energy converging into a dragon-shaped phantom, rapidly diving towards Zhongli's direction. During the attack, Zhongli could also feel that overwhelming pressure. Anyone with even a slight wavering of resolve would likely have their legs turned to jelly, making it hard to evade. Boom! With a loud explosion, dust and debris flew everywhere, obscuring the situation. However, Dragonite quickly flew out of the dust, turning its back to Nahida and blocking in front of her. This dust was nothing to the Anemo Archon. With a slight wave of his hand, Vinny dispersed the dust obstructing their view. Old man, how's it going? Seeing Zhongli's serious expression, Vinny seemed to understand something, but still asked. Very strong. The gods looked at Dragonite in disbelief, realizing that this creature was not just big in appearance. In the following days, Zhongli camped on this coastline. Aside from the first day, when he went to find sun corals and collected a bunch of their shed branches, he spent the rest of the time fishing, swimming, and introducing himself to the spirits. After all, he was about to head home soon, and Zhongli didn't want to stir things up any further. On the day before heading home, the white sea lion and Milotic swam back along the river. Seeing Zhongli still on the shore, they ran up to greet him and mooch for food. Ha ha! The looks in the eyes of the two white sea lions were as if they saw a meal ticket still available. Ha ha! Help me, I'm dying of laughter. 1 second. Hello, you're still here? And the next second, hungry food. Their eyes were glued to the food bowl. After sending off the two white sea lions, Zhongli stopped fishing and took out the pile of coral branches along with many small boxes that could fit them. All right, now the prize guessing game begins. Oh, I have to get my share. There is definitely enough for me among all this. Let us go for it. My single 25 years of speed is finally put to use. Charge. It's not that easy to get this. A total of 50 coral branches. I will pose 50 questions in the live stream, and everyone can grab a question. The person who grabs the question only has 1 minute to answer. If they answer correctly, they will receive a coral branch. If they answer incorrectly, there will be a 3-minute ban on grabbing answers. And that question will be available for others to grab. Zhongli explained the rules of, and the live stream instantly erupted. No. What should I do? I might not even be able to grab a question and still have to answer. Well, but I still have a chance. Luckily, I took notes. Millions of people. 50 questions, a chance? It depends on luck. Are you ready? I'm going to release the questions. Ignoring the people in the live stream crying and complaining, Zhongli began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the 50 questions were released, they were all grabbed in just a few seconds. No. How fast are your hands? I couldn't grab a single question. Oh, I got one, and it's very simple. What question? How many leaves does the green caterpillar eat every day? Oh, why is my question so difficult? I got it wrong, oh, winky face. What question? Someone who didn't grab anything, be curious. List all the regions. Wow, some people didn't grab a single question, while others managed to grab a question even with a minute left. Some people quickly grabbed questions, but they were difficult, while some had very easy questions. All 50 questions were completed, and Zhongli began contacting those people one by one, asking them to send their addresses to him, and then letting the system organize that information. Zhongli started packing his things. He planned to go back a day early, sleep at home tonight. A big bed is much more comfortable than a tent. Has the host started packing? Is he going back early? Does that mean my coral branch can be delivered to me soon? Damn it, I got 2 difficult questions. Whoa, from a certain perspective, you upstairs are very lucky. I didn't even get a chance to answer. Boo-hoo-hoo. Zhongli had almost packed everything up, putting all the little bits and pieces back into the bag, and started to pack the tent. It was already getting close to dusk, so if she wanted to get home before dark, she had to hurry up. Jellicent, lend a hand. Jellicent nodded and came over to help, while the speedy dog also brought over Evie and Turtwig, telling them not to wander off since they would be going back soon. The Red Lotus Knight and the Tsangyan Blade Ghost also wanted to help, but since both hands of the Tsangyan Blade Ghost were blades, it couldn't assist. It was still the Red Lotus Knight who helped out, while the Tsangyan Blade Ghost stood by to help watch the little ones. All right, we're almost done. Everyone, see you next time. Boo-hoo, host, I'll miss you. Host, how can I live without you? Host, there's a recording upstairs. From now on, I'll have to rely on the recording to get through the days. Goodbye, host. Hurry up and send me the goods. After saying goodbye to the people in the live stream, Zhongli closed the live stream. The door quickly opened, and Zhongli walked in with a Pokémon. Chapter 68. Contact. As soon as Zhongli returned home, she ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Although she had been swimming in the sea frequently lately, and the sea in the Pokémon world was quite clean, it still felt more comfortable to take a shower. Just as she finished her shower and came out, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, it was a familiar face, Li Hongyu, her neighbor. Since he lived nearby and was a police officer, Zhongli thought that he would be the first person she would encounter after returning home. Brother Li, long time no see. Although I just saw you on my phone, Zhongli greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. And since contact with the authorities was inevitable, Zhongli let him in. Bye, Turtwig? Evie and Turtwig curiously sized up the stranger in front of them. Seeing the 2 little ones, Li Hongyu's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pet their heads. Perhaps because Li Hongyu gave them a good vibe. The 2 little ones didn't resist too much. Also, since they didn't sense any malice, Jellicent and the others didn't intervene. He's so cool. Seeing that the Pokémon didn't resist, Li Hongyu turned his gaze to the speedy dog beside him, which he'd been eyeing for a long time. Brotherly? Jiang Li opened the fridge and casually replied, "You could try it yourself to find out." She took out the last bottle of drink from the fridge, which was empty otherwise. It seemed she needed to go buy some groceries. Will it bite me? I'm not sure about that. Jiang Li stood by, sipping her drink, watching Li Hongyu gaze at the speedy dog with sparkling eyes. The speedy dog glanced at Li Hongyu but didn't care at all. It thought that a creature it could easily bite to death wouldn't be an issue for it to touch. Li Hongyu timidly reached out his hand, moving so slowly that it felt like time had paused. If you had the same courage you just had when touching Eevee and Turtwig, you would have already petted it by now. Jiang Li watched the show from the side, saying, "What a loser. Why are you so timid?" Determined, Li Hongyu closed his eyes and reached out his hand. He felt a fluffy sensation in his palm, cautiously opening his eyes to see the speedy dog not even looking at him. Suddenly, he gained confidence and leaned in closer. Wow. He took out a bunch of Pokémon food and placed it on the table along with the bowls that the speedy dog usually ate from. "I'm going out for a bit. Can you help me feed them?" "Sure. No problem." Li Hongyu, already immersed in the moment, agreed without thinking. Eevee jumped directly onto Jiang Li's shoulder, and Turtwig followed closely behind. "Do you want to come along?" Jiang Li asked with a smile, looking at the two little ones. "Bye, Turtwig. All right then, let's go together." She put away the phone used for taking pictures, picked up her original phone, and took Eevee and Turtwig out the door. It wasn't until Jiang Li left that Li Hongyu realized that without their owner around, the speedy dog could easily slap him to death. Would it eat him if it got hungry? Shaking his head to dispel such ridiculous thoughts, he still felt increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiang Li had asked him to help feed the Pokémon. He rushed to the dining table and started dividing the food for the Pokémon, but he didn't know how much each Pokémon should eat. The food in the speedy dog's bowl was just enough for it to have a light snack, while the bowls for the Red Lotus Knight and Sung and Blade Ghost were enough to fill them up completely. Jellicent couldn't watch any longer. When Li Hongyu divided the food into his own bowl, it snatched the jar of Pokémon food away. Then, under Li Hongyu's bewildered gaze, it began to redistribute the food. On the other side, Jiang Li took Turtwig and Eevee outside. As soon as she entered the elevator, she encountered a neighbor from upstairs leaving with her daughter. Although many people watched the live stream, Jiang Li was sure that one live stream wouldn't affect everyone, so she planned to wait for the next elevator to go down. However, Turtwig seemed to have not noticed Jiang Li's halted footsteps and curiously walked into the elevator. Looking around, not seeing any reaction from Jiang Li, it stretched out its little foot, urging her to come in quickly. "Sorry, we're getting off." "Wow, it's Turtwig. Mom, that's really Turtwig." Just as Jiang Li was about to say they would wait for the next one, the little girl excitedly called out, "Uncle Jiang, can I touch Turtwig? Is that okay?" Facing the little girl's hopeful gaze, Jiang Li quietly looked at her mother, and it seemed her mother had no objections. So she brought Eevee into the elevator, squatted down, and said, "You have to ask Turtwig. If it agrees, you can touch it." The little girl obediently nodded and squatted down, softly asking Turtwig, Turtwig, can I touch you?" Yu gently touched the grass seedling turtle, and she could share her favorite coconut grass seedling with you. Although Yu couldn't understand what the grass seedling turtle was saying, she felt it agreed. Cautiously, she reached out her hand, and her fingers brushed against the smooth head of the grass seedling turtle. The grass seedling turtle also cooperatively nudged her palm. "Bye." Eevee wanted to jump down from Jiang Li's shoulder, but Jiang Li caught it by the neck mid-jump. This silly child was jumping in the elevator. At this moment, Yu had already hugged the grass seedling turtle in her arms. "This child watches your live broadcasts every day, but she is still young, so I only let her watch for an hour each day." Yu's mother, Zheng Yu, saw her so happy and reached out to stroke Yu's head, saying that children shouldn't watch too much TV. Jiang Li also agreed with her, as it's hard for young children to adjust if they become nearsighted at such a young age. "Uncle Jiang is lying. Siyu has her own phone," the little girl pouted, unhappy with the adult's words. Jiang Siyu is the name used by Nahida in public. Previously, when he and Beware went undercover, they would change their appearance and name to understand what the bottom of Sumeru was like. However, Jiang Li's name wasn't changed because the people of Sumeru didn't know his real name. They only knew that their Lord Tree King was always called Li, which was because Jiang Li initially concealed his true name. At first, aside from Beware, only a few knew, including Qi Wang and the Flower God. One time, Nahida accidentally asked about it, and Jiang Li told her. At that time, the little girl was only 5 years old, and upon hearing that both her parents had public names and all shared the surname Jiang, she also wanted a public name. Jiang Li thought for a long time before coming up with a name that satisfied the little one, Jiang Siyu. Ultimately, it was still a child's complaint. And even if she murmured, her voice wasn't small. Zhang Yu naturally heard it, and, seeing her daughter complain about not having a phone while Siyu hadn't even found hers yet, said sternly, if you were as self-aware as Siyu, you could have one. Let's forget it. Siyu is too scary. Hearing her mother, Yu stuck out her tongue. Her mother had left her at Uncle Zhang's house for a few hours due to something. At first, she envied Siyu for having a phone, but soon she stopped being envious. Studying, learning to read, and math, she was curious at first and went to see, and Siyu patiently explained it to her. But after less than 10 minutes, her head was spinning. Chapter 69. Choice. When they reached downstairs, Yu reluctantly put down the grass seedling turtle. She was going to her grandma's house later, and the grass seedling turtle was Uncle Zhang's spirit, so she couldn't hold it all the time. However, her mother quickly reassured her that they were just downstairs, and if she wanted, they could take Yu to play later. Zhangli took the grass seedling turtle and EV to his little electric scooter. System, can you be any stingier? He thought. It's not that I don't want to give you a luxury car. After so many years, do you still remember how to drive? The system was met with silence. After all these years, there were hardly any high-tech worlds, and not many places had cars for him to drive. He had nearly forgotten how to drive, but it wouldn't reach the level of being a road menace. However, given the current situation, he might as well ride the little electric scooter obediently. Riding the little electric scooter, he headed to the nearest supermarket with a grass seedling turtle and EV. On Yi Juanxing's side, upon hearing that Jiang Li was returning, he immediately stationed himself at Lishan, the place where Jiang Li had originally entered the spirit world. He thought Jiang Li would come out from there, but after waiting for a long time, no one appeared. At first, he thought there might be a time difference. But now the live broadcast had been closed for an hour, and still no one came out? Suddenly, he remembered something and took out his phone to call Li Hongyu. The call connected after 2 beeps, and Li Hongyu's voice came through. Hello, Commander, what do you need? Go downstairs and see if Jiang Li went straight home. No need to go downstairs. I'm at his house. Jiang Gu is home. He went home, and you didn't tell me? Upon hearing Li Hongyu's words, Ye Yunsheng instantly applauded. I thought you two had talked. I specifically came down an hour later. Li Hongyu was confused. He had deliberately waited an hour to come over, thinking they had finished talking. Forget it. Is Jiang Li with you? Yi Junsheng rubbed his forehead and asked helplessly. No. He took EV and the grass seedling turtle to the supermarket. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was riding the little electric scooter with the grass seedling turtle and EV to the supermarket, attracting countless gazes, but they didn't seem to mind. While shopping in the supermarket, he placed EV and the grass seedling turtle in the cart and started browsing. Every time he picked a brand of food, he would ask EV and the grass seedling turtle which one they preferred. No matter where he went, Jiang Li could feel many people's eyes on him until someone came over. Excuse me, is there something I can help you with? Jiang Li smiled at the girl in front of him, asking what was wrong. The girl was shy and hesitant, finally whispering, Can I touch Evie? As long as Evie is willing, I have no problem with that. Hearing her words, Jiang Li smiled and replied. Jiang Li never stopped anyone from wanting to touch Evie and the grass seedling turtle. After all, Evie and the grass seedling turtle were adorable, and it was normal for others to want to interact with them. However, the premise was that Evie and the grass seedling turtle had to be willing. If they weren't, it wouldn't work. Evie was very willing to interact with this girl. She felt great, with warm hands that felt nice to touch. Seeing the girl successfully touch Evie, those who were just watching began to get restless. They had only seen Evie online recently, and now they finally encountered it in reality, making them quite envious. As more and more people gathered around, Jiang Li hurriedly pushed the cart with Evie and the grass seedling turtle away. There were too many people. It would be troublesome if they got surrounded. At checkout, the grass seedling turtle and Evie were also charming the cashier. TSK, this little guy is showing off. Holding the back of the necks of the two spirits, he took them away. If he didn't go home soon, it would be chaos. When he returned home, he ran into Yi Junsheng, who had met Jiang Li before, but Jiang Li had never seen him. He only felt a bit alert seeing a stranger standing at his door. Just then, Li Hongyu opened the door. Commander, you're here. Jiang Ge hasn't returned yet. Yang Yi, you're back. Yeah, let's go inside and talk. Jiang Li nodded as he roughly understood Yi Junsheng's identity, someone from the military who had been in contact with him. After entering the room, Jiang Li tidied up the items and brewed some tea, bringing it to the table. After Jiang Li sat down, an awkward silence fell around as everyone seemed unsure of how to start. Is there something you need? Jiang Li finally asked first. It's not a big deal. I just want to talk to you about some things, Mr. Jiang, one of them replied. Feel free to say it. Mr. Jiang, do you still remember the promise you made before? After taking a sip of tea, he slowly continued. Is it about taking 31 soldiers to obtain spirits? Of course I remember. Jiang Li briefly recalled the matter. I'm not here to rush you to take us inside, but before we go in, we want to make a choice. It's not that there's anything wrong with the elves, it's just that the military requires a high level of unity and obedience. So, I wanted to ask if Mr. Jiang has any recommendations? We could prepare in advance. If it's a small rodent like Rattata, we could prepare some nuts. If it's cats or dogs, we need to stock up on more canned food and meat. After all, these will be our partners. And we need to make a good first impression. Actually, you have the best choice right in front of you. Jiang Li didn't expect that they also wanted to have elves. After all, who hasn't fantasized about having a special friend with unique abilities in their childhood? It's exciting to think that it's becoming a reality. What does Mr. Jiang mean? Yi Junsheng also roughly understood Jiang Li's words and looked at the elves in the room. The one that meets the requirements the best is. That's right, it's Herdier. Do you remember I mentioned it before? Herdier's abilities, intelligence, bravery, and obedience are all relatively high among the known elves. Moreover, if we find a firestone later to evolve it into Stoutland, its speed and power will be unmatched by ordinary elves. How about it? Are you tempted? Jiang Li's words indeed stirred something in Yi Junsheng. Without any other elves to compare, Herdier was indeed the best choice. Then it's settled. However, Mr. Jiang, according to what I saw in your live stream, Herdier shouldn't be a very common elf, right? Can we only find it in 31? Can we be sure they will choose us? Yi Junsheng raised his concerns. First, you don't have to worry about the quantity. Secondly, whether they will choose you is your problem, not something I can force. Since you've watched my live stream, I think you should understand. Jiang Li briefly answered these questions, and Yi Junsheng also understood that this matter couldn't be forced. You're right. Then I should take my leave and let those kids prepare more things. Chapter 70. The title was devoured by the howling whale, King. Wait a minute. After receiving news from Jiang Li, Yi Junsheng wanted to go back to prepare. However, he was stopped by Jiang Li. What's wrong? Yi Junsheng turned back in confusion. Jiang Li calling him should mean he had something else to say. But what could it be now? Here is the list of 51 people who answered the questions and received coral branches. Jiang Li handed over the addresses and contact information of those 50 people. What happened to these 51 people? Yi Junsheng took the material, even more puzzled. It's nothing, just need to use your power to check them out. No problem. But can I ask why? Yi Junsheng was a bit confused. If it was just to send coral branches, why make it so complicated? What if I want to send is more than just coral branches? Jiang Li took out a Pokeball and placed it on the table, looking at Yi Junsheng. Yi Junsheng instantly understood Jiang Li's meaning. He needed the official to check whether they were people of bad character. The first batch of people coming into contact with elves must be cautious. Don't worry, they're all common elves, and they are all juvenile elves, Jiang Li comforted, understanding that starting off safely is better. Okay, I will send someone to check carefully, but I still need to trouble Mr. Jiang with one thing. Can we wait to send these until after we get the elves? I can't guarantee that there won't be those who seem fine normally but turn bad after gaining power. We must first ensure they can control those people. Of course, that was the plan from the beginning. Although Jiang Li could have the system directly check those people's information, he understood that once these things were sent out, they would be collected and examined by the official before being sent out. It would be better to inform them about this matter from the start rather than waiting for them to ask. This way, they would also receive the packages and the matter could be settled, allowing for some leisure time. Li Hongyu looked enviously at the Pokeball. He was envious. He had tried to answer questions in the live stream, but his luck was bad, and he didn't get a single one. What's wrong? Feeling envious. Seeing Li Hongyu's expression was somewhat amusing. Envious. I've tried to answer, but I didn't get it. My home clearly has 6G internet. He cried out in frustration, lamenting how miserable he was. If I could bring you along, I wouldn't. The next moment, it went silent. Brother Jiang, do you mean? Li Hongyu's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Li. I can take you along then, but whether you can gain Herdier's recognition depends on you. Great. Long live Brother Jiang. He cheered and waved his hands, but suddenly covered his mouth to quiet down. In his memory, Li Hongyu had a good relationship with him. When Jiang Li had things to do, he would often ask Li Hongyu, who got off work early, to pick up Shida from kindergarten. This was also why Li Hongyu was not restrained when at Jiang Li's home. Jiang Li wanted to bring someone, and Yi Junsheng couldn't stop him. But thankfully it was Li Hongyu. He had learned about this kid before. Although he was a bit childish and carefree, he was reliable at critical moments. Plus, as a policeman, he wouldn't need to exert much effort to check. Then I'll be leaving now. I will check on these people. He waved the paper Jiang Li had given him and prepared to leave. Are you in a hurry to get back? I can tell you are quite urgent, as there are many things to deal with now. Jiang Li cared about the elves. Their thoughts were simple, and they trusted Jiang Li enough. so he didn't have many things to worry about. Yi Junqing's situation was not easy, as people could be good or bad. If there are extreme individuals secretly causing trouble, it could be troublesome. Thinking this, he felt the paper in his hand was heavier. Well then, I won't keep you for dinner. See you next time. All right. I definitely won't be polite next time. After Yi Junqing said goodbye to Jiang Li, he left, and once in the car, he carefully looked at the information Jiang Li had given. Reading line by line, he quickly saw a familiar name and address. Wow, this girl really has good luck. Yi Junqing looked at his younger sister's name. He wondered why he didn't get any when he tried to answer. No wonder when he mentioned this during dinner. That girl had such a strange expression. Upstairs at Jiang Li's house. Have you eaten dinner? Not yet. Let us wait until after dinner. He put all the ingredients, except for what needed to be cooked for dinner, into the refrigerator. Then I won't be polite. When Jiang Siyu was still around, Li Hongyu often ate at Jiang Li's house. After Siyu went missing, Li Hongyu felt embarrassed to come over, but after hearing that Jiang Siyu was fine, he felt comfortable coming back. Although there were only 2 of them for dinner at night, they were both big guys and ate a lot. So Jiang Li made an extra dish. 1 dish of golden shrimp balls, emerald mixed bags, and boiled fish. Wow, brother Jiang, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Li Hongyu had eaten at Jiang Li's house before, and he used to think that Jiang Ji's cooking wasn't that great. Now, the dishes Jiang Li made looked so delicious that his stomach was growling. He was hungry. Jellison, do you want to eat? Jellison hesitated while looking at the steaming golden shrimp balls. I'll get you 2 to cool down. Jiang Li naturally understood Jellison's concerns and picked out 2 golden shrimp balls, placing them on a plate nearby. Then he added 2 golden shrimp balls to the bowls of Evie and Turtwig. The Speedy Dogs, Red Lotus Armor, and Tsang Yin Blade Ghost were already full, so Jiang Li didn't prepare any for them. However, he did buy a lot of tasty food to make for them tomorrow. By Turtwig, the 2 little guys saw the golden shrimp balls and eagerly opened their mouths to bite in, only to be scalded and start panting. Sitting across from them, Li Hongyu had the same expression. You 3 don't know to blow on it before eating? He shook his head helplessly and picked up a piece of boiled fish. After Evie and Turtwig wolfed down the golden shrimp balls, Jiang Li added an emerald mixed bag for them. This contained soup, which was also very hot. Using chopsticks, he helped Turtwig and Evie separate the emerald mixed bag, and the oily soup slowly flowed down. The aroma of the meat filling wafted into Evie and Turtwig's noses, making the 2 little guys drool. Since it had been sitting for a while and opened up, it cooled down quickly to a temperature that was safe to eat. The 2 little guys couldn't hold back any longer and started eating heartily. After dinner, Li Hongyu took the initiative to wash the dishes. He had already mooched a meal, so he should wash the dishes. Jiang Li didn't refuse him, as young people nowadays feel awkward if you're too polite. But this is only if they're willing to help, not if they're forced. Turtwig and Evie, full, lay beside the Speedy Dog, who licked Evie's fur. Then, in Turtwig's expectant gaze, it also licked Turtwig's smooth head. Chapter 71. This title is really hard to come up with after Li Hongyu finished washing the dishes. He played next to the Speedy Dog for a while. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jellison was close to the door and opened it. Outside, a boy's excited voice came. Wow, it's Jellison. Dad, look. So cool. Jiang Li guessed the visitors were the neighbor Old Yang's family. Old Yang's real name was Yang Ming. His son Little Yang was originally named Yang Jixuan. And there was also Old Yang's wife, Lu Li, Xin Xian. You can't shout like that in someone else's house. Soon came Lu Li's admonishment to her son. But Mom, you and Dad are also touching Jellison's paws. What a family. All the same, right? Jiang Li walked over to invite the 3 in. If they continued like this, Jellison might get annoyed and zap them a bit. Little Yang sat on the sofa, took a sip of the juice Jiang Li poured for him, and eagerly asked, Uncle Jiang, where's the bobo you promised me? Here it is. Your Uncle Jiang won't forget what he promised. He took out the Pokeball containing bobo and handed it to Little Yang. Great. Little Yang's eyes sparkled as he held the Pokeball with both hands, looking very happy. Bobo he released Bobo, and Bobo flew onto Little Yang's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Hey, what about me? Seeing his son getting along so well with Bobo, Old Yang hinted at Jiang Li multiple times, but still didn't see him take out the Nidoran he wanted, so he hurriedly asked, What's the rush? Jiang Li chuckled and took out 2 Pokeballs from his bag. He had intended to tease Old Yang by not taking them out earlier. Why 2? Little Yang was excited to see Jiang Li take out the Pokeballs, but looked puzzled when he saw there were 2. Well, when I captured this Nidoran, I found out it was a mate to this Nidorina. So I caught it too. Let's give this Nidorina to your aunt. Couple should be paired together. He handed the 2 Pokeballs to Old Yang and Lu Li respectively. For me? Lu Li asked, somewhat incredulously, as she had come along to accompany her husband and son. Since her husband was the type who seemed serious outside, but was more childish at home, Luli always played the strict role at home. While her son and husband were watching the live stream, she saw their eager expressions when they spotted Pokémon. She was curious but didn't say much. She didn't expect Jiangli would prepare a Pokémon for her too. Nidoran and Nidorina, along with Bobo, made Li Hongyu quite envious, but thinking about possibly getting a Houndour, he instantly stopped feeling envious. Little Yang took out a bag of nuts from his bag, clearly having prepared in advance. Some of the nuts were not found in the Pokémon world, and Bobo was happily eating them. You need to take good care of Bobo, okay? Bobo's final evolution is Pidgeot, and it can take you to the sky. Seeing little Yang treating Bobo well, Jiangli reached out and patted its head. By the way, I'll get you more Pokémon food later. Pokémon food can be made by yourself. You can use flour, meat, vegetables, and fruits, all of which can work. Each Pokémon has different tastes. You can adjust it a bit to try, of course. It's better to make your own Pokémon food. He taught old Yang how to make Pokémon food and reminded him. Jiangge, give me a copy too. I'll prepare in advance. Li Hongyu leaned in, wanting a copy of the Pokémon food recipe so he could prepare it in advance. This is a recipe for Pokémon food that Houndour likes. You can adjust it a bit since every Pokémon has different tastes. He handed the recipe for Houndour's favorite food to Li Hongyu and thought for a moment before sending a copy to Yi Junxing. He also told him to prepare more. Having favorite food makes it easier to win Pokémon's affection. What are you looking at, bro? Yi Junming curiously looked at her brother, as he had never looked at his phone during meals before. Today was a first. It's from Mr. Jiang, about the food Pokémon like. They say having delicious food makes it easier to win their affection. He put down his phone and grabbed a piece of meat to eat. Ooh, biting handkerchief. I'm so envious. I want a Pokémon too. Yi Junming was genuinely envious that her brother could have a Pokémon funded by the public. And it was a Houndour. So cute. Heh, you don't need to envy me. Didn't you get the Coral Branch? He shot a glance at his dramatic little sister, showing no mercy and revealing the secret he had kept from her. Coral Branch and Pokémon I. She liked the beautiful Coral Branch. And she liked Pokémon too. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang said that for those who are decent, there's a chance he might send a Pokémon along with the Coral Branch. Really? Yi Junming instantly got excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her brother. Why would I lie to you? But the premise is that you have a kind heart and treat Pokémon well. Bro, you know me. Your dear sister is so kind that she wouldn't even squash an ant. Yes. I can't bear to step on even an ant. But when I go to the battlefield, I shoot one with a sniper. Yi Junxiang listened to his sister's words and silently complained to his heart. Yi Junming was quite a capable sniper, usually going on missions, but 2 years ago she suffered a head injury during a mission. After examination at the hospital, it was determined that if she overexerted her eyes, it could lead to retinal detachment, so she has now transitioned to an office role. It seems she has recovered well, but it would still be difficult for her to return to sniping. He knew his sister's character, but an investigation still needed to be done. She's really so cute. Fukalos rubbed the little shimmy in her arms, finding it very adorable. Let go of me. Funina was rather uncomfortable being hugged by the Dragonite. Ow. Choo. It seems to really like Funina, said Laying while taking a bite of a colorful dumpling. It indeed looks that way. Naxita took a sip of tea and also found it quite magical. Dragonite really loves to hug. But for some reason, it seems to particularly like Funina. Hoo-hoo, panting. After finally breaking free from Dragonite's embrace, Funina leaned against the table, catching her breath. Who? Dragonite looked quite aggrieved on the side, poking its fingers. All right, you can hug, but not so tightly. Funina could not stand such an expression and said helplessly while sitting on a chair. Who? Dragonite happily hugged Funina, but in its excitement, it was rather forceful. Help. Seeing Funina struggling, Dragonite quickly eased its grip and held her gently. I'm alive again. It really likes you, Fukalos teased as she watched Funina's expression. Chapter 72. The title ran away after sending off old Yang's family and Li Hongyu. Jiangli took out his computer, preparing to start making a Pokémon Pokédex. Jiangli exchanged for a blank shell A from the system, only needing to input photos and information. In fact, he wanted to directly exchange for a Pokémon Pokédex A. But after thinking it over, he decided to give himself something to do. Otherwise, it would be quite boring. While Jiangli was typing away on the keyboard, Eevee and Turtwig were playing beside him, and Zapdos was resting with its eyes closed in the corner of the room. Around 11 o'clock, Jiangli stopped to take a break. He remembered that the 3-bedroom apartment had one master bedroom, one room for Naxita, and one room for the Pokémon. He took the Pokémon to their room, which had many large toys for them to play with. This room was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was for play, while the upper level was where the Pokémon lived. The upper level had various nests, each with a small plush toy to sleep with. Evie and Turtwig happily ran inside and climbed up the slide to play. Rapidash also happily played on the big wheel, while Cinderace and Sizzlipede enjoyed themselves as well. Zapdos took a quick glance before climbing the climbing net to go upstairs to sleep. Zhongli looked at Rapidash's large frame and was relieved that it could jump high enough to reach the upper level. All right, stop playing and go to sleep. Although the sound insulation in this house was quite good, even a little noise at night was very clear. There were people living all around, so they shouldn't disturb others' rest. Due to the door situation, all schools were on break, and places like amusement parks and water parks were closed. Those working could work from home, and those who couldn't work from home could only send half of their staff to work each day. Society was operating at minimal capacity to prevent too many Pokémon from becoming chaotic. Each door was guarded by at least 5 soldiers. Originally, with schools on break, students at home were sleeping until noon, causing many mothers headaches as they watched their children eat and sleep like piglets. Until one day, the mothers found that their children started waking up early and exercising. Each of them seemed like the sun had risen from the west, beginning to go to bed early. Wake up early and start exercising and studying. When the mothers got together to chat, they discovered that their children were doing the same. Finally, one day they learned that the kids were all watching the same live stream. Initially, it was a good thing that watching a live stream had developed the good habits of going to bed early and waking up early. But they found out that their children were doing this to go outside and capture some Pokémon. Just like most parents would prefer not to see their children bringing home stray cats and dogs, they were initially opposed. Some students began to explain to their parents that interacting with Pokémon was essential, and everyone understood how stubborn Chinese parents could be. Except for a few parents who found it novel and accepted it with their children, most were still against it. They originally thought that children would gradually give up the idea of interacting with Pokémon, just like they did with raising dogs and cats when they were younger. But over time, they realized their children continued to insist on it without care. This was the children's delayed rebellion of over 10 years. Wow, look quickly. It didn't seem that big in the video, but in reality, it's really a big one. So fluffy, I want to touch it. Zhongli got up early with nothing much to do. Eevee and Turtwig were still sleeping. And Zapdos thought it was too noisy outside and didn't want to go out. So Zhongli took Rapidash out. Since he just wanted to take a stroll, he brought Rapidash to a nearby park. This park didn't have a gate, so it wasn't locked down, making it one of the few places nearby where apartment residents could go outside. The students in the area had a group chat to supervise each other's exercise, gathering in the park every morning at 7 for morning exercises. Each person had a specific person to supervise. Suddenly, someone spotted a tall red figure, and those with sharp eyes quickly recognized it as Rapidash. Woof woo! Rapidash's ears were very sensitive. It could hear even distant sounds. Not to mention the students were not far away. Should we go take a look? Rapidash. Zhongli understood. On the way here, many elderly people had pointed and whispered, making Rapidash feel quite embarrassed. The expressions of the children in front showed that they didn't reject Rapidash. Woof woo! Rapidash lowered its head sadly. It didn't dare to approach, fearing that the kids would say something as harsh as the elderly people. Let's go, let's take a look. He reached out to pet Rapidash's fluffy fur and walked forward. It's coming over. It's coming over. The excited voices of the students reached Rapidash's ears. Ah, Rapidash is really so cool. It's so big. How much do you think it eats in a day? So fluffy, can I touch it? You want to ask yourself? Although I want to. Listening to them, Rapidash suddenly realized that it seemed they weren't rejecting it. It seemed to carry a bit of excitement. Hello, everyone. Zhongli was the first to greet them, and one of the students stepped forward as a representative to say hello. Hello. The student who was pushed forward stammered a bit while greeting him. This guy seems a bit down. Can you guys play with him? Pointing to the wind speed dog, he asked, can I touch it? Of course. The kids exchanged glances, and suddenly, unable to hold back anymore, they rushed to the wind speed dog's side. The first person slowly reached out their hand, followed by a second, a third, and soon a bunch of students surrounded it. Suddenly, one student made eye contact with the wind speed dog, and seeing it stare back at her, she froze for a moment. In the next second, the wind speed dog bit her by the back of her collar and tossed her onto its back. The girl was stunned for a moment. She usually enjoyed thrilling games, so she wasn't scared at all. Looking down from above, she saw her classmates' envious gazes. Awesome. I want to go next. Meh, meh, meh. I want to go up too. Ah. The wind speed dog also tossed up the boy who shouted the loudest. Since it looked a bit scared to be thrown up, Zhongli suggested that the wind speed dog lie down so the kids could climb on. These kids were all middle schoolers, and they were having a great time. Not far away, someone was filming the scene with their phone and posting it online. Chapter 73. Don't ask, just know the title flew away. Such events spread quickly online. Students nearby ran out to the park, surrounding the wind-speed dog. Jiangli bought a corn on the cob from a nearby stall, munching on it while watching the wind-speed dog play with the students. As it was almost 9 o'clock, he knew that Jalora was at home, so the household spirits wouldn't go hungry. He glanced at the soldiers who had just arrived nearby. When they first came, the students had become a bit restrained. But when they saw that the soldiers were just watching from a distance and not intervening, their excitement grew. Doesn't this mean that the officials are also okay with them interacting with the spirits? He could go home and argue with his mom with good reason. Jiangli then shouted to the soldiers on guard, "If you're here, I'm going back to get Evie and Turtwig." Without waiting for a response from them, he started walking home. The guards were still processing what he meant, while the students instantly became excited. "Ah, can you bring Jalora too?" Meh, meh, meh. "I like the Red Lotus Armored Rider. I think that Sanyan Blade Ghost is cooler. Evie, my Evie baby. Wait, girl, why are you so weird?" The guards felt a bit flustered seeing Jiangli leave. After all, their guns could only be used against people, not against the wind-speed dog. God help them. They hoped no one would provoke the wind-speed dog while Jiangli was away. When he got home, sure enough, under Jalora's supervision, Evie and the others had already had breakfast. "Red Lotus Armor Rider, help me get the small bag. Let's go out to play." Taking the spirits out. When they reached the park, a crowd had gathered. Even before getting close, they could hear loud arguments. "Come on, go home with me." "I don't want to. I'm not a child anymore. You're restricting my freedom." "What do you mean again? You can't control yourself." "I'm helping you." "Are you talking about when I was 9 and told you I wanted a dog, and you locked me in the bathroom for 3 days? So what if I did? Who told you to not control yourself?" It was a girl arguing with her mother. The girl's mother had heard from neighbor. Her daughter was playing with a dog bigger than her. How could that be? What if she got bitten? Dogs are so dirty. What if she gets infected with bacteria? So she immediately ran out of the house, and when she reached the park, she saw her daughter riding on the dog. "That dog is so tall, what if she falls off?" She rushed over and pulled her down. If the wind-speed dog hadn't already laid down, the girl would have likely fallen. Ignoring whether the girl was steady on her feet, she tried to force her back home. The wind-speed dog didn't understand the situation. It only knew that this woman almost caused the girl to get hurt. Standing behind the girl, it watched the woman. When the woman saw it, she got scared, picked up a stone, and tried to throw it at the wind-speed dog. The guarding soldiers quickly came over to stop her. From what the soldiers said, the wind-speed dog realized that this woman was the girl's mother. Mother? Its own mother would never treat it so violently. Humans are really strange. Luan sometimes really doesn't understand her mother. She knows that because she is a girl, when she was 3, her parents divorced. Her father wanted her mother to leave with nothing, deliberately fighting her for custody. Her mother knew that if she left her with her father, she would definitely suffer. So she gave up money and chose Luan. Luckily, her grandmother was worried about her father and put the family's property in Luan's name, which kept the mother and daughter from ending up on the streets. At that time, Luan felt that her mother loved her very much, but once she started school, she began to feel something was off. When she first entered kindergarten, the other kids were playing, but she had to learn to read, do math, recite the 3-character classic, Tang poetry, and her mother would inspect her every night. If she didn't understand something, she would get her palm hit. Her mother would cry while hitting, saying how much she had sacrificed for her, how hard it was for her. Only when she cried and said she understood her mistakes, crying and promising to work harder in the future, would her mother stop. But that day, she still didn't have dinner. As her mother said, it was to teach her a lesson. So she entered elementary school, and on the first exam, she got 2nd place in her grade. Excitedly, she ran home with her test paper, thinking her mother would be happy, but why is it 2nd and not 1st? Why didn't you try a bit harder? How could you get such easy questions wrong? How do you study? Do you know how hard it is for me? Because of you. Do you think the money for your daily food and play comes from nowhere? If it weren't for you, would I be like this now? You still aren't working hard. Words pierced her heart like a knife, making it hard for her to breathe, and it also made her realize another thing. Only good grades would earn her mother's love. By the time she turned 9, Luan encountered a stray dog, looking pitiful on the street. She saved $1 from her breakfast to buy a sausage to feed it. From that day on, Luan saved $1 every morning from her breakfast to buy sausages for the stray dog. Finally, one day, she couldn't help but bring up the idea of wanting to adopt the stray dog to her mother. Luan only mentioned it casually, knowing her mother would definitely not agree. She thought she would just be scolded a bit, and at worst, continue feeding the dog as usual. But unexpectedly, her mother became furious, shouting at her about how hard her life was and how difficult things had been for her. In the end, she was locked in her room for 3 whole days, only able to eat when her mother brought food in, and had to use a trash can as a toilet. She didn't understand why just mentioning it had led to this. When she went to school on the fourth day, she couldn't find the little dog anywhere. The shopkeeper said that the dog had been waiting for her to come back, but since she hadn't appeared, it had been hit by a car. When Luan heard this news, she remained calm, attending class and doing her homework as usual, until she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face, unable to stop them. After that, Luan never listened to her mother again. When her mother scolded her or hit her palm, she never cried again. Remembering this, Luan's anger grew, and she started to argue loudly with her mother. Suddenly, she felt something furry on her cheek. Turning her head, she saw a greyhound. The greyhound's eyes were very calm, and for some reason, as she looked at it, Luan seemed to see that little dog again. Tears filled her eyes, and a sense of grievance surged in her heart, causing her to sit on the ground and cry. Chapter 74. Little York. Luan's mother was at a loss when she saw her daughter crying so sadly all of a sudden. The greyhound circled around her, gently rubbing its face against hers in comfort. Luan buried her face in the thick, soft fur of the greyhound, sobbing. Luan's mother wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Jiangli stopped her, shaking her head, urging her to let Luan vent. What does it mean to vent? What is she feeling wronged about? I provide her with food and drink. How has she been wronged? Where has she been wronged? Why didn't she tell me? Seeing her daughter in such pain, Luan's mother had tears welling up in her own eyes. Is it possible that this grievance comes from you? Jiangli didn't care about Luan's mother's feelings. Perhaps she herself didn't care, but it did cause Luan considerable harm. Me? What have I done? I went through a divorce and went into sales for her. At that time, I even owed her school fees for a month. She said she wanted to adopt a dog. Where would I find the money for that? Luan's mother also felt wronged. She believed her daughter didn't appreciate her sacrifices over the years and still hurt her feelings like this. Well, let's put it another way. May I ask what your job is? Jiangli thought for a moment, realizing that continuing this way was useless, so she changed her approach. After my divorce, I went into sales. Luan's mother closed her eyes, recalling the difficult life at that time. At that time, having been out of touch with society for years, she got the job solely based on her persistence. I see. Then may I ask if you're the sales champion? It's not that easy. There are many younger and better-looking people in the store than me. Just managing to support myself is already good enough, she said with self-deprecating resignation. How could it be so difficult? Have you really tried? Jiangli said casually, but her words instantly ignited Luan's mother's anger. How do you know I haven't tried? How could I not have tried? But what I see is that if you had tried, how could you not be the sales champion? Some things can't be achieved just by effort. Suddenly, she was a bit stunned. Are some things really achievable just by effort? Her daughter had always had good grades until 5th grade when they began to decline. What had she said back then? Have you tried? If you had tried, how could you not succeed? Don't make excuses for yourself. I see your scores. If you had tried, how could you only have such a score? In 5th grade, many parents began preparing their children for a good middle school. Wealthy families arranged various tutoring classes and one-on-one coaching. During that time, Luan studied diligently, but her self-study was insignificant compared to those who stood on the shoulders of giants. Many parents told their children one thing: as long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed. But society was also telling children that hard work does not guarantee success. Many things cannot be achieved just through hard work, but you cannot succeed without effort. Have you noticed? Even you know that it's impossible, yet you keep pushing her to achieve it. I just don't want her to become like me in the future. Well, I know I also have a daughter, and I hope she can live a good life in the future, but the premise is that she is happy. I understand how you feel, but think about how long it has been since she last smiled happily. Just now, when you saw her playing with the speed dog, did you only see the danger? When Evie saw Luan sobbing in the speed dog's embrace, it also ran over and kept burrowing into her arms. Luan hugged Evie, which had poked its head out from the speed dog's embrace, and she could feel that Evie was there to comfort her. Evie gently licked away her tears from her cheeks, smiling at her. After that, the Pokémon continued to play outside with the other students, while Jiangli accompanied the mother and daughter to a secluded pavilion to have a private chat. Some things that the mother and daughter couldn't think of from their perspectives could be difficult to accept when said by the other, but as an observer, Jiangli's words were easier for both sides to accept. After nearly 3 hours of discussion, Luan understood her mother's difficulties and pressures. The reason her mother had locked herself at home was that she didn't want Luan to find out that during those days, she had only been home to deliver meals while actually going out to save up for her tuition. Lu's mother also realized how hurtful her actions and words were when under pressure. Perhaps she knew how extreme her behavior was, but at that time, she couldn't control herself. However, she didn't know how to apologize to her daughter, and she felt embarrassed to say the words of apology. How about we get a dog to raise at home? Hearing her mother's words, Luan understood that this was her mother's alternative apology. Just like when she was little, sometimes her mother would make a table full of her favorite dishes instead of apologizing when she was wrong. I don't want that. Hearing Luan's refusal, Lu's mother's expression stiffened. She thought her daughter would not forgive her. I want to wait for the Pokémon. All right, let's wait for the Pokémon. Although they seem to have reconciled now, if Lu's mother didn't change in the future, their relationship would still remain the same. There's indeed a Pokémon that suits you. Zhongli suddenly thought of something and spoke. What Pokémon? Luan was very curious. Now that she knew, she could purposefully go look for it. Yorkie, a general-type puppy Pokémon. Taking out her phone, Zhongli returned to her original phone after coming back. And since it was a system product, it had all the pictures she wanted. The images of Yorkie showed that it was covered in brown fur, with a light yellow face and a small tuft of blue fur on its neck. The long fur covering Yorkie's face acts as a high-performance radar, allowing it to keenly scout its surroundings to explore its opponent's appearance. Yorkie is brave and cautious, standing up to strong opponents fearlessly. Although Yorkie is a fierce Pokémon, it also has an intelligent side with excellent judgment. If it determines it cannot defeat an opponent, it will immediately tuck its tail and flee. Introducing the information about Yorkie to Luan and her mother, Zhongli explained that Yorkie looks like a small dog, but has bright eyes that make it appear very clever. Yorkie will faithfully obey its trainer's commands and is much smarter than an ordinary child. It should be remembered that Yorkie will not forget the love it receives or the harm it endures. It is a Pokémon that is easy to train even for beginners and is very popular. Because Yorkie does not bark incessantly, it is suitable for people living in apartments. Chapter 75. The title was used as a dart by the speed dog Lu. One could no longer clearly remember what the little dog she met in her childhood looked like, but she felt it resembled Yorkie very much. All right, I've decided. I want to find a Yorkie. After making up her mind, Luan was determined to search for a Yorkie. Hearing Zhongli say that Yorkie wouldn't bark all the time, Lu's mother felt relieved. Previously, it was mainly due to not having enough money to raise one, and their home was not very soundproof. After a long day at work, she didn't want to come home to deal with neighbor complaints. Why wait until later? Under Luan's incredulous gaze, Zhongli took a Pokeball from her bag and placed it on the table. Really? Can we really do this? Luan looked at Zhongli in surprise. She never expected that today, not only would she clear up misunderstandings with her mother, but also gain the Pokémon she wanted. Yes, but there may be soldiers coming to investigate during this time, but don't worry. You don't need to give it the best, just treat it with care. Can you do that? Yes. The determination in the girl's expression startled Zhongli. Such beliefs exclusive to youth made him, 1,000-year-old, envious. Luan released Yorkie, squatted down, and with Zhongli's help, made contact with Yorkie. Hello, Yorkie. Woof. Yorkie tilted its head to look at Luan and her mother. Luan cautiously reached out her hand and gently stroked Yorkie's head. Once she held Yorkie in her arms, Lu's mother also reached out to pat its head. Standing nearby, watching the mother and daughter interact with Yorkie alongside the speed dog, Zhongli remarked, "It's a nice start, isn't it?" Woof. The speed dog nudged Zhongli's cheek. In the quiet pavilion, the mother and daughter had a very pleasant interaction with Yorkie, while Zhongli and the speed dog watched them, creating a warm atmosphere. Someone who had been secretly observing captured this moment and posted it online. Wow, it looks so warm and cozy. Host, I was wondering what you were doing. Turns out you went to resolve family disputes. What is that, little elf? Why is this girl so lucky, sob sob? It's great that they can reconcile mother and daughter. I don't feel it will last long unless her mother can change her extreme approach. I hope she can correct it and look forward to something good. No, I think this is very realistic. After all, if it doesn't change, the contradictions won't decrease. I hope so. Am I the only one curious about this fairy? I watched the entire live stream, and I guarantee I have never seen this fairy before. +1. Host, how many other fairies are you hiding that I don't know about? Damn, I'm so envious of those who live near the host's house. Host, did you forget to send my coral branch? Wow, fly a bit slower. Oh dear, little Fiona is having so much fun. Looking at the Dragonite flying around with Fiona on its back, Fukalos exclaimed. Fukalos's back was met with Raiden's expression that seemed to say, "Do you want to reconsider what you're saying?" They are having so much fun. I want to join in Too Drunk when he also joined the flying Dragonite. They are really having a great time. Seeing them so happy, Nahida smiled and said, "Yes, it's really nice, not bad." Raiden and Zhongli echoed Nahida's words. Raiden fell in a deep thought. Did she really misjudge? From Fiona's terrified expression, there was no sign of happiness at all. Forget it. What my sister said is right. Fiona, someone come save me. By the time the exhausted Fiona returned to her seat, half an hour had already passed. Are you okay? Seeing Fiona's condition, Raiden couldn't help but ask. I'm okay, I guess. After saying that, she downed the tea in front of her, swallowing back the urge to vomit. That's mine, Fukulos said helplessly from the side. Still holding the tea, she poured for Fiona. Oh, yours and mine are the same. Fiona waved her hand nonchalantly and took the tea from Fukulos's hand to drink it down again. You've poured me 2 cups. What am I supposed to drink? She said irritably, but still poured her tea. After all, it was normal for her to be thirsty after all that shouting. Is it really that scary? Isn't flying a comfortable thing? Seeing Fiona's state, Simi flew to her side curiously. It depends on the person. At least I prefer swimming in water over flying. She reached out to rub Simi, who was so fluffy and cute. If you don't like it, you can refuse. Dragonite won't force you. Seeing Fiona in such discomfort, Naida said softly. Fiona is not good at refusing others. When she sees the dejected expressions of those who are rejected, she can't help but agree. Fukulos answered Nahida on behalf of Fiona. Indeed, Fiona is not good at refusing. Every time she sees those dejected faces, she can't help but agree. Of course, being asked in advance is not a bad thing. Some people invite Fiona to their troops. Fiona will carefully read the script and only try out the one she really likes. In the morning, the fairies were playing in the park with the students. And at first, they attracted some people with ulterior motives. But whenever those people tried to approach the Windspeed dog, it would give them a sharp look. Jalala and the others also had a keen sense for those with ulterior motives. As long as the military saw someone being stared at by the fairies, they would detain them for a good chat. In the afternoon, taking the Windspeed dog home, he didn't care at all about exposing his home because of the system, as long as it was someone with bad intentions. At that time, he might remember, but if he tried to speak out about it, he would find himself unable to speak. However, talking about other things would be fine, and after a while, it would disappear from his mind. After a simple lunch, the fairies who were tired from playing in the morning quickly fell asleep. Jiang Li, not feeling sleepy, opened the computer and continued inputting the fairy encyclopedia. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fairies finally woke up, yawning and running to drink water. Do you want to play again? Seeing them awake, Jiang Li turned to ask them. The fairies collectively shook their heads. There were too many people. They had fun, but were very tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Ha! Seeing them this tired, Jiang Li burst into laughter. The sprout tortoise used its vine whip to climb onto the desk, and then used it to pull Eevee up. Chapter 76. Energy Ball Eevee and Sprout Tortoise watched from either side of Jiang Li's computer, occasionally curiously poking at the keyboard. A long segment Jiang Li had painstakingly typed was ruined by one of their presses. At first, it was fine. He could just retype it, but after a few times, these 2 little brats would take ages to get it done. So he just picked one up in each hand and tossed them under the desk. Go play in your room. Bye. Sprout. Pouting doesn't work. If you keep this up, I won't have enough time to finish the encyclopedia before I come back. Very determined. He didn't look at them. Jalala saw this and took them back to their room to play. Just as Jiang Li was about to focus on typing again, there was a knock on the door. The fairies were all playing in the room, so Jiang Li went to open the door himself, also grabbing a cup of water. Oh, isn't this Officer Yi? When he opened the door, it was Yi Junsheng, dressed in military uniform, followed by 2 others. We're seeing each other again. Can I come in to chat? Of course. Jiang Li originally planned to get 3 pairs of slippers, but seeing that Yi Junsheng and the others were wearing military boots, he turned around and got them 3 pairs of shoe covers instead. Is there something you need? Sort of. I've received orders to come and negotiate with you. What orders? He asked, a bit puzzled, wondering what else he needed to do. It's regarding the situation this morning. What happened in the park? Oh, this matter. They sent you to pressure me? Negotiate. All right, what are we negotiating? The thing is, there are too many people with ulterior motives right now. We can't send personnel to help immediately in situations like this morning. If possible, we hope you can inform us in advance so we can deploy personnel. Additionally, if you need a large venue for fairy activities, you can contact us and we will make arrangements. Informing Jiang Li about some issues from the morning. There was no way to respond quickly since the incident occurred suddenly. Thankfully, Jiang Li returned early to resolve it. Otherwise, if only a few people were watching nearby and more special situations occurred, it would be a disaster if they didn't have enough personnel. This is a critical period for humans and fairies to interact, and it is indeed necessary for fairies and humans to connect. However, they still hope Jiang Li can give them a heads up, which would be better for preparation than catching them off guard. Of course, no problem, it's not a big deal. Just a text on the phone will do. You don't need to come dressed so formally. He thought this matter was fine. Just a word on the phone would suffice. Letting Yi Junsheng dress so formally and then bring 2 people along, He thought something big had happened. The rules can't be changed. All right, all right. Do you have time for tea today? No, I have urgent matters. You really are busy. Fine then. After seeing them off, Jiangli returned to his computer and continued inputting the POC decks. It was almost time for Jiangli to take those soldiers through the door. Besides occasionally taking Pokémon to the park in the morning to play, the rest of the time they were taken to places arranged by Yi Junsheng. However, the places Yi Junsheng arranged for them were the military district, which was indeed large, but there were also many soldiers training inside. The Pokémon curiously looked around, especially Eevee and Turtwig, while others were standing at attention, ran over to rub against the legs of the soldiers, almost getting someone punished. The Pokémon could run around the military district, while Jiangli went to the laboratory to observe the experiments. Research on the spatial backpack had already been developed, but it could only hold items 3 times the size of the backpack. In other words, a waste bag could hold 3 times the items of another waste bag. So the laboratory prepared a large backpack for the 31 people who were going. Recently, it was found out that Jiangli would be taking another person, a public official. So a large backpack was rushed out. What about the research on Pokeballs? Some curious people asked Professor Liu, who was in charge of the research. Young man, we only have this many people, and it hasn't been long. We can almost get one ready. Professor Liu helplessly glanced at Jiangli. This kid's thoughts were really naive. Aha, sorry. Then I'll prepare the Pokeballs this time, and also prepare some energy cubes. Jiangli awkwardly scratched the back of his head and mentioned he was in charge of preparing the Pokeballs and the energy cubes to attract Pokemon. Luckily, you have these things, otherwise the ideas of those 2 old guys would have fallen through. 2. 1 is the grandfather of Xiao Yi, whom you have met. Xiao Yi. Upon hearing Professor Liu's reference to Yi Junsheng, Jiangli couldn't help but twitch his mouth and want to laugh. And old Yi is mainly responsible for communicating with you. The other one is old Yang, who was initially very opposed to what you said. Professor Liu shared some previous forms of Pokémon related to the military with Jiangli. It's normal. Who would believe that a sudden biological entity wants to join? It's completely normal to have opposition. Jiangli waved his hand indifferently. After all, a group of people cannot have the same opinion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets. Boo Turtwig. Just then, Turtwig and Eevee ran in from outside. You 2 are free. What trouble are you causing now by coming here? The 2 little guys didn't dare to speak and obediently lowered their heads. Let me explain. Yi Junsheng, while kidding, he had just witnessed the whole process. So, you just learned Energy Ball and blew up someone's gun? After Yi Junsheng's explanation, Jiangli understood. Eevee knew Shadow Ball, and they somehow started discussing skills outside. And then Turtwig learned Shadow Ball from Eevee. Turtwig couldn't use Shadow Ball, but while learning, it learned Energy Ball, and just after learning it, Turtwig, in excitement, forgot that it wasn't tea in the forest, and with a flick of Energy Ball, it blew up the wall. Luckily, this wasn't tea in the park. Otherwise, if it made the news, it would be terrible. Jiangli grabbed Turtwig and gave it but a couple of slaps. When Eevee saw Turtwig getting spanked and was about to run away, Jiangli lifted it up. Where are you running? I spanked Turtwig because it blew up someone's wall. You didn't blow anything up. Bwee. Eevee felt guilty. After all, it also caused trouble, but luckily the trainer didn't spank it. A big Eevee getting spanked would be so embarrassing. I'm really sorry. Regarding compensation, see how much it costs to repair the wall, and I'll transfer it to you. It's fine, it's just a wall. I'll call a few guys to fix it. But I thought only those big Pokémon use skills with great power. I didn't expect these 2 little guys to have quite a bit of power in their skills as well. Chapter 77. The speed of eating. Li Hongyu recently found out that Jiangli would take him to the Pokémon world to catch Pokémon and was quite happy. The next day, he couldn't be happy anymore. He was directly transferred to the military district by an official order. The previously met officer, Yi, told him that since he was going, he should first train to increase his acquisition rate. Otherwise, the Pokémon wouldn't even look at him. They had to ensure that everyone acquired Pokémon this time to increase their strength. In the future, they would be the world's first team with Pokémon. Just thinking about it was exciting, but training was really exhausting. Sob. He was just a little police officer, and now he had been transferred to the military district. Luckily, he had just graduated, and his training hadn't gone to waste. But keeping up with the professional team was still quite difficult. Because of Jiangli's words, he directly entered the military district, which was much better than his police station, but it was exhausting. Yi Junsheng had been observing Li Hongyu's situation. He found that after Li Hongyu had been there for 7 days, he could completely keep up with the pace there. Moreover, he could secretly slack off at appropriate times. Knowing how to give his all to keep up and being able to slack off while keeping up were 2 completely different matters. The training volume in the military district was not something the police station could compare to. This kid was pretty good. He struck gold. At noon, Jiang Li brought the Pokémon to the cafeteria here for lunch. I must say, they really eat fast. After finishing their meal, there was a short break. During this time, they exploded with their strong curiosity and surrounded the Pokémon, touching this and that. They had just been training, and even if the Pokémon were close, they had to focus on training. Now it was break time, and it was different. Oh, so you're here. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you recently. Jiang Li finally saw Li Hongyu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Compared to his previous half-dejected appearance, he looked much more spirited now. Exercise really makes one feel revitalized. This was all thanks to you, Brother Jiang. Li Hongyu had originally thought of slacking off at the police station for a lifetime, but with Jiang Li's one sentence, he was sent here, and now there's no more slacking off. Ha, that's great. Being young, don't always think about slacking off. How can you say that? Li Hongyu was impressed by Jiang Li's thick skin. Among all those he had seen, Jiang Li had the thickest skin. Slacking off was what he was best at, and now he was the one teaching himself a lesson. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. You know I have thick skin. How could I be embarrassed? True. Yawning, he was about to go back to the dormitory for a nap. Aren't you going to play with Evie and the others? No need. The officer said to follow you the day before we go, so it's like giving me a day off. By then, they'll all be mine. Waving his hand dismissively, he returned to the dorm. The soldiers didn't play for long either, as they had training in the afternoon, so they quickly went back to their dorms to sleep. Jiang Li also took the elves and got on the bus home. He still needed to continue completing the Pokédex in the afternoon, preferably finishing it before entering the door so he could try it out, finally feeling alive again. The day before entering the door, Li Hongyu returned home with Jiang Li. As soon as he entered Jiang Li's house, he collapsed onto the sofa. He was exhausted from the past few days and needed to rest well today. Do you want some soda? He opened the fridge to grab a bottle of water and casually asked Li Hongyu, who was lying on the sofa. Yes. Li Hongyu shot up eagerly, waiting for Jiang Li to toss him the soda. Jiang Li then threw a bottle of chilled soda to Li Hongyu. In the military, there weren't many options for soda, and the chilled ones were particularly rare, which left Li Hongyu craving it. After grabbing the soda and opening it, he eagerly took a big gulp, only to be choked by the long-lost bubbles, spilling soda all over his clothes. Was that necessary? Hurry back and change your clothes. Jiang Liu Blesli Raminda Liangyu. It's fine, I'll take another sip. Li Hongyu waved his hand dismissively, wiping the soda off his face. He didn't care much about the stains on his clothes. You should change quickly so you can wash it clean. I'll go cook lunch for us to eat at my place. Jiang Li reminded Li Hongyu again before heading into the kitchen with the ingredients. Brother Jiang, I want to eat the boiled fish from last time. Liangyu shouta anxiously. There's no fish left. You can change your clothes and go buy some. Got it. Knowing it was about his meal, Li Hongyu immediately stood up, scooping up the Chow Miao turtle and EV. Buy fish. Chow Miao. Let's go. Accompany me to buy fish and I'll buy you good food. He took the still confused EV and Chow Miao turtle upstairs to change clothes. Woof. The fast hound barked at Jiang Li. It's fine. Let them play. Hearing the trainer say it was fine, the fast hound returned to its spot in the living room. Buy fish. Chow Miao. The two little ones started arguing over which flavor of chips to choose. In the end, Li Hongyu decided to buy both flavors, and under these circumstances, they bought 2 large bags of snacks. So, where's the fish I wanted? When Li Hongyu came back with the 2 large bags of snacks, Jiang Li glanced at him and, not finding what he wanted, asked, Wait a moment, let me look. He began digging through the 2 bags of snacks and finally found the fish buried at the bottom. You put the snacks and fish together. Oh, it's fine. The snacks have packaging. Just wipe them off. Jiang Li looked at him speechlessly for a moment before taking the fish into the kitchen. Just then, when the 2 of them and the elves were excitedly planning to indulge in snacks, Jiang Li emerged from the kitchen, taking away the 2 large bags of snacks amidst their pitiful gazes, leaving only a bag of chips in Li Hongyu's hands. No, buy fish. Chow Miao. Ignoring the 3 behind him making gestures, he put the 2 large bags of snacks in the kitchen. It wasn't that he didn't allow them to eat. After all, they were about to have a meal. Jiang Li's philosophy was that eating snacks was fine, but it couldn't interfere with the main course. Fortunately, the fish shop here would kill and scale the fish and even help slice it, so Jiang Li didn't have to deal with the ingredients himself. Soon, the last dish of boiled fish was served on the table. Li Hongyu quickly ran to the kitchen to serve rice for the 2 of them and brought out chopsticks and a bone platter. Watching Li Hongyu, EV, and Chow Miao turtle eat heartily, Jiang Li thought, okay, they really are hungry. It seemed that the bag of chips hadn't filled them up, but it only made them hungrier. As he watched Li Hongyu finish a bowl of rice in an instant, Jiang Li reminded him, this isn't the team. Why are you in such a hurry? All right, I'm used to it. Scratching his head, he slowed down. The Chow Meow turtle and Evie glanced at him, ready to report. It was the same when we were eating snacks earlier. He finished in a flash. And we only got one piece. So frustrating. Oh no, so frustrating for the elves. Chapter 78. Elf Traits Finally. The day arrived to enter the door and search for elves. Yi Junsheng had gathered his 30 soldiers early. Li Han, you should have come too. But Zhongli needed someone to follow him, and since this kid was more familiar with the outside, he was the one who followed. This also served as a way to give him a break, easing the frustrations he had accumulated over the past few days, making it easier for him to be willing to stay later. Soon, the car to pick up Zhong Li and the others arrived. Evie and Chow Meow Turtle jumped off the car first. After Li Hanyu got out, he immediately put on his gear and quickly joined the team. Why are we gathering here? Are we going to have a pre-battle briefing? Zhong Li initially thought they would go to a location with a door. But the more he looked at the road, the more familiar it felt. This was the road to the military district. The pre-battle briefing is almost done. We're just waiting for you guys. All right, I'll just wait for the arrangements then, he said, taking the elves to sit aside. Zhong Li was quite familiar with the world of elves beyond the door, but he wasn't as familiar with this side of the team. Although he had been watching Zhong Li's livestream, he had never experienced it firsthand. That won't do. You need to introduce the Pokédex. Seeing Zhong Li about to rest, he hurriedly pulled him back. All right, did you set up the group? Of course. After getting the answer, Zhong Li stood at the front of the team, facing them. I think everyone knows who I am, so I want to introduce myself further. For this activity, we need to carry our phones. Please take out your phones and download the app shared in the group. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone obediently took their phones out of their pockets and downloaded the Pokédex one by one. After downloading the Pokédex, please log in. The password is the last 8 digits of your ID card and the first letter of your name in uppercase. After preparing the app yesterday, Zhong Li had already coordinated with this side and registered 32 accounts in advance. The app requires ID verification, and each person can only have one account unless the previous account is canceled. It is impossible to create a second account. At the beginning, everyone's interface was blank. You can now try clicking the top left corner to identify. Then try it out on EV and the others. Only the elves that have been identified will have their information appear in the Pokédex. Of course, you can also search by name, but only those that have been identified will appear on the first interface. Think of it like collecting stamps. Seeing that everyone had logged in, Zhong Li reminded them. After hearing Zhong Li's words, everyone raised their phones and scanned a few elves next to Zhong Li. And soon introductions about the Fast Hound and the others began to ring out. EV, Evolution Elf. The precious spirit, Wind Speed Dog, evolves by changing its form and abilities to adapt to harsh environments. It is a legendary spirit. Its roar is full of majesty, and when it runs, its steps are like effortless flight. Grass Sprout Turtle, the tender leaf spirit, has a soil-like shell on its back that becomes harder after drinking water. Jeriora, the thunder spirit, electrifies its claws on hands and feet, tearing opponents to shreds. Even if they dodge, the scattered electric shocks will still hit them. Sangyan Renjun and Hongli and Kaiji are recognized quite well, right? Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask while we haven't set off yet. Seeing that they have almost identified these few spirits, Zhong Li wanted to hear their suggestions and questions. Does video recognition count? What is this characteristic? Let's first record the questions, and then I will start answering everyone's questions. Video recognition counts, and I will elaborate on the characteristics. Just as I was about to explain what a spirit's characteristics are, a few people rolled a mobile blackboard over, and someone nearby pointed a camera at Zhong Li. You all are really well prepared. Picking up chalk, I wrote the word characteristics on the blackboard. First, let's talk about what characteristics are. Characteristics are special abilities that every Pokémon possesses. Most spirits of the same species have the same characteristics, except for a few that have different ones. Let's take Grass Sprout Turtle as an example. You all just identified Grass Sprout Turtle, right? Who can tell me what its characteristic is? As soon as I finish speaking, several people answer my question. It seems to be hard shell armor. That's right, Grass Sprout Turtle has 2 characteristics. One is the common characteristic called Overgrow. Spirits with this characteristic increase the damage of grass-type moves when they are damaged. While speaking, I wrote the words damaged on the blackboard, then circled it and drew an arrow pointing to damage increase. The other characteristic, which is a rare characteristic, is called the hidden ability. The hidden ability of the Grass Sprout Turtle family is hard shell armor. Grass Sprout Turtles with this characteristic are protected by a hard shell, making it so that opponents' attacks do not hit their vital points during battles. I picked up Grass Sprout Turtle and tapped its shell, even though it strongly protested. Each spirit generally has 2 or 3 characteristics, one of which is a hidden characteristic while the rest are common characteristics. Characteristics can be both beneficial and detrimental. Most characteristics are advantageous for spirits in battles, but there are also undesirable characteristics like lazy, slow start, and weakness. When a spirit evolves, its characteristics may change, but spirits with common characteristics will still retain their common characteristics after evolution, and those with hidden characteristics will still retain their hidden characteristics after evolution. This sentence from Jiang Li was a bit convoluted. Seeing that most people did not understand, he decided to give an example and explain in detail. For instance, the spirit we have seen, Walking Grass, evolves into Stinky Flower. Walking Grass's common characteristic is chlorophyll, and its hidden ability is Run Away. Stinky Flower's common characteristic is chlorophyll, and its hidden ability is Stench. A Walking Grass with the common characteristic chlorophyll, after evolving into Stinky Flower, can only have the common characteristic chlorophyll of Stinky Flower. A Walking Grass with the hidden ability Run Away, after evolving into Stinky Flower, can only have the hidden ability Stench. After discussing some more about characteristics, Jiang Li took the spirits and walked away, since he had finished what he needed to explain. Anyway, he had recorded a video, and those who did not understand could watch the video, thinking that he had not yet talked about characteristics with the online community. He took the video from Yi Junsheng's hands, planning to directly upload it online later. Chapter 79. Curl Ears. That's about it. It's time to set off, right? Looking at the time, I said to Yi Junsheng, "Yes, it's about time. Line up." The previously noisy group fell silent in an instant, and everyone quickly lined up. "Are we heading straight out?" I looked around but couldn't find the vehicle. Using aura to probe, I noticed something was off. "You can't guess, can you?" Just as Yi Junsheng was about to tease Jiang Li, he interrupted him. "You actually have a hidden door here. I've been here for so many days, and no one told me." "How did you know?" I can sense it. I just didn't pay attention before." Once Jiang Li got here, he turned off the map, as there was no threat to him in this area. All right, let us set off." Scratching his head, he originally thought he would finally see a different expression from Jiang Li this time, but unexpectedly, after walking for about 10 minutes, passing through several doors and turning a few corners, there were several control checkpoints along this short path. Finally, they reached the door. Everyone stepped inside without hesitation. This door led to the forest. However, Jiang Li had never been here, so it should be the other half of the forest he hadn't explored. Wait, I'm going live. Earlier, Elder Yi had agreed with Jiang Li that this time it wasn't just about capturing spirits. They also had to prove to the public that interacting with spirits was officially recognized. After all, the viewers of previous live broadcasts were mostly young people. Like before with Lu's mother, many middle-aged and elderly people were still very resistant. This live broadcast would connect to all channels, and everyone would see it as soon as they turn on the TV. To prevent anyone from leaking these videos, there would be a reminder when entering the live broadcast. The network management would be fully operational for these few days to prevent anyone from leaking it to other countries. This was a nationwide live broadcast, but it couldn't be transmitted to the external network. The management department would probably be busy. "Grandma, the streamer you follow has started the broadcast." Finally, it has started. "Streamer, do you know how I've spent the last 2 weeks? By the way, did you all see those words when you came in? I receive it on my phone and still need to sign a confidentiality agreement. My grandpa was just watching a soap opera, and the next second it turned into a live stream. My family is the same. This can be considered a collaboration with the authorities. No wonder many soldiers cannot be exposed. I just told my sister, who is studying abroad, that this matter has been blocked. The green bubble said so. All right, let's go." After walking for a while, I looked back at the neatly organized line and fell silent. "What's wrong?" Yi Junsheng looked at Jiang Li, who had stopped in front of him, in confusion. "I'm not saying anything, just relax, you guys. Although you are very orderly, it looks quite intimidating, and the Pokémon might get scared away. Just think of it as a public outing." "All right, I'll listen to you here." Yi Junsheng readily agreed to Jiang Li's words. After all, they had just walked for a while, and the Pokémon had already been scared off. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally orderly line of people instantly relaxed. They were all quite young, looking like a group of male university students out for a picnic. The most relaxed among them was naturally Li Hongyu, who had just arrived not long ago, and he immediately went over to pet the fast dog. "You really know how to have fun. I rarely see you serious. Can you be serious for a while?" "Hey, am I such a serious person? I've seen this guy before. He was shopping in a supermarket with an EV and a Turtwig. He seemed quite familiar with it, probably a friend of Streamer. Or maybe he is from the official team. No wonder they discuss things so quickly. Is it possible that the officials approached them? It was like that before." Just then, a Pokémon jumped out from the bushes. This Pokémon looked like a rabbit, but was standing upright, unlike rabbits that walk on all fours. It was brown all over, with cream-colored fur mainly on the top of its ears and the lower half of its body. One ear was curled up, and the other was upright. Come here. Jiangli squatted down and waved at the Pokémon, which hopped over to Jiangli's side. Jiangge, what kind of Pokémon is this? Li Hongyu was curious, but didn't dare to approach, fearing that he would scare the Pokémon away. The others thought the same way. They didn't dare to get close and just looked at the Pokémon with longing eyes. Being stared at by so many people made it curl its ears up in fright and burrow into Jiangli's arms. It's okay, don't be afraid. They mean no harm. If you're curious, just use your phone to identify it. Jiangli gently reassured the somewhat scared Kalia, reminding them. Quick to react. Someone quickly took out their phone and scanned Kalia. Curieux, un nom type habite Pokémon. Raises its ears to increase alertness when it feels danger and curls up to sleep when it's cold. Kalia expresses its emotions through the shape of its curled ears. When scared, it curls both ears up. If you see it curling both ears, it means it's feeling unwell and needs care. The Pokédex would only read out part of the information, and the rest needed to be checked manually, so they all looked at their phones to learn about Kalia. Knowing that Kalia was scared, they apologized to it and intentionally walked away a little distance. What is that? It's the Pokédex I've been thinking about. I just searched for it in the App Store and couldn't find it. I want a Pokédex. Damn it. Why isn't it available yet? Kalia is so cute. By the way, both its ears are curled up. Is it scared? It's normal to be scared when so many people are watching. But our soldier is great. They even apologized before walking away. After a while, Kalia got used to it and wasn't as scared anymore. Plus, these guys were generous. Running over here to give it food and running over there to give it food, so it quickly became familiar. As for the Pokédex, it's currently just a trial version. If it works out this time, it will be available for purchase, so don't worry. However, it's real name registration, and each person can only have one account, so be cautious. Let's continue talking about Huan Ear. The Pokédex has only read part of the content. It will be available soon. It's just a matter of these few days, and I can wait for the live stream. As long as there's a live stream to watch. I can wait. By the way, how long does the host plan to stream this time? Is it to help our soldiers find Pokémon? Jiangli didn't answer the barrage questions. After all, you can find out by just watching, so there's no need to say much. If Huan Ear senses danger nearby, it will raise its ears to stay alert. Additionally, its limbs are quite weak, so it mainly relies on its ears to attack. One of Huan Ear's ears is always curled to allow for a quick counterattack when attacked by enemies. Some speculate that this is due to its overly sensitive hearing, thus needing to reduce the volume entering its ears to protect its hearing. Chapter 80, Young Mountain Sparrow. Also, don't underestimate Huan Ear just because it's cute. Its ears can stretch out and curl tightly, able to crush even large rocks. The power of this move gets stronger with training. If the curled ears are suddenly stretched out and slammed against the ground to bounce up, even Huan Ear itself would be startled. It can break rocks at such a small size. Crush and break have two different meanings. I swear, no matter how small the world of elves is, you can't underestimate it. Do you remember the Weakling? It's really amazing. So cute and powerful, I love it. Seeing that the time to stay was almost up, I took a photo with Juju Ear and then gave it an energy cube. Let's go everyone, it's time to set off. After saying that, I got up and prepared to continue forward, and the others hurried to follow. When passing by Juju Ear, we also said goodbye to it. Juju Ear waved back at Jiangli and the others with its ears, smiling. It's really so cute. So cute. So cute. Even waving goodbye with its ears. Those ears can knock you out with one punch. Ha ha ha. What the person upstairs said is true. Brother Jiang. Li Hongyu quickly walked to Jiangli's side and called out to him. Just say it. When are we likely to go back? Li Hongyu's question was something everyone present was curious about. For these 32 soldiers, it meant a few days of relaxing rest. For the viewers in the live broadcast room, it meant how long the host could stream. About a week. I roughly estimated the distance between them and the gathering place of the Katy dogs on the map. Considering the time they might waste encountering elves on the way, plus the need to persuade the Katy dogs, it would probably take about a week to go back. Only a week? Host, you're slacking off even more. The last stream was a month ago. You haven't streamed for just 2 weeks. You can't do this, boo-hoo. Okay. Only a week, boo-hoo. No. Contentment brings happiness. As long as there are more elves this time, it's good. By the way, host, where's my coral branch? It's been 2 weeks and it hasn't arrived yet. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Jiangli suddenly remembered that the coral branch hadn't been sent yet, and subconsciously looked at Yi Junsheng. I've already checked everything. I'll send it to you, and when we go back, you can prepare those things for us to send out. Yi Junsheng only received the information of those 51 people last night and hadn't had time to send it to Jiangli. All right, You all heard that when I go back, I can send you the coral branches. You can look forward to it. Besides the coral branches, there's also my special gift. What are you checking? Damn, do I really need to check 3 generations just for a coral branch? Don't scare me. This is too ridiculous. Just a coral branch and a gift. What the hell is going on? I can start to look forward to it. The team upstairs broke up, and I'm curious why you think that way. It's already been investigated so absurdly, and the coral branch is just a decoration, definitely a special gift from the streamer. I also look forward to it. Those who insult others definitely did not draw the coral branch. I also agree that it's definitely a case of sour grapes. Now that you mention it, I have to start looking forward to it too. Lin Jing has been eagerly awaiting the delivery every day. As soon as she receives a message, she immediately picks up her phone to check if the package has arrived. After waiting for 2 weeks, just when Lin Jing was about to feel disappointed, Jiang Li started streaming, and she saw the development of the Poc decks and those 32 soldiers. She comforted herself, thinking that the streamer must have been too busy lately to send the package. But when she heard Yi Junxing's words, Lin Jing was stunned. She had drawn a coral branch and a bit of Eevee's fur. Did she really need to check the 3rd generation? Then she saw the comments in the chat and remembered what Jiang Li said about personally collecting Eevee's fur. Could it be that the special gift the streamer mentioned was a Pokémon? Thinking of this, Lin Jing became energized, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If she collected Eevee's fur, does it mean her Pokémon is Eevee? Ah, so happy. 2 more weeks. She could wait a month for that. Walking along the way, Yi Junxing's team was made up of young guys in their 20s, and they curiously approached any Pokémon they saw. These Pokémon were not as wary of them as last time, perhaps because they, too, were cautious when they first arrived here. This time, they came with good intentions, hoping to build good relationships with the Pokémon, and those Pokémon were relatively friendly towards them, especially Li Hongyu, for some reason. Those Pokémon seemed to like getting close to him. As they walked, at some point, a blue little bird landed on his shoulder and wouldn't leave. What Pokémon is this? I've never seen it before. Feng Jinny was the first to notice the blue little bird on Li Hongyu's shoulder and curiously took out his phone to identify it. However, because Jiang Li hadn't input much Pokémon information in just 2 weeks, he couldn't identify the information about this blue little bird. The Poc Dex didn't have it either. Mr. Jiang, what Pokémon is this? Ouch, it pecked me. Zhou Ming, who shared a dorm with Li Hongyu and was of similar age, was very curious and walked over to Li Hongyu's side, wanting to touch the little bird, but was rudely pecked. Hearing a shout, Jiang Li turned to look at the blue little bird on Li Hongyu's shoulder. This little bird had a round body and blue wings, with yellow feathers on its belly, but its face and the feathers connecting the chest and abdomen were black, making it look like it was wearing a black mask. This is a Chinchou, a flying-type bird Pokémon. I haven't recorded it in the Poc Dex yet, so I can't scan it. Jiang Li took out his phone and snapped a picture of the Chinchou, just about to reach out to touch its head when Zhou Ming stopped him. It might peck you. It's better not to touch it. Jiang Li glanced at Zhou Ming's situation and understood why the Chinchou pecked him. If you wash your hand a bit, it won't peck you. Zhou Ming had just been startled by a little rattata that suddenly jumped out, and to avoid stepping on it, he sat down on the ground. Now that he looked closely, it seemed like his hands were a bit dirty, so he quickly pulled someone nearby to help him get water to wash his hands. The Chinchou has a brave and reckless personality, and the white patterns around its eyes can frighten timid Pokémon. That's right, that's not the Chinchou Scara. The white part around its eyes is a pattern. I also thought it was the Scara. I never would have guessed it was a pattern. +1. Chapter 81. The Falling Stinging Caterpillar. Additionally, the female young sparrow is more neurotic than the male. Once its feathers get dirty, it will furiously peck with its beak. So you were about to touch it with dirty hands? Good thing you didn't tea, or it wouldn't have been that simple. I quietly explained to Zhou Ming why he would be pecked by the young sparrow and reached out to gently stroke the top of its head. Sure enough, the young sparrow did not peck Jiang Li's hand, but was very docile and allowed him to pet its head. How do you distinguish between male and female? Li Hongyu was also curious about the young sparrow on his shoulder and gently grabbed it into his palm. Chirp! The young sparrow did not resist being held by Li Hongyu and tilted its head to look at him. I just said that the female is more neurotic than the male. You just need to get some dirt to find out. I raised an eyebrow and jokingly looked at Li Hongyu. Really didn't he expect this guy to be quite popular with the spirits? Brother Jiang, stop being playful. I glanced helplessly at Jiang Li and patted the head of the young sparrow in my palm. The young sparrow dares to challenge any strong enemy because its small size allows it to fly agilely. Therefore, the young sparrow will use surprise tactics to play with much larger opponents. Even if the young sparrow is defeated in the enemy's counterattack, it can gain experience from it. I gave Li Hongyu an energy cube favored by flying-type spirits to feed to the young sparrow. The young sparrow's final evolution, the steel-winged crow, is quite good. If it likes Li Hongyu, it would be nice to follow him. After all, a spirit for aerial reconnaissance is still needed. Li Hongyu raised his hand, wanting the young sparrow to fly away, but it was unwilling to leave, flying around and then landing back on his shoulder. Seeing that it was unwilling to leave, Li Hongyu's eyes brightened instantly. After all, if the young sparrow didn't want to leave, didn't that mean it wanted to follow him? Should I ask? But Li Hongyu only had one Pokeball, which was meant for capturing a Houndour. However, after some hesitation, he finally looked at their captain, Yi Junsheng, who nodded at him, indicating that he could capture any spirit he wanted. After all, he could have both a Houndour and a young sparrow. Li Hongyu hesitated for a while between the Houndour and the young sparrow, and finally took out the Pokeball. Young sparrow, do you want to come with me? Chirp. The young sparrow hesitated while standing on Li Hongyu's shoulder. During this time, not only Li Hongyu but also the others around them were too nervous to speak. The live stream chat was also silent for a moment, so tense that they forgot to send messages. Chirp. The young sparrow flew forward, its blue wings hitting the Pokeball, and in the next second, it was turned into red light and captured inside. The Pokeball shook from side to side for a while before emitting a bit of white light. Yay! After the young sparrow was captured, everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say until Li Hongyu joyfully raised the Pokeball and shouted with excitement. The others also became excited. After all, it was a good start, and with such smooth progress, they began to look forward to their own spirits. Releasing the young sparrow, it immediately flew to Li Hongyu's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. It's almost noon. Let us stop for lunch. Jiangli noticed that the time was about right and saw that they were all excitedly looking at the young sparrow, wanting to stop and let them calm down. After washing his hands, Zhou finally got to touch the young sparrow and was so excited that his hands were shaking a little. That's a bit much. I looked at Zhou a bit speechlessly. Go away. I didn't get to touch any of those spirits we just encountered. I rolled my eyes at Li Hongyu and continued to reach out to pet the young sparrow's head. Hongyu, hey, what is up, brother Jiang? Suddenly hearing Jiangli call him, Li Hongyu responded and turned around in confusion. A red object was thrown toward him. He fumbled to catch it and found it was a Pokeball. Brother Jiang. He looked at Jiangli with some surprise. The previous one was a personal gift from me to you, and this one is meant for each member of your team. I had prepared a Pokeball for you when I promised to bring you into the spirit world, but then you were recruited into the team. The agreed-upon rule for the squad is one Pokeball per person. Public and private matters cannot be mixed. Suddenly realizing the benefits of forming a good relationship with you, Yi Junsheng teased from beside Jiangli. There are 32 people, plus Jiangli making 33, divided into 5 groups. 3 groups of 7 and 2 groups of 6. Naturally, Yi Junsheng was in the same group as Jiangli, inhaling the aroma wafting from the pot. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now he regretted not staying at Jiangli's house for dinner back then. Keep an eye on the fire for me. I'll prepare food for the spirits. After giving Yi Junsheng a reminder about the heat, Jiangli went to prepare spirit food for the spirits. This time, he took out an extra bowl and handed the young sparrow's spirit food to Li Hongyu. Feeding spirits can increase their affection for you. The food for the young sparrow is not like other spirits' food. It's small, making it more suitable for small spirits like the young sparrow. Because there were many people and they weren't planning to set up camp at noon, everyone rested against trees after having a good meal. Wow. Looking at it this way, these soldiers are super handsome. Indeed, all the good-looking ones are with the country. When will the country distribute partners? Host, can you assign me a partner for my special gift? Any of these 32 will do. I wanted 2, but I didn't get the question. After a short break, everyone set off again. Bai Cao Miao, the 2 little guys, walked proudly at the front, looking quite impressive. Windspeed Dog and Jalala walked slowly beside Jiangli. Occasionally, a Pokémon would curiously peek out from the grass, most of which were Pokémon we had introduced before. Except for a few rare Pokémon that had not yet been recorded in the Pokédex, Jiangli was still using energy cubes to lure them. Mau Mau. At that moment, a Pokémon fell from a tree and landed right in front of Eevee and the others. This Pokémon looked like a red caterpillar, with white feet and abdomen. Its red back had sharp spines, and there were yellow spines on its tail and head. Upon closer inspection, it even had suction cups on its feet. However, it seemed to be in poor condition, as if it had been injured. As it fell, there was a sharp cry, and looking up, a Spearow was attacking the Pokémon that had just fallen. Chapter 83. Capturing Spearow. The Pokémon that had just led the Spearow was a Fearow, the evolved form of Spearow. Fearow is a very alert Pokémon. Even if it senses the slightest danger, it will immediately fly high into the sky. So what just happened was normal. It can fly up to the sky in one go and then swoop down for an attack. Firo's long neck and beak are convenient for catching prey in the ground or water, allowing it to skillfully use its slender beak to grab its prey. However, moving around with food in Firo's territory is quite dangerous, as the food can be snatched away in an instant. Holding the photo he had just taken of Firo, he introduced its information to the people in the live broadcast room. However, the viewers were not focused on this matter at the moment. No host. I don't think it would run away so easily. If it weren't for your Jalala wiping out most of their group, do you really think it would run away that fast? I don't believe it. It was definitely your show of force that scared it away. You guys can think that way if you want. In the Alola region, Firo hunts for fish Pokémon, so you can see it circling over the sea looking for food. If it suddenly stretches its beak, you need to be careful, as it will use its long, sharp beak to attack. Firo can continuously soar in the air with its large wings, with the stamina to fly back and forth all day. It can even remain airborne without landing. Firo is strong and has excellent endurance, so even carrying heavy cargo and flying all day is no problem, making it quite popular among some people. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Jiangli scratched his head and continued to introduce Firo's information. Can it be used for delivery? Can it carry people? Yi Juanxing's eyes lit up and he asked, "Of course, so you have an idea now." "Oh dear, but we don't have that many Pokeballs, Sai. There's nothing we can do." Jiangli helplessly looked at Yi Juanxing's exaggerated sigh and thought to himself, this guy really knows how to act. There are 33 Pokeballs here. We just paralyzed so many Pokémon. And there are probably still quite a few Spearows that haven't recovered to catch up. You can still go now. He took out a small bag containing 33 Pokeballs and said to Yi Juanxing, "All right, is that Firo still there?" Yi Juanxing carefully asked Jiangli after taking the small bag. "No, it has already left, but if you take Jalala with you, not all paralyzed Pokémon can be captured. Jalala can help you. Also, take this little guy with you to train his rapport with the Chinchou." Yi Juanxing nodded in understanding, gave Jiangli an okay sign, and immediately arranged for Li Hongyu and a small team of people, along with Jalala, to go capture the Spearow. Ignoring Li Hongyu's resentful gaze, Jiangli continued to introduce Firo's information to the people in the live broadcast room, while the rest listened since there was nothing else to do. Firo is a Pokémon that has existed for a long time. According to those who originally lived in the Pokémon world, it was depicted in ancient murals from a distant prehistoric era. Frog fun, that was a long time ago. Ancient murals exist. Firo is a powerful Pokémon. It's impressive to be depicted in murals. Pretty amazing. Let's wait for them to come back here. Sitting under a nearby tree, waiting for the small team to return, the Caterpie slowly crawled over and affectionately rubbed against Jiangli's hand. "I just saw your comments. You remember correctly. Caterpie's final evolution has a 50% chance of evolving in a Butterfree." Jiangli's words raised questions among the viewers in the live broadcast room. What do you mean by 50%? Why is it 50%? Can it evolve into another Pokémon? Just like Eevee can evolve into many different Pokémon? The guesses upstairs are very likely. There should be other evolutionary forms. That's right, Caterpie has 2 evolutionary forms. It can evolve into Butterfree or Metapod that can evolve into Beedrill. While saying this, he held up 2 fingers. So the 50% mentioned earlier refers to this. I said it, other bug-type Pokémon like the horned caterpillar and the green fuzzy caterpillar all have a cocooning process. So it can't just disappear with the stinging tail caterpillar. Haha, it's really just the same. That's right. Whether your stinging tail caterpillar evolves into a hunting swallowtail or a toxic butterfly mainly depends on its first stage of evolution. That is when it cocoons, whether it evolves into a shield cocoon or a shell cocoon. Since there are stinging tail caterpillars around here, we can look for a shell cocoon later to show you and also fill in the Pokédex. Sound good? We've been saying how beautiful the hunting swallowtail is, so I want to see just how beautiful it really is. I have quite a few butterflies at home, and I originally planned to capture all the bug-type spirits when the time comes, and it would be great if they could all evolve into butterflies. Upstairs, the unicorn bug evolves into a Beedrill. Good. I used to be harmed by someone and got stung by a bee. I want to raise a Beedrill to sting them to death. Huh, you have quite a deep grudge, huh? Soon, Li Hongyu's team returned, and as Jiangli said earlier, there were still quite a few fletchlings there. Since they tried to capture the stronger ones, there were quite a few failures. It's impossible for Zeraora to run to 33 places at once, so this time, the Chinchou also put in a lot of effort. These 33 fletchlings were not for them. They were going to capture a herdier later. Fletchlings could completely go to another small team, distributing their combat power, so they could have 2 teams with spirits. How does it feel to command Chinchou in battle? Looking at Li Hongyu with shining eyes, he had a face full of resentment when they went but now it was a huge difference. Awesome. Li Hongyu was just looking at the Pokédex to command Chinchou, and since it was just starting, it was normal to be flustered. But after several battles, Li Hongyu felt more and more adept, and the overall feeling was simply awesome. So awesome. While commanding Chinchou in battle, he rarely felt his blood boiling. Now he felt he was terrifyingly strong. He wanted to fight Ten, eagerly looking at Zhongli. Not enough fighting? I can accompany you for a match. Seeing his expression, Zhongli naturally received the signal. Very good. A bucket of cold water extinguished the fiery passion he had just ignited with great difficulty. He was just a novice, and he had just gotten a bit too brave wanting to fight with Jiangge. Sob. Chapter 82. Three divine powers. Just as the fletchling was about to attack the exhausted spirit on the ground, Evie and Turtwig stood in front of that spirit. The two spirits quickly opened their mouths, gathering energy balls, and simultaneously launched their attacks, one black and one green, heading towards the fletchling. The fletchling, already descending at high speed to attack, couldn't stop in time and got hit. However, it didn't fall. It wobbled and flew in the air, unwilling to leave, casting a glance at the spirit lying on the ground before flying away. Seeing it fly away, Zhongli quickly walked to the spirit and crouched down to check its injuries. There was no way around it. Having fallen from a height, it was already on the verge of collapse. Zhongli generally wouldn't take care in this ecological hunting, as it was the survival of the fittest rule among spirits. If it weren't for Turtwig and Evie blocking the caterpie and driving away the fletchling, Zhongli wouldn't be treating it now. He reached out, placing his hand on the caterpie, intending to use the power of the evergreen to help heal its wounds. Here it comes again. I wanted to ask the streamer earlier how they got psychic powers. I'm also curious. My favorite streamer actually has superpowers. You can't run this time. You must explain after healing the sprite. As the green light dissipated, Zhongli retracted the power of Eternatus, and the caterpie had been healed, curiously peeking around. Wow, Brother Zhong, what kind of move is this? It's just some special abilities. In the Pokémon world, there are three divine powers: the power of Eternatus, the power of Aura, and the power of Overcoming. Not only Pokémon, but also humans can possess these three divine powers. The power of Aura is an ability that allows for a mental connection with Pokémon, enabling trainers to communicate with them in battle using telekinesis and other means. The power of Eternatus is a force that coexists harmoniously with nature. It can heal wounds, restore ecological balance, and even revive deceased Pokémon. The power of Overcoming is a mysterious power derived from Arceus, the creator deity of Pokémon, which serves to communicate and connect the minds of the user and the Pokémon, leaning more towards heart-to-heart contact rather than mere mental dialogue. And it has a strong longevity effect, known as the power of the super god. I briefly explained the functions of the three divine powers, but I didn't tell them how many abilities I currently have. So, Brother Jiang, your ability is that Eternatus power, right? Yes, because of the power of Eternatus. I can heal Pokémon, but I usually use medicine. I want to use this ability unless it's a special situation. There really are superpowers. I'm envious. No one cares, though. You can actually revive deceased Pokémon. Am I the only one who cares about the creator deity Arceus of that Pokémon? These few sentences really carry a lot of information. I seriously suspect that the streamer has more than one ability. After all, he can communicate with the bugs too. Oh, streamer, you're not being good. You have a little secret. This guy only talks about these things when he exposes himself. Seeing the barrage in the live stream, Zhongli instinctively averted his gaze to look at the spiny caterpillar on the ground that had already recovered. This is a spiny caterpillar, a bug-type baby sprite, generally found in grass and forests, living in large numbers in the mountains and fields. Spiny caterpillars cling to branches to eat leaves, and they also use the spines on their tails to peel bark to feed on the sap that oozes out. Just like what we saw earlier, spiny caterpillars are often targeted by bird sprites, and when that happens, they spit out silk from their mouths. Once the silk touches the air, it becomes sticky, slowing down the enemy's movements to trap them, and they also release poison from the spines on their tails to resist. Zhongli squatted down and patted the spiny caterpillar's head. Because Zhongli had treated it, it still trusted him very much. Fire Sparrow is a social sprite, and perhaps a group of Fire Sparrows hunts together, with the younger sprites undergoing hunting training after a successful hunt. Hearing Zhongli's words, Zhou Ming suddenly froze, walked over to him, and patted Zhongli's shoulder. I remember Mr. Jiang said before that Fire Sparrows hold grudges, right? If the one we just drove away was small, wouldn't it go back and call the older ones? If nothing goes wrong, it should be right. What do you mean by nothing going wrong? Yang Yi. Don't joke with me. I am scared. Li Hongyu was frightened hearing Jiang Li calmly talk about such a terrifying thing. Don't you have a young mountain sparrow? That's different. My young mountain sparrow is still so small. How could it possibly fight against the older ones if they come? Am I invisible? Jianggu, you will step in? So I'm not worried anymore. Hearing Jiang Li say he would step in to help, Li Hongyu relaxed. How could a mere fire sparrow possibly win against Jianggu? Wait, spiny caterpillar. Why does that name sound familiar? The final evolution seems to be the hunting phoenix butterfly that the streamer mentioned before. The phoenix butterfly, huh? It's considered one of the more beautiful butterflies, and I'm really curious about what it looks like. Oh, me too. Wait, did you guys hear bird calls? Oh no. Here they come. So many fire sparrows. It's so dark. The 30 or so people present naturally heard the sharp calls and saw the mass of fire sparrows flying in. In front of the fire sparrows flew a huge orange sprite, which had a red crown on its head and a long, sharp pink beak. Its neck was long, with rough and messy feathers on its chest, and it had 4 brown tail feathers at the back. Its wings were wide and large, and its shallow pink claws were 4-toed, 3 toes facing forward and 1 toe backward. Sure enough, the leader is the great beak sparrow. Jiang Li remained calm below, taking out his phone and snapping a picture of the great beak sparrow in the air. Jalora, the strongest electric net. Jalora jumped onto a tree, quickly running up the trunk and soon reaching the top. From the treetop, it leaped high into the air, then threw out an electric net, which surrounded most of the fire sparrows. One by one, the fire sparrows were shocked into paralysis, falling from the air, except for a few stronger fire sparrows and the great beak sparrow that managed to break through the electric net. With this strike, the once dark mass of fire sparrows was significantly reduced, leaving only a few sprites hovering in the air. So, great beak sparrow, will you send your group back? Or do you want to continue? I don't think you lack this one prey. The great beak sparrow glared fiercely at Jiang Li, then flew down with the remaining fire sparrows, landing beside those that had fallen to the ground due to paralysis. All right, it's all good now. Turning around and clapping his hands, he indicated that everything was fine. Jianggu, you're amazing. Chapter 84. Injured, the spiny caterpillar led the way, as the place it was captured by the fire sparrow was not far from here. It often came here to eat leaves, so it recognized the way back. The viewers in the live stream saw a caterpillar walking ahead, followed by 34 people and 6 sprites. Grass and Evie occasionally ran up to play with the leading spiny caterpillar. As they walked, they arrived at a clearing. It was already dusk, and the forest darkened quickly, so everyone decided to continue their journey tomorrow. Moreover, there probably wouldn't be such a large clearing ahead, so the group of 4 started setting up tents. Yang Yi, I want to hang out with you. Li Hongyu sighed and immediately rushed to Jiang Li. You just don't want to set up a tent, do you? Zhou Ming grabbed Li Hongyu by the back of his collar, trying to pull him to set up a tent near the 2-person camp. The two had known each other for 2 weeks. He was quite good at other things, not weak in ability, but he just liked to be lazy and play tricks. Ha ha, help me. I really like this little soldier brother. He is both funny and fun. I also find it particularly funny. Ha, those who were chosen must be pretty good people, both amazing and funny. This little guy is quite impressive. Moreover, it seems he is quite liked by the Pokémon. Just look at Eevee and Turtwig. Ha ha, his pants are about to fall down. Ha ha, Turtwig and Eevee seem to really like Li Hongyu. And when they saw him being pulled away, one Pokémon bit onto the hem of his pants. I don't know how, but it was trying to pull his pants down, and Li Hongyu hurriedly used both hands to hold onto his pants, as he definitely didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the whole country. Zhou Ming also saw this and didn't want his brother to embarrass himself in front of everyone. So he let go and stopped pulling with Turtwig and the others. Oh no! As soon as he let go, Li Hongyu fell to the ground with a thud, and since he had been holding onto his pants, he fell down without any protection. What a poor little guy. These 2 troublemakers have caused trouble again. Are you okay, little guy? You don't look so good. Turtwig and Eevee also realized they were in trouble again and hurried over to Li Hongyu's side, poking his head, seeing that he was still alive. The 2 little troublemakers felt relieved and happily rubbed against his cheeks. Ha ha, let me see. Still alive? Then it's nothing. Ha ha, these 2 little troublemakers are really funny. Are you okay? Zhou Ming rushed over to help him up, asking anxiously. It's nothing serious, just my back. Since he fell on his back, it hurts really bad now. Let's help him to my tent to take a look. If there's a problem, we'll apply some medicine, and I'll punish these 2 little fools. Jiang Li walked over, picking up the grass turtle and Eevee by the scruff of their necks, lifting them up. All right, supporting Li Hongyu, they went to Jiang Li's tent to apply medicine. Meanwhile, the young sparrow saw its owner fall because of the grass turtle and Eevee, and it pecked several times on the heads of the grass turtle and Eevee. When Li Hongyu came out, he saw the two Pokémon with their butts sticking up high because they got spanked. Hey, these two know that when they get spanked, they should stick their butts up to avoid pain. Ouch. After applying the medicine, Li Hongyu laughed heartily, but laughed too hard and pulled on his back wound. It seems he still got hurt. Falling like that really hurts. His back must be bruised quite a bit. I'm curious if the host can maintain balance if they're replaced. Have you forgotten how impressive the host was when they maintained balance last time? It's not bad. You just don't have to set up a tent. Zhou Ming saw that the other roommates had already set up their tents and followed Li Hongyu's lead. I would rather set up the tent than get hurt. Li Hongyu grimaced in pain. He wanted to be lazy, but he also didn't want to get hurt. Next, they still had to carry their gear and hike for 6 days, which is tough. A young sparrow flew over and landed on Li Hongyu's shoulder, rubbing against his cheek and chirping. It just avenged you and is looking for compliments. I'll translate what the young sparrow is saying and convey it to Li Hongyu. Thank you, young sparrow. Feeling very happy, he reached out to pet the young sparrow's head, not expecting this little guy would seek revenge for him. It was also because the grass turtle and EV caused Li Hongyu to fall that Jiang Li invited him to dinner tonight. During dinner,